Transmigrating into the Douluo Continent, Tang Yuyu, bound to a disordered temporal system for unfolding the Yi Luoli narrative, is adopted by Old Jack and brought back to the novice village. Ding! A mission is issued to sign in at the Quiet Water Lake, where the Water Prince resides, in exchange for a sacred-level fairy inner elixir, Holy Water Pearl. Ding! The Fire Lord's inability to control the fire elements leads to his own loss of control. Proceed to sign in at the renowned scene to receive the reward, Sacred Fireheart Method. Ding! The mightiest golden prince of the fairy realm is on the verge of becoming a beast controlled by greed. Please avert the unleashing of his primal instincts to save the Yi Luoli fairyland and receive the reward, Golden Bone Sword. Observing the series of tasks that bear no relevance to the Douluo Continent, Tang Yuyu finds herself in deep contemplation. It is not until the day of her martial soul awakening that she discovers her martial soul is none other than the butterfly fairy she had set during her gaming escapades. The divine aura of light, combined with the essence of gold, leads Tang Akui, who has secluded himself here, to mistakenly believe that Tang Yuyu's martial soul is a humanoid beast martial soul, mutated from an angel. In an effort to conceal his tracks from Tang San while preparing to strike, Tang Akui discovers that Tang Yuyu possesses a Haotian Hammer identical to his own. From that moment, the story takes a different turn. Intricate interpersonal relationships and the enigmatic nature of destiny intertwine, leaving one to ponder whether it is the guiding force of fate or the abyss that beckons all to an end. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Mirror Power. Thank you for the invitation. What is it like to be in the Douluo Continent, bound to a system utterly unrelated? Tang Yuyu gazes at the system panel before her, lost in thought. Host, Tang Yuyu. Identity, a fairy of mysterious origins within the Yi Luoli fairyland. Bloodline elf. Magical ability background. Guardian of the Yi Luoli royal family. Wielding power over time and fate, sealed by a layer of metallic protection magic cast by the Golden Prince. She can manipulate a modicum of metallic magic. Externally, she resembles a music box, appearing as a fairy capable of utilizing music magic. Current storyline. Following the fierce battle between Queen Mandora and the Fairy of Shieling, the latter flees to the human realm with a number of supporters. System Backpack. 1 Novice Gift Pack. Daily Tasks. 1. Sign in at the Quiet Water Lake where the Water Prince resides to receive a reward, a holy water pill imbued with millennia of fairy power. Due to the influence of the human world, the Fire Lord is unable to control his magic. Proceed to sign in at the renowned scene to obtain the reward, Sacred Fireheart Method. Observing the familiar narrative, she seems to recall that before her transmigration, she was engrossed in playing a mobile game. Her character was set as the fairy Elyone's delicate core, and this served as the basis for her novice tasks, which led to her overexcitement and subsequent all-nighter until she collapsed at dawn. Thus, after her sudden demise, she finds herself in the Douluo Continent, bound to this narrative task system. Tang Yuyu twitches her lips, utterly astonished that her golden finger manifests as this unrelated system. What purpose could it possibly serve? Oh, there's even a novice gift pack. Let me see what it contains. Out of curiosity, she promptly opens the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have randomly acquired Mandora's mirror power. Before Tang Yuyu can revel in her fortune, she feels as though something has been added to her mind. Goodness, this is akin to copy-pasting the legendary CV warrior. And it's the queen no less. This ability is rather monstrous, allowing her to replicate anything she desires. Closing her eyes, Tang Yuyu envisions Old Jack's appearance, and suddenly, her petite form grows taller, yet simultaneously appears more aged. Even her back becomes hunched. She extends her hand to inspect it, only to find it adorned with numerous wrinkles of old age. It truly succeeded. Tang Yuyu is filled with joy. While not an exact replica, her demeanor and aura are scarcely distinguishable. As long as she remains silent, she is unrecognizable. Yuyu, today is the day of your martial soul awakening. Hurry up and get out. Don't be lazy. Old Jack's voice calls from outside, prompting Tang Yuyu to hastily revert to her original form. I know, Grandpa. Although the system was only bound today, she has already been in the Douluo Continent for several years. Had it not been for Old Jack bringing Tang Yuyu back to Holy Soul Village, she would have long perished. She holds a deep admiration and affection for this kind old man. Reclaiming the original form altered by the power of reflection, Tang Yaoyao, having donned her attire, glanced in the mirror and, finding nothing amiss, set out to seek Old Jack. In truth, she harbored a tinge of apprehension regarding the awakening of her martial soul. Even after binding herself to this system, she remained uncertain about her ability to awaken her martial soul. However, at present, the power of reflection could directly replicate a martial soul. Ah, how delightful! With this thought, Tang Yaoyao beamed sweetly at Old Jack and exclaimed, Grandfather, let us hasten. I can hardly wait to awaken my martial soul. Old Jack affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair, chuckling merrily. All right, all right. However, we must wait for that child Tang San, as not everyone has arrived yet. Tang Yao Yao rolled her eyes and nodded. To be honest, she wasn't particularly fond of that little brat Tang San. Having lived here for nearly 3 or 4 years, Tang Yao Yao had minimal interaction with Tang San, at most merely delivering messages or supplies to Tang Hao on behalf of Old Jack. That boy always wore a stern expression, utterly unlike other children of his age. It was perplexing how Tang Kui, as a titled Douluo, had failed to notice any peculiarities. Although he occasionally displayed a docile gleam in his eyes towards his elders, when Tang Yao Yao endeavored to draw closer to him, she discerned a hint of arrogance and disregard in his gaze. He likely believed that a child of his own age was utterly unworthy of playing with him. While the malice was minimal, the insult was profoundly impactful. Grandpa Jack, Yao Yao. Tang San rushed over, panting, first greeting Jack before casually acknowledging Tang Yao Yao. Ah, little San has arrived. Haha, now let us be off. Jack was quite defenseless against such a well-mannered child. Tang San had always been sensible since childhood, which Jack had noticed, prompting him to feel an irresistible urge to assist the boy further. After all, his burdensome father was utterly ridiculous. Tang Yao Yao merely huffed in response to Tang San's greeting, then disregarded him entirely. Old Jack observed this and refrained from reprimanding Tang Yao Yao for her rudeness, instead affectionately patting her head. The subject of the matter, Tang San, paid no heed to the antics of this little brat. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of the village's martial soul hall, which was purportedly the site for awakening martial souls, but was, in reality, nothing more than a dilapidated thatched hut. Well then, is everyone gathered? A man clad in knightly attire addressed Old Jack. Esteemed Soul Master, everyone has arrived. The martial soul awakening ceremony may commence. Su Yuntao nodded, displaying a hint of impatience. To be frank, individuals capable of awakening soul power in these villages were exceedingly rare. However, such was the task assigned to him by the Martial Soul Hall. He had traversed dozens of villages beneath Nodding City, yet had scarcely encountered a handful of children with soul power. Hopefully, today will yield some results. Tang Yao Yao followed the group into the small hut, positioning herself behind Tang San to prevent the possibility of lacking a martial soul. This placement would allow her to observe if Tang San concealed the Haotian Hammer, facilitating her use of the power of reflection to replicate a Haotian Hammer martial soul. Although the Blue-Silver Emperor was of commendable quality, the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline could only yield one per generation. Thus Tang Yao Yao resolutely renounced that option. While replicating the Haotian Hammer without possessing a martial soul carried substantial risks that could alert the Martial Soul Hall. The situation involved none other than the notorious blind Douluo Su Yuntao, reputed as the first traitor of the Martial Soul Hall. What if he failed to notice? Furthermore, with Tang Hao, the fervent admirer of the Haotian sect, present, he would certainly consider the Haotian Hammer when making his escape. Tang Yao Yao had meticulously calculated every possibility, yet little did she know that plans often falter in the face of change. Next, Su Yuntao lamented as he surveyed the chaotic assortment of martial souls, including sickle and blue silvergrass, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed he would once again have made a fruitless journey. Chapter 2. The Soul of the Linglong Core. Soon, it was Tang San's turn. As expected, when his hand touched the awakening stone, an extraordinary aura surged forth. Dan Yo, sharp-eyed, noticed the hammer materializing in the palm of Tang San's hand, hidden behind his back. Copy. Mirror image ability grants her the power to mimic the appearance of others, as well as the ability to replicate martial souls and soul skills. The latter is irreversible, while the former can revert to its original form at any time. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In this rigorously stratified world, lacking strength would render her unable to remain secure under Old Jack's protection for long. After all, Old Jack had no children or heirs, and she dared not gamble on the future loyalty of the simple village folk after his passing. Now, with the Haotian Hammer martial soul, although she would be targeted by the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao could still serve as a refuge at this moment. After all, as long as she possessed the Haotian Hammer, Tang Air Hammer would not treat her poorly. Before the Haotian sect withdrew from the world, Tang Hao was designated as the next sect leader by Tang Chen himself. His dedication to the sect seemed to surpass even his love for the Blue-Silver Emperor. Yet, the question remained, what was his innate soul power? Alas, it turned out to be the useless martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. Su Yuntao was utterly disappointed. He had expected to witness the awakening of a powerful martial soul. Little did he know it would be the worthless Blue Silvergrass. Tang San obediently looked at Su Yuntao, voicing his curiosity. Uncle, what is a worthless martial soul? Su Yuntao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Tang San would possess such courage. as the other children had all reacted with trepidation upon manifesting their martial souls. A worthless soul refers to those martial souls that cannot be cultivated, even if awakened. One could never become a soul master. Perhaps seeing Tang San's obedience softened Su Yuntao's demeanor, and he impatiently answered his question. "Oh, uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet." Su Yuntao had initially intended to call the next child, but Tang San's urgent interjection halted him. "Fine, since you insist, place your hand on this soul power testing orb," Su Yuntao said with resignation. In his view, Tang San was already a confirmed case of a worthless martial soul, making it unnecessary to waste time. Suddenly, the light within the crystal orb was fully illuminated, a symbol of innate full soul power. Tang Yuyu, watching from behind, felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Tang San sensed that his long-stagnant Xiantian skill had, at that moment, been unlocked from its confinement. Could it be that soul power in this world was akin to internal energy? A flicker of doubt crossed Tang San's mind as he looked at Su Yuntao, awaiting his explanation, for he remembered that other children's soul power tests had not shone so brightly. "You possess innate, full soul power." Su Yuntao's jaw dropped in astonishment. He never expected this child to bring him such surprise. However, it was a pity that his martial soul was blue silvergrass. Even with innate, full soul power, it was of little use. What is innate, full soul power? Tang San's eyes glistened with confusion as he directly stared at Su Yuntao, hoping for clarification. Innate full soul power is the highest soul power one can awaken when their martial soul manifests. As long as you attach a soul ring, you can become a soul master. Tang San's questions were numerous, but Su Yuntao was not there to elucidate them, hastily waving his hand. "Unfortunately, your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Even with innate, full soul power, it is of no consequence." Next, Tang Yuyu stepped forward, and Tang San's gaze shifted. Had she seen the other martial soul he had concealed behind him? Silently, Tang San pursed his lips, standing apart in silence, contrasting sharply with the chattering children nearby. Following Su Yuntao's instructions, Tang Yuyu placed her hand on the awakening stone, instantly feeling a warm force surging from her body to her hand. Was this soul power? Something fell off. Why did both of my hands feel a bit hot? Oh no, this could backfire. Tang Yuyu quickly mimicked Tang San, hiding one hand behind her. She was so anxious that cold sweat began to bead on her forehead, uncertain if what she concealed was indeed the Haotian Hammer martial soul. Suddenly, the awakening hall shone brilliantly, a powerful and overwhelming warmth enveloping the entire Holy Soul village. Tang Yuyu widened her eyes, recognizing the familiar figure before her, and sighed in relief. This was the identity she had set in the new mobile game of Luoli, the little butterfly fairy, Iluni. Now it was confirmed that the so-called Luoli storyline system she had bound to was merely the tasks and personal information of her game account. Though somewhat trivial, it had at least bestowed her with the Linglong core martial soul and the mirror image ability of Mandora at the outset. Su Yuntao gazed at the exquisitely beautiful martial soul before him, his eyes sparkling with awe. The humanoid martial soul had a pair of elfin ears, with metallic wings sprouting from her back. Even her dress was composed of high-tech metal mechanical segments. The metallic butterfly wings fluttered rapidly. Although mechanical, they appeared remarkably light. This vast and divine aura, imbued with attributes of light, bore a resemblance to the legendary six-winged angel of the Spirit Hall. Of course, Su Yuntao was aware that the two bore no relation, for while Tang Yuyu's martial soul was also a humanoid beast martial soul with wings, it bore no resemblance to angelic forms. What delighted him was that a martial soul with so many similarities to the six-winged angel must undoubtedly be an unprecedentedly powerful beast martial soul. Tang San was stunned. He had never anticipated that the little girl he had overlooked would possess such a formidable martial soul. After all, he had always regarded Tang Yuyu as merely a slightly cleaner and smarter child than the others in Holy Soul Village. This biological martial soul was exceptionally beautiful. At that moment, Holy Soul Village felt a warm glow, with everyone gathering at the entrance of the Awakening Hall, eager to discover which child's talents had blossomed so remarkably. Even Tang Hao, who lay snoring in bed, opened his eyes at this moment. Damn it, that familiar aura. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he swiftly concealed his presence and made his way to the Awakening Hall. Upon realizing that the source of the commotion was Tang Yuyu, Tang Hao was utterly bewildered. It wasn't an angel. What sort of martial soul was this? It possessed an extreme light attribute, akin to that of an angel, yet he also sensed other elusive energies entwined within. A humanoid beast martial soul with wings. The resonance of that familiar aura was more than remarkable. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with inner conflict. While metallic power accompanying this child's martial soul was evident, he still suspected it to be a mutated angel martial soul. The resemblance was too striking. Having clashed with Qinxuanji before, he was keenly sensitive to the sacred aura of angels. Do you wish to join the spirit hall? Just then, Su Yuntao extended an invitation to Tang Yuyu, interrupting Tang Hao's thoughts. Chapter 3. The Rise of Tang Air Hammer's Bloodlust. Hearing Su Yuntao's invitation sent chills down Tang Yuyu's spine. After all, she currently possessed a Haotian Hammer martial soul. If a powerful individual exerted a soul power pressure, it could expose her in an instant. Entering the spirit hall would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Even if the Haotian Hammer was not her original inherited martial soul, it was still a matter of grave concern. With that thought, Tang Yuyu swiftly shifted the topic. Brother, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang Yuyu blinked at Su Yuntao, feeling a prickling sensation at her back, unable to suppress a shiver. Observing Tang Yuyu's reluctance to immediately accept Su Yuntao's invitation, Tang Hao's murderous intent diminished significantly. He detested anything associated with angels, as it reminded him of painful memories. You are quite the interesting girl. Very well. Let's test your soul power first. With a beast martial soul as powerful as yours, your innate soul power must be remarkably high. Su Yuntao praised her effusively. Beside him, Tang Sin tightened his lips further. Although he was aware that he possessed another martial soul beyond the innate full spirit power of blue silvergrass, Su Yuntao keenly observed the transformation in Tang Yuyu. For the first time, he truly felt the significance of the status conferred by martial souls in this world. An existence so remarkably close to innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement. With an innate spirit power exceeding 9, she was merely a hair's breadth away from full spirit power. Indeed, she was a prodigy with a martial soul unparalleled in history. Little sister, would you care to join our spirit hall? Upon hearing Su Yuntao's proposition, a sudden chill enveloped Tang Yuyu, as if a door to her heart had been abruptly shut. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of leaving Holy Soul Village. My only family is my grandfather, she replied bashfully, rubbing her arms that had just settled from goosebumps. Little sister, you do not comprehend the might of the spirit hall. Before Su Yuntao could elaborate further, Tang Yuyu had already turned to leave. Wait. Su Yuntao hastily gathered the awakening stone and the crystal ball for testing spirit power, pursuing after her. Dan Hao's queen. Watching Tang Yuyu's retreating figure, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. If Tang Yuyu chose to remain in Holy Soul Village for her entire life, it would be for the best, as it would prevent him from harboring deadly thoughts. He was no saint willing to relinquish such a genius to become a future adversary of the spirit hall. Grandfather. Tang Yuyu rushed joyfully towards Jack, who awaited her outside. Yuyu, who just awakened their martial soul with such fanfare. Jack inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. Is this your granddaughter, Village Chief Jack? The commotion from the martial soul awakening was caused by her. She has awakened a remarkably rare beast martial soul, with innate spirit power nearly reaching its full potential. I wish to invite your granddaughter to join our spirit hall. What do you think, Village Chief Jack? With her talent, she is destined to become a being akin to a tidal daw. Su Yuntao attempted to persuade the village chief as he struggled to pry open Tang Yuyu's resolve. Tidal daw, my goodness. Jack felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. He realized that this child was likely the greatest gift he had received for a lifetime of goodwill and kindness. Yuyu, I never imagined your talent would be so extraordinary. While Jack rejoiced for Tang Yuyu, a shadow of concern crept into his heart. Children with such high potential were often abandoned by their parents. What if one day they learned of her exceptional abilities and sought to reclaim her? Tang Yu narrowed her eyes, calmly addressing Su Yuntao. I will not go with you. I wish to remain with my grandfather. This is our home. If I leave with you, I may never return. She clutched Jack's garment to emphasize her determination. Moved by Tang Yuyu's words, Jack, initially caught off guard by her extraordinary talent, felt a sense of fulfillment for his years of diligent care and nurturing. Good child, it is commendable that you think of your grandfather. Go with this esteemed soul master. You will have a brighter future ahead. I cannot let you miss out on such an opportunity. Tears welled in Jack's aged eyes. Grandfather, do not cry. You will not leave. I will always stay with you. Besides, isn't there a work-study position in the village? I can attend the academy in Nodding City and still take care of you, Tang Yuyu said, standing on her tiptoes to wipe away Jack's tears. Seeing the bond between the grandfather and granddaughter, Su Yuntao felt reluctant to press further for her recruitment, though he knew it was prudent to report the emergence of a martial soul akin to that of an angel. In the corner, Tang Hao observed the scene, a flicker of struggle crossing his face before he quietly departed. Very well, we shall go to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Jack said, beaming as he affectionately ruffled Tang Yuyu's hair. His heart brimmed with joy, knowing his granddaughter would become a soul master. Little San, let us return together. Just as Jack was about to call Tang San, he realized the boy had already vanished without a trace. Long before Su Yuntao sought out Tang Yuyu, Tang San had chosen to return home, preferring not to witness the unfolding events. At the blacksmith shop at the entrance of Holy Soul Village, "Father, I'm back," Tang San called out as he entered, just as he had always done. To his surprise, Tang Hao did not respond with silence. Instead, he emerged from his room. "What martial soul did you awaken?" Tang Hao's expression was one of despondence, his weary face devoid of desire, though a glimmer of expectation flickered in his eyes. "It's blue silvergrass," Tang San answered truthfully, holding on to the philosophy of being connected to heaven and earth, father and teacher. Essentially, he was a man yearning for paternal affection. Thus, he had no intention of concealing anything from Tang Hao, save for the enigmatic Tang sect techniques, which were best left unexplained. "Blue silvergrass. That is acceptable." A hint of melancholy crossed Tang Hao's gaze, his posture momentarily slumping. "But I believe I possess another." Silently, Tang San released the hidden Haotian Hammer martial soul. Instantly, Tang Hao's previously dull eyes sparked with vitality. "Dual martial souls. My son, Tang Hao M. Zatang San Tai Li." The boy feeling overwhelmed with emotion. This was the first time his father had held him, and he savored the warmth of paternal love. "Little San, remember, never reveal your hammer martial soul in public, unless faced with life and death situations," Tang Hao instructed seriously, his gaze firm. Tang San nodded in agreement, sensing the gravity of his father's words. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated before speaking up. "Father, however, when I awakened my martial soul, Tang Yuyu was standing behind me. She may have seen it." Chapter 4, A Web of Doubts. What? Tang Hao felt a jolt of anxiety at Tang San's revelation. He had initially intended to let that child be, but now the possibility of her knowing about his son's martial soul loomed ominously. Once Su Yuntao relayed the message to Spirit City, and if she learned of such a prodigy, she would undoubtedly pursue Tang Yuyu for recruitment. After gaining knowledge in the Spirit Hall, she would inevitably discover Tang San's dual martial soul secret. It was merely a matter of time, and when that occurred, it would expose their whereabouts as father and son. Sighing, he thought, "It seems fate has dictated this course. I had intended to let the child be. But now it appears Tang San's secret may be at risk of exposure." Tang Hao cast a profound glance at the darkening sky outside. "Little San, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will step out for a while." As Tang San watched his father depart, a realization dawned upon him regarding Tang Yuyu. However, he felt no particular emotion about it, as he was not particularly close to her. If a secret is known, it ceases to be a secret. The aura Tang Hao had exuded just moments ago revealed to Tang San that his father was likely of no ordinary standing. Meanwhile, after Tang Yuyu returned home with Jack, she retreated to her room as Jack went out to purchase ingredients to celebrate the day's fortunate events. "Let me see this hammer," she mused, releasing the Haotian Hammer with her left hand, only to be astounded by its sheer weight. However, she could hardly sustain it for long. In that fleeting moment, she quickly stowed the Haotian Hammer away. Yet, even in that brief instant, Tang Hao had observed it clearly. Tang Hao stared in astonishment at Tang Yuyu, who sat by the window. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be the bloodline left behind when the Haotian clan was attacked by the Spirit Hall? Moreover, possessing the rare dual martial soul, this child's potential is certainly no less than that of Tang San. In that fleeting moment, his heart was in turmoil. The murderous intent that had initially arisen once again waned, giving way to a burgeoning affection for Tang Yuyu. Although he was uncertain of the child's lineage, he presumed that she shared the same generation as Tang San, a notion that left Tang Hao somewhat in doubt. The fact that a direct descendant of the Haotian sect was abandoned here filled him with remorse regarding past events. As the heir to the Haotian sect, nurtured by Tang Chun from a young age, his feelings for the sect were unparalleled. This child's remarkable talent must not be squandered. It appears that I must visit the Moon Pavilion and have Yuehua contact the elders of the sect to ascertain the identity of this child. Tang Hao found himself increasingly fond of Tang Yuyu, as it seemed that this generation of the Haotian sect had found a new heir. In just 20 years, as this child matures, the Haotian sect shall once again possess a new anchor. The more he reflected, the more exhilarated he became. his gaze towards Tang Yuyu growing ever more tender. For some inexplicable reason, ever since the awakening of my martial soul, I have felt as though someone is watching me. Tang Yu scrutinized the concealed location of Tang Hao, murmuring to herself. How peculiar. Tang Hao was taken aback when her gaze shifted towards him, and the gravity of her words left him utterly astonished. Such an acute sense of perception. Without sensing anything amiss, Tang Yu unleashed her exquisite martial soul, the Ling Long Ji Xian. The golden hue enveloped the entire room, transforming it into a sea of golden brilliance. Was this aura? Tang Hao detected a blend of metallic and light attributes, intermingled with something indescribable, an enigmatic sensation that left him perplexed. The power of fate. Tang Yu, sensing this force of destiny, felt a wave of surprise wash over her. The celestial persona she had crafted in her gaming identity was that of a guardian of the Yi Luoli royal family, wielding the power of fate. To her astonishment, such a phenomenon also existed in the Douluo Continent. It seemed that only the fated child, Hui Yu Hao, and the Emperor Beast, the three-eyed golden lion, possessed the power of fate, didn't it? I wonder if the Emperor Beast still exists in this era? As Tang Yu marveled at the wonders of her martial soul, she suddenly felt as though a barrier within her body had been breached. Could it be that I possess innate, full soul power? She felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her, a warm sensation enveloping her entire being, as if warmth flowed through her meridians. Yet, the extraordinary occurrences had not ceased. To her astonishment, her martial soul, Ling Long Ji Xian, manifested, transforming her into a mechanical winged butterfly fairy. Surrounding her was a luminous halo, as if a soul ring were being condensed. An automatically condensing soul ring? Tang Yuyu was flabbergasted. Could it be that she was a soul beast? Or was her status as an elven race on her system panel indicative of belonging to the soul beast lineage? Only a soul beast that had transformed for 100,000 years could condense a soul ring autonomously. My head aches. Tang Hao was equally dumbfounded. Could this child not only be a descendant of the Haotian sect, but also a progeny of a soul beast? Which disciple of the Haotian sect, like himself, had chosen a 100,000-year transformed soul beast as their partner? However, Tang San did not share such circumstances, despite his innate full soul power. He did not condense his own soul ring, one reason being the unawakened blue silvergrass. Of course, it could also be attributed to Tang San himself. With that thought, Tang Hao was reluctant to delve deeper, especially as he sensed a vast, familiar life energy surging towards the girl before him. The blue silvergrass. How could this be? Tang Hao observed as the energy radiating from the blue silvergrass across the entirety of Holy Spirit Village flowed towards Tang Yuyu. This familiar azure golden ocean echoed the scene from that year when Ain offered her sacrifice to him, though now this energy was vibrant and warm. As the commotion grew louder, Tang Hao felt compelled to shield Tang Yuyu from such a spectacle, yet his heart was increasingly tumultuous. The blue silvergrass was releasing life energy towards this child. Such an occurrence could only be achieved by the blue silver emperor. Yet this child's martial soul, a beast martial soul and a weapon martial soul, bore no connection to the blue silvergrass. Tang Hao was at a loss, his mind racing with countless possibilities. The veneration of the blue silvergrass, the second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. What could it all signify? If this were a child born of Ain and another, it would be entirely implausible. After all, Tang San was nearly the same age as this child. Tang Hao pondered and ultimately surmised that perhaps the blue-silver grass martial soul had undergone a mutation into a humanoid beast martial soul. Yet was such a thing conceivable? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The only being who could elucidate his doubts, the blue-silver emperor, now existed only as a mere seedling. All these thoughts transpired in but an instant, as Tang Yuyu successfully completed the condensation of her first-century soul ring. Chapter 5. The Cage of Destiny. Tang Yuyu awakened from that warm ocean to find, indeed, a new soul ring had manifested upon her. Could it be that I truly am a soul beast? Tang Yuyu swallowed hard, relieved that she had not consented to join the spirit hall alongside Su Yuntao. A careless decision could have resulted in the emergence of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Although she felt uncertain about her classification as a transformed soul beast, Tang Hao witnessed firsthand as this child condensed a soul ring with her own soul power. Perhaps I should take this girl to Ain and see what changes may occur. With resolve, Tang Hao knew he could not allow Tang Yuyu to accompany him conscious. So he rendered her unconscious, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he made his way towards the dense forest behind Holy Spirit Village. Navigating expertly to the waterfall, he shielded Tang Yuyu as he plunged through the cascade, moving aside the boulder blocking the cave entrance. He revealed a blue-silver grass with golden patterns growing prominently in the center. Upon Tang Yuyu's arrival, the blue-silver grass underwent a dramatic transformation, its vines reaching eagerly towards her. The moment they made contact, a wave of sorrowful yet fervent emotion emanated from the blue-silver grass. Tang Hao was about to inquire further when the girl in his arms, her martial soul activated, soared into the air. This time, it was not a mere beast martial soul manifestation. Beneath her feet rose an enigmatic circular gear. Surrounding the gear was a golden cage, enveloping the entire butterfly fairy within. Tang Hao could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment at this unfolding scene. He could distinctly sense that Tang Yuyu's aura was unable to escape the confines of this golden cage. The blue-silver grass, however, seemed increasingly agitated, as if it yearned to shatter this cage and rescue Tang Yuyu. For a moment, Tang Hao thought he heard the mournful wails of the blue-silver grass. "Ain, what troubles you?" "Ain." Tang Hao rushed to the side of the blue-silver grass, gently caressing its vines, utterly bewildered by the situation. "Child, my child, my child, save my child." Tang Hao could only perceive such frantic information from the blue-silver grass. "Ain, do not worry. Our child is safe. Xiao San is in the village and will not be harmed." Tang Hao attempted to soothe the emotionally turbulent blue-silver emperor, but Ain acted contrary to his intentions, pulling Tang Hao's hand with her vines, guiding him towards the golden cage. The vines of the blue-silver grass wound around Tang Hao's wrist, gently binding his fingers to the golden cage. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of information surged into Tang Hao's mind. This was during the time the spirit hall besieged Tang Hao's family, a memory of Tang San's cries from birth fading into silence, followed by the serene existence of Tang San, who, under Tang Hao's care, had managed to survive without complaint, and eventually, as he began to cultivate those peculiar techniques. His heart stirred. Tang Hao, upon witnessing these revelations, found nothing obscure. Rather, it was his profound understanding that led him to raise Tang San in a manner of laissez-faire. It was only today, with Tang San's awakening of his dual martial souls, that he glimpsed the potential for rectifying the sect's grievances and avenging past wrongs, thus slightly altering his demeanor towards Tang San. As a titled Douluo, how could he remain oblivious to Tang San's peculiarities? From a young age, he had always been different from the other children. As a man unaccustomed to nurturing, Tang Hao found Tang San to be exceptionally well-behaved, never crying or causing a fuss. Initially, he suspected that the disturbances caused by the Spirit Hall's pursuit had left Tang San mentally affected due to the aftermath of battle. However, as Tang San matured, Tang Hao could no longer deceive himself. He was acutely aware of the oddities surrounding Tang San's cultivation methods. Consequently, he succumbed to despondency, numbing himself with alcohol, indifferent to Tang San's fate. Yet, after years of cohabitation, even though Tang San occupied the body of his biological son, he had never once expressed discontent, instead showing profound respect for his father. This gradually tempered Tang Hao's previously tumultuous feelings towards Tang San. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Hao opened his eyes and cast a puzzled glance at the blue-silver grass beside him. "Ian, why is it that this child allows us to perceive those past images? And what is this golden cage encasing the martial soul?" He continued, "I haven't mentioned it yet, but today this child awakened her martial soul and could automatically condense a soul ring. Most astonishingly, the blue-silver grass bowed before her. What could be the meaning of this?" At this moment, Tang Hao was resolutely convinced that Tang San could not be his biological son, previously harboring doubts. He had been unwilling to believe, for if it were true, Tang San would have perished long ago. However, with the truth laid bare before him, the scant traces of paternal love he had felt for Tang San began to dissolve. Child. The message conveyed by the blue-silver grass was singular. Yet, after years of companionship, how could Tang Hao not comprehend? "You say this is our child? How could that be? While she possesses the Haotian Hammer as one martial soul, her other martial soul bears no relation to you whatsoever. Although the blue-silver grass exhibits different emotions towards her, she cannot possibly be our child. Not to mention her age is comparable to Tang San's. During your pregnancy and childbirth, I was by your side. You bore only one child, a boy, and this is a girl. She absolutely cannot be our child." Tang Hao, gently stroking the agitated blue-silver grass, meticulously enumerated his reasons to counter his wife's assertions. "This is a child, this is our child." Witnessing the blue-silver emperor's obstinacy, Tang Hao felt a twinge of helplessness. "Ian, do not be overly agitated. This truly is not our child." The blue-silver emperor seemingly undeterred by Tang Hao's disbelief, reached towards the golden cage's crevice, only to be met with an indescribable force that thwarted her advance. In a moment of desperation, the blue-silver emperor severed one of her vines, finally managing to extend it into the golden cage. Iron. This sight deeply pained Tang Hao. The vine of the blue-silver grass reached before Tang Yuyu, sensing a palpable pull and an overwhelming force of destiny emanating from her. As a 10,000-year-old soul beast, even stripped of her powers, Ian understood the significance of this. This is the imperial auspicious beast. This creature represented the auspiciousness of the soul beast clan, and suddenly, the blue-silver grass's vine began to flourish exponentially. Her cultivation began to ascend rapidly. The nurturing power of destiny would accelerate the growth of the soul beasts surrounding the imperial auspicious beast. In mere moments, Ian's cultivation surged to a century, leaving Tang Hao astounded. Only the power of bloodlines could facilitate such rapid growth. Could it be that this truly is the child of both Ian and himself? Tang Hao was rendered speechless, yet his mind involuntarily wandered. Chapter 6. Ian's Resolve. Upon reaching a century of cultivation, Ian's consciousness became even more pronounced. How? Tang Hao sensed the blue-silver emperor's newfound strength, his heart swelling with joy. Ian, your consciousness has grown stronger. It seems you will soon recover your 10,000-year powers and regain your form. How? This is our child. Her body has been occupied by another. The vessel she inhabits is a soul beast body forged from the power of destiny. Ian, leveraging Tang Hao's ignorance of soul beast knowledge, spun a tale. However, as to whether Tang Yuyu truly was their child, perhaps even Ian herself was uncertain. Yet now, the blue-silver emperor understood that Tang Yuyu, as the imperial auspicious beast wielding the power of destiny, must be safeguarded. This was a duty inherent to every soul beast. I understand that our child's body is possessed by another spirit, but how can this girl possibly be our child? Tang Hao was utterly perplexed, yet Ian's insistence began to sway his conviction. After all, there seemed to be no other explanation. The golden cage confined the power of destiny within her. The soul beast clan possessed an exalted being known as the imperial auspicious beast, a ruler of destiny. The emergence of the imperial auspicious beast was said to herald a pivotal change in the fate of the soul beast clan. You are human, and I am a soul beast. I have witnessed more than you. After the foreign spirits seized their son's body, countless atrocities would befall the soul beast clan, with humanity suffering greatly as well. The blue-silver emperor recounted the deeds of Tang San, who had brought ruin upon their clan. Tang Hao was taken aback by this revelation, yet he did not doubt it. After all, the blue-silver emperor had sacrificed herself for him. Such a bond, forged through life and death, was beyond suspicion. However, what connection did this have to the girl being their child? While he desperately wished for their child to be alive, on the surface, there was no way this child could be theirs. Did you not notice? I just mentioned the turning point in the fate of the Soul Beast clan. And this incident arose from our biological child's soul being seized by an external demon. According to the rules of heaven and earth, our child should not exist. However, at this moment, the power of destiny bound our child's soul, coalescing it into a new vessel formed from the collective destiny of the Soul Beast clan, which is why she can automatically condense a soul ring. This golden cage symbolizes the rules of heaven and earth, confining not only the power of destiny, but also our Soul Beast clan, and indeed, our own flesh and blood. Tang Hao listened in stunned silence, but gradually accepted this explanation, for as a non-soul beast, he lacked the knowledge. So it truly is our child, a treasure reborn. Lost and then found, Tang Hao's emotions underwent a transformation. His initial indifference towards Tang Yuyu shifted to a murderous intent, which then softened into paternal affection upon learning of the Haotian Hammer, now tinged with a hint of fondness. Ha! How delightful! Our child yet lives. Ian. I had long suspected that our son was unusually precocious from an early age, and later, his cultivation methods diverged entirely from those of Douluo Continent. I was filled with fear and disappointment, too afraid to share my thoughts with you. I never anticipated such an unexpected surprise. Our child is indeed alive. Saying this, the normally stoic Tang Hao found himself choked with emotion. He had always felt guilty toward his wife. Had it not been for his insistence on taking the blue-silver emperor to the city to find a midwife just before her labor, they would not have been pursued by the Spear Hall. Subsequently, his wife made sacrifices, and the possibility of their son being possessed weighed heavily on him, leading him to drown his sorrows in drink and despair. But now, their original child had been reborn, and astonishingly, it was a daughter. Tang Hao's views on his son had soured, yet the unexpected arrival of a little girl lifted his spirits to new heights. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's fervent demeanor. The blue-silver emperor trembled as it swayed its branches. The legend surrounding the emperor's auspicious beast and its fateful power was indeed true. However, the blue-silver emperor remained uncertain whether the girl before it was truly its offspring. Nevertheless, the blue-silver grass exhibited a distinct sense of allegiance towards her, indicating an 80% probability that the soul of its biological child had reunited with its corporeal form through the force of destiny, regardless of her true lineage. At this moment, she must be regarded as its own. Otherwise, the emperor's auspicious beast, an entity of great allure, could easily be annihilated by others in the human realm without Tang Hao's protection. Not to mention, there was an 80% chance that she was indeed its child. The blue-silver emperor would never allow her to relive the tragedy it had once faced. How? Our child possesses both the bloodline of a soul beast and that of a human. Hence, she is destined to inherit your Haotian Hammer. However, in the future, her soul rings may manifest spontaneously. You must safeguard our child. Do not allow her to endure the same fate I once did. She has been reborn through the power of destiny and lacks the resilience of blue-silver grass, which can endure wildfires and spring anew. The blue-silver emperor's vines entwined gently around Tang Hao's hand, whispering softly in his ear, "Rest assured, Ain, this time I shall protect our child with my life." Yet he mused that his martial soul had quite the concealing capability. Even he had mistakenly believed it to be an angelic mutation. And perhaps the individuals from his spirit hall would make the same misjudgment. Once the child commenced her studies, he would venture to the capital of the Tiando Empire to seek out Yuehua. In the future, no one would ever know that this was our child. I shall remain in the shadows, safeguarding her. The soul of Tang San, which occupies our child's body, shall merely serve as a stepping stone for her. As he uttered the final words, a fierce glint flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. He had always been fiercely protective, especially considering that Tang San had taken over his biological child's body. He had no intention of taking action against Tang San. Yet, as the saying goes, one must face the consequences of their actions. Let that otherworldly soul bear the weight of the fate that rightly belonged to his child. The blue-silver grass rustled in agreement with Tang Hao's decision. "Thank you for your efforts, Ain. We cannot reveal our identities to the child just yet, but I will arrange for her to adopt a new identity on the surface. I wonder if Yuehua will be amenable to this. However, rest assured, our child will only call you mother." Tang Hao gently caressed the branches of the blue-silver grass. With the assistance of destiny's power, the blue-silver emperor swiftly attained 500 years of cultivation and had grown to a height comparable to Tang Hao's. "I have always believed in you, Hao. I trust that you will protect our child." Chapter 7. Tang Hao. This is what you owe her for a lifetime. How did I fall asleep? When Tang Yuyu rose from her bed, she felt an unbearable stiffness in her neck. She distinctly remembered studying her martial soul. How had she suddenly found herself asleep in bed? An incredible hypothesis began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that Tang Air Hammer had visited her? "Yuyu, are you awake? Grandfather has prepared the meal. Hurry out to eat." Old Jack's voice echoed from outside, and only then did she realize that night had fallen. "Oh, coming. At the blacksmith shop in Holy Soul Village, Dad. You're back." Tang San, who was simmering porridge by the stove, beamed as he watched Tang Hao enter with a joyous expression. It was the first time he had seen his father so elated. Could it be due to his awakening of two martial souls? Tang Hao suppressed his smile, observing the Tang San who had been by his side for 6 years. "Little San, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Tang Hao's tone was unusually gentle, filling Tang San with longing and admiration. "Dad, what is it?" Tang San approached his father, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Tang Yuyu is one of our kin. You must protect her well in the future." Tang Hao's voice dipped as he spoke the latter part, clearly filled with guilt for not having found his biological daughter sooner. Yet, Tang San sensed a deeper significance in his father's words. There was a palpable sense of narrative surrounding him. Moreover, the sudden mention of a relative caught him off guard. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, which made him particularly cherish familial bonds. Did he have other relatives besides his father in this life? Why had his father never mentioned it? Furthermore, his father's tone was laden with remorse. Had he done something to wrong this relative? "Dad, what exactly is going on?" Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Tang Hao's eyes subtly glimmered with determination. "Some matters are still too distant for you to grasp. Just know that you must protect Tang Yuyu well. She will be your sister from now on." Tang Hao continued, "If it weren't for our words, she would never have come to this place and might still be living a life of luxury. I will be embarking on a journey soon. She might very well be the biological daughter of your aunt. So you must protect Yuyu. This is what you owe her for a lifetime. Do you understand?" Tang San. sensing his father's seriousness, promptly nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but visualize this newfound cousin and ponder what had transpired for his father to declare that he owed her so much. From Tang Hao's words, he could surmise that their family was hiding here to escape misfortune, while Tang Yuyu had likely been innocently caught up in it all. Seeing Tang San's agreement, Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction. However, a voice incessantly echoed in his heart. This is what you owe my child for a lifetime. You ought to dedicate your life to protecting Yuyu. A fierce light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes, and then he addressed Tang San again. You are still too young. There are some things I cannot share with you yet. In 3 months, you will take your place as a student in the village and report to the New Ding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the first time his father had made plans for his future. Yet, it was not difficult to detect the weight of a story in his father's tone. There must be some deep-seated grievances attached to it. Tang San's resolve hardened instantly. He must grow swiftly to assist his father in the future. Dad, I will definitely protect Tang Yuyu. She will be my sister. Tang San's vow elicited a satisfied smile from Tang Hao. Very well. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the methods of forging. Make sure to learn well. When you arrive at the New Ding City Soul Master Academy, if you find yourself short on funds, seek work at a blacksmith shop. Tang San nodded, brimming with delight. He felt this was the closest he had ever been to his father. It seemed as though their father-son relationship had deepened. Unbeknownst to him, this was all part of Tang Hao's design, for he intended for Tang San to become a tool for his vengeance in the future. As night descended, Tang Yu sat at the edge of her bed, unable to sleep, as she awaited Tang Hao's arrival. Perhaps he had noticed her displaying the Haotian Hammer earlier that day. No wonder she had felt a lingering gaze upon her since the awakening of her martial soul. It must have been then that Tang Hao had set his sights on her. I'm so tired. Will he come or not? Feeling drowsy just then, a deep voice resounded behind her. Did you know I would come? Such a clever child. Tang Hao's stern visage softened into a tender smile. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Yuyu immediately turned to face him. It's really you. Why did you knock me out earlier? The moment Tang Yu laid eyes on Tang Hao, a chill ran down her spine. If he had wished to harm her, he could have easily done so without her knowledge. Yet, seeing Tang Hao's gentle expression now, she felt a sense of ease, as if she could converse with him without fear. It was merely to verify a certain matter. I apologize for proceeding without your prior consent. Tang Yuyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Tang Hao to take the initiative to apologize to her. And no, it's fine. But what are you trying to verify? As she spoke, there was an evident lack of confidence in her tone. She suspected that Tang Hao was attempting to validate his Haotian Hammer. However, seeing his currently gentle expression, it seemed he had succeeded in his verification. Though her assumption was incorrect, the outcome bore a striking resemblance. Tang Hao looked at the calm and composed Tang Yuyu, who was unflinching in the face of danger, and felt immense satisfaction. Good child, the second martial soul you awakened is the same as mine. We're the closest blood relatives in the world. As he spoke, Tang Hao released the Haotian Hammer in his hand, its terrifying pressure causing Tang Yuyu to feel a tinge of fear. In imitation, she summoned her replicated Haotian Hammer to compare it with Tang Hao's. Perhaps due to her current edition of a soul ring, she could effortlessly control the Haotian Hammer, albeit only for a brief period. It truly looks identical, Tang Yuyu exclaimed, gazing enviously at the soul rings adorning the Haotian Hammer. Tang Hao retracted the Haotian Hammer, joyfully lifting Tang Yuyu by pinching her underarms. This was the first time he had embraced his daughter. We are family. Now you must believe it, little girl. If it weren't for a sudden accident years ago that impacted our family, you wouldn't have ended up in this place. Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with guilt and tenderness, which Tang Yu noticed clearly. Initially wanting to squirm away from his embrace, she suddenly pondered whether Tang Hao might mistakenly think she was a child of the Haotian clan. Not that it would be a problem. At least leaving the novice village, Tang Hao, as her bodyguard, was quite nice. Chapter 8. Raising sons poorly, daughters richly. Tang Yuyu quietly rested her head on Tang Hao's shoulder. You say we are the same bloodline. What should I call you? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao instantly stiffened. But observing the curiosity on his daughter's face, he could only respond with a wry smile. You shall call me uncle from now on. Uncle? Tang Hao's sister must be Tang Yuehua, right? How did it become that he was now a child of Tang Yuehua? Tang Yuyu felt as if several crows were flying around her head. This was utterly unreliable. Could it be that Tang Yuehua truly had a child who went missing during the Martial Soul Hall's siege on the Haotian clan? If that were the case, how could her Haotian Hammer be a replication of something belonging to Tang Yuehua? However, this also meant she now had a protective umbrella, and Tang Yuyu, without thinking, promptly called out to Tang Hao uncle. This utterance caused Tang Hao to tremble. All these things are given to you by your uncle. Soon, you will be attending the Primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. You will go as a self-funded student, and these gold soul coins should suffice. The work-study position can be given to Xiao-san. Really? Is that so? She remembered that the work-study dormitory was merely a large common room. With the smell one could only imagine. Being able to have a private room, or share with a few others would undoubtedly be preferable. The work-study dormitory with 50 people was simply unbearable. Thank you, uncle. Tang Yu beamed at the sight of a bag brimming with soul coins and a beautiful blue-silver bracelet. What is this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. She speculated that it might be a storage soul tool, yet remained uncertain. This is a storage soul tool. Your mother used it before, and now it is passed on to you. It contains some coins and perhaps other items. I cannot say for sure, but you must be able to open it. This bracelet, a specially crafted storage soul tool by the Blue-Silver Emperor, bore the Emperor's seal. It would be challenging to open for anyone without blue-silver blood. This was also Tang Hao's subtle test. While I did not doubt what Ian had said, it was merely a legend. And what if her assumptions were incorrect? Thankfully, he had this small artifact left by the Blue-Silver Emperor. If even he, a titled Douluo, could not forcibly open the storage soul tool, then if Tang Yu could, it would undoubtedly confirm her as the child of him and Ian, his own flesh and blood. There truly is a layer of sealing. Tang Yu felt a barrier as she channeled her soul power, then utilized the metallic zinc from her first martial soul to directly unlock the storage soul tool. After all, she had designed this fairy image as a guardian of the DouluoDalu royal family, possessing the powers of time and destiny. Her fairy attire transformed into a doll, accompanied by a layer of sealing magic from the Golden Prince. Regardless, the soul tool was made from metal elements, and for her, opening it was a piece of cake. However, in Tang Hao's eyes, it was astonishing that Tang Yu managed to open a storage soul tool that required blue-silver emperor bloodline to access. This left no doubt that she was indeed his biological daughter. It was worth noting that even Tang-san could not open this item. Wow, there is so much money inside. Tang Yu was ecstatic. Initially thinking that Tang Hao had given her a substantial amount, she was astounded by the quantity. What is this? Tang Yu's eyes sparkled as she beheld the glimmering treasure, leaving Tang Hao smiling indulgently. How wonderful it was. Their child was still alive, and Ain would soon regain her human form. Their family would soon be reunited. Tang Yu pulled out a sparkling object from the soul tool and inquired, Uncle, what is this? Tang Hao, who had previously worn a look of fondness, now bore an expression of shock. What? How could there be a soul bone in a yin's bracelet? But recalling that the Blue-Silver Emperor was a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao calmed down, realizing that the soul bone before him was merely at the 30,000-year level. This must be something your mother left for you. Although these items are precious, they may not suit you, so do not hastily fuse with the soul bone. If you find a suitable one, let me know first, and I will examine it. Only after I approve should you fuse with it, for once fused, it cannot be removed from your body. So it's a soul bone. There are several more in this bracelet soul tool. Tang Yu nodded obediently, yet a question arose in her mind. The blue-silver bracelet, something left by her mother? And now she was to call him uncle? What on earth? Nonetheless, Tang Yu was certain that Tang Hao had conjured up some narrative, mistaking her for the daughter of him and the Blue-Silver Emperor. Given that Tang Hao had been by her side throughout the day, he should have realized that she could condense soul rings, right? Thus, Tang Yu was aware and smiled even sweeter, deciding to play along. It was not such a bad thing. This way, Tang Hao would have no choice but to refrain from harming her to obtain her rings or bones, as she was his beloved daughter. Conversely, he would likely shield her from calamities once she revealed her ability to condense soul rings. This was splendid. Tang Yu felt content. Thank you, uncle. As a gesture of Tang Hao's protection, should she inform him in advance about the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye for the Blue-Silver Emperor to grow sooner? However, it needed to be at the right moment. She decided to wait and see, as mentioning it recklessly would only arouse suspicion. After all, she should not be aware of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Well, it's getting late. Let us hurry to sleep. If children stay up late, they want to grow tall. The latter part of his statement seemed to be a gentle coaxing for Tang Yu to sleep, surprising her that the Haotian Hammer could exhibit such tenderness. Tang Yu collected all her possessions and nodded to the storage soul tool. Uncle, can I use these gold soul coins you gave me for Grandpa? If it weren't for Grandpa Jack bringing me back, I would probably have perished by now. At the mention of death, Tang Hao's pupils constricted. Of course you can. Tang Hao nodded in agreement and then vanished from the room, fearing that his prolonged presence would expose him. Unbeknownst to him, his attempts at concealment were futile against Tang Yu, the harbinger of their narrative. As Tang Yu lay quietly on the bed, gazing at the empty room, she refrained from speaking further, anxious that Tang Hao might be lurking in the shadows, observing her. In truth, he was indeed watching. He departed only after witnessing her drift into sleep, the soft sounds of her breathing marking his exit. From that night onward, his attitude towards old Jack began to shift. Previously, when old Jack had assisted Tang San, Tang Hao had harbored a sense of annoyance, wishing to abandon Tang San to his fate. To elaborate, he had secretly hoped that Tang San would perish from starvation. However, old Jack's unexpected intervention filled him with disdain, for it was his own flesh and blood, and he could not bring himself to extinguish Tang San's life. Yet now, one could argue that old Jack had performed a commendable act by raising his child, albeit one that was half his age, which irked Tang Hao somewhat. Chapter 9. Tang Hao. Tang San will compensate for a sect. Ayin, I have arrived. Tang Hao gazed at the blue-silver emperor, now grown to his height, his heart swelling with comfort. The moment he arrived, the blue-silver grass eagerly entwined around him, resembling a devoted wife rushing to her husband. Ayin, she truly is our biological daughter. This evening, Tang Hao was overwhelmed with excitement, even more so than when Ayin had revealed that Tang Yu was their child, for now he had witnessed it with his own eyes, rather than relying on Ayin's words. The blue-silver emperor was somewhat at a loss as Tang Hao exuberantly expressed his joy, unsure of how to respond to his enthusiasm, and could only run to share this news with her. You remember that bracelet that required the blue-silver bloodline to activate? I gave it to Yu tonight, and do you know what? The moment I handed it to her, she activated it. You were right. She is indeed our child. Her soul reconstituted by the power of destiny. What an astonishing ability. Tang Hao wrapped his arms around the massive blue-silver vines, as if embracing his wife. Ah, our child. The blue-silver emperor was taken aback by the revelation, her excitement escalating. Initially, she had merely speculated in hopes of gaining Tang Hao's protection for the child. After all, the possessor of the power of destiny was the imperial beast, and she was surely the future hope of the Soul Beast clan. While she was 80% certain, there remained a sliver of doubt. Yet now Tang Hao had presented undeniable evidence, igniting her exhilaration. Indeed, our child, she lives. We must express our gratitude to old Jack. Had he not brought Yu back and cared for her, we might never have met her or known she was alive. Tang Hao felt a genuine gratitude towards old Jack that colored his words with respect. The power of destiny within Yu will expedite your cultivation. Once she begins her studies at the Nodding City Academy, let her keep you by her side. Before long, we shall be reunited as a family. In due time, I must make a trip to the capital of the Tiando Empire to seek out Yuehua. Merely my protection will not suffice. The sect must safeguard her. For my son is none other than Tang San, and Yu bears no relation to me. This is a debt the sect owes our family. At a critical moment, they failed to protect us. Although the sect too suffered repercussions due to our plight, Tang San will make amends. Tang San, that's right. As Tang Hao uttered these words, the blue-silver emperor rustled her leaves, evidently approving of this decision. As a soul beast, she found it difficult to comprehend why the Haotian sect did not protect Tang Hao when they were discovered by the Spear Hall. Yet later, when Qian Xuanji was slain by Tang Hao, the Haotian sect was implicated. Nevertheless, this matter concerning Tang Yu had no bearing on Tang San. Thus, Tang Yu rightfully deserved the sect's protection. I apologize for putting you through this, Ayin. Soon, we shall be reunited as a family of three. Just a little longer. Tang Hao gently caressed the leaves of the blue-silver emperor, filled with anticipation. The blue-silver emperor's soul guide bracelet could accommodate living beings. So Tang Hao had no concerns regarding how Yu would carry her. Ah, I await the day of our reunion. Is this Nodding City? Tang Yu marveled at her surroundings. Filled with uncontainable joy, her first venture beyond the village was indeed a feast for her eyes. Tang San's attitude towards Tang Yu had markedly transformed due to Tang Hao's words. Although their relationship had not grown significantly closer, at the very least, they could now mutually trust one another. In truth, Tang San longed to draw closer to Tang Yu, yet she remained somewhat aloof. After all, the memories of their past lingered. Tang San had previously adopted an aloof demeanor, ignoring Tang Yu, and now he was reaping the consequences. He was aware of this, but felt helpless, attributing her behavior to childishness. Yet, being her blood relative, he still held her in high regard. Yu, watch where you're going. This was not the first time Tang San had reminded her, as he observed her inattentiveness to the path ahead. Old Jack, too, sensed the shift in the relationship between the two children, watching with a cheerful demeanor and remaining silent. What do you know? I'm not blind. Tang Yuyu dismissed Tang San with a disdainful face, causing him to pause, watching as she, fearing retribution for her antics, scampered away. Is this what it feels like to have family? Especially a sister. It felt distinctly different from the bond with her father. Tang San felt a stir within him. He had previously refrained from playing with children his age in Holy Soul Village due to his advanced mental maturity, yet this girl before him was his blood sister. No matter the circumstance, Tang San could not utter a word of rejection. Nonetheless, her vibrant emotions brought him joy, and he silently vowed to fulfill his father's charge, to protect Tang Yuyu at all costs. In truth, this was merely a lens of perception that Tang San had placed upon Tang Yuyu, for he had always adhered to a principle of favoring kin over reason. Essentially, he was a pitiable soul craving affection. Otherwise, why would he be so oblivious to Tang Hao's neglect over the years? Only to comply with his every word when he finally spoke? When Tang Yuyu first arrived at Holy Soul Village, she had aimed to cling to Tang San, hoping to leave a vivid mark on his otherwise dreary childhood, especially since she had yet to awaken her martial soul. Who knew that later, when Tang San became a deity, she could reap some benefits. As it turned out, without the filter of blood ties and the captivating talents that ensnared Tang San's attention, such as the Shrek Seven Devils, Tang Yuyu found herself unable to penetrate his defenses. Oh dear, the consequence of not watching where one is going is a collision. Tang Yuyu clutched her head, glancing up at the individual she had bumped into, ready to apologize. What a clumsy oaf, walking with eyes closed. I was standing here perfectly well, and you had to bump into me. Are you looking for trouble? Tang San rushed forward upon seeing Tang Yuyu hurt, helping her to her feet. Yuyu, are you alright? Does it hurt? One must admit, the preferential treatment stemming from blood ties is indeed remarkable. Tang San exhibited a double standard, yet when it came to his kin, it was wholly justified. I'm fine. Tang Yuyu answered timidly, slightly shrinking back, feeling a twinge of guilt for having collided with the doorman. The doorman was merely standing there, and she had bumped into him. It must have been uncomfortable for him. In Tang San's eyes, the doorman's voice had startled Tang Yuyu, causing her fright. At that moment, the somewhat unsteady old Jack finally approached the two. Apologies, young sir, my granddaughter did not mean any harm. Considering her tender age, I implore you to show her some leniency. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 10. Tang San, you have already chosen the path to demise. We are here to pursue our education. This is my granddaughter along with a child from our village who has awakened their soul power. Behold, this is the certificate of soul power awakening from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper, somewhat appeased by old Jack's apologies, felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet, his furrowed brow remained, as he merely sought to extract some benefit from the situation. He pretentiously examined the certificate from the Spirit Hall. Innate full soul power of blue silvergrass. He found it hard to believe. Glancing at the two children, he noted that the girl was remarkably exquisite, not resembling a commoner's child, but rather akin to a noble young lady. In stark contrast, the other boy appeared rather unremarkable, though not unattractive. He paled in comparison to the girl beside him. You lot, dressed in tattered rags like a band of beggars, think you possess innate full soul power? With a martial soul of blue silvergrass, do you think you can fool me? The gatekeeper's tone turned increasingly menacing as he surveyed the three, concluding that they were unlikely to yield any profit. Begone! Return whence you came. Old Jack was pushed back by the gatekeeper in front of the children. But Tang San, with keen eyes, quickly caught him. A flicker of anger crossed Tang San's gaze as he discreetly adjusted his arm, preparing to unleash the silent hidden darts, fruits of his labor over the past months. This man has already chosen the path to his own destruction. Tang Yuyu was equally incensed. Are you lacking in intelligence, or do you consider yourself clever? Who would dare to forge a certificate from the Spirit Hall? Regardless of whether his blue-silver grass martial soul possesses innate full soul power as a gatekeeper of a soul master academy, how can you not understand that those coming here are future soul masters? Offending a future soul master, you must have a death wish. As she spoke, a wave of soul power emanated from Tang Yuyu. Upon manifesting her sacred humanoid beast martial soul, she sprouted a pair of elfin ears and 6 butterfly wings from her back. Simultaneously, a yellow soul ring floated around her. A soul master, a century-old soul ring at that. The gatekeeper trembled as if struck by a gale, hastily kneeling to apologize to old Jack and the others. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I was blind and offended the esteemed young lady soul master. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. Old Jack, upon witnessing the soul ring on his granddaughter, blinked in astonishment, confirming he wasn't mistaken, yet he refrained from asking further questions. Very well, as long as San and Yu are well. For the first time, Tang Yu confronted the privileges bestowed by the disparity in ranks. The Douluo Continent truly is a world where status reigns supreme. As long as one possesses high soul power and exceptional martial soul quality, even a sovereign would treat you as an honored guest. Halt! What do you think you are doing? A deep male voice echoed from a distance, causing Tang Yu to furrow her brow. It was none other than the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang, whom she despised. Old Jack explained the earlier incident, and Yu Xiaojiang sincerely apologized to him before leading Tang San and the others into the Nodding City Junior Academy. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fixated on Tang Yu first. He had already noticed the century-old soul ring hovering around her. Undoubtedly, she was a child with innate full soul power. However, upon seeing Tang San's soul power awakening certificate, he was rendered speechless. Blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. Yu Xiaojiang cast a knowing glance at Tang San, his eyes filled with profound intent. The determination in his gaze was so blatant that even Tang Yu could see it clearly. She was not fond of such overt scrutiny and believed that if she could sense it, Tang San, who had cultivated some external techniques, would undoubtedly be aware as well. Yet, Tang San seemed oblivious to the master's peculiar gaze. Unless one noticed his right hand subtly shifting, one might truly think he remained unfazed. That was precisely where Tang San concealed his silent hidden darts. What a clever lad, attempting to take a life upon their first meeting. However, Yu Xiaojiang was indeed deserving of disdain, yet it wouldn't do for Tang San to eliminate him in such a public setting. Ahem, Tang San, noticing Tang Yu cough, inquired with concern, "What is the matter, Yu? I'm fine, just eager to complete the registration quickly. This teacher is moving too slowly." Tang Yu feigned a whisper to Tang San, but the volume was clear enough for Yu Xiaojiang, a grand soul master, to hear. His face stiffened with a hint of helplessness, yet with Tang Yu present, he couldn't reveal his dual martial soul secret to Tang San. It appeared he would have to find another opportunity. With that thought, Yu Xiaojiang swiftly led the two to the director's office for registration. Once they finished, Tang San escorted Tang Yu to the self-financed dormitory, dutifully making her bed and ensuring everything was in order before departing for the fabled 7th dormitory. "Tang San, I must tell you, that master is definitely eyeing you. You must be cautious." During the registration, Tang Yu had overheard Director Su and others mentioning that the master had trained for decades and had only recently reached the level of Grand Soul Master. Given Tang San's diligent assistance, she felt compelled to warn him. Tang San's heart swelled with warmth. To him, Tang Yu was a prideful yet endearing character. Such minor flaws only added to her charm in his eyes. The more time he spent with her, the more he cherished this bond, as she became the most significant person in his life aside from his father. In such a short period, her influence on him was evident. "You just Good intentions often go unrewarded. You should steer clear of that scheming fellow to avoid being deceived. Martial soul cultivation leaves no room for error. No one wishes to pay for another's mistakes. You should go to the 7th dormitory alone. I will not accompany you." Tang Yu huffed with a playful pout before turning to exit the academy. Tang San helplessly rubbed his forehead. He truly struggled with conversing with girls. "Yu, where are you going? Don't wander too far while buying food. I'll drop my things at the dorm first and come to find you." The only response he received was the sight of Tang Yu's retreating figure. With a sigh, Tang San swiftly employed his ghost shadow perplexing track and hurried to his designated dormitory. Little did he anticipate that he would soon be unable to extricate himself from the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had arrived at a local cotton shop outside the Nodding City Junior Academy. "I'm being kind by buying you a blanket, as a reward for your diligent efforts on my behalf." Who is this? Those shoes are so pink." As she clutched a blanket that obscured her view, Tang Yu looked down to find someone blocking her path. "Hello, could you please tell me how to get to the Nodding City Junior Academy?" The sweet, melodic voice was like candy. Chapter 11, A Touch of Little Dance. Observing the young human child before her, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes. She sensed a faint trace of soul beast aura emanating from the child. One so subtle that she would not have detected it had she not transformed from 100,000-year soul beast. This was the very reason she approached to strike up a conversation. Her curiosity piqued. Why don't you follow me? I'm also a new student at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy." Tang Yu had already deduced the identity of the person before her. Although she could only see their shoes, the pink footwear could only belong to Xiao Wu. "All right, thank you." Xiao Wu's curiosity and fondness for the young human child before her grew immensely. Although perplexed, the remarkable affinity for spirit beasts exhibited by humans certainly brings a sense of comfort to the beasts. Are you a work-study student or a self-funded student? I'm a work-study student. The two of them began to meander through various topics as they walked along. It was only upon opening the door to Dormitory 7 that they discovered that Tang San had gotten into a scuffle with someone. The battle swiftly concluded with Wang Sheng as the loser. Oh, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, only to feel his heart warm upon seeing Tang Yuyu, who was clutching a blanket to shield her face. What a contradictory little girl. He had thought she was out to buy food, only to find out she had bought a blanket for him instead. Their father had not anticipated this. Yet the thought of his father brought a sweet sensation to Tang San's heart, especially since Tang Hao had given him 2 golden soul coins before he left. He was astonished that their modest household could manage to save up so much for his education, despite his father's seemingly unreliable demeanor. There was no doubt that he cared deeply for him. Where's your bed? My arms are about to fall off. Can't you be a bit more observant? Tang Yuyu's voice, half complaining and half pouting, emerged from behind the blanket. Xiao Wu observed Tang San with curiosity, sensing that the bond between these 2 human youngsters was something extraordinary. Let me have it. I'll carry it. Thank you for your hard work, Yuyu. As Tang San took the blanket, he also reached out to gently pat his sister's head. The girl's soft hair felt as smooth as silk against his fingertips. Huh? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, not expecting them to be bringing a blanket to school. De Ming and the others hadn't mentioned anything about needing to bring bedding. Wang Sheng and the others were uncertain about the situation. They had initially thought to urge Tang San to confront the 2 girls, yet it appeared that he was quite familiar with the girl who had entered with the blanket. Well, that makes her one of us. Hello there. I am Xiao Wu. As in the dance character, from now on, we shall be classmates. Since no one acknowledged her presence, Xiao Wu felt compelled to speak up. After uttering those words, her gaze shifted to Tang Yuyu, clearly eager to learn her name. Only when Tang San had taken possession of the blanket did Tang Yuyu have the opportunity to observe Xiao Wu closely. She is quite adorable. This was Tang Yuyu's first impression of Xiao Wu. I am Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was older than all the other children present, and he felt a bit shy upon seeing the cute Xiao Wu. However, just as he finished introducing himself, he noticed that Xiao Wu's attention was fixated on Tang Yuyu. Xiao Wu nodded at Wang Sheng, not appearing rude for not focusing on him. Wang Sheng, taken aback, awkwardly scratched his head in embarrassment. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Tang Yuyu. After placing the blanket down, Tang San promptly introduced himself and Tang Yuyu. Having spent 3 months with Tang Yuyu, he had grown familiar with her temperament, and he sensed she might be sulking. A twinge of guilt washed over him, realizing he had wasted time battling Wang Sheng. Had he caught up with Tang Yuyu sooner, she might not have been upset, aware that Tang Yuyu would not initiate conversation while in a mood. He spoke on her behalf. Tang Yuyu, are you 2 siblings? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and Tang Yuyu with confusion, unable to reconcile their apparent lack of resemblance. Even Wang Sheng and the others were taken aback, despite Tang Yuyu's humble attire. Her commanding presence upon entering and her authoritative demeanor towards Tang San suggested she had the temperament of a spoiled young lady. It was astonishing that such drastically different individuals were not related by blood. Tang San, who possessed an ordinary appearance, contrasted greatly with his sister, who was a beauty in the making. Although Tang Yuyu was still young and her features had yet to fully develop, her delicate features were striking, resembling a porcelain doll. We are cousins. Yuyu is the daughter of my aunt. Tang San, noticing the curious expressions on their faces, realized they had misunderstood their relationship, yet he felt somewhat helpless, given the stark contrast in their appearances. Truth be told, he had no idea what his aunt looked like. His father had mentioned he might have other relatives. However, regardless of how many relatives he had, his father's sister was the most important to him. Oh, so she's our big brother's sister. Then she will be our sister from now on, Wang Sheng exclaimed in realization. Since they were cousins, there was no question about it. He had previously wondered how siblings could be so different in appearance, leading him to suspect one might not be biological. Xiao Wu tossed a small package she had brought onto an empty bed. There are no more beds available here. Where will you sleep? Yuyu? Xiao Wu, quite familiar, directly used Tang Yuyu's nickname. I want to be sleeping here. I am a self-funded student, not a work-study student. However, the academy has recognized my talent and has graciously reduced my tuition fees. Tang Yuyu waved her hand in resignation. With her formidable beast martial spirit and innate full soul power, she would surely be favored at any Soul Master Academy. Reduced tuition fees? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If you possess innate full soul power, perhaps you could also have your tuition waived. Although Tang Yuyu was aware that Xiao Wu had innate full soul power, she could not reveal this knowledge outright, and instead feigned ignorance while responding to Xiao Wu. Really? Then I must have innate full soul power every day. Does that mean I won't have to pay tuition anymore? Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on her feet. Tang Xin rolled his eyes in exasperation and promptly shattered Xiao Wu's daydream. Being a work-study student is essentially equivalent to having your tuition waived. But you'll have to work to offset your debt. Xiao Wu let out a playful huff, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xin before turning her attention back to Tang Yuyu, eager to discuss the tuition reduction further. Yuyu, if I apply to the academy as principal, can I live with you? I really don't want to stay with this bunch of boys. This dormitory smells terrible. As Xiao Wu spoke, she waved her hand beneath her nose. Indeed, the dormitory did have a pungent odor. This made Wang Sheng and the others feel quite embarrassed. And even Tang San, reacting to Xiao Wu's gesture, wrinkled his nose, his eyes twitching. The smell was truly unbearable. The combination of the restroom and the stench of socks was overwhelming. Just inhaling it made him feel nauseous, no matter how messy his home with Tang Hao was. He always kept it clean, never allowing such bizarre odors to permeate. At worst, it would just be the lingering scent of cheap liquor from Tang Hao. Chapter 12. Why are you still apprenticing under that useless master? If you're going to live with me, that should be fine. After all, I'm alone. Why don't you come stay with me? It's rather dull living alone. However, this was contingent upon your talent passing muster with the principal. Only then would he likely agree, Tang Yuyu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great. I possess innate full soul power. The principal will surely agree. From today onwards, you are my dear sister. Xiao will look out for you from now on. Tang Yuyu twitched her lips, subtly withdrawing her hand from Xiao Wu's embrace. The notorious reputation of the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit was indeed well-deserved, always taking advantage of others. She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and did not appreciate others touching her. Of course, hair-petting was an exception, as only physical contact counted. Otherwise, she had lost count of how many times she had threatened Tang San and Tang Hao for their hands. All right then, let us go. We should first consult the principal. Tang San, I'm leaving. Call me when it's time for dinner. Tang Yuyu announced to Tang San, strutting out of dormitory 7 like a proud rooster. Tang San smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Sometimes, when Tang Yuyu acted so boisterously, she resembled a frizzy kitten whose tail had been stepped on, utterly adorable. The term bluster suited her well. She was always loud but had little substance. Those who did not know her often assumed Tang Yuyu had a terrible temper, like a spoiled little girl. In reality, she was just a proud tsundere. Tang Yuyu was completely unaware that during her brief absence, Tang San had already taken a master as his teacher. You've chosen the very master who enrolled us? Are you out of your mind? I've warned you repeatedly. He is nothing but a swindler. Tang Yuyu glared at Tang San with a face full of indignation, while Xiao Wu stood by, nervously fidgeting, hesitant to intervene. When Tang Yuyu became angry, her aura shifted dramatically. The previously delicate porcelain doll suddenly bore a fierce expression, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction towards Tang San. Tang San, feeling a bit uneasy, had not anticipated such a strong reaction from his sister. Yuyu, the master does have his merits, he attempted to reason. I refuse to listen. I've warned you time and again to be wary of him. He surely harbors ulterior motives. Even Director Su has stated that he is nothing but a fraud within the academy. Can the teachers at the school possibly be mistaken? The person Tang Yuyu despised the most was Yu Xiaojiang. As a girl who had traversed from the modern world into the Douluo Continent, she could tolerate Tang San's flaws, but she would never agree to reconcile with that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. While Tang San's actions in the second and third seasons were undoubtedly self-serving, at least he was a refined egoist. In contrast, Yu Xiaojiang possessed neither looks nor strength nor talent, yet he managed to captivate 2 top-tier female soul masters, leaving them utterly infatuated. Moreover, he exhibited irresponsible, scoundrel-like behavior, refusing to acknowledge, accept, or reject his actions. Liu Erlong waited for him for decades, while Bibi Dong endured great discomfort to ensure his safety, even giving birth to Qian Rinxue under duress. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang was the root cause of the calamity in the first season. Without him, Bibi Dong wouldn't have faced such a tragic fate, nor would there have been any desire to drag the entire continent down with the Spirit Hall due to the influence of the Rakshasa god's intent. Seeing Tang Yuyu's intense reaction, Xiao Wu undoubtedly sided with her, despite not fully understanding the reason behind their quarrel. Tang San, what on earth did you do? Yuyu is furious, which surely indicates that you've done something wrong. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, then moved beside Tang Yuyu to gently pat her back in an attempt to soothe her. Tang San, at a loss for how to explain himself to Tang Yuyu, stood there helplessly as his sister vented her frustrations. The knowledge of soul beasts available to a common soul master was severely limited, and Tang San's unique martial spirit and innate talent, coupled with his mysterious background, destined him to remain outside the influence of major factions that could provide the necessary resources for his development. Although Yu Xiaojiang was not of high moral character, he possessed a vast repository of knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul masters, rivaled only by the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As a novice, Tang Sen knew little about martial soul cultivation, leaving him no choice but to use Yu Xiaojiang as a stepping stone. During their enrollment that morning, Tang Sen had noticed the glint of ambition in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. However, he was indifferent to the notion of becoming renowned across the continent, nor did he care about the title of theoretical master. Yu Xiaojiang was exploiting Tang San, but Tang San was, in turn, using Yu Xiaojiang as a launchpad. These thoughts, however, were not something Tang San could share with his sister, fearing it would lead her to perceive him as overly scheming. Although Tang Yuyu was somewhat more astute than the average child, she could still act childishly at times. Tang Sen wished to shield her from his true thoughts, for in his heart, aside from their father, his sister was the most important person to him. He cherished their familial bond deeply and was cautious of saying anything that might provoke her disdain. I'm done with you. Xiao Wu, let us go. I refuse to speak to this insufferable guy any longer. Though she did not voice the final remark, Tang Yuyu did not genuinely wish to sever ties with Tang San. As a sheltered girl from the 21st century, she had been raised with care, and during this time, she had subtly aligned herself with Tang San, as she intended to have him serve her in the future. Tang Yuyu was adept at feigning emotion, and the old-fashioned male in this martial arts world could not detect her performance. Her current disregard stemmed from her awareness of Tang San's shifting attitude towards her, emboldening her to act out. She was not truly single-minded. After their quarrel, she reflected and understood clearly that without Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor, Tang San would learn only superficial knowledge about soul beasts at the academy. Thus, despite Yu Xiaojiang's flawed character, he was the best option at this juncture. Tang Yu felt quite helpless. Knowing that Tang San would eventually become a god, she did not wish to oppose him outright, especially since she had no chance of competing with him given her own advantages. Therefore, in light of Tang Hao's goodwill, she reciprocated Tang San's gesture. Her earlier anger had sprung from an immediate reaction upon hearing the news of Tang San's apprenticeship with Yu Xiaojiang, realizing that she would frequently encounter him in the future. Thus, she had lashed out at Tang San in frustration, but now she found herself unable to simply back down. So she opted to feign a spoiled princess's temper and allow a few days to pass before reconciling. With a plan in mind, Tang Yuyu calmly took Xiao Wu by the hand and left. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu's suspicion. Is she a soul beast? Yuyu, what exactly did Tang San do? Why are you so upset? Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, glancing at the girl beside her. It unfolded like this. When we enrolled this morning, we encountered a master, and I immediately sensed his ulterior motives. I warned Tang San to be cautious of that master, as he surely harbored ill intentions. Later, when I went to report to Director Su, I heard him and others say that this master is nothing but a fraud, living off others. I can't believe Tang San actually took his nonsense seriously and chose him as a teacher. It infuriates me. I'll definitely tell Tang San's father and have him give Tang San a good lesson. I only want what's best for him. Yet he doesn't listen at all. And what kind of attitude is that? He doesn't even apologize to me. In truth, the fire of anger within Tang Yuyu had dissipated entirely, but for the sake of her image, she had to maintain a facade of fury. Moreover, from Tang San's choice to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang, she gleaned an important lesson. Even if she drew closer to Tang San, she could not alter the course of his life. Thus, despite appearing normal, Tang San was still destined to become a double-standard individual in his future growth trajectory. A prime example was Huayu Hao, who was a vessel for the continent's fate, yet Tang San had him entirely under his thumb, reducing him to a mere sycophant for his daughter, contributing nothing tangible to the continent's development. The Soul Spirit Tower had even been launched without a proper system in place, leading to the widespread slaughter of soul beasts, while Huayu Hao had already ascended to the Divine Realm to pursue his beloved. Although Tang Yuyu did not hold a firm stance, she felt that such actions were fundamentally wrong. Having benefited from the fate of the plane, one should bear responsibility. Thus, at that moment, she resolved to maintain a degree of distance from Tang San, ensuring that no matter how close they appeared on the surface, she would always erect a high wall in her heart to guard against him. After all, he was someone who had once stolen secrets from a sect in his previous life, and such behavior was difficult to condone. even if he was labeled a talented individual who had been overlooked as an outer disciple. Oh, now I understand. From your perspective, it seems Tang San is quite ungrateful. You warned him in advance, yet he still fell for it. It's truly maddening. You should just ignore him from now on. Xiao Wu shook her head, her braids swaying as she spoke. Why does this atmosphere feel so familiar? The aroma emanating from Tang Yuyu was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of that of a transformed spirit beast. Yet, upon further contemplation, the scent seemed to dissipate. Xiao Wu couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Tang Yuyu was also a century-old soul beast in human form? Tang San had claimed they were siblings. Could it be that she had misinterpreted her feelings? Filled with uncertainty, Xiao Wu hesitated to inquire directly, as their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Moreover, how could one broach such a delicate subject without risking exposure, should Tang Yu not be what she suspected? Setting aside her disquiet, she resolved to return to her dormitory. I reside in a single room. From now on, we'll share a bed. Tang Yuyu exclaimed as she guided Xiao Wu into her lavish single accommodation. Though she detested the communal living of 50 individuals, she yearned for the camaraderie that their shared space would provide. Just the two of them was perfectly sufficient. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Was it truly a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years? His intent for Tang Yuyu to attend school as a self-funded student was to shield her from prying eyes. Although this secluded place was unlikely to harbor any soul Douluos or titled Douluos. Furthermore, Tang Yuyu's aura was remarkably discreet. One of her kind would scarcely perceive it. Now, however, variables had emerged, and he hoped this rabbit would not prove unwise. Tang Hao was unconcerned about any ill intentions the rabbit might harbor towards his daughter. Rather, his anxiety stemmed from the possibility that the foolish creature might inadvertently reveal to Tang Yuyu her true identity as a soul beast. Fearing she would be unable to bear the weight of such knowledge. Raising a son and a daughter were fundamentally different endeavors, especially when it came to his beloved daughter. Tang Hao wished to cradle her in his hands, shielding her from the slightest harm. For her safety, the insidious schemes of the Tang sect's second elder, Tang Akui, against the Haotian sect were particularly troubling. As for Tang San's decision to apprentice under the master, Tang Hao held no strong opinions. After all, the theoretical knowledge the master possessed was a significant resource at this stage, and both Tang San and Tang Yuyu were merely wandering disciples of the Haotian sect, unable to receive systematic training. Perhaps by studying under Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Yuyu's martial soul could benefit from enhanced soul rings in the future. Of course, the most crucial factor was that both children possessed twin martial souls. Tang Hao was not ignorant of the intricate relationship between Bibi Dong, who held the secrets of cultivating twin martial souls, and Yu Xiaojiang. Years ago, he had merely heard whispers of a seemingly worthless soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who had managed to enchant the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Upon learning of this, Tang Hao had been taken aback, unable to fathom how such disparate individuals could be linked. Returning to the present, Tang Hao reclined against a tree, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once his daughter was settled, he would send his wife to her, with the boon of destiny. A Yin's cultivation would accelerate. In less than a decade, their family would be reunited. Wow, this is incredibly luxurious. Thank goodness you told me. Or I would have been stuck in that dormitory with 50 people. Xiao Wu marveled at the opulence of a single room. While it may not have been the pinnacle of luxury, it was leagues above the communal quarters. The two of them living together was just right. It seemed the next few years would see them as inseparable companions. Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with joy, infectious enough to draw a smile from Xiao Wu. As night fell, Tang Yuyu sat at the bedside, engrossed in the knowledge of spirit beasts, while Xiao Wu had stepped into the bathroom to bathe. Yuyu, come out for a moment. It's Uncle. Tang Hao's voice was a low whisper, attempting not to disturb Xiao Wu as he summoned Tang Yuyu. Startled, she paused before placing her book down and cautiously stepping outside. Tang Hao had surprisingly groomed himself, even shaving his beard, presenting a markedly different appearance. Tang Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? It was only at the conclusion of the story that Tang Hao had abandoned his disheveled demeanor. Why had he suddenly become so fastidious? Yuyu, observing the astonishment in his daughter's eyes, Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The days of his previous despondency had officially come to an end. He had lived in a state of stagnation for nearly 6 years, not solely due to his wife's sacrifice. When he first brought Tang San to the Sacred Soul Village, Tang San was but an infant, and he had dutifully cared for him, albeit clumsily. With Tang San's extraordinary abilities, Tang Hao had begun to harbor doubts. Though he never openly acknowledged them, he likely sensed something amiss, allowing Tang San to navigate his own path. Now, reignited with hope for life. Tang Hao resolved to transform himself. Moreover, he had a daughter to protect. Recalling the gleam in her eyes when he gifted her the golden soul coins and storage soul guide, Tang Hao felt a surge of motivation to acquire more wealth. Yu Xiaoying had been spoiled as a child. Now, with Yu not growing up in the sect, he was determined to provide her with more to make up for lost time. Uncle? The initial surprise in Tang Yu's voice faded as she greeted Tang Hao. He nodded kindly, though he yearned to hear her call him father. Yet, for the sake of future plans, he must exercise restraint. Yu, your soul guide can store living things. This blue-silver grass must always be kept close to you. Do not question it. There are many things your uncle cannot disclose at this moment. You are still too young and have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. Knowing too much would not serve you well. However, I promise that when you reach the rank of Soul King, I will reveal everything to you. Little San is by your side. Do not hesitate to command him. Your uncle must embark on a journey, but I will return with a gift. With that, Tang Hao affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Okay, Tang Yu finally emerged from her stupor, processing all that Tang Hao had said. What did this blue-silver grass signify? It represented Tang Hao's wife. How could Tang Akui have given her his wife? What did this mean? Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Yet she complied and stored the blue-silver grass within her soul guide. She did not overlook the affectionate manner in which the blue-silver grass had entwined around her wrist. Could it be that Tang Akui truly regarded her as the offspring of himself and the blue-silver emperor? But how could she explain the spirit martial soul she possessed? Did he genuinely believe it? Tang Yu considered the protective umbrella that was Tang Hao. It was indeed a comforting thought. Yet, she feared the day he would uncover her true nature as an impostor. If he were to discover the truth, he might seek to eliminate her. All right, my child. Remain here at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Your uncle must take his leave, but I will return soon. Tang Hao cast a lingering glance at his daughter before leaping into the shadows, disappearing from view. Tang Yu stood trembling in place. Goodness. It seemed she had inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest. Though she had harbored suspicions previously, they had remained unconfirmed. After all, Tang Hao had insisted she call him uncle. Now, he had even bestowed upon her the blue-silver emperor and spoken those words. Yet, she was eager to uncover how Tang Akui had deduced that she possessed the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon the blue-silver grass within her soul guide. Could it have been when he had given her the bracelet that night? Reflecting on that moment, she recalled Tang Hao's expression, one of restrained excitement mixed with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. The mystery unraveled. It was most likely linked to this blue-silver grass bracelet. The activation of this bracelet had required the manipulation of the metallic element within her martial soul. To be precise, it was not the martial soul itself, but rather the celestial magic invoked from her personal panel. Thus, if one did not utilize this metallic magic to unlock it, the barrier would remain intact, suggesting that only the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor could grant access. The implications were chilling. If this path is indeed the right one, let us delve into a superficial contemplation of Tang San. I mustn't dwell on it. It is simply too extraordinary. No wonder Tang Hao paid him no heed before Tang San awakened his martial soul, seemingly indifferent. Could it be that he had already perceived something? Tang Yu had already arrived at her dormitory, pushing open the door to find Xiao Wu seated on her bed, munching on a carrot. Xiao Wu, even at this late hour, you're still eating? Tang Yu approached her wardrobe, retrieving the attire she intended to wear that evening, and made her way to the bathroom. Well, it's just a carrot. It won't cause any tooth decay, hee. Tang Yu chuckled softly and fell silent, for she was never one to easily engage in conversation. Having only just met Xiao Wu on the first day, it was quite beyond her to converse freely or exchange playful whispers. The following day, in the cafeteria of a Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Oh, let me see which group of destitute individuals has dared to grace the cafeteria. It turned out to be Wang Sheng and his companions. Can those who can't even afford tuition truly afford a meal? As Xiao Wu and Tang Yu arrived, they beheld the scene of work-study students confronting a gang of noble youths. What's going on here? Your brother is still inside. Tang Yu furrowed her brow and retorted to Xiao Wu. He is not my brother. Xiao Wu chose not to press the matter further, shifting the topic instead, aware that the siblings had quarreled just the day before. Do you know that group confronting Tang San? Tang Yu felt utterly helpless, even if she had knowledge. She could not impart it, as she was privy only to the narrative, not the entirety of the context. I don't know, I just arrived at the academy yesterday. So you've asked the wrong person. Xiao Wu smiled sheepishly, merely seeking to change the subject, not lacking in common sense. Should we not assist them? I mean, Tang San and his group. There's no need. He can handle it himself. Tang Yuyu confidently led Xiao Wu through the throng of students. Excuse me. If you're not eating, others still wish to dine. If you want to brawl, take it outside. Do not hinder others here. Tang Yuyu was unperturbed by the prospect of provoking the group, for both Tang San and Xiao Wu were formidable fighters, as was she. Though lacking Tang San's peculiar Tang sect techniques and Xiao Wu's grace, she had acquired a century-old soul ring, which sufficed to handle these elementary adversaries. Hey! One of the noble youths was about to confront Tang Yuyu when he was silenced by someone else. Surprisingly, it was the leader, Xiao Qinyu. Tang Yuyu raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by this band of ruffians. Xiao Wu, let us go. I'll take you to the second floor for a meal. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the youth who had sought to challenge Tang Yuyu. Should he utter another word, she would deliver a punch that would send him flying. At that moment, Tang Yuyu had become Xiao Wu's benefactor. Despite being a self-funded student exempt from tuition fees, it meant that Xiao Wu could forego her work-study obligations, thus lacking a source of income. The two departed, leaving Tang San and his companions in bewilderment. Tang San had intended to call out to Tang Yuyu, but reconsidered, recognizing that she might still be agitated. After all, he could not sever ties with her after having taken Master as his mentor. He would have to wait for her temper to subside. Boss, why did you cover my mouth? That little girl is so disrespectful. What do we have to fear? Xiao Qinyu regarded his dim-witted lackey, wishing he could remove his head to see what was inside. You think you can contend with them? They are both first-ring soul masters with an optimal soul ring configuration. One must possess self-awareness and refrain from provoking those who ought not to be provoked. His words left both factions dumbfounded. These two young girls were merely first-ring soul masters? Chapter 15. An unexpected turn. Wow, the food on the second floor is absolutely delicious. Can I come here every day? Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Then, recalling her benefactor, Tang Yu, she cautiously inquired, will there be enough for me? Fear not. There will be ample for you. However, this cannot continue. I've heard that the Spirit Hall provides subsidies for low-ranking soul masters. Now that we are first-ring soul masters, it seems we can receive a gold soul coin each month. Tang Yuyu elegantly wiped her mouth, sharing this revelation with Xiao Wu. Subsidies for soul masters? And we receive a gold soul coin every month? My goodness, such fortune. Will you accompany me to get certified? Xiao Wu approached Tang Yuyu, grasping her arm and shaking it playfully. Please. All right. No more shaking. If you keep that up, my arm will fall off, Tang Yuyu replied, genuinely concerned that she might regurgitate her meal. Xiao Wu, despite being a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, was quite familiar with her. Tang Yuyu stood up, preparing to leave with Xiao Wu, but paused to grab an extra meal from the second floor. Aren't you full? Why are you getting another? Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. I'm satisfied, but this is for someone else. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu understood it was for Tang San, realizing that the girl had a soft heart beneath her tough exterior. Despite her pride, she had taken Xiao Wu to the cafeteria without hesitation when the latter was hungry and broke. Human girls are such a fascinating species. Are all girls like Tang Yuyu? Xiao Wu found herself growing fond of Tang Yuyu. Initially drawn by her aura, she now admired her personal charm. As they descended to the first floor, Xiao Wu spotted Tang San and his companions gathered at a table. They're over there. Tang Yuyu approached, placing the packed meal before Tang San without uttering a word, then took Xiao Wu's hand and exited the cafeteria. Tang San smiled at the meal before him. No matter how angry he was, Tang Yuyu remained prideful as ever. He felt a twinge of guilt for having upset her. Boss, why are you and your sister so drastically different in temperament? Wang Sheng observed Tang Yuyu's actions, puzzled by the unique dynamic between the siblings, especially since she had no desire to speak to Tang San yet had gone to the second floor to bring him food. She's amazing. I could cry. If only such a wonderful sister were mine. Though Yuyu may have a bit of a temper, her nature is genuinely kind. Tang San's eyes sparkled with mirth, inciting envy among his peers. How could she have a bad temper? She is practically perfect, with a sister so beautiful and talented. One should cherish and pamper her. The gazes of those around Tang San transformed, realizing how foolish he was to provoke someone so remarkable. In the nodding city spirit hall, Xiao Wu, you may go in. I shall not accompany you. Tang Yuyu stood at the entrance, squinting against the midday sun. There's a tea shop over there. I'll wait for you and grab you a refreshing drink. Xiao Wu paused in disbelief. You're not going in? Have you claimed your soul master subsidy? I don't require a monthly gold soul coin. You go ahead. Tang Yuyu waved her hand dismissively, departing to seek refuge from the scorching sun in a nearby shop. Though the Spirit Hall's subsidies were indeed generous, Tang Yuyu was not in want of money, and in the future, Her surname and her Haotian Hammer martial soul would place her in opposition to the Spirit Hall. Shopkeeper. Yes, I'd like 2 cups of iced rose jasmine tea. Once seated in the tea shop, Tang Yuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. After basking in the sun for a while, her face felt hot and tender. How peculiar. The journey from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to this place took scarcely more than 10 minutes. Although the sun blazed down, the temperature should not have been so unbearable, should it? Could it be that the sun in this fantastical realm is particularly harsh? Tang Yuyu's mind wandered, completely unaware that her solitary figure had caught the attention of certain individuals. Outside a tea shop, 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances filled with malice. This girl has a pleasant appearance. She might fetch a handsome price, remarked a burly man with a scruffy beard, stroking his chin in a lecherous manner. She is certainly more appealing than that one from the other day. Given that we are close to the borders of 2 great empires, we could smuggle her across and sell her in the Star Luo Empire. Those noblemen adored delicate little things like her. A lanky man leered at Tang Yu, letting out a chilling cackle. What about that little chubby one from a few days ago? I need to save some money for food. Tossing him aside seems such a waste. He eats like a horse. The shorter man, appearing somewhat more sensible than the other 2, expressed a hint of regret at the mention of the chubby boy. If we sell him, we could recoup our losses, though he is plump. There are wealthy noble women who fancy such a lad. The slender man, lacking in intellect, cryptically hinted at the shorter man. Fine, let us go with your plan. But you all must be cautious. We cannot afford to capture a noble lady. That would be beyond our means. Compared to the 2 taller men, the shorter one exhibited a degree of prudence. Rest assured, my judgment is keen. Look at that girl. Her clothes are patched up. Coming here for tea suggests she has saved up for a long time to experience the life of a noble lady enjoying afternoon tea. Ever since leaving the Holy Soul Village, Tang Yuyu had worn patched clothing. Despite having ample money, she had not changed her attire. It was the first day of school, and she had come with Xiao Wu to register her soul power, intending to acquire a new outfit. She had told Old Jack that her relatives had come to visit and gifted her a substantial amount of money. Old Jack had not pressed for details, merely expressing relief that when he eventually passed away, his granddaughter would not be left destitute. Tang Yuyu held a deep sense of gratitude and admiration for Old Jack, leaving him some money when she departed from the Holy Soul Village. She had not requested him to bring much, only a quilt she had used at home. It was precisely because she still donned those beggar's rags that she caught the attention of these 3 men. Had Tang Yuyu revealed the blue-silver grass storage soul guide concealed on her wrist, these individuals would likely have abandoned their nefarious intentions. Chapter 16. The Unfortunate Trio. Tang Yuyu awaited Xiao Wu, but instead found herself ensnared by these 3 men. Knowing she had come with Xiao Wu, they seized the opportunity and struck decisively. They manufactured an opportunity during the tea shop owner's absence, seizing Tang Yuyu and rendering her unconscious. Caught off guard, she had naively assumed they were merely patrons seeking respite from the heat. Throw her in. Let us go. In an underground prison cell, several children were already confined, and they showed no surprise at the sudden arrival of Tang Yuyu. After all, the number of captives had escalated from 1 to 2, and now to countless others. A keen-eyed, adolescent boy huddled in the corner, spotting the storage soul guide on Tang Yuyu's wrist. This boy was strikingly handsome, possessing an exquisitely refined appearance. But he bore a head of unusually white hair. Beside him, a dozing chubby boy resembled a fluffy white bun, his head bobbing adorably. The boy tugged at the chubby one's sleeve to rouse him, then cast him a knowing glance, urging him to look toward Tang Yuyu. Huh? What is happening? The plump boy asked, confusion etched on his face. The boy suddenly realized that this child had only recently awakened his martial soul and had just been brought back to the academy by the dean, likely having never encountered a soul guide before. With a resigned sigh, he shook his head at the chubby boy. The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, had been lured to Shrek Academy by Flander, only to encounter these wretched human traffickers. The incident had arisen due to the increasingly evident physical effects of his martial soul defect after awakening. This time, it had become more severe. To prevent him from succumbing to the overwhelming evil fire, Flander intended to take him to Soto City to cool down. However, while Flander sought a venue, Ma Hongjun was captivated by a man offering candy, leading to his abduction and inadvertently dragging Oscar along with him. Oscar had been waiting for Ma Hongjun's return at Flander's store in Soto City when he discovered that his friend had been ensnared by the lure of sweets. Consequently, he hastily closed the shop and chased after Ma Hongjun, only for both to be captured. When Tang Yuyu regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in darkness. Where am I? She pondered, feeling a sharp pain at the back of her neck, realizing she had been knocked unconscious and rendered insensible by soporific. It was clear that these individuals were seasoned criminals. While she was uncertain of her whereabouts, she was acutely aware of her predicament. To make matters worse, Tang Hao was not by her side. Just when he had left, trouble had found her. Was she to rely on Tang San for rescue this time? Tang Yu silently thanked her stars that she had not severed ties with Tang San. Surely, his protagonist's aura and fortune would lead him to her location. Wouldn't he it? Though uncertain, she could only depend on that slim chance of luck. Little sister, you've been captured by human traffickers. We are currently in their dungeon, filled with children. With your arrival, we now number 5. Where are you taken from? Do you remember where you live? Do your family members know about your whereabouts before you were captured? The voice was remarkably logical, prompting Tang Yu to turn towards its source, revealing a boy slightly older than herself, possessing an exquisite visage. Beside him was a chubby boy who was staring intently at her. I recall I was drinking tea at a tea shop when 3 men suddenly walked in. I assumed they were there to enjoy tea as well and let my guard down, only to be drugged and captured by them. My home is a bit far from here, and I'm uncertain of this place's identity, but I last resided in Notting City. My family is not with me, but I was accompanied by another girl, and she should inform my brother. Tang Yu articulated her experience leading up to her abduction with clarity. From the boy's inquiries, she discerned that he possessed an exceptional intellect. Perhaps sharing her story would yield unexpected benefits. Though uncertain, she was always generous with her words when speaking to the astute. Notting City? And this girl lacks any other adults beside her brother? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from involving another potential victim. Oscar felt a twinge of disappointment, but gleaned some information from her brief remarks. Notting City lay at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It appeared these traffickers intended to smuggle them across the border for sale, and every child here, apart from Ma Hongjun, was exceptionally attractive, especially the newly captured girl. She did not seem like a commoner. He and Ma Hongjun had been imprisoned for nearly 5 days, with no sign of Flander or the Academy discovering their plight. Ma Hongjun had been suffering both mentally and physically during this time. The rising evil fire within him was unrelenting, causing him to have an insatiable appetite. And overindulging only invited punishment from the traffickers. When will this wretched situation end? I miss my teacher. I haven't eaten enough in 2 days. I'm so hungry. Ma Hongjun was in a state of utter discomfort. Just as he had finally begun to feel a hint of drowsiness that might alleviate the gnawing hunger in his belly, he was unexpectedly roused by Oscar's bite, leaving him feeling even hungrier. It was at this moment that Tang Yu noticed Ma Hongjun beside Oscar, observing this group of children. They seemed to be of a similar age to her own. Here, take this, eat quickly, but keep your voice down, Tang Yu said, retrieving some snacks from her storage bracelet and handing them to Ma Hongjun. However, she was cautious and did not give him everything, as the dangers ahead were still unknown to her. Thank you. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at the sight of food, akin to a dog spotting a bone, and he immediately began to devour the snacks voraciously. Oscar watched with a glimmer of knowing in his eyes, fixating on Tang Yu's bracelet. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Sometimes being too clever could be a double-edged sword. This storage soul guide bracelet, while requiring bloodline power to unlock, was indeed quite enviable. Though they all found themselves in a precarious situation, Tang Yu did not wish to remain a target for others. This is a storage soul guide bracelet, but it can only be opened with bloodline power, meaning only those of the same lineage can use it. Upon hearing Tang Yu's explanation, Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled with amusement. This little girl was indeed more astute than he had anticipated. Having spent so much time with Ma Hongjun, he had almost forgotten that there were still intelligent individuals in the world. Thank you for the snacks, little sister. My name is Ma Hongjun. What is yours? After feeling somewhat satiated, Ma Hongjun carefully tucked the snacks into his pocket and shyly introduced himself to Tang Yu. Surprised by his words, Tang Yu appraised Ma Hongjun from head to toe. Although he appeared plump, he was rather charmingly cute, quite unlike the description in the original text that depicted him as fat, dark, and unattractive. It seemed that the flaws of the evil fire phoenix had not only led him to indulge in debauchery, but had also affected his physique. While these thoughts crossed her mind, Tang Yu maintained a neutral expression. I'm Tang Yu, she replied coolly, her gaze shifting toward Oscar. I am Oscar. Oscar, noticing Tang Yu's attention on him, involuntarily introduced himself. It confirmed Tang Yu's earlier assumption. Ma Hongjun seemed to be slightly younger than Tang San. This indicated that he must have recently awakened his martial soul. Tang Yu nodded at Oscar as a greeting and then settled down beside them, reflecting on the narrative surrounding their characters. Ma Hongjun now seemed entirely detached from the previously lewd image he had projected. Oscar remained a fresh and innocent youth, the kind that wealthy women adored. Was this the beginning of their journey together, as Flander brought them back to Shrek Academy? Tang Yu was only partly correct in her assumptions, but her intuition was not misguided, for Flander was indeed en route. Although Oscar refrained from further conversation with Tang Yu, he discreetly observed the younger girl, who was a year or two his junior. Despite possessing high emotional and intellectual intelligence among his peers, he could not decipher the thoughts swirling in her mind. Under normal circumstances, one might panic when captured. Yet she responded to his inquiries with clarity and even calmly produced snacks for Ma Hongjun. Did she not harbor any worries? Clad in ragged, pudding-like attire, yet possessing the most precious bloodline storage soul guide, which was rare across the continent, he pondered whether the world of the wealthy was simply understated. He wasn't particularly keen on mingling with nobility, but he found himself more amenable to someone like Tang Yu. In the Douluo Continent, social hierarchies were stark, and the precocious Oscar had long known he did not belong to the same circle as the obstinate noble offspring. Thus, he had joined Flander in hopes of finding his kindred spirits at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, feeling quite pleased that Tang Yu had chosen to sit beside them. At this age, he was blissfully unaware of romantic entanglements, so he naturally felt joy in befriending someone he liked. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation with Tang Yu, he noticed she had closed her eyes to rest. Initially, she had been anxious upon entering, even hoping that Tang San and Xiao would join forces to rescue her. Yet, as she calmed down, she recalled the blue-silver emperor still residing within her storage soul guide, and her worries dissipated. No matter how far Tang Hao ran, he would inevitably find a way to locate her upon discovering his wife was missing. All she needed to do was bide her time until Tang Hao found her. With that thought, Tang Yu felt a wave of relief. Who could rival the title Douluo, Tang Heir? As long as the Spirit Hall did not intervene and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school remained uninvolved, she was nearly invincible. In this pitch-black place, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. That night, the three captors returned, having enjoyed a hearty meal outside, reeking of alcohol. They tossed several steam buns at the cell door before sitting down at a nearby table to drink and snack on peanuts, boasting and exchanging lewd remarks. It seemed they had considered Ma Hongjun's appetite and provided a few extra buns, but even with one each, he could only manage to feel partially full. Though he was grateful for the snacks Tang Yu had given him. Quickly eat. We need to set off soon. Set off? So soon? Tang Yu win. Were they changing locations? If a transaction was already in the works, she felt a wave of fear at the thought of potential complications. The children outside bore delicate features, and she could easily surmise their intended purpose. The trio outside seemed unimposing, but they still posed a threat if they fell into the hands of those powerful nobles. Escape would be nearly impossible. While she could wait for Tang Hao, she could not guarantee that the waiting period would be smooth sailing. Moreover, even if she were fortunate enough to escape, what would happen to these defenseless children? A glint of coldness flickered in Oscar's eyes. He had also contemplated these matters. But as a food-type soul master, he knew that even if he wished to flee, he would be unable to do so effectively. Stealthily, Tang Yu moved closer to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Should we consider tonight? Tang Yu directed her question at Oscar. Oscar was taken aback by the audacity of this young girl. It was crucial to understand that failing in a bid for escape could lead to dire consequences, far worse than their current predicament. Are you a soul master? Oscar pondered before inquiring of Tang Yu. No matter how well-conceived a plan might be, it required the capacity for execution. If Tang Yu lacked soul power, he would not take the risk. I am a beast martial soul, a one-ring soul master, and my first soul skill possesses both offensive and control capabilities. Tang Yu's revelation astonished the two boys. They had not expected her to be a one-ring soul master at such a tender age. After all, Ma Hongjun had considerable talent, yet was still merely a soul scholar. With a natural soul power of level 9, he lagged behind Tang Yu, and the flaws of the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul hindered his ability to train wholeheartedly, resulting in a slower cultivation speed. Impressive. And Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with stars as he gazed adoringly at the little girl before him. All right, I am a food spirit master, and Fatty here is a level 10 spirit master. When the opportunity arises, we shall. Oscar's words trailed off. Yet both understood the implication. The scheming of clever individuals often requires merely a glance or a shared look to convey their intentions. Tang Yu nodded and began rummaging through her spirit guide device to see what might prove useful. Ain, sensing Tang Yu's urgency, summoned a map with his vines. Chapter 18. The emergence of the Linglong Corps, the mischievous trio procured a thick hemp rope and bound the 5 children together. Under the cover of darkness, they traversed the desolate wilderness. Wait, uncle, I need to use the restroom. Tang Yu noted that the time was nearing 3 or 4 in the morning. dawn was imminent. If she did not seize this moment to escape, it would soon become impossible. Lacking any opportunity, she resolved to create one herself. Oscar received Tang Yuyu's subtle cue and responded with a knowing glance. You and your antics. Hurry up, little girl. Don't even think about running away. My brother and I are great spirit masters. My elder brother is a spirit venerable. Even if you manage to escape, we will surely retrieve you. It would be best not to entertain any clever ideas. The lanky figure cast a warning glance at Tang Yuyu, who promptly nodded obediently, clutching her stomach as if she could no longer contain herself. Yet, her inner vigilance surged to its peak. Initially perceiving the trio as mere lowly spirit masters with minimal power, she was taken aback by their formidable strength. What now? She had intended to use the pretext of needing to relieve herself to initiate an attack, but did that mean she must comply and follow them? As she prepared to leave, she discreetly exchanged a glance with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Oscar, his hands bound, clenched his fists. He had not anticipated that these three individuals possessed the prowess of third-ring spirit venerables. Their escape plan now seemed futile against such formidable opponents. Watching the little girl depart, Oscar found himself torn between hoping she would flee and wishing she would remain. After all, this was the optimal moment to escape, and with Tang Yuyu alone, maneuverability was on her side. These three would unlikely abandon the four of them to pursue a single child, and Tang Yuyu, being a spirit master, could easily find a place to hide. His reluctance for her to escape stemmed from not wanting her to gamble on a slender chance of survival, should she be caught. The consequences could be dire. These desperate individuals could act ruthlessly, and the whip marks on Ma Hongjun's body had yet to heal. Tang Yu moved a short distance away and crouched beside a patch of grass, strategically positioned far enough from the trio, yet within their line of sight. This area was dense with trees, likely bordering the smuggling route. She retrieved the sheepskin map from her spirit guide device, only to discover that it was not outside Nodding City at all. Instead, it was amidst a thicket near the Stardoe Forest. Naturally, she had no way of knowing her exact location, as Ain had informed her, despite having had little interaction with the Blue-Silver Emperor since taking on the mantle. Tang Yuyu could sense the affectionate bond emanating from the spirit guide. Thank you. So you're Blue-Silver Grass. For now on, I'll call you Ain, she said, feigning caution as she addressed the Blue-Silver Emperor within her spirit guide. She quickly glanced at the map, familiarizing herself with her position and surrounding landmarks. No wonder her neck still ached upon awakening. She must have ingested quite a bit of the knockout powder. Over the past few days, she had felt dizzy, suggesting that more than just a few days had passed since they had traveled to this location. Hurry, it's fortunate you haven't run away. Tang Yuyu, still within their sight, could not escape the watchful eyes of the three. They felt quite pleased, suspecting that Tang Yuyu was now aware of their strength and dared not entertain thoughts of fleeing, thus lowering their guard. First spirit skill, Ling of Remembrance. 2 golden rings enveloped bell-like objects that spun and advanced towards the trio. Upon reaching them, the 2 bells separated, striking the short one and the lanky fellow before converging to hit the burly man with the beard. Although Oscar was astonished that Tang Yuyu's spirit skill could deliver 3 strikes, he recognized that this was not the time for surprise. He hastily used his spirit power to shatter the ropes binding him. Ma Hongjun, a formidable attack-type spirit master, was significantly stronger than Oscar. After freeing himself, he also assisted the other 3 children in loosening their bindings. Run into the forest. In truth, this action was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Such a feeble attack would quickly be countered by those of superior strength. Moreover, splitting a skill into 3 separate strikes diminished its overall potency, rendering it akin to mere scratching. At most, it would only incapacitate them for 3 seconds, with the spirit venerable likely lasting no more than 2. Tang Yuyu's first skill carried substantial offensive capability, complemented by a slight disorienting effect that could reduce the enemy's action speed by 5%. While this reduction may seem minimal, it was crucial to remember that this was an offensive spirit skill, with the disorientation being merely an ancillary effect. With a decisive command, Tang Yuyu urged everyone to scatter into the forest. They all understood that failing to disperse would make it exceedingly easy for the 3 formidable spirit masters and the venerable to recapture them. After all, they were 5 in number, and clustering together would only facilitate their capture. By scattering, their pursuers would have to divide their efforts, increasing the chance that one of them might escape. With this thought in mind, the group dispersed into the woods, blending into the shadows of the night and the concealment of the dense foliage, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. Damn it, this little girl is actually a spirit master. And with a yellow spirit ring, the leading spirit venerable hesitated, realizing that a child of such a young age achieving first-ring mastery indicated a significant background. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. This child posed a potential threat. If he harmed her, the consequences could be dire. It was precisely this moment of hesitation that allowed Tang Yuyu and the others to gain nearly a minute's head start, while the three debated whether to pursue them. Under the watchful eyes of two great spirit masters and one spirit venerable, how could a group of children who had just awakened their spirit power possibly escape? We must eliminate the threat, the lanky one declared to the burly man with the beard. A mutual understanding passed between them in a glance. Should they allow this girl to escape, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance later. It would be far wiser to eliminate her now to prevent future troubles. After all, they had kidnapped her for a considerable time without any indication of her family being aware. The burly man's eyes glinted with a cruel intent. They would have to find and eliminate her, disregarding the others for the time being. The other two nodded in agreement and immediately set off in pursuit. Despite having gained a minute's lead, the speed disparity between spirit masters and great spirit masters was considerable. Chapter 19. Escape to freedom, what do we do? They're closing in on us, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, glancing back at the rapidly approaching trio, fear gripping his stomach. Tang Yuyu pressed her lips tightly together, furrowing her brow in silence. The three were indeed pursuing them, indicating they had not chased after the others. This was both good news and bad. The good news was that the others would surely escape. The bad news was that she had been marked as a target by these three. Now, the three of them appeared ill-equipped to effectively delay the situation. Thus, they could only resort to cunning. Tang Yuyu retrieved a firework resembling a skyrocket from her storage soul guide, launching it skyward with a semblance of flare, illuminating the night sky with vibrant colors. Fortunately, Ain was a soul beast, adept at collecting various items in the human world. Listen up, you should stop chasing me. I've already fired a signal flare. My uncle is a titled Douluo. You'd best flee for your lives, or else you may find yourselves in dire straits. As Tang Yuyu shouted, she continued to sprint forward, her soul power rapidly depleting. At that moment, Oscar handed her a recovery sausage. Eat this, it will restore your soul power. Without time to respond, she hastily consumed it, the sense of weakness from her dwindling soul power dissipating almost instantly. No wonder he was a food system soul master with innate full soul power. The effect was truly remarkable. Hurry up and give me one. Ma Hongjun was exhausted to the point of nearly rolling his eyes, but Oscar, swift of eye in hand, shoved the recovery sausage into his mouth. Eat quickly. Tang Yuyu's earlier proclamation had indeed influenced the three pursuers behind them. A titled Douluo. It was inconceivable that this girl could possess such a signal flare unless she had a storage soul guide. Thus, the matter of her uncle being a titled Douluo had convinced them to a degree, and the seeds of retreat began to sprout in their minds. Brother, even if she has a titled Douluo uncle, he can't possibly be watching over her at all times. If he knew she was here, he would have already turned our hideout upside down. She must be trying to deceive us. The short man quickly grasped this notion. Indeed, even if she has a titled Douluo uncle, he couldn't have discovered her signal flare so swiftly. Moreover, we've taken her hundreds of kilometers away. The bearded man, with a fierce expression, hastened his pace to catch up. Let's see if I don't take care of you. What if a titled Douluo comes? Not even he can save you. Tang Yuyu could feel the breaths of the approaching figures becoming labored. Second soul skill. Fierce tiger's roar. Tang Yuyu's pupils constricted as she turned to face the incoming soul skill, bracing herself to slap Oscar and Ma Hongjun with her palm, propelling them away with her soul power to distance them from the reach of the technique. Linglong's core, manifestation. Instantly, her black hair transformed into a silvery hue, her ears morphing into pointed elfin shapes, with two strands of white hair cascading at her temples. An abundance of hair was tied into a soaring braid, encircled at the base with a metallic butterfly hairpin. Delicate, gossamer wings sprouted from her back, lifting Tang Yuyu skyward. Despite her swift reaction, her arms bore the marks of scrapes. This was the first time she felt an agonizingly profound pain in this world. She had never realized how excruciating it could be to be injured by a soul skill. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Tang Yuyu. Oscar's pupils dilated as he and Ma Hongjun were flung away, turning back to see Tang Yuyu swiftly completing her martial soul manifestation. With the assistance of her wings, she narrowly evaded the soul technique. Seeing that she was unharmed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun halted their flight. However, Tang Yuyu's left arm was drenched in blood, with bone almost visible beneath the surface. The substantial blood loss rendered her face unnaturally pale, and Oscar was astonished by her appearance. He had never imagined a martial soul manifestation could be so beautiful. Yet, he had no time for admiration. He needed to concoct a super recovery sausage to restore Tang Yuyu's soul power, but the three assailants had already surrounded her. What kind of martial soul is this? I've never seen anything like it. The short man's eyes glimmered with contemplation, his gaze towards Tang Yuyu filled with wariness. Heh, you haven't seen much, have you? Tang Yuyu's ability to fly was a significant advantage, as none of the three below could soar. Had she chosen to sneak away alone, they might not have been able to catch her. Oscar was evidently aware of this, which is why he did not flee with Ma Hongjun while the three surrounded Tang Yuyu. Stubborn little girl, even if you are a prodigy, you'll still meet your end at the hands of my brothers today. The bearded man laughed heartily, as if anticipating some delightful event. Kill me? You are not worthy of such a task. Just wait for the entire continent to place a bounty on your heads. I'm not jesting. Trust me, you will wish for death. How I perish, you shall suffer 100-fold more. Even at this juncture, Tang Yuyu did not cease her bold threats. She understood that there was no turning back, and it was better to maintain an air of dominance, possibly instilling some trepidation in her adversaries. This tactic of hers was indeed astute, but the short man was notably clever. Even if we kill you, what then? No one will know. We can dispose of those two kids afterward. Even if you hail from the most renowned sect, by the time your kin find you, you'll be nothing but a pile of bones. Who will know it was us? Heh, you're a gifted girl, possessing wisdom that rivals my own. Yet you shall meet your end here. No amount of words will save you. I see through your thoughts. We will not fall for your tricks. If we leave now, we will surely perish in the future, so it is better to end you now. Tang Yuyu's lips turned pale. The two brutes were easier to handle. But this short man had seen through her intentions at a glance. Was it true what they said? Concentration is the essence? Though he may be diminutive in stature, he was sharp-witted. Oscar clenched his fists at her side, unwilling to accept their grim fate. Unless Dean Flanders or this girl's elder arrived promptly, there seemed to be no escape. Chapter 20. The Gifted Domain. The Cage of Destiny. You wish for my demise? You lack the qualification to do so. Tang Yuyu closed her eyes, sensing the extraordinary energy coursing through her body, one that was not of soul power. A colossal golden gear rose beneath her feet, extending infinitely throughout the forest. An unusual aura began to emanate from the outskirts of the Heart's great forest, causing all soul beasts that sensed it to cease their foraging or resting, collectively rushing towards the source of this energy. Some soul beasts, natural enemies, encountered each other yet refrained from fighting, instead hastening towards the origin of this aura, where Tang Yuyu was located. This aura, unknown to humans, was all too clear to soul beasts. It represented the destiny power wielded by their most precious and revered imperial auspicious beasts. Delay no longer. Swiftly deal with that girl. The short man bellowed at his companions. Second soul skill, Fierce Tiger's Roar. Third soul skill, Light of Annihilation. Second soul skill, Celestial Web. Second soul skill, Speed Enhancement. One fierce attack type, Third Ring Soul Master. One control type, Grand Soul Master. And one support type, Grand Soul Master. Tang Yu felt the pressure mount as she was besieged before her gifted domain had fully manifested. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly incapable of providing assistance. This gifted domain was what Ain had encountered upon first meeting Tang Yuyu in the cave behind Shenghun Village. It served as both a barrier against the rules of power and the manifestation of her destiny force. In this realm, abundant with vitality from the forest and the presence of soul beasts, the advantages are manifold, akin to the soul beasts rushing towards this place. Drawn by the very force of destiny itself, the imperial beast holds a status among soul beasts that is comparable to that of a sovereign among humans, possessing an absolute bloodline suppression that renders rebellion inconceivable. Just as three soul skills surged towards her face, Tang Yu had already begun to close her eyes, bracing herself to embrace death. Suddenly, several decade and century-old soul beasts sprang forth from the underbrush, heroically intercepting the combined assault on her behalf. Oscar and Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment at this remarkable spectacle. The notion that soul beasts would willingly shield a human from harm was nothing short of extraordinary. Given their youth, the two had yet to delve into the intricacies of domain knowledge, and as for the other three, having only attained the second or third ring in their middle age, how could they possibly grasp such advanced concepts? In that moment, the five unknowledgeable individuals shared an uncanny psychological resonance. What a terrifying ability it was, capable of compelling a species that stood in opposition to humanity to sacrifice themselves for her. Could it be that she could also command humans to their demise? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, rendering them hesitant to ponder further. The century and decade-old soul beasts, driven primarily by primal instinct, lacked the semblance of intelligence akin to that of humans. Their instinctual act of shielding Tang Yuyu from fatal harm was devoid of conscious intent. Yet a twinge of discomfort lingered within her. No, this girl absolutely could not be allowed to endure another strike. One blow was already too much. The diminutive man, making a decisive judgment, hesitated no longer and immediately sought to assist his two companions in delivering a fatal blow to Tang Yuyu. Second soul skill, Fierce Tiger's Roar. Second soul skill, Celestial Net. Once again, the damage of two soul skills was compounded, and in the brief interlude of hesitation among the group, a multitude of soul beasts, all of a decade or more in age, had gathered beneath Tang Yuyu's feet. Little Oscar, is Tang Yu not terrifyingly powerful? What kind of ability is this? To have soul beasts willingly lay down their lives for her? Oscar pondered aloud, perplexed. You ask me, but who can I ask? I have no idea. However, she is undeniably formidable. Our teachers have never spoken of such a remarkable beast martial spirit. He mused. With such a beautiful and powerful martial spirit, she must surely be a scion of some great power in the Douluo Continent. Yet today, when she could have fled alone, she turned back to save us. Henceforth, Tang Yuyu shall be a cherished friend of mine, Oscar. Ma Hongju nodded in immediate agreement. Indeed. Such loyalty. Tang Yuyu will also be a dear friend of mine. Ma Hongju. Had it not been for her timely intervention that propelled us forward, we would have likely perished at the hands of those three. The admiration in Ma Hongjun's eyes for Tang Yuyu was palpable. She was the first powerful peer he encountered since awakening his martial spirit and leaving his village. Oscar, being a food-type soul master, paled in comparison regardless of his talent. A thunderous roar erupted, startling the three nefarious adversaries engaged in their soul techniques. Before Tang Yuyu lay a swath of fallen juvenile soul beasts, having instinctively held their ground for 2 rounds on her behalf. Tang Yuyu was now enveloped in a complex web of destiny, the power of blue-silver grass at her command, enabling her to coalesce soul rings. And within this gifted domain, soul beasts rushed forth to sacrifice themselves for her. This left her grappling with the very essence of her humanity. Could it be true that she was indeed the offspring of Tang Akui and the Blue-Silver Emperor? Initially, she dismissed the notion entirely, yet now she found herself half convinced, especially in light of her manifestation of destiny, which bore resemblance to the capabilities of an imperial beast and the automatic gathering of soul rings. The ceaseless flow of these thoughts compelled her to question whether she might indeed be a soul beast herself. Was this a 1,000-year soul beast? Could she really summon such formidable creatures from afar? What extraordinary ability was this? The three watched as a white-eyed tiger, its protective stance unmistakable, leapt from a thicket to stand guard over Tang Yuyu. With 3 distinctive stripes on its tail, it was 1,000 years old. Such a creature equated to a 4th ring. Furthermore, for ordinary soul masters lacking superior resources, a 1,000-year soul beast soul ring would be akin to a 5th ring. However, should the 3 of them combine their efforts against this singular soul beast, their odds of success stood at 60%, bolstered by the presence of an auxiliary soul master. It was not that the soul beast was overly powerful, but rather that the 3 lacked strength, their first soul rings being white. The white tiger roared menacingly at the 3 before it, signaling them to retreat and refrain from attacking Tang Yuyu. While the juvenile soul beasts surrounding her had already diminished in number to 13, having absorbed the brunt of the damage. Now, with the appearance of a 1,000-year soul beast, their eyes displayed no fear. Instead, they united in a display of defiance against the 3. Are we still going to kill her? The bearded giant inquired cautiously of the diminutive man, but the retreating glint in his eyes did not go unnoticed. After 2 rounds of soul techniques, their soul power had dwindled to a mere 13, leaving them with only a 50-50 chance against the 1,000-year soul beast, especially with so many other soul beasts encircling them. Let us go. The diminutive man begrudgingly commanded his companions, casting a lingering glance back at Tang Yuyu as they departed. Chapter 21, Absorbing the 100,000 year blue-silver right leg bone. Upon witnessing the retreat of the 3, Tang Yuyu promptly retracted her gifted domain. The immense spectral butterfly behind her vanished without a trace. The golden cage's expanding radius began to contract, and the soul beast that had been galloping along the path suddenly lost any sense of presence, their eyes narrowing with malice. The white-eyed tiger, upon noticing Tang Yuyu's return to her martial spirit state, affectionately rubbed against her calves. Thank you, little ones. And you too, noble tiger. Tang Yuyu, her complexion pale, expressed her gratitude to the juvenile soul beasts. The golden cage served both as her gifted domain and a means to contain the outpouring of her destiny power. Only those standing close to Tang Yuyu could perceive the emanation of destiny that spilled forth from her. The soul beasts were irresistibly drawn to this aura, as it promised to significantly enhance their cultivation. Under the influence of this destiny power, their training would accelerate at an unprecedented rate. This is precisely why the Imperial Beast, who commands destiny power, is regarded as the king of soul beasts. With a gentle touch upon the forehead of the white-eyed tiger, she imparted a small wisp of destiny energy, instantly manifesting a golden pattern upon its brow. Subsequently, she shared wisps of destiny energy with the juvenile soul beasts, sending them on their way. These lesser soul beasts, lacking awakened intelligence, were easily dismissed, but the 3,000-year-old tiger proved to be a different challenge. The grateful elder tiger, akin to a playful kitten, frolicked around Tang Yuyu, rolling on its back and putting on a show of cuteness, hoping to elicit her sympathy and remain by her side. It was well aware of the difference between a feast and a mere snack. Oscar hesitated to approach her, yet upon noticing Tang Yuyu's pallid complexion, he felt compelled to produce 2 recovery sausages and present them to her. "Please eat. What shall we do about your grievous wound?" he urged. "This place is quite far from the city, isn't it?" Ma Hongjun, his heart aching at the sight of Tang Yuyu's injury, winced at the sight of the bone protruding from the gash. Each glance cast upon her wound deepened his psychological distress, prompting him to turn his gaze away. "Are you all right? It is our fault for dragging you into this. If only you had escaped alone," Oscar lamented, feeling somewhat guilty, knowing that neither he nor Ma Hongjun, one a non-soul master and the other an auxiliary soul master, had been of any real help. Tang Yuyu shook her head at Oscar. She was now rendered speechless. How could she possibly be fine? The pain had nearly rendered her unconscious moments ago. Now, she merely felt a dizzying sensation in her head, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from her arm. Had she foreseen the dire consequences, she would have refrained from aiding Oscar and his companions in evading the attack. However, this was merely a fleeting thought of Tang Yaoyao. Should the situation arise again, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. She had always been one with a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Once they decided to flee together, trust and protection were paramount. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun had not been particularly helpful, the restorative effects of the sausage were commendable. At that moment, she sensed a flicker of vitality returning to her spirit power, yet the agony in her arm exacerbated her discomfort. It would have been preferable to succumb to exhaustion and lose consciousness entirely. The bond among the three was akin to lifelong friendship. While Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged no further words, they etched the event into their memories. Neither of them was the type to vocalize their gratitude incessantly. They preferred to repay kindness when the opportunity arose. "Could you assist me in guarding for a moment? I must tend to this wound," Tang Yaoyao requested. Oscar nodded, his senses heightened as he surveyed their surroundings. Despite feeling assured by the presence of the white tiger, he remained vigilant, observing even the slightest rustle in the grass. Ma Hongjun, too, cast a serious gaze around, warily scrutinizing the dense thicket where soul beasts or humans might conceal themselves. "Thank you." Tang Yaoyao felt a sense of relief wash over her. Having shielded these two from peril felt like a life-saving grace. No one wished to rescue an ungrateful wretch. The wound on her hand was quite severe. The blue-silver emperor, within the soul guide space, held a box, communicating with Tang Yaoyao to absorb and merge with the soul bone. If she did not staunch the bleeding promptly, she risked succumbing to blood loss. The soul bone in a yin's possession was the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, left behind after a sacrifice. When Tang Hao departed, he entrusted a yin and the soul bone to her, yet she had not realized it was a soul bone, casually discarding it in the soul guide space. Now, with the skills from the blue-silver right leg bone, her wound could heal rapidly, provided she integrated the soul bone. A brilliant blue light surged forth. To be safe, Tang Yaoyao activated her innate domain, albeit restricting it to a radius of 1 meter. The white tiger luxuriated in this domain, squinting as the gift of destiny accelerated its cultivation. As it practiced, it kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, ensuring the safety of Tang Yaoyao and monitoring the two humans. The right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor slowly merged with her being. Oscar and Ma Hongjun realized that Tang Yaoyao was integrating the soul bone. One was oblivious to its nature, while the other, motivated by gratitude, harbored no ulterior thoughts. The three of them, along with the tiger, peacefully endured the night. By daybreak, their vigilance had waned. Tang Yaoyao remained with her eyes closed, continuing to merge with the soul bone. The older the soul bone, the longer the integration process. Thus, this continued until the third night, when Tang Yaoyao awakened. The wound on her left arm had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. However, not far ahead, a sound pierced the air, a whistling that indicated an approaching threat. The white tiger lounged lazily within its golden cage, guarding its territory, yet Oscar and Ma Hongjun were nowhere to be seen. Presumably, they had ventured forth to divert attention and conceal their presence. Despite harboring some reservations regarding Tang San's character, Tang Yaoyao held no such doubts about Ma Hongjun and Oscar. While not entirely convinced, her experiences alongside them, coupled with her knowledge of the original narrative, led her to believe they were fundamentally decent. Oscar was beyond reproach, and although Ma Hongjun had previously dallied with mischief due to his demonic fire, he had not revisited those haunts since resolving his issues. This little chubby fellow, while possessing his share of flaws, had a commendable outlook on broader matters. As a friend, he had never taken advantage of the 3 young women among the Shrek's 7 devils, indicating he possessed a moral compass. Moreover, at this point, he was merely an awakening soul master, and the past blemishes no longer held significance. As Tang Yaoyao pondered, she made her way outside, with the white tiger closely trailing her, nudging her foot to indicate she should mount its back. Chapter 22. Encountering Crisis Again. Prince of the Third Royal House. If you intend to take Miss Zhu Qing away, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Upon hearing the aged voice emanating from the battlefield, Tang Yaoyao felt a sense of disconnection. Prince of the Third Royal House? Miss Zhu Qing? Could it be Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing? She urged the white tiger to quicken its pace. Such unfeeling family decrees. Why should we not choose to resist? I, Dai Mubai, intend to take Zhu Qing far away today. And what can you do to stop us? If that cursed throne is what Davis desires, let him have it. We do not covet it. Yet you, a group of henchmen sent by Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, seek to ambush us under such grand pretenses. A golden-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes stood protectively in front of a girl clad entirely in black leather. The girl appeared youthful, yet her physique had matured considerably. This was Zhu Qing. Tang Yaoyao furrowed her brow as she observed the youthful face before her, so similar to her own, yet markedly different in development. Though children in Douluo Continent matured early, it was astonishing that Zhu Qing, at merely 6 years of age, already embodied the model of beauty. Beside Dai Mubai stood Ma Hongjun and Oscar, and to Tang Yaoyao's astonishment, Ma Hongjun bore a yellow soul ring. It appeared that during the days she spent absorbing the 100,000-year-old soul bone, Ma Hongjun and the others had enhanced their defenses by acquiring their first soul rings. Yet, how did they manage to obtain them? Could it be that they encountered a century-old soul beast during that fateful night, one that had not yet perished? Tang Yaoyao was uncertain if the soul ring he chose was appropriate. If it were incompatible with his martial soul, she would feel a pang of guilt. After all, the circumstances that led to this moment were tied to her fusion of soul bone, and they had chosen the time to absorb their soul rings to safeguard her while ensuring their own safety. Zhu Qing exhibited fluctuations of soul power but bore no soul rings, suggesting she had just awakened her soul power. Tang Yaoyao recalled that Zhu Qing was the one among the Shrek's 7 devils with the lowest innate talent, possessing only a level 7 innate soul power. This location was several hundred meters from where she had absorbed the soul bone, concealed by dense foliage, which likely explained why Oscar and the others had chosen this spot to intercept. A spark of clarity flickered in Tang Yaoyao's eyes as she leaped towards Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Are you both all right? The standoff between the two factions was abruptly disrupted by her unexpected arrival. The assassins from the Star Luo Empire exchanged glances, their focus shifting to the newly emerged girl in the fray. What does it matter if another one joins? Slaughtering you will be as easy as dispatching chickens. Do not waste words with them. Swiftly eliminate them all. There were 5 assassins, and with a glance, Tang Yaoyao noted that they bore 2 or 3 soul rings each, 3 with 2 rings and 2 with 3 rings. It seemed the abilities of the Star Luo Empire's crown prince could only summon soul masters of such caliber for pursuit. Dai Mubai, being 2 years older than Tang San, was now nearly 8, and having entered Shrek Academy at 12 with a rank of 25, he was likely still a 1-ring soul master. These 3 great soul masters and 2 soul venerables indeed possessed the capability to bring about Dai Mubai's demise. Yet what puzzled Tang Yaoyao was how Zhu Qing, a freshly awakened soul master, had ended up here with Dai Mubai. However, in the fleeting moment of her leap, Tang Yaoyao had already contemplated much. Little White, roar. A resounding roar of a tiger erupted behind Tang Yaoyao and her companions, prompting Dai Mubai to involuntarily glance back, startled by the formidable creature. The moment Tang Yaoyao appeared, Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt their anxious hearts settle. With this girl around, there was nothing to fear. A mischievous glimmer sparked in Oscar's eyes as he eagerly observed the 2 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Masters opposite them. It was common knowledge that Tang Yaoyao could fend off a Soul King and 2 Soul Masters single-handedly. Now, with Ma Hongjun possessing an additional Soul Ring and Dai Mubai as a Soul Master alongside Zhu Zhuqing, the opposing factions were reminiscent of the previous night's chase. Furthermore, Tang Yaoyao had recently assimilated a Soul Bone, significantly enhancing her combat prowess, instilling confidence in Oscar. What reassured Oscar even more was Tang Yaoyao's innate domain and the friendly Millennium Soul Beast, Xiaobai. As the imminent battle loomed, Zhu Zhuqing assessed the unexpectedly emerging Tang Yaoyao before shifting her focus entirely onto their pursuers. She was uncertain whether the 3 would attempt to flee, but if they did, Dai Mubai's first-ring strength would be inadequate to protect her. The 3 would stand little chance against 5 relentless pursuers. Contemplating this, a steely resolve flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She harbored no regrets about trusting Dai Mubai and fleeing with him. Regardless of their escape, both Davis and her elder sister, Zhu Zhiyan, would employ every means necessary to confront her and Dai Mubai. It was better to risk everything than to remain under their watchful gaze, opting instead for a desperate escape. The first to strike was the leading agile attack type, Soul King, whose martial spirit was avian. A flicker of concern crossed Tang Yaoyao's eyes. Most birds were agile attackers, unless one possessed explosive power and damage like Ma Hongjun. Xiaobai, she thought, faced with 5 opponents stronger than her. She knew she had to fight with all her might, or the outcome would be no better than that fateful night. Her innate domain, the golden cage of fate, manifested instantly, enveloping her in a radiant aura that mirrored her martial spirit, though her own features remained unchanged. With elongated elfin ears and delicate mechanical butterfly wings, she exuded a divine and luminous essence. One extraordinary martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing, aware of her own limitations, found her attention drawn to the newly emerged girl. They all anticipated that a Soul King's 3rd spirit ability would be formidable. Yet the white tiger accompanying Tang Yaoyao effortlessly swiped aside this 3rd spirit technique with a single paw. Over the past 3 days, it had reaped numerous benefits while guarding Tang Yaoyao. Under the influence of fate's power, the white tiger's cultivation had skyrocketed from over 3,900 years to beyond 4,000, now capable of contending with the agile attack type, Soul King. However, despite its advantages, the agile nature of the opponent posed a challenge. Defeating him solely with the white tiger's might would still prove difficult. Such a move. How incredibly cool. Ma Hongjun marveled at Tang Yaoyao soaring in the air, admiration shining in his eyes. Chapter 23, A Minor Beast Tied. By a twist of fate, 3 days prior, Tang Yaoyao had activated the golden cage of fate, summoning soul beasts that had yet to depart. In a nearby thicket, Millennium Soul beasts searching for auspicious creatures sensed the familiar aura and rejoiced. Once again, the essence of fate wafted through the air, and its potency suggested the target was near. After the last sensation of destiny, they had raced in this direction, close to the periphery of the Star Doe Forest. Many of these Millennium Soul beasts were merely 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, drawn by the emanating aura of fate. At that time, the crisis had abated, and Tang Yaoyao, gravely injured, had retracted her domain ability. Without the source of the aura, the soul beast could only advance toward the vicinity with a vague direction, until at last, fortune favored the diligent, and the distinctive aura of auspicious creatures returned. The auspicious beasts required their assistance against those despicable humans. Even the Emperor's auspicious beast dared to strike. They must ensure these intruders never returned. The agile attack type, Soul King, understood the gravity of the situation and commanded that Tang Yaoyao and her companions be eliminated. He had only heard of such powerful humanoid beast martial spirits, akin to the angel martial spirit of the Spirit Hall. Yet these wings bore no feathers. The sacred and radiant aura was strikingly similar to that of the Spirit Hall's angels. Should any connection to the Spirit Hall be uncovered, Davis would likely abandon them. So the best course of action was to silence them forever. This avian soul master observed meticulously. He noted a recent wound on Tang Yaoyao's body. Coupled with the camaraderie evident between Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang Yaoyao, he surmised they were allies who had recently endured a fierce battle. Had there been a powerful elder by their side, her injuries would not be so severe, as evidenced by the bloodstains on her arms and garments. As the leader of this murderous group, he had undertaken perilous missions assigned by Davis time and again, surviving through his extraordinary instincts and keen observational skills. Now, His instincts warned him that these three youths were not to be underestimated. After all, such young individuals could be soul masters. Their lineage must belong to a prominent family. And should their affiliations be revealed, they would face not only the pursuit of great powers, but also the shedding of responsibility by the Star Luo Empire. The second spirit ability, Devouring Heat Wave, unleashed a powerful assault from a fire element soul master. The first spirit ability, Phoenix Fireline. The first spirit ability, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai's first spirit ability was a defensive technique, shielding his companions from the oncoming wave of soul abilities. Although this was their inaugural combat as a 5-member team, their actions were imbued with an unspoken synergy, for this was their sole opportunity for survival. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, the only two capable of offense among the 5, executed their roles seamlessly, one absorbing the brunt of the attack, the other countering with force. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at Dai Mubai's protective figure before her, narrowed her eyes, silently vowing that if they emerged from this ordeal alive, she would dedicate herself to training relentlessly, vowing vengeance against Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Despite Dai Mubai's intentions to leave the Star Luo Empire with her, unwilling to contend for the throne, their two elder siblings remained intent on annihilating them, dispatching assassins to eliminate them at this border between the two great empires. Oscar, quickly, eat a recovery sausage. Oscar tirelessly crafted recovery sausages, his complexion growing pale. Time was of the essence, and the sooner he finished, the sooner he could restore soul power to assist the weary main combatants before the next wave of attacks. The others hurriedly consumed the sausages, which would replenish their soul energy. Dai Mubai gratefully accepted the recovery sausage from Oscar, swallowing it whole and nodding his thanks. Oscar proved to be a steadfast ally. Once I enroll in Shrek Academy, he will undoubtedly be my closest companion. Tang Yao Yao continued to expand the golden wheel beneath her feet when she suddenly heard a voice. Confused, she glanced down, discovering a mysterious power emanating from Dai Mubai. How had she overlooked this when she first approached? Was it an extension of the power of fate that enabled her to perceive it so easily? What could it be that could obscure the probing of fate's essence? However, it is evidently not an opportune moment. Thus, allow me to dispose of this little girl first. The second soul skill, Sky Strike. This avian soul master appears to possess the spirit of a sparrow, with wings that are a dull gray. First soul skill, Resonance of Echoes. The sound of two golden bells slicing through the air races towards this sparrow soul master. Oscar and Ma Hongjun have truly witnessed the formidable power of Tang Yuyo's first soul skill. That night, facing two great soul masters and one soul venerable, Tang Yuyo divided her attack into 3 phases. Now, targeting a sensitive attack type, Soul Venerable, this skill manifests its overwhelming explosive force. How can this be possible? Sensitive attack type, Soul Masters generally possess weaker offensive capabilities. Although he is a Soul Venerable, he has unleashed only his second soul skill. In comparison to Tang Yuyo's independently condensed and potent first soul skill, he is naturally overwhelmed, and this soul skill even carries a degree of control effect. Additionally, it possesses an area amplification that diminishes the opponent's power, granting Tang Yuyo an overall enhancement of 20 attributes while reducing this Sparrow Soul Master's physical damage by 10. This equates to an individual enhancement of 30 in attack. A figure not to be taken lightly, rivaling the support capabilities of the renowned Auxiliary Martial Spirit, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun's eyes suddenly lit up as he launched a surprise attack. Resonance of Echoes. Tang Yuyo is acutely aware that this soul skill can likely only control a soul venerable for 12 seconds, so immediately after Ma Hongjun executes his soul skill, she swiftly follows up with another strike. In a mere matter of seconds, this Sparrow Soul Master, after releasing a soul skill, finds himself forced to endure 3 soul skills. By the time Ma Hongjun's attack reaches his face, he has already reacted, realizing the control duration of Tang Yuyo's previous soul skill has elapsed. However, now, to withstand Ma Hongjun's attack, he has no choice but to endure it. First soul skill, Feather Shield. This soul skill bears some resemblance to Dai Mubai's White Tiger Barrier, as the dusty wings of the sparrow unfurl from behind him to shield his front. The first soul skills of Soul Venerables differ somewhat from those of ordinary Soul Masters. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Tang Yuyo. It is impossible for you to strike me, old man. Before he could finish his words, Tang Yuyo's follow-up attack reached him. The Sparrow Soul Master, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters away. The Sparrow Soul Master now finds himself at a loss, clearly aware that among his teammates are 3 great Soul Masters and 1 Soul Venerable. Yet, he is the one who has lost face. struck by a mere first-ring soul master. He was about to question his teammates as to why they did not intervene when suddenly his expression changed. He realized they were already surrounded by various soul beasts below. Chapter 24. Irrefutable evidence that Dai Mubai is not the original. What is going on? The Sparrow Soul Master was taken aback, terrified to descend, as he found himself surrounded by a throng of soul beasts with nowhere to land. How could there be so many soul beasts, and so specifically targeting them? Despite the presence of those little children, these soul beasts have nonetheless chosen to encircle them. The Sparrow Soul Master quickly discerned something was amiss, casting a glance at Tang Yuyo hovering above, his instinct telling him that this commotion was undoubtedly caused by this girl. Little girl, what have you done? Tang Yuyo pursed her lips, gazing down at the individuals below, as if she were a merciless celestial being. Her noble demeanor and exquisite appearance, alongside the indifference in her eyes, embodying an ethereal presence. You ought to depart swiftly. This is my domain of talent. Within this realm, all soul beasts will acknowledge me as their master in a short span of time. Even if you manage to slay these younger soul beasts now soon, ancient soul beasts and 10,000-year soul beasts will arrive. Even if the layers of the 10,000-year soul beasts are too distant to reach here, amidst the ensuing chaos, there will inevitably come a moment when your soul power is depleted. Are you certain you wish to remain steadfast against us? The Sparrow Soul Master cast a wary glance at Tang Yuyo, then shifted his sharp gaze towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. It is no problem to spare the three of you, but these two shall not be so fortunate. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he looked to Tang Yuyo, wishing to say something but hesitating, unsure of how to begin. It was their flight that had led to the pursuit, which inadvertently implicated the three of them. What reason did he have to compel Tang Yuyo to refuse? A sudden wave of regret surged within him. Originally a mere fan of stories, upon learning of his character's identity, he sought to alter the plot. However, this time, he chose to take Zhu Zhuqing along, only to find themselves pursued the moment they set foot outside of Star Luo's territory. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? I have no interest in the traditions of your Star Luo royal family. But do you truly believe that the Emperor of Star Luo would permit you to kill his son before the successor to the throne has been determined? Although Tang Yuyo found the Emperor of Star Luo's method of nurturing successors akin to raising a poisonous insect rather distasteful, she could not deny that Dai Mubai, following the original plotline, would also face relentless pursuit upon reaching the Shrek Academy in the Heaven Do Empire. To suggest that no one was covertly protecting him, or that those pursuing him were lenient, she could not believe that a second-ring soul master could safely arrive at Shrek Academy. Thus, she speculated that when Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing fled, they must have had someone secretly guarding them. A healthy prince, endowed with talents surpassing Davis. The Emperor of Star Luo would not so easily relinquish his hold. Furthermore, considering that Dai Mubai had seemingly emerged without the undesirable traits of the original character, the Emperor would likely hold him in even higher esteem. Moreover, the fact that he had brought out the legitimate daughter of the Star Luo Duke could not be overlooked. Zhu Zhuqing, marked by her connection to Dai Mubai, would not have easily escaped from the Zhu family. After all, according to the original storyline, it was Dai Mubai who departed first, with Zhu Zhuqing in pursuit of him. Perhaps the Emperor of Star Luo had a hand in this as well. Tang Yuyo's words not only rendered the five individuals below speechless, but also left Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in a state of disbelief. The hidden figure in the shadows widened his eyes in astonishment at Tang Yuyo. Sensing something, Tang Yuyo glanced in the direction of the hidden guard, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. Truly astonishing. Whose child is this? Such cunning intelligence. Oscar bore a smile at the corner of his mouth, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the airborne Tang Yuyo. Oscar surmised that the shadow guard had refrained from intervening, likely out of concern for the three of them, fearing they had powerful patrons behind them. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuyo had directly exposed the situation, leaving one to wonder whether to commend her for her boldness or her wit. While Tang Yuyo was still in the midst of merging her soul bone, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had arrived at this location. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the others seemed to be making a lot of noise without much action, leading Oscar to suspect that if this were truly a pursuit, despite their disheveled appearance, they ought to be drenched in blood. After all, the disparity in strength was stark. This was the outermost area of the Stardo Forest. If there were a genuine intent to kill, they would have perished long before stepping out of the Star Luo Empire. However, observing the murderous intent in the eyes of this group did not seem fabricated, prompting Oscar to alter his speculation. Perhaps it was a case of brothers turning against each other, with someone secretly aiding Dai Mubai. It could be from Dai Mubai's maternal clan, or perhaps from the elders of the Zhu family. He guessed many possible protectors, yet never considered the Emperor of Star Luo. After all, fratricide was a tradition of the Star Luo royal family, and from any angle, the Emperor of Star Luo would not be one to intervene. Yet, it was Tang Yuyo's remark that awakened him from his reverie. How could the Emperor of Star Luo allow his two sons to be casually killed by an insignificant individual before the rightful heir to the throne was determined? Dai Mubai, even in the face of death, could only meet his demise with dignity at the hands of Davis. The Star Luo royal family condoned such clandestine conflicts to ignite their valor, urging them to fiercely compete for the throne. However, this does not imply that a mere soul master of the Third Ring could truly slay a prince of an empire. Who is this girl, after all? Moreover, her martial spirit is remarkably peculiar, unmentioned in the original text. I cannot fathom how that dog of an emperor could have sent someone to protect himself, yet she has deduced it so effortlessly. Which clan does she belong to? The most absurd part is her association with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Could this be a butterfly effect in storyline? It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Tang Yuyu, upon hearing this voice, perked up her ears. Indeed, Dai Mubai is not the original. Yet why is she able to hear his innermost thoughts? Could it be the influence of fate? Very well, we agree to depart. I hope this young lady will show mercy upon us. The Sparrow Soul Master is truly a talent worth utilizing, possessing keen observation skills in battle, adeptness in navigating through current predicaments, and decisive action when necessary. It is no wonder that Dai Mubai felt compelled to flee to the Heaven Do Empire with such a capable individual at Davis's side. However, it is somewhat regrettable for such a rare talent to be following Davis. What is the worth of a prince whose claim to the throne is still uncertain? No matter how audacious he may be, I advise you to refrain from placing your full trust in him until the larger picture unfolds. Isn't the royal affair merely a cycle of rise and fall? Today's downfall could lead to tomorrow's unreachable heights. If you cannot grasp this simple truth, it would be best to distance yourself from the royal family. Upon hearing the last sentence, the Sparrow Soul Master's gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted. This was indeed true. After all, the Star Luo Emperor had dispatched individuals to protect Dai Mubai. Even if he had not witnessed it himself, Tang Yuyu had indeed managed to persuade him. At this moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat disheveled, but this did not signify that he could not triumph over Davis in the future, given that Dai Mubai's innate talent far surpassed that of Davis. Yet, no one believed that Dai Mubai could defeat Davis despite the 6-year age gap. Chapter 25, A Grand Illusion. Otherwise, how about you follow me? Do not be deceived by my young age. I possess innate, full soul power and an extraordinarily powerful humanoid beast martial spirit, backed by formidable forces. By following me, your future prospects are boundless. Even if you were to betray Davis immediately, I believe no one would dare to harm you. Moreover, with a title DouluoDalu supporting me, even the Star Luo Emperor would not dare to act against you under my protection. At this moment, Tang Yuyu had retracted her martial spirit, yet her words flowed incessantly, weaving a tapestry of persuasion. Although she was merely spinning a tale, her assertions held a kernel of truth. She remained clad in tattered clothes, yet none dared to regard her with disdain. Instead, they lowered their heads in profound respect. No one doubted Tang Yuyu's words. Her age and possession of a soul ring were undeniable. As for the title DouluoDalu, while some harbored skepticism, the prevailing sentiment leaned towards belief. After all, aside from having the backing of a title DouluoDalu, it was difficult to conceive of anyone capable of nurturing such an astute and gifted child. The Sparrow Soul Master glanced at his brethren, recognizing the unspoken yearning reflected in their eyes. It was evident that even after years of camaraderie, his companions were swayed, and the Sparrow Soul Master himself contemplated departing. Tang Yuyu had effortlessly dominated them with a single domain, far surpassing the unproven Prince Davis, who had yet to inherit the throne, not to mention the title DouluoDalu standing behind her. Would it not be better to follow me? Davis remains oblivious to your fates. Is this not preferable? Aside from the Star Luo Emperor, no one would know your whereabouts. The Emperor would never risk offending my clan for a handful of insignificant subordinates. Thus, you would be seen as having made a wise choice, leaving behind the uncertainty of inheriting the throne with Davis. Tang Yuyu smiled at the Sparrow Soul Master, yet her gaze sent chills down their spines. Is this truly just a 6-year-old child? Her eloquence is astonishingly persuasive. Who exactly is she? This character did not appear in the original work. Dai Mubai gazed intently at Tang Yuyu, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Simultaneously, he began to question her identity. Could she be akin to him? At that moment, standing so close to Dai Mubai, Tang Yuyu overheard his thoughts. As she caught a glimpse of a small red dot on her system panel out of the corner of her eye, she pondered, what is this? This defective system still functions? However, now is not the time for inquiry. She must maintain her focus. Very well, let's gamble. Bai Qiu and my brothers are willing to pledge allegiance to you. I swear my loyalty to you. Several individuals knelt before Tang Yuyu on one knee, signaling their fidelity. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Tang Yuyu's eyes. With these soul masters, she could safely depart from the Stardow Great Forest. Excellent. Rise. In less than 10 years, you will rejoice in the decision you made today. Bai Qiu chuckled, genuinely pleased. For Tang Yuyu's innate, full soul power promised her a secure path to becoming a titled Douluo. They had placed their bets on such an immensely promising individual, especially when compared to Davis, whose talent was average and whose claim to the throne remained uncertain. Most importantly, with a titled Douluo backing Tang Yuyu, they would face no trouble even if they betrayed the Stardow Emperor. These individuals were already middle-aged, their talents and abilities were proportional, and they were destined to fall behind Tang Yuyu's pace. Nevertheless, Tang Yuyu had no intention of making these five her trusted confidants. She merely planned to cultivate them as aids to resolve her immediate situation. After all, she had no idea how to return to Notting City, and having these bodyguards would make things significantly easier. Tang Yuyu turned to Oscar and the others. I am returning. Do you wish to join me? She cast a significant glance at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, surprised to see them nod in agreement. However, having 5 free bodyguards was an opportunity not to be missed. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's ultimate destination would likely be Soto City. Meanwhile, within Notting City, someone was on the verge of madness due to Tang Yuyu's disappearance. The afternoon of her disappearance coincided with Yu Xiaojiang taking Tang San to the soul-hunting forest. Tang San had intended to inform Tang Yuyu, but could not find her and had to abandon the idea. The nearest soul-hunting forest would take at least a week to traverse. Upon Tang San's return, Xiao Wu urgently relayed the news to him. What? What are you saying? Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders, shaking her in disbelief. How could you possibly be missing? Weren't you two together? What on earth happened? Xiao Wu winced at Tang San's fierce demeanor, feeling as though her shoulder blades might shatter under his grip. While she understood Tang San's anguish, she felt a tinge of grievance herself. After all, it was not her fault that Tang Yuyu had accompanied her to the Martial Spirit Electric Power Recovery Subsidy. Yet, she was not the one who had intentionally lost her. It was not fair for him to be so harsh. Moreover, given that a week had passed without any sign of Tang Yuyu, Xiao Wu's inner turmoil was palpable. Tang San's eyes turned crimson. His mind flooded with memories of his father, Tang Hao, imparting a solemn message as he departed from Holy Soul Village. Remember, protect her with your life. She is your sister and the one we owe the most to in this lifetime. Father, Soda, it's all my fault. If I had stayed by my sister's side, this tragedy would not have occurred simultaneously. Tang San recalled that afternoon when he had intended to bid her farewell. But due to Yu Xiaojiang's pressing urgency, he could not locate Tang Yuyu in time and had to ask Wang Sheng, a dormitory mate, to convey his message. Had he not departed that day, would Xiao Wu have notified him sooner? Was there still a chance to find his sister back then? He dare not contemplate whether Tang Yuyu had met with foul play or not. Why? Though he had only spent 3 months in genuine companionship with Tang Yuyu, every little detail of her lingered vividly in his mind. His sister, who, even while expressing her ire, would not forget to bring him meals. The one who, though uttering harsh words, would turn around and show concern for him, and all the incessant chatter of Tang Yuyu. These scenes flitted by like illusory dreams, leaving Tang San uncertain of how to explain things when he next encountered his father. He was also oblivious to whether his sister still lived, if she did. How could he possibly seek her amidst this vast sea of humanity, devoid of any information? Xiao Wu herself did not know how she had vanished. She merely recounted that Tang Yuyu had gone alone to the Wuhuan Hall to collect subsidies, and when she emerged, she was nowhere to be found. Chapter 26. The Heart Technique of Saint Fire. In the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, Yuexian, Tang Hao gazed at the woman sitting across from him, unchanged after years apart, exuding the same regal elegance. Yet, this flower of affluence, nurtured within the Haotian sect, now bore the burden of the sect's economic sustenance. It was precisely due to her stewardship of Yuexian that countless disciples of Haotian sect were spared from hunger, a far cry from its former glory as the world's premier sect. At this thought, Tang Hao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Second brother, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. How have you fared all these years? Tang Yuehua's tear-streaked face reflected her overwhelming emotions. The two had already expressed their joy at reuniting, Now, they simply wished to sit and converse about Tang Hao's harrowing experiences while evading pursuers. Yuehua, for these past few years, I've been hiding in a village, raising our son. You know I'm not adept at caring for children. Initially, I was clumsy, but the child turned out to be unexpectedly well-behaved and understanding. He could speak and act independently, often taking care of me instead. As Tang Hao recounted his son's stories, his face bore no trace of sentimentality. How could such a small child possibly care for someone? At times, the adult-like gaze he occasionally exhibited sent shivers down my spine. This continued until he was capable of venturing outside, where he would secretly practice some bizarre techniques behind the village's hills. I had never encountered anything like it during my travels across Douluo Continent. At that moment, his suspicion solidified. The child was undoubtedly not his own. Perhaps his son had perished in the turmoil of being pursued by the titled Douluo, and it was this realization that plunged him into despair. He drifted through those years in that village, contemplating harming the child, yet it was still his son's body. Until 3 months ago, when a soul master from the Wuhuan Hall arrived in the village to awaken the children's martial souls. Tang Hao paused to sip his tea, and Tang Yuehua's face was one of utter astonishment, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg within. Second brother, Tang Yuehua could scarcely fathom the turmoil her brother had endured after the sacrifice of his wife, only to discover their only son was not of his blood. Do not grieve for me. Heaven has not treated me harshly. On the day of the martial soul awakening, in addition to my son's body being occupied by Tang San, who inherited the twin martial souls of our lineage, I also found another girl. Another girl? Tang Yuehua's eyes brimmed with confusion. Her awakening caused an even greater commotion than Tang San's. The divine aura, coupled with her six-winged humanoid martial soul, truly made me feel as though she possessed a mutated angelic martial soul. Every time Tang Hao reflected upon this, he felt a surge of dread. Thank heavens he had refrained from taking drastic measures, or he would have never met his daughter. A mutated angelic martial soul? Tang Yuehua gasped, looking at Tang Hao, eager to speak, but was interrupted by him. Hold your horses. This child is a disciple of our Haotian sect. Besides her martial soul, she also possesses a Haotian Hammer martial soul. It is as if heaven has taken pity on me, allowing my current plight to take a turn for the better. You know, Ain was a soul beast. Some matters cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Initially, I had doubts about this child's lineage, but she was able to independently condense a soul ring. We both know that only a 100,000-year-old transformation soul beast can achieve such a feat, yet I have indeed witnessed her Haotian Hammer martial soul. For reasons unknown, I bestowed upon her the bloodline inheritance storage soul tool that Ain left behind, and she astonishingly opened it, which reminded me of her bowing to the blue silver grass during her soul ring condensation. Perhaps this is a blessing from the heavens. Tang Hao recounted the tale in one breath, his excitement causing his eyes to redden. Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated the events to unfold in such a manner. Uncertain of what it all meant, she grasped the implications of Tang Hao's unspoken words. This child was indeed his daughter. Although it seemed far-fetched, she could not dismiss the matters concerning soul beasts, and chose to believe, for Tang Hao had no reason to deceive her. Having grown up together, she naturally understood Tang Hao's nature, which allowed no room for deceit. Her concern lay in the fact that Tang Hao had come to seek her out, likely for the sake of his daughter. She surmised that he must have some plans or schemes that required her assistance. Second brother, should you need any aid, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do everything in my power to assist you. The sect owed you a debt for what happened to sister-in-law. We failed to protect her. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression softened, and he gazed gently at his sister. Yuehua, I told the child that I am her uncle. After all, the dead can still condense a corporeal form. It is truly incomprehensible. I do not wish for anyone to pry into UUS secrets. It will be difficult for me to protect her alone. Thus, she must officially be regarded as your child. Tang Yuehua nodded, understanding that this was a small matter, especially since she was still unmarried and having another daughter would not be an issue. Moreover, this was her brother's daughter. She could surmise Tang Hao's intentions. If Tang Yuyu were her daughter, she would be entitled to the protection and resources of Haotian sect. If all went well, this child would be born with the nobility of a princess, and she saw nothing wrong with her brother's actions, believing that it was only natural for Tang Yuyu to enjoy the sect's protection and resources. The three siblings had always been protective of one another, yet now, even with Tang Xiao at the helm, there were several elders from the older generation imposing restrictions. They had vehemently opposed Tang Hao's marriage in the past, and Tang Yuehua harbored a deep-seated resentment towards these elders for keeping her second brother away from home for so many years. Rest assured, second brother, I shall send a message to Haotian sect immediately. Tang Yuehua, being a woman of action, promptly set about her tasks. Leaving Tang, Hao watching her retreating figure with a heart full of peace. It would not be long before their family was reunited. This was a thought that occupied his mind repeatedly, and it was precisely due to Tang Yuyu's emergence that the animosity within Tang Hao seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, Tang Yuyu observed the others either gathering firewood or roasting food and stealthily tapped on her personal system panel. Ding! The fire magic of the Fire Lord is powerful yet uncontrollable. Please sign in at the incident location. Reward, Saint Fireheart technique completed. Ding! The Golden Prince, gradually succumbing to the ensnarement of wealth, has lost his sanity. Please sign in at the site of the Golden Prince's madness. Reward, Golden Bone Sword completed. Chapter 27. The Eruption of Evil Fire. Tang Yuyu gazed upon this defective system, marveling at its utter ineptitude, her amusement almost causing her to burst into laughter. How delightful it would be to receive such inexplicable rewards in abundance. Although the sacred Fireheart method held little value for her, given that her martial spirit bore no fire attributes, the joy of acquiring something for free was universally cherished. Just then, as Tang Yuyu was reveling in her mirth, a sudden scream pierced the air, prompting her to swiftly turn her head. There, she beheld the portly Ma Hongjun, writhing on the grass, clutching his stomach. What could have happened? Dai Mubai was the first to voice his concern, yet Tang Yuyu heard his unspoken thoughts. It must be the consequence of his evil fire acting up, she mused. Poor little fatty, forever the most unfortunate among the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang Yuyu, momentarily taken aback by this realization, acknowledged the truth in his plight. During their school years, his talent was no less than that of his peers. Yet he was hindered by the flaws in his martial spirit, unable to train to his full potential. Furthermore, his penchant for revelry in the brothels had led to disdain from the female students. After graduation, he became a mere lackey for Tang San while assisting in the construction of the Tang sect. A once promising genius, he had become a mere backdrop to Tang San's brilliance. Especially in matters of the heart, he had finally developed feelings for Bai Qinxiang, only to find that fate had cruelly intervened. Tang Yuyu found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Ma Hongjun. Despite his numerous shortcomings, his character remained commendable. His escapades in the brothels could hardly be deemed immoral, given the affliction of his evil fire. Tang Yuyu vividly recalled the day Ma Hongjun first met Tang San and Xiao Wu. He had just broken up with his impoverished girlfriend, Suehua. In the Douluo Continent, where soul masters were the most esteemed profession, it was undeniable that Ma Hongjun had treated Suehua well, despite the relationship being a mere means to alleviate his own affliction. After their separation, he had given all his gold soul coins to her. But I digress. Tang Yu knelt beside the writhing Ma Hongjun, while the others made way for her. Gently, she placed her finger on his forehead, channeling the light attribute's destiny power to ease his discomfort. Though he still writhed in pain, it was no longer enough to send him rolling on the ground. Thank you, Yuyu. I feel much better, Ma Hongjun gasped, sitting up and catching his breath, immediately expressing his gratitude. Think nothing of it. Tang Yuyu replied with a smile, unperturbed. She then approached the bonfire, tore off a rabbit's leg, and handed it to Ma Hongjun. Have a bite. You've been suppressing that evil fire for several days. I reckon tonight will be quite restless for you. Ma Hongjun was about to express his gratitude when her words rendered him utterly petrified. A whole night of unrest. The very thought conjured memories of the pain he had just experienced. Oscar cast a worried glance at Ma Hongjun, recalling the teacher's warnings. If Ma Hongjun's evil fire remained unvented, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, where could Ma Hongjun possibly find a brothel to release his pent-up energy? Tang Yuyu noticed Oscar's concerned gaze and suddenly remembered the sacred Fireheart method she had just received. Would it be of any use to Ma Hongjun? Could the magical realm truly compare to the world of fantasy? Perhaps it could be of service to him. After all, she had no use for it. Given her lack of fire attributes in her martial spirit, it would be prudent to keep the original for herself while passing the copy to Ma Hongjun. Who knows? She might encounter someone with fire attributes in the future. Well, there is another option. I have a meditation method suitable for fire attribute soul masters in my storage soul guide. I'm not certain if it will be beneficial for you, but certainly won't cause any harm. After speaking, Tang Yuyu produced the exquisitely packaged sacred Fireheart method. Dai Mubai noticed the storage soul guide in Tang Yuyu's possession, shaped like the blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? What's happening here? Could it be that I've stumbled into a fan fiction? Tang Yuyu discreetly twitched her eye at Dai Mubai's thought. His imagination was quite vivid. It was evident he was a clear, yet foolish species. This packaging is exquisite. Are you truly giving this to me? Such a precious item. Ma Ongjun exclaimed, excitement radiating from him, though his eager gaze betrayed his underlying emotions. Tang Yuyu waved her hand dismissively. It's of no consequence to me. This was left to me by my mother, so cherish it well. Just remember to return it to me once you've memorized its contents. Inside the storage soul guide. The blue-silver emperor mused, when did I ever gather such a targeted meditation method for fire attributes? Have I truly forgotten due to the passage of time? After all, a 10,000-year-old beast had lived for several millennia. It was not unusual to forget. Thank you. Thank you, Yuyu. I will read it diligently and return it to you as soon as possible. Ma Hongjun responded, his voice thick with emotion. He could sense the value of this technique at a glance, eager to begin his cultivation immediately to ascertain its effectiveness that very night. Tang Yu found herself unable to bear the overly sentimental look in the little fatty's eyes and swiftly changed the subject. Oscar cast a covetous glance at Ma Hongjun, but instead of jealousy, he felt genuinely happy for him. As a food-type support soul master, such targeted cultivation methods held no value for Oscar. After all, the soul power of support soul masters was difficult to enhance without soul bones. Oscar, here, take this, Tang Yu said, producing a rather ordinary storage soul guide from her own possessions. Though it only has 2 cubic meters of storage capacity, I believe you could use it right now. She approached Oscar, pressing the ring into his hand, leaving no room for refusal. This is your reward for protecting me for 3 days. Had it not been for you and Ma Hongjun shielding me from danger, I might have met my end. But Oscar stammered, genuinely wanting to decline. Yet he realized that he and Ma Hongjun had hardly encountered any danger during those 3 days. Besides, Tang Yuyu had saved them both previously, making the exchange seem equitable. The storage ring felt like a burning iron in his palm. This is far too precious. As Oscar began to protest, Tang Yuyu's words silenced him. One thing is one thing. This is my gratitude. Such items are of little consequence to me. Please do not delay. Otherwise, I shall feel restless. Oscar nodded shyly, accepting the storage ring. Indeed, he was quite the pretty boy. It was merely a storage ring, not a marriage proposal, yet he wore a bashful expression. Tang Yuyu caught Dai Mubai's thoughts once more and turned to see him wearing a look of amusement. Chapter 28. The Wrath of Tang Air Hammer. Fortuitously for Ma Hongjun, it seemed the sacred fire heart method might indeed resolve the issues plaguing his martial spirit. Now, whenever Tang Yuyu glanced at Ma Hongjun, she could perceive the fervent admiration and gratitude reflected in his puppy-like eyes. Thankfully, their location was not far from Notting City. Tang Yuyu planned to return there first before having her newly acquired guards escort Oscar and the others back to Shrek Academy. With the danger behind them, she felt no urgency to rush back to Notting City. The group meandered leisurely, as if on a leisurely excursion. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, having returned from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire to Notting City, was in a frenzy. Where's my child? How could she be missing? Upon arriving at the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy and sensing no trace of his daughter, he panicked and searched the entire city in vain for Tang Yuyu. Little San, come out. I'll be waiting for you beneath the large tree at the back of the academy during class. Tang San heard a familiar voice and immediately looked around, but he could not find his father. Teacher, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to rest for a while. Tang San, having uttered these words, dashed out without even casting a glance at Yu Xiaojing's expression. He left behind the man with the crew cut, who sat there with a grim countenance. Ever since Tang San's sister had gone missing, he had been in a state of disquietude, which irked Yu Xiaojing. Father, Tang San gazed at the familiar silhouette before him, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Should father discover that I lost my sister, though he would be disappointed. Tang San understood that the only person capable of finding Tang Yo-Yo at this moment was Tang Hao. Father, I am sorry. I failed to keep an eye on my sister. She has vanished. Without hesitation, Tang San knelt before Tang Hao, who suppressed his rising temper, and, seizing Tang San, asked coldly, what on earth is going on? Upon my return to Notting City, I cannot sense your sister's presence at all. What do you mean by vanished? Tang Hao now displayed no restraint in revealing his formidable power and presence, the aura of a title rendering Tang San pale. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is this the extent of Father's power? How terrifying it is. Is Father a spirit saint or a title Douluo? On that day, Xiao Wu accompanied my sister to the Spirit Hall S branch to receive the Soul Master subsidy. As Tang Hao listened to Tang San recount the events, a myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind, even leading him to a ludicrous hypothesis. Could it be the people from the Spirit Hall? Or perhaps someone has discerned the true form of my daughter's spirit beast. That shouldn't be possible. Even he, a titled Douluo, could not perceive it. Had it not been for Tang Yoyo's ability to condense soul rings, Tang Hao would have been utterly oblivious. Were it not for the lingering aura of the blue-silver grass ring upon his hand, Tang Hao might have doubted whether his daughter was still alive. This was also the reason Tang Hao managed to keep his temper in check. Before departing, Ayin had tied a vine of blue-silver grass around Tang Hao's wrist. Should Tang Yoyo encounter an unfortunate incident, the space within the blue-silver storage soul tool would close, signifying that the blue-silver emperor would be immediately isolated within the storage device. At a loss, Tang Hao could only send a message to Tang Yuehua, hoping that the Haotian sect could assist in locating her. In the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua was penning a letter destined for Nodding City. A week prior, when Tang Hao visited the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua had sent a letter to the Haotian sect, and within 2 days, she had received a summons from the sect's elders. 4 days ago, Yuehua, is what you say true? That little wretch Tang Hao actually discovered a descendant of the Haotian lineage left outside? Could it be that you, along with that little brat, are trying to deceive us? Despite the chaotic retreat from the Spirit Hall's ambush, they had maintained a semblance of order. How could there be any bloodline left outside? Elder 7, known for his fiery temper, immediately summoned Tang Yuehua upon receiving her letter. However, in comparison to his resentment towards Tang Hao, Elder 7 was relatively amiable towards Tang Yuehua. Tang Hao's union with the spirit beast had led to the death of his son during the retreat, leaving him with deep-seated grievances. Yet, Tang Yuehua had contributed to the sect, as the Moon Pavilion she established had become the economic lifeline of the entire Haotian sect. Elder 7, Yuehua understands your meaning. Tang Hao's son is not the only one. The child he discovered, possessing the Haotian Hammer martial spirit, is actually a twin martial spirit. Her other martial spirit is a humanoid beast martial spirit. Although I do not know which lineage she descends from, I have decided to raise her as my own daughter, for I have never married and have no offspring. The earlier part of her statement eased Elder 7's concerns, but the latter part astonished the entire council chamber, leaving the elders exchanging bewildered glances. The news of a twin martial spirit was indeed staggering, yet they were uncertain of the child's lineage. Rather than squabbling amongst themselves, it seemed more prudent to allow Tang Yuehua to nurture her. During the years the sect had been trapped in its ancestral grounds, it was Tang Yuehua who had used the Moon Pavilion's income to sustain the vast expenses of the Haotian sect. However, Elder 2, the wisest and most foresight among the elders, had become a titled Douluo after over 6 years of the sect's closure. His words carried significant weight within the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with joy. If Elder 2 agreed, the other elders would surely follow suit. True to her expectations, the other elders merely exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with Tang Yuehua's proposal. Indeed, this child would henceforth be recognized as Yuehua's own daughter, with a twin martial spirit coupled with innate full soul power. I believe she should be established as the next rightful heir of the Haotian sect. Elder 2 stroked his goat-like beard and then cheerfully suggested to Tang Shao. A humanoid beast martial spirit combined with the Haotian Hammer could never possibly be the offspring of that little brat Tang Hao. Elder 7 had no objections to this. However, for Tang Hao to believe that he could gain the sect's forgiveness through this matter was utterly fanciful. Tang Shao was rendered speechless, having said nothing, while the elders in Yuehua finalized the child's identity and future standing. The talents of Tang Long and Tang, who were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to that child. Uncle, let that child contend for the position of next heir upon her return to the sect. After all, our Haotian sect has always valued strength above all. Although Tang Shao was not groomed as the next sect leader like Tang Hao, his vision was by no means inferior. Indeed, the sect has always adhered to the principle of strength as the ultimate authority. Yuehua, now that your daughter has been found, hasten to have that little brat Tang Hao bring her back. With so many pursuing him, what if our precious gem is harmed? Although the Haotian sect may not be what it once was, it is certainly safer than the outside world. Elder 2 had decisively affirmed Tang Yoyo's identity as Tang Yuehua's daughter. Though he had yet to meet Tang Yoyo, he felt an overwhelming fondness for her. What a marvel! The fourth individual in the history of the Douluo Continent to possess a twin martial spirit. Such rarity is easily discerned, provided this girl does not perish prematurely. The Haotian sect will undoubtedly rise above the Spirit Hall in the future. The grievances of the past shall be avenged. Chapter 29, Returning to Nodding City. The moment Tang Yoyo set foot in Nodding City, Tang Hao sensed her presence. Yoyo, how have you been? Are you hurt? Where have you been all this time? Oscar and the others felt as though a figure had suddenly materialized before them, revealing a very much alive Tang Hao. Uncle, why you look so different after just a few days? Tang Yo-Yo observed Tang Hao's return to his disheveled state, a twitch forming at the corner of her mouth. Uncle? Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was the title Uncle Tang Yo-Yo had previously used to frighten those human traffickers. His prowess was indeed extraordinary. It was out of concern for you. Tang Hao ultimately refrained from uttering the word mother. Where have you been? And why have you brought so many people? Tang Hao's gaze swept over Ma Hongjun and the others, and they instantly felt as though they were being scrutinized by a newly awakened lion, hastily diminishing their presence. Don't even mention it. I nearly got sold off. I was minding my own business at a tea house, and then I was brazenly kidnapped. Although Tang Yo-Yo was now dressed exquisitely, she had not forgotten the disheveled state she had been in during her days of flight. Should she encounter those 3 scoundrels again, they would certainly pay for their misdeeds. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's heart brimmed with murderous intent. How could someone dare to abduct his daughter? All right, let us set that aside for now. Are these your friends? Although Tang Hao was eager to learn about his daughter's experiences in the past days, the soul masters behind her, some of whom had reached the rank of soul sovereign, might very well have been her rescuers, compelling Tang Hao to express his gratitude. They are my little friends who were also abducted with me. We escaped together, and these gentlemen helped us find our way back, as I'm unfamiliar with the route. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing not to disclose the incident of them pursuing Dai Mubai, even if she were to speak of it. Such matters ought not to be discussed in a public setting. It would be more appropriate to confide in Tang Hao privately. Tang Hao perceived his daughter's reluctance. Yet now is not the time for deep inquiries. I extend my gratitude to you all for escorting my niece back. He nearly let slip his thoughts. With a restrained yet warm demeanor, he addressed the group. Not at all. We serve the young lady as our master, and thus we are ever willing to brave fire and water for her. Bai Qiu stepped forward with a brave facade, recognizing Tang Hao as the esteemed title Douluo, the only individual capable of manifesting so quietly in this realm. Oh, Tang Hao cast a surprised glance at the 5 soul masters of varying strengths, then assessed his daughter, relieved to find no signs of distress. Oh, as well then, it's all my brother's fault. Had he not departed so abruptly a few days ago, you wouldn't have been taken. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your mother? Tang Yu felt a pang of frustration. If not for her mature mindset, she might have been compelled to question whether her mother referred to her own blue-silver emperor lineage or the distant Tang Yuehua in the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire. Uncle, I'm perfectly fine, she replied, almost in a whisper, pondering whether Tang San had been frantic during her disappearance. Little San is aware of your absence and has been quite anxious. Be sure to inform him when you return. Although Tang Hao harbored some reluctance regarding Tang San's closeness with Tang Yu. After all, a father often feels a twinge of discomfort. Yet, the thought of Tang San ultimately serving as a stepping stone for Tang Yu allowed him to turn a blind eye. Well, I must first bid farewell to my friends. Uncle, they're students from Shrek Academy in Soto City. I'll have these gentlemen escort them. After conversing with Tang Hao, Tang Yu approached Oscar and his companions. My uncle has come to fetch me. I've asked Bai Qiu and the others to take you back after you see them off. Please head to Yuexian in the Heaven Do Empire's capital to meet Madame Yuehua. She will arrange your accommodations. Bai Qiu and the others nodded eagerly, astonished to discover that Tang Yu indeed had a title Douluo backing her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai felt utterly astounded. Having deduced the identity of the man, was this not the legendary Tang Hao, the one who wielded an immense hammer and was renowned for his invincibility? And Tang Yu had just referred to him as uncle? Furthermore, she was the daughter of Tang Yuehua. Dai Mubai realized he had truly entered a fanfiction, and it seemed to be one centered on Tang San. All he needed to do was cling to Tang San's coattails, as in the original narrative, to secure a divine conclusion. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged reluctant glances. Although their time spent together was brief, they had forged a bond. Yu, should you ever consider enrolling in an advanced Soul Master Academy, you must join us at Shrek Academy. Our dean is at the Soul Sage level. Our faculty is quite commendable. Oscar struggled to find anything else to commend Shrek Academy, resorting to bragging about Flinder's strength. Yet would a title even consider it? Understood. After Oscar departed, she would soon surprise him. Within Oscar's storage ring, she had placed a suitable 10,000-year soul bone, as Aine had conveyed that she had no use for it, and might as well give it to little Oscar. Farewell, Zhu Qing. You must diligently train. Once I discover a suitable cultivation method for you at home, I will have someone send it to you. Tang Yu embraced Zhu Qing, feeling a bittersweet pang as she noted the girl's emotional turmoil. Yes, please be cautious and do not let yourself be captured again. Zhu Zhuqing gazed longingly at Tang Yuyu. Having reached this age, she had never forged a friendship with another girl her age. Tang Yuyu was the first true friend she had made after escaping with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of jealousy as he observed the two girls embracing. Why the tight hug? Zhuqing is my fiancée, and I've never even hugged her. As soon as Tang Yuyu drew closer to Dai Mubai, she could hear his inner thoughts. Unfazed, she cast him a sly glance before playfully planting a kiss on Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, eliciting a sound reminiscent of a heart breaking. Throughout their journey, Tang Yuyu had discerned Dai Mubai's true character, a college student enamored with anime beauties. Their flight was precipitated by the engagement between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, compounded by their repeated mistreatment by Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, forcing them to flee to the Heavendo Empire. Who among the youth of the 21st century could endure such treatment? It was no wonder Dai Mubai fled in the original text. Chapter 30, a grand reunion seen shortly after receiving Tang Hao's letter. Tang Yuehua corresponded with the Haotian sect, seeking their assistance in locating the child. However, barely 2 days had passed when Tang Hao wrote again, recounting the events. Fortunately, all was well, as Tang Yuyu had returned on her own. Tang Yuehua felt a sense of relief, recognizing that losing such a prodigy would indeed be a significant loss for the sect. Even her typically composed second uncle displayed rare concern upon hearing the news. In his letter, Tang Hao indicated that he would soon bring Tang Yuyu to Yuexian, where they would escort her back to the sect. Tang Yuehua exhaled in relief upon reading this, then penned another letter, summoning a messenger to return to the Haotian sect, while she awaited her brother and niece's arrival at Yuexian. At the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Yuyu, are you leaving already after just returning? Xiao Wu lay on her bed, occasionally swinging her legs, propping herself up on her hand as she gazed at Tang Yuyu, who was seated nearby, engrossed in her reading. Yes, my uncle is taking me to meet my mother. I have never seen her in my life. As Tang Yuyu spoke, she felt a stirring from the blue-silver emperor within her storage soul guide, indicating that this entity truly regarded her as a daughter. Really? Why have you never met your mother? Xiao Wu's curiosity was piqued, having grown up by her mother's side. She found it difficult to comprehend the notion of someone not being raised by their mother. Although she was a 100,000-year soul beast, her mind was filled with the thoughts and experiences of soul beasts rather than a human worldview. I always believed I was an orphan, without parents. I was taken in and raised by the village chief and Grandpa Jack. Tang Yu had no qualms about clarifying Xiao Wu's inquiries, as she held Grandpa Jack in higher regard than Tang Hao. Without him, she would not be who she was today. Soda. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Xiao Wu quickly realized her faux pas and apologized, having gained some understanding of human social dynamics after spending time in the human world. It's all right. I'm returning, after all. I'm merely going to meet her. I still prefer to stay at our Nodding City Soulstone Academy, as I can visit Grandpa anytime. Tang Yuyu found herself engrossed in conversation with Xiao Wu, closing her book on soul beast knowledge and turning to chat. Really? That's wonderful. If you didn't come back, I would find it terribly boring. Tang-san is no fun at all. Xiao Wu's mind flashed back to the scene where Tang-san had frantically gripped her shoulders. Since that day, she had developed a sense of respectful distance towards him. Though Tang-san later offered his apologies, Xiao Wu merely accepted them on the surface, harboring a lingering sense of estrangement towards him. That version of Tang-san was too terrifying. She still preferred to keep her distance from him. Indeed, Tang-san was a dense individual. After all this time, he had yet to apologize to me, and when I depart, I have no intention of speaking to him or informing him. Tang Yuyu was aware that Tang Hao had always been by her side. Thus she maintained a rather childish demeanor. As for how to win over those 5 soul masters, Tang Yuyu did not conceal anything from Tang Hao, for it appeared that he held a soft spot for her, even bestowing upon her the blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao's initial reaction was one of disbelief. After all, Tang, you have been acting quite childishly these past few days, seemingly disconnected from the descriptor of being astute. Yet, without any alternative explanations, Tang Hao had no choice but to accept it, which stood in stark contrast to Tang San's precocity. Tang Yuyu was simply a clever child, exhibiting behaviors entirely reminiscent of her age. Following Tang Hao's disbelief, a wave of exuberance washed over him, with Tang Yuyu's intelligence. His second uncle and the others would undoubtedly support her ascension as the next leader of the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua had already informed Tang Hao of the happenings within the Haotian sect, filling him with joy, as if what he had lost had returned to him in a different guise through his child. It must be said, although Tang Hao was a devoted servant to the sect, He valued the continuation of his and a Yin's bloodline far more than the sect itself, provided it did not endanger the survival of the Haotian sect. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuyu, she was deeply engrossed in conversation with Xiao Wu. 6 days later, Tang Yuyu gazed in awe at the bustling city before her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Uncle, this Heaven-Do city is so stunning. Tang Yuyu's gaze was fixated on the various shops lining the streets and the throngs of people. Huh. While Heaven-Do city is indeed one of the grandest cities on the Douluo Continent, the most beautiful city is not this Heaven-Do city, but rather the Seven Treasure City where the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resides. Tang Yu nodded absently at this remark, already captivated by the vibrant atmosphere. The sensation was reminiscent of wandering the streets of medieval Rome. She rather enjoyed this contrasting sense of nostalgia. It seemed there were many more wonders on the Douluo Continent awaiting her exploration. We have arrived. Ahead lies Yuexian. Tang Hao took a deep breath, slowly leading his daughter towards the structure ahead. Due to Tang Yuyu's teasing, Tang Hao had taken great care in his appearance, as if nothing had changed, remaining the same Haotian Douluo he had been in his youth. For the past few days, Tang Yuehua had been somewhat distracted, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her brother and niece on the first floor of Yuexian, to ensure Tang Yuyu's safe passage to the Haotian sect. The second elder had even instructed Tang Xiao to send several capable disciples along. The elders were alarmed by the incident involving human traffickers attempting to abduct Tang Yuyu. This child must not encounter any misfortune, as she represented their hope for the rise of the Haotian sect. Though there was no formal declaration of Tang Yuyu as the next sect leader, everyone understood the unspoken truth. Who could rival her? Possessing twin martial souls and innate full soul power? It was merely a matter of time before she surpassed her contemporaries, Tang Long and Tang Hu, on the Douluo Continent. Age has never dictated everything. Only innate talent and strength form the basis of one's standing. Yuehua. A deep male voice resonated in her ears, causing Tang Yuehua to spring to her feet, eyes darting towards the entrance of Yuexian. You have finally arrived. Tang Yuehua intended to call out to her brother, but with so many people around, it was inevitable that some would overhear. Quick, follow me. We are heading to the 5th floor. Knowing the truth, almost felt as if she were witnessing a performance. If emotional expression were graded, she would award Tang Yuehua a score of 120. Anything less would be an insult to her acting prowess. Chapter 31. A True Mother-Daughter Reunion. Second brother. Is this Yuyu? Tang Yuehua looked at the girl beside Tang Hao with excitement. The child was as exquisite and adorable as a celestial being from a painting, her expressive eyes brimming with spirit. Tang Yuehua was so overwhelmed with excitement that she didn't know where to place her hands or how to introduce herself to the girl. According to her and Tang Hao's plan, she was to acknowledge Tang Yuyu as her daughter, but Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words. She had no experience in such matters. Yuyu. Tang Hao was about to introduce Tang Yuehua to the girl, but he had already promised Yin that he would not allow his daughter to call anyone else mother. He cast an apologetic glance at Tang Yuehua. She is yours. My sister. Tang Hao spoke vaguely, knowing that Tang Yuyu would comprehend his meaning. Tang Yuyu thought, is that all? Shouldn't I be calling her mother? What was going on with this old fellow? Wanted me to have 2 mothers. With her large, sparkling eyes, Tang Yuyu curiously gazed at Tang Yuehua. In that moment of eye contact, Tang Yuehua's emotions settled. She understood Tang Hao's implication. Although the girl's mother was no longer alive, she could not allow her niece to address her as mother. Nonetheless, having such a well-behaved daughter brought Tang Yuehua satisfaction. Good child, you have suffered over the years. From now on, with me and your 2 uncles around, you need not fear living a life of hardship any longer. Henceforth, you shall call me Auntie. As she uttered the last sentence, Tang Yuehua could hardly bear to look at her niece's expression. She now realized how cruel Tang Hao's decision was for Tang Yuyu. While he wished to convey that she was her mother, he insisted that she call her Auntie. Auntie. Tang Yuyu was momentarily speechless, but still managed to utter the title. Your family plays quite the game. One claims to be my biological father, yet wishes for me to call him uncle, while another claims to be my biological mother, yet insists on Auntie. Is this reasonable? Tang Yuyu silently scoffed, maintaining a composed demeanor on the outside, a performance she had learned from Tang San. Indeed, adults who lied often lack perceptiveness, failing to discern that Tang Yuyu was merely acting. Alas, Tang Yuehua was genuinely overjoyed. Her brother and she had no biological children of their own, and now, witnessing her second brother's sweet and gentle daughter, she naturally felt as if she were her own. Second brother, there is no time to waste. We must hurry. The clan elders have sent several letters urging us to act. In just 2 short days, for letters had arrived inquiring whether Tang Hao had brought Tang Yuyu along. All right. Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement, but more than that, he experienced a secret joy. After all, no one knew that Tang Yuyu was his daughter. In the past, the sect had turned a blind eye to his love for Ain, even as the spirit hall pursued their family. Now his daughter had assumed a different identity, boldly thriving under their very noses. Nevertheless, in the future, those elders who opposed his union with Ain would have to serve Tang Yuyu. After all, she would be the hope for the resurgence of the entire Haotian sect. No faction could refuse the allure of twin martial souls. When Tang Hao arrived at Yuexian with Tang Yuyu, several disciples sent by the Haotian sect noticed the change in Tang Yuehua. They confirmed that Tang Hao and Tang Yuyu were indeed the targets they had come to escort. Upon arrival, the sect leader had already informed them, making them aware of Tang Yuyu's significance. Tang Long and Tang, who were among the 5 tasked with the escort, as the top 2 disciples of the new generation. They understood that they were merely stepping stones for Tang Yuyu's future. Had they been unaware of Tang Yuyu's talents, they might have felt some resistance. But now they could not muster even a hint of defiance. The combination of twin martial souls and innate full soul power would easily surpass 10 Tang Haos. Although they were strong among their peers, it did not equate to being stronger than Tang Hao in his youth. When Tang Yuehua descended with Tang Yuyu, her eyes were still slightly red, suggesting she had just wept. She held Tang Yuyu's hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips, acknowledging Tang Long and Tang Hu. She nodded in greeting. Along, Ahu, this is my daughter, Tang Yuyu. She shall henceforth be your sister. The brothers, Tang Long and Tang Hu, held Tang Yuehua in high regard. To be precise, the younger generation of the Haotian clan revered her greatly. Thus, upon learning that Tang Yuyu was her daughter, they felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Yes, Aunt. The clan master informed us of this beforehand, Tang Long replied, surveying the girl held by Tang Yuehua. Clad in a dress that was not ostentatious yet exuded refinement, it was evident that some individuals possess an innate grace that transcends mere attire. Perhaps having such an adorable sister would indeed be a delightful blessing. As the foremost disciple of the new generation, Tang Long was privy to many matters. Ordinarily, he would have been the one groomed by Tang Xiao to be the next successor of the Haotian clan. However, with the emergence of Tang Yuyu, he harbored no resentment over her immediate acceptance by the clan's elders. Instead, Tang Long felt a surge of excitement and hope, akin to the elders of various clans, yearning for Tang Yuyu to lead the Haotian clan back to its former glory, even surpassing it. While his own talents could be deemed extraordinary, they paled in comparison to those of Tang Hao, let alone the dual martial soul possessed by Tang Yuyu. Yuehua, let the children greet each other later. For now, I will escort you and Yuyu to the Haotian clan. Suddenly, Tang Hao, who had been quietly standing behind Tang Yuehua, spoke up. Indeed, Tang Yuehua glanced at Tang Hao and nodded, then turned to Tang Long and Tang Hu. Let's hurry back. Uncle and the others must have been waiting for quite some time. Tang Long cast a glance at Tang Hao, his eyes filled with admiration and a complex emotion. The admiration stemmed from having witnessed Tang Hao's rise to fame during his own formative years, while the complexity arose from the fact that the once mighty Haotian clan had been reduced to its current state due to Tang Hao's fateful union with a spirit beast, a catalyst that led to the death of his father from rage. Contemplating this, Tang Long averted his gaze. Tang Hao managed a bitter smile. As a titled Douluo, he was acutely aware of the subtle scrutiny directed towards him. Yet, he recognized that this was a debt he owed to the clan. His grandfather, Tang Chun, had painstakingly nurtured him with the intention of making him the next clan leader, yet he felt he had betrayed that trust. His father had also passed away with resentment in his heart. Regardless, it was a convoluted affair, and it was up to his son, Tang San, to repay the clan's debts. Chapter 32, Arrival at the Haotian Clan. Is this truly the Haotian clan? Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they were halted at the village entrance by Tang Hao, who wore an apologetic expression rather than anger. Tang Yuyu was cradled in Tang Long's arms. Although she could fly, the enthusiasm of the group made her comply. Yes, this is our Haotian clan. This is your home. Tang Long smiled at the girl nestled against him, finding her soft and fragrant, making him yearn for a daughter of his own. At his age, discussions of marriage were already on the table, and while he previously had little thought on the matter, he now found it appealing. Aunt, will we be living here from now on? I still have friends in Nodding City. Tang Yu nearly slipped in her address, but was caught by Tang Yuehua's attentive ears, who smiled at her. You may go wherever you wish, but this is Yuyu's home, and you must obtain the consent of the elders first. In stark contrast to Tang Yuehua's gentleness, Tang, who was rather brusque. You are destined to walk a different path from them. It is only a matter of time before you part ways with those less gifted than you. Tang Yu wrinkled her delicate nose, prompting Tang Long to shoot Tang Hu a fierce glare, fearing he had upset her. Tang Hu, sensing the intensity of Tang Long's gaze, recoiled slightly, unaware that his words could have such an effect on Tang Yu. But Xiao Wu and Tang San are both innate full soul power. Tang Yu looked at Tang Yuehua with confusion. Am I not allowed to play with them? Tang Yuehua knew of Tang San, but had not heard of Xiao Wu. It was surprising to learn that a small city like Notting had 3 children with innate full soul power. If these two could serve as allies for Tang Yu, Tang San need not worry. Tang Hao was already aware of this. However, the fate of Xiao Wu remained uncertain. Tang Yuehua was now fully devoted to considering Tang Yu's future. The moon pavilion she operated was designed to cultivate noble qualities, and over the years, she had become adept at navigating the intrigues of the nobility within the Tiando Empire. Tang Long, Tang Hu, and the others were left speechless, astonished at the existence of 3 innate full soul power children. Was the realm of geniuses destined to remain beyond their reach? First, let us pay a visit to your great uncle and the esteemed elders. If they approve, then you may stay. Tang Yuehua smiled gently, yet she knew that ultimately, Tang Yu would return to Notting City. This visit was merely to establish her presence within the Haotian clan. Once she bore the clan's mark, she would be irrevocably tied to them. Tang Yu nodded, falling silent, having acquired the information she sought. It seemed Tang Hao would not keep her at the Haotian clan indefinitely. She also feared revealing her secret of independently condensing spirit rings. Who could say whether someone might seek to harm her for it? After all, if the truth behind a Yin's demise were to be investigated, the Haotian clan would likely not emerge unscathed. Even Tang Hao, a titled law, could not have succumbed to death by rage if not for deeper issues. Tang Yu returned her attention to the awe-inspiring chain spanning the 2 peaks. This mountainous terrain was easily defensible yet difficult to assault. No wonder the Spirit Hall had chosen to relent, benefiting from Qian Douluo's commendable character, as Tang Hao had not truly slain Qian Xuanji. Tang Hu, carry An over. Tang Yu squirmed in Tang Long's embrace, eager to descend. Yu, I will carry you. Do not fuss. This chain is perilous, and you are merely a soul master at present. Tang Yu instantly protested, but I can fly. No, the distance between the mountain peaks is too great. Your current soul power cannot sustain your flight to the other peak. Her protests fell on deaf ears, and she was decisively quelled, her cherubic face contorted in displeasure, clearly displaying her discontent. Tang Hu and the others were amused by the myriad expressions of the little girl. Tang Yuehua also smiled, for after years of dormancy, the Haotian clan was finally ushering in its springtime. Tang Yu's arrival was akin to a pebble cast into a lake, creating ripples that spread throughout the Haotian clan. In the council hall, Tang Xiao and several elders were eagerly awaiting their arrival, growing increasingly anxious. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could there have been another mishap? The 7th elder, known for his fiery temperament, was especially restless, peering toward the entrance. Old 7, you ought to temper your impatience, said the 5th elder, calmly sipping his tea while discreetly keeping an eye on the hall's entrance. The 2nd elder observed the younger disciples below, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Haotian clan should not be shrouded in gloom, and they were growing older. The future of the Haotian clan ultimately belonged to the youth. They've arrived. Uncles, Yuehua and the others are here, Tang Xiao called out, swiftly silencing the raucous 5th and 7th elders. Huh? Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, the 2 individuals immediately straightened their posture and sat properly. Tang Yuehua strolled in, holding the hand of Tang Yu. All eyes in the room were drawn to Tang Yu, a girl of exquisite beauty, whose appearance certainly did not resemble that of anyone from the Haotian sect. Instead, she bore a striking resemblance to Tang Yuehua, both being stunning beauties. The 2nd elder couldn't help but sigh inwardly, relieved that he did not hastily conclude the girl's identity. Although she was still young and could be easily deceived, once she matured, her intelligence would be undeniable. It was evident from her looks that she could not possibly be a biological child. With this realization, the 2nd elder regarded Tang Yuehua with renewed interest. Previously, she was merely the daughter of the former sect leader. Now, she would also bear the title of the future sect leader's mother. Everyone understood which role held more significance. Yuehua has arrived. Please take a seat. As soon as Tang Yuehua entered the grand hall, she heard the amiable voice of the 2nd elder. She was taken aback momentarily. Although the 2nd elder was typically easygoing, he was often likened to a smiling tiger. When had his tone become so gentle and kind? following the second elder's gaze. She glanced at Tang Yuyu beside her and understood. This was all due to the blessings of her faux daughter. It seemed she had underestimated the esteem with which the elders regarded Tang Yuyu. The second elder observed Tang Yuyu, who appeared unfazed and composed while surveying the crowd. He stroked his goatee with a sense of satisfaction. This must be your daughter, Yuyu, right? He displayed an unexpected curiosity, and the other elders exchanged glances, uncertain of the second elder's intentions, but compelled to follow his lead. Chapter 33. The second elder's affection. The assembly was unaware of the second elder's true motives. Yet he was acutely aware. Tang Yuehua's letter had explicitly stated that this child had managed to escape from a soul respect and 2 grand soul masters entirely on her own. Given her current status as merely a one-ring soul master, there was no way she could have emerged unscathed from 3 soul masters. This indicated her intellect. If it were merely luck, it warranted even greater attention. Such a clever child could not be treated lightly. Tang Yuehua would undoubtedly be her biological mother, a fact that could not be altered. While speaking, the second elder had been observing Tang Yuyu's expressions and, as anticipated, he discerned a hint of discomfort. Although Tang Yuyu was unaware of how others had concluded she was Tang Yuehua's daughter, she couldn't help but feel somewhat out of place. She cast a peculiar glance at the seventh elder, whose exaggerated performance was rather painful to behold, forcing herself to turn away from him. The second elder followed her gaze and noticed the astonishment on the seventh elder's face, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this performance meant to belittle others? They had already received the letter and were aware of the situation. Such feigned ignorance was merely a ruse. The second elder averted his gaze. Yet he felt certain of one thing. Tang Yuyu was indeed astute, a quality he greatly admired. It was rare to encounter such wisdom within the Haotian sect, a place predominantly filled with brash individuals. He found himself quite fond of her, and with her remarkable talents, he almost wished to claim her for his own lineage. Hearing such a child call him grandfather would be the crowning joy of his life. Alas, that honor would go to Tang Yuehua. With a melancholic expression, the second elder cast a glance at Tang Yuehua before beckoning to Tang Yuyu. Good child, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Come and let your second grandfather take a look. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Tang Yuyu first glanced at Tang Yuehua. When Tang Yuehua nodded for her to approach, Tang Yuyu walked over to the second elder. The second elder felt a surge of satisfaction. He could find no fault at this moment. Excellent. A good child who understands the bigger picture and possesses exceptional talent along with keen intellect. With you in the Haotian sect, what worries could we possibly have? Here, this is a token of our first meeting from your second grandfather. Do not hesitate. This will be your home from now on. If you find yourself free and do not mind the company of an old man, do come and chat with me. The second elder's affection for Tang Yuyu was palpable, evident to all present. The other elders exchanged glances, momentarily silent, as they realized that during their previous discussions, there had been no mention of gifts. The second elder's actions left them in a quandary. Offering too lavish a gift would overshadow the elder brother, while a lesser gift would be embarrassing. This is from your third grandfather for Yuyu, and this is from your fourth grandfather. When it came to the seventh elder, he blushed deeply and mumbled something incoherent. I didn't bring a gift today, but I'll make sure to prepare something better for you tomorrow. The seventh elder initially sounded somewhat aggrieved, but then he shot a defiant look at the second elder, as if seeking to avenge himself in a legitimate manner. The second elder sighed, not wishing to engage further with someone who only knew how to swing a hammer. Yes, thank you, grandfathers. Dan Yu bemet, her eyes squinting with joy as she accepted the treasures. The most precious gift was a soul bone over 10,000 years old, with the second elder advising her to wait until she encountered something more suitable before absorbing it. This was a right leg bone. Having already absorbed a 100,000-year-old right leg bone from the Blue Silver Emperor, this one would remain as a backup. Even in the grand scheme of the Haotian sect, a soul bone of this age was a rare treasure. Tang Xiao had been sitting at the head of the table like a mere tool, yet since Tang Yuyu's entrance, his gaze had been fixed upon her. There was indeed a trace of her lineage within her. Tang Hao schemes had already been disclosed to Tang Xiao by Tang Yuehua. The 3 siblings had grown up together, deeply interconnected, and Tang Yuyu was now considered their blood descendant. As the only descendant of the 3 siblings, they were eager to secure benefits for her. Observing the adoration and respect the elders showed towards Tang Yuyu, the 2 siblings exchanged knowing smiles. Yuyu, ever since we learned of your existence, the sect leader has instructed us to prepare a new room for you. I'll take you to have a look. We have plenty of time to get to know each other, but you must be tired after your journey. Go see if you like your new room. The 5th elder, having caught the second elder's glance, rolled his eyes slightly, yet stepped forward to speak, silently grumbling about the second elder's affection for Tang Yuyu, which he felt might compromise his own image. Tang Yuyu nodded and walked to Tang Yuehua, taking her hand as they departed together. She was eager to close the door behind her and count the treasure she had just received. Early the next morning, as Tang Yuyu opened her door, she was startled by the imposing figure before her. Upon recognizing the seventh elder from the previous day's gathering, she exhaled in relief, having been frightened by the oddities of the previous evening. Seventh grandfather? What brings you here so early? Tang Yuyu inquired, tilting her head in confusion at the man. The seventh elder looked down at the small child before him, his emotions quite complex. Here, this is what I promised you, a left arm bone from a one-armed demon ape, which I call the left arm bone of power condensation. This type of power-oriented soul bone is exceptionally suited for your Haotian Hammer martial spirit. Moreover, it is already 4,000 years old, making it one of the more notable soul bones among the six. However, its sole function is to amplify strength, which surpasses the 10,000-year-old soul bone from the illusory nightmare unicorn given by your second grandfather, and it is far more suitable for you. As the seventh elder unveiled the soul bone, his gaze lingered upon it, though the emotion he conveyed was not one of reluctance, but rather a faint sadness. Tang Yuyu found herself uncertain whether to accept at this moment. Although she adored the precious item, she was not fond of receiving gifts that others were reluctant to part with. Seventh grandfather, this soul bone is of great significance to you, is it not? Yuyu cannot allow you to part with it, especially since I do not require the power of the soul bone to wield the Haotian Hammer martial soul. I recently absorbed a soul bone, and acquiring another in such a short span would destabilize my foundation. I am merely a first-ring soul master at this point. I aspire for my soul power to be solidified rather than hastily elevated. While a soul bone may enhance my strength and abilities, such augmentation is not what I seek at present. The appearance of Tang Yuyu, small yet wise beyond her years, momentarily astonished Elder Seven. No wonder my second brother is so fond of you. This little girl not only possesses exceptional talent, but also a keen intellect, understanding the importance of building a solid foundation at such a tender age. Elder Seven thrust the soul bone into Tang Yuyu's embrace and then disregarded it. Chapter 34, Title of the Blazing Sun. I promise to present you with something superior, and indeed, I shall provide you with my most treasured possession. This is the only soul bone my late son possessed, a reward from the sect. He perished 6 years ago during the calamity at the Spirit Hall. You are astute enough to deduce that while he is gone, the soul bone remains. My brothers feared that I would be overwhelmed by grief, so they entrusted this soul bone to me. Although it is not a legacy soul bone of the sect, its value remains significant, particularly for a disciple capable of wielding the Haotian Hammer. It is now yours. Elder Seven cast a calm glance at Tang Yuyu. Despite his tranquil demeanor, she sensed the tumultuous emotions concealed beneath his placid exterior. This time, Tang Yuyu refrained from offering any words of refusal, simply accepting the soul bone and glancing at Elder Seven. Then I must express my gratitude for your generosity, seventh grandfather. You are quite to my liking, little girl. Unlike those who play their cards close to their chest, pretending to demur when they truly desire something. I was half expecting you to refuse several times. Your willingness to accept it so readily is commendable. I appreciate this quality in you. Tang Yuyu smiled, her youthful face still bearing the marks of innocence. Yet Elder Seven perceived the seriousness in her gaze. One must not decline the gifts of elders. My earlier refusals stemmed from recognizing your inexplicable attachment to this soul bone. If it is an object of your affection, how could Yuyu allow you to endure such a painful separation? Elder Seven laughed heartily, nearly moved to tears. Ha! How amusing. Truly amusing. You are the most delightful child I have ever encountered. Perhaps it is time for me to relinquish some of my obsessions. However, while obsessions may fade, hatred does not wane. The Spirit Hall must pay for the death of Tang Hao, who avenged his son's demise. In the future, when I ascend to the title, I shall be known as the Blazing Sun, to eradicate all impurities from this world, and I shall also protect all that is good within it. Yet, he left the latter sentiment unvoiced, merely smiling at Tang Yuyu before disappearing from sight. The second elder, who had been observing from the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. The day after Tang Yuyu moved into the Haotian sect, she helped Elder Seven resolve his long-standing emotional conflict. Indeed, such a wise and clever child is most endearing. The death of Elder Seven's son had always been a source of anguish for him, which is why he had been a radical in the debates surrounding Tang Hao's guilt or innocence. He had believed that Tang Hao's union with the spirit beast had led to the Spirit Hall's actions that resulted in his son's death. Seeing no hope for the sect's downfall due to its overwhelming power, Tang Yuyu's timely arrival was crucial. The Haotian sect could no longer afford any divisions. They needed to unite as one to work together. Should Elder 7 cling to his obsessions, it would ultimately backfire on him. Dan Eo, having been discovered by Tang, Hao, and having spent years in his company, had already formed a bond. In the future, the Haotian sect would truly be governed by their lineage, and those who continued to deny Tang Hao's contributions would not meet a favorable fate. Previously, the 6 elders could contend with Tang Shao only because they lacked a new successor among the younger generation. Now, with Tang Yuyu showcasing her unparalleled talent and wisdom far beyond her peers, who could possibly be a more fitting heir to the sect than her? In the hearts of the disciples of the Haotian sect, loyalty to the sect must always come first, not just for the 2nd elder and 7th elder, but also for Tang Hao. A month later, at the residence of the 2nd elder within the Haotian sect, Tang Yuyu was engaged in a game with him. However, this was not Go or chess, but game of checkers. The 2nd elder, gazing at the board, scratched his sparse beard. Since Tang Yuyu introduced this new game, he had been losing his hair at an alarming rate. The 2nd elder could be described as a man with a gluttonous appetite for competition. Checkers required little skill. Yet with every move he contemplated, he unwittingly provided Tang Yuyu with opportunities to seize the advantage. Now, the entire Haotian sect was aware that the 2nd elder had never won a game against Tang Yuyu. Although she was familiar with checkers, the rules were straightforward, and 2 or 3 rounds were sufficient for mastery. Yet, the 2nd elder, in his cleverness, often overthought his next move. I say, 2nd brother, you can't even win against a child. How embarrassing. The 4th elder, reveling in the spectacle, cracked open a plate of sunflower seeds nearby. The elder men had taken to gathering around the 2nd elder to enjoy the sight of his misfortunes. Aside from Tang Shao, the 2nd elder and 5th elder were the only titled Douluo in the Haotian sect. The others were still struggling as SoulLand. Even the 7th elder had only reached the 89th level of SoulLand and had been stuck at that level for nearly a year. The leap from SoulLand to titled Douluo was a significant divide, not easily crossed. It was estimated that without 2 or 3 years of effort, the 7th elder would find it difficult to attain title Douluo. However, now that his emotional burdens have been alleviated, good fortune might not be far off. During this time, Tang Yuyu had come to truly appreciate the depth of the Haotian sect. Apart from Tang Long and Tang Hu, there were several other exceptionally gifted disciples in her generation. For instance, the 2nd elder had chosen a companion reader for her who was a year older and possessed innate soul power at level 8. Yes, a companion reader. Tang Yuyu still intended to return in Nodding City. However, having Xiao Wu accompany her was not ideal, as she did not want to frighten her back into the Stardow Forest. After much persuasion, she finally secured the agreement of the elder men and sect master Tang Xiao, though it was stipulated that Tang Yu, the 2nd elder's grandson, must accompany her as her reading partner. Tang Yu bore a mutated Haotian Hammer as his martial soul, evolving in a favorable direction, unlike Tang Yuehua. The Haotian Hammer, originally a purely offensive martial soul, had transformed in Tang Yu's case into a ranged attack weapon with ice attributes, known as the Ice Rock Loop Hammer. It could be thrown over great distances and return, with the added benefit of locking onto targets, an advantage gained through evolution. Its drawback was that it lacked the overwhelming destructive capability of the original Haotian Hammer. It remained uncertain whether it was superior or inferior to the Haotian Hammer. Nevertheless, possessing innate soul power at level 8 marked him as a prodigy. Even if his martial soul did not surpass the Haotian Hammer, it was still among the elite. The 2nd elder's intention in placing his grandson beside the future sect master was clear. He aimed for Tang Yu to become Tang Yuyu's right-hand man. Tang Xiao tacitly approved, and in return, Tang Hao would ensure Tang Yuyu's safety during her absence from the Haotian sect, serving as a form of atonement for his past actions. This represented a subtle form of concession from the elders, though unspoken. Those who understood were aware. Chapter 35. The Ice-Cold-Faced Tang Yu. On the carriage heading towards Nodding City, Tang Yuyu and Tang Yu exchanged glances, the boy already exuding an aura of coolness at such a tender age. It may well be related to his martial soul. The ice attribute revolving hammer is quite intriguing. How marvelous it would be if the Haotian Hammer were to evolve into a bow. Tang Yuyu maintained a serene demeanor, yet her mind was awash with fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, though expressionless, occasionally cast sidelong glances at the girl opposite him. He recalled the words of his grandfather, who had advised him before his departure. Yuyu is a clever child, endowed with exceptional talent. My child, seize the opportunity, should you achieve great things. Our lineage will soar to new heights. Though subtly expressed, Tang Yu, despite his tender age, had long grasped the meaning behind those words. Stealing a furtive glance at Tang Yu, he found the girl before him as radiant as blooming peaches and plums, with delicate, fragrant cheeks, a nose like a jade tower, and pearly teeth like golden threads. She resembled an exquisite doll, precisely the kind his mother adored. After a brief observation, he averted his gaze, as if to look longer would be to desecrate the beauty before him. She appeared like a noble swan. And although Tang Yu did not take his grandfather's playful remarks to heart, he genuinely desired to spend more time with Tang Yu, as she exuded a most comforting aura that beckoned him to draw nearer, just a little closer. Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yu, who sat upright like a small adult, before redirecting her focus to the book in her hands, Encyclopedia of Soul Beast Knowledge. It was indeed quite comprehensive, a tome she had procured from the Haotian sect, far more reliable than the erratic teachings of Tang San's instructor. At last they arrived. With Tang Yu's assistance, Tang Yu disembarked from the carriage, while Tang Hao stood to the side, somewhat envious, lamenting that he had scarcely spent any time with his daughter. "Uncle, does Tang San know we have returned?" Tang Yu inquired, casting a puzzled look at Tang Hao, who awkwardly chuckled, realizing he and T informed Tang San of their journey. Tang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, clearly unimpressed by Tang Hammer's oversight. Tang Yu, standing silently to the side, was oblivious to Tang San's identity, but inferred its significance from the names and Tang Hao's reaction. "Well then, we shall head to the academy first. Let us get this young lad registered. Hopefully, the dean will accept him." Tang Yu took the lead, with Tang Yu closely following. Despite their lack of verbal communication, their movements were remarkably in sync. Tang Hao nodded, watching his daughter fade from sight before dismissing the coachman and vanishing from the scene. Yu. Just as Tang San exited the masteress office, he spotted Tang Yu, whom he hadn't seen in a month, accompanied by an unfamiliar boy. "Tang San?" Tang Yu was taken aback by this unexpected encounter. "Yu, who is this? Why did you suddenly disappear for a month? Had it not been for Xiao Wu's word, I would have been quite worried." Tang San's tone was animated as he surveyed Tang Yu, relieved to see she was unharmed. "Well, you did argue with me and upset me without offering an apology, so I thought it fair not to inform you of my absence," Tang Yu declared, her face adorned with a playful haughtiness, leaving Tang Yu bewildered. "Who is this boy?" Both Tang San and Tang Yu exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned in curiosity. Tang Yu had a rough idea of Tang San's identity, but was still astonished by the emotional reaction Tang Yu exhibited towards him. Grandfather had claimed that Tang Yu was exceptionally intelligent, yet she now appeared quite similar to many other noble young ladies, albeit with a charm that made her temperament all the more endearing. He found himself increasingly intrigued by Tang Yu while pondering why she conversed so freely with Tang San, as she had not uttered a word to him during their days spent in the carriage. All right, we're even now, but the next time you travel far or act independently, you must inform me first, or else I shall worry," Tang San said, ruffling Tang Yu's hair as if soothing a child. In that moment, Tang Yu had transformed from her previous self in Holy Soul Village into a true princess, exuding poise and grace. She wore a delightful blue off-shoulder dress adorned with butterfly patterns, with delicate gold threads tracing the intricate designs of the butterfly wings. The skirt, slightly above her knees, bore similar motifs, resembling a butterfly alighting upon her attire. The fabric was a luxurious blue-silver denim, layered with exquisite ice blue organza, creating a refined appearance. Her dark hair was parted and tied into two small buns behind her ears, each adorned with pearl butterfly hairpins that seemed ready to take flight. Loose strands cascaded into elegant, slender braids, striking a perfect balance between grace and beauty, embodying both strength and allure. Tang San was momentarily captivated, astonished by how much his sister had transformed in just a month. "Why are you touching my head? I want to grow taller." Turning her head away only to notice Tang Yu standing behind her. "Ah, I forgot to introduce you. This is Tang Yu, the grandson of our second grandfather and, in a sense, our distant cousin. The LLB attending the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City with us." Tang Yu felt this was the longest sentence Tang Yu had ever directed at him, or rather, the first. "This is Tang San, the son of my uncle, making him my cousin as well." Tang Yu found herself at a loss for further introductions, suddenly feeling somewhat accustomed to her identity as Tang Yuehua's daughter. She managed to introduce them without a hint of awkwardness. "Hello, I am Tang San. It's a pleasure to meet you." Tang San smiled and nodded at Tang Yu, who remained expressionless. "Hello, I am Tang Yu." A simple exchange, yet Tang Yu observed with keen interest that his voice perfectly matched his persona, a cool, deep timbre. Alas, he was not her type. She had no desire to engage with someone whose icy demeanor was beyond her reach. Xiao Wu, I'm back. Xiao Wu, lying on her bed engrossed in a book, sprang up upon hearing the familiar voice. Wow, Yu, you finally returned. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. It had been a month since Tang Yu's absence, and she had begun to doubt her return. I brought you a gift, Tang Yu announced, retrieving a beautiful gift box from her soul guide. However, the once exuberant Xiao Wu now stared at Tang Yu in astonishment. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 36, Xiao Wu, the Imperial Divine Beast, is human. Just as Tang Yu activated her storage soul guide, a hint of her unique aura was released, momentarily enveloping the room. As a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, Xiao Wu was exceptionally sensitive to such energies. That aura unmistakably belonged to the power of destiny. No wonder she had felt such an inexplicable kinship upon first meeting Tang Yu, drawing her in closer. Could it be that she was the Imperial Divine Beast? But how could Tang Sam be her brother? What is the matter, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu felt as if a profound realization had struck her, and only Tang Yu's inquiry pulled her back to reality. I was just thinking about some things. Hee. The smile on Xiao Wu's face was strained, and Tang Yu could see through it, but chose not to confront her. Xiao Wu's gaze had lingered on her, suggesting that her earlier slip was somehow connected to their interaction. Yet, Tang Yu pondered, she hadn't done anything particularly suspicious upon entering. Why don't you open it and see? I carefully selected this gift for you. I'm certain you will adore it. Tang Yu's mind raced with thoughts, but her expression remained composed as she addressed Xiao Wu. As long as it is a gift from you, I cherish it dearly. But Yu, may I have a glimpse of your martial soul? Tang Yu, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's inquiry, soon regained her composure and cast a knowing glance towards her companion. It seemed Xiao Wu had sensed something, prompting her request to unveil her martial soul. As you wish, Tang Yu replied, this time opting not to embody her martial soul, but merely to release its essence. Yet the divine and radiant aura could not be concealed. Xiao Wu, feeling the currents of destiny's power flowing within the confined space, confirmed her suspicions. Yu, could it be that you are? Xiao Wu longed to inquire whether Tang Yu was the manifestation of a 100,000-year soul beast, the regal spirit of the soul beast tribe, yet found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Wu, are you a soul beast? Tang Yu inquired first, her gaze cautiously fixed upon Xiao Wu. The latter nodded eagerly, convinced that Tang Yu must be akin to her kind. In an instant, Tang Yu activated her martial soul, transforming into a delicate and ethereal butterfly spirit. A golden cage of fate enveloped the entire space, tightly encasing the two of them, concealing their presence. Such a miraculous display instantly captivated Xiao Wu, for this was indeed the treasure of the soul beast tribe, the imperial auspicious beast. Although Xiao Wu had never encountered the exquisite spirit that adorned Tang Yu, the aura emanating from this martial soul was imbued with a profound essence of destiny, which she could feel intimately from her close proximity. Your Excellency, the auspicious beast, I am a transformed 100,000-year gentle bone rabbit. Are you also a 100,000-year soul beast? Why have I never encountered you before? Could it be that you emerged from the sunset forest? Yet, how could such a modest forest give rise to a being of such formidable cultivation? Numerous questions swirled in Xiao Wu's mind, prompting her to seek answers from Tang Yu. The significance of the imperial auspicious beast was monumental, and she contemplated relaying this information to Deming and Erming, as it warranted their attention. Before her transformation, Xiao Wu had guarded the portal to the life lake within the new core region of the Great Forest alongside her mother, the 200,000-year gentle bone rabbit, and the Tianqing bull python and titan giant ape. Had it not been for her mother's tragic demise at the hands of humans, used as a soul ring, Xiao Wu would not have hastily chosen to transform and enter the human realm to seek vengeance. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered the treasure of the soul beast tribe, the imperial auspicious beast. This momentous revelation must be conveyed back to the Star Do Great Forest, and it was imperative for the core circle to be informed. The outer edge of the core area of the Star Do Great Forest was the Life Lake, where Deming and Erming held sway, serving as the gateway to the true core region. Beneath the lake's surface slumbered the supreme silver dragon king of the soul beast tribe, Guyu. Xiao Wu possessed only fragmentary knowledge, yet she was aware of the 10 fearsome beasts. Her bloodline was too humble. Achieving a 100,000-year cultivation was already a remarkable feat, the gentle bone rabbit. Unlike the 10 fearsome beasts, could not withstand the tribulations that occurred every 1,000 years after reaching a 100,000-year cultivation. I am uncertain whether I am a soul beast. I have always harbored a question for you. I can condense my own soul rings, yet I am undeniably human. After all, I possess no memories of being a soul beast. I have mentioned that I was brought back to the village by the village elder and raised there. This affirms my humanity, yet I cannot find any reference to my martial soul in the soul beast encyclopedias. Moreover, I sense a similar aura emanating from you. So, am I a soul beast or a human? Tang Yuyu's words plunged Xiao Wu into contemplation, yet the former provided no respite, launching a new query. The last time I went missing, I fled through a dense forest and happened upon the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest. There, I discovered that my innate domain could compel soul beasts to willingly sacrifice themselves for me. What would be the reason for this? Additionally, I encountered a white tiger that cultivated within my domain, unexpectedly breaking through to 3,000 years, achieving 4,000 years of cultivation. So, am I human or a soul beast? This question mirrored her previous one, though it leaned more towards her being a soul beast. Tang Yuyu herself was uncertain about her true nature, yet it seemed that the possibility of being a soul beast was greater. However, she wondered whether killing herself would yield a soul ring or soul bone. Xiao Wu had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. Her rabbit-like intellect struggled to comprehend it all. Perhaps only the beast god Dition could provide clarity. The beast god Dition? Tang Yuyu recognized that this black dragon was akin to a demigod within the Douluo realm, provided it did not involve the divine realm. This soul beast, imbued with dragon blood, was approximately 800,000 years old, loyal to the dragon god and the dragon king Yuna. Regrettably, in the end, it too became a soul ring, willingly serving as a soul ring for Tang San's descendants. How vexing. Almost all of the renowned female soul beasts in Douluo had become wives of the Tang family. Tang Yuyu pondered, her thoughts tinged with irritation. Alas, if I cannot discern the truth, how could that foolish dragon hope to understand? Tang Yuyu almost uttered the words foolish dragon, but restrained herself, recognizing that, by all accounts, she should not be familiar with Dition. Lord Dition has lived for many ages, possessing profound knowledge. He will undoubtedly be able to enlighten you. However, I firmly believe you are indeed a soul beast, albeit in human form. After all, the power of fate does not deceive. This is an aura unique to the imperial auspicious beast, a gift from the soul beast tribe. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with light as she gazed at Tang Yuyu. Chapter 37, Martial Soul Fusion. Tang Yuyu, wary of the ever-watchful presence of the rat brother, conversed with Xiao Wu under the protective shroud of the golden cage of fate. As time flowed, the essence of destiny intertwined with the soul beast aura surrounding Xiao Wu, creating an inexplicable connection between the two. What is this? Xiao Wu felt a peculiar sensation, as if she were transforming into a 100,000-year soul beast, or as though her martial soul was about to separate from her. Logically, both sensations should invoke unease, yet Xiao Wu found them remarkably comforting. Tang Yuyu, too, felt an unusual phenomenon, as if with a mere thought, her martial soul could detach, corresponding with the magnetic pull she sensed from Xiao Wu. This attraction was rooted in the affinity between their martial souls, rather than personal allure. Xiao Wu, do not be wary. I shall attempt to release my control over the soul power. Tang Yuyu, harboring a hypothesis, addressed Xiao Wu. All right, Xiao Wu, trusting, opened her soul power and mental energy gates, allowing Tang Yuyu's soul power to flow towards her. In that instant, their martial souls fused, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the entire dormitory as if it were day. As the brilliance faded, a humanoid figure emerged. A girl adorned with flowing golden hair and draped in a shimmering blue-green veil. Atop her head rested a crown shaped like a rabbit, crafted from metal. She wore ballet shoes with straps and white stockings. The girl's face remained obscured by a mysterious rabbit mask. Her attire a stunning ensemble of blue-green and pink-orange interwoven in a Lolita style, clad in green gloves that enveloped her slender fingers. She held a scepter crowned with a rabbit's head, exuding an air of nobility and enigma. My goodness, is this what we look like after our martial soul fusion? Xiao Wu's voice resonated from behind the mask. Tang Yuyu maneuvered the body towards the mirror in the dormitory, revealing everything but her face, now fully manifested. This is simply exquisite. This Lolita dress is stunningly beautiful, far surpassing any attire in this fantastical realm. And the scepter, oh, what a remarkable ensemble. The voice belonged to Xiao Wu, and the operation of this body indicated that the martial soul fusion technique required cooperation from both. Shall we venture outside to test it? Behold the formidable prowess of this soul fusion technique. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu regarded Tang Yuyu with admiration and respect, yet now, due to this extraordinary technique, a sense of familiarity has enveloped them. After all, the soul fusion technique signifies an intimate communion at the very essence of their souls. Such a profound connection can only be forged between those who share an extraordinary bond, as evidenced by the case of the ghostly white tiger of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, the two families have engaged in a long-standing alliance solely for the sake of this soul fusion technique. With a massive bow adorning her waist, she exudes an aura of youthful exuberance. As soon as Xiao Wu's thoughts took form, Tang Yu deftly propelled herself through the window, rushing towards the back mountains of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. However, to their surprise, two persistent followers trailed behind them. The radiant beam of light from their recently executed soul fusion technique had indeed sent ripples throughout the entire academy. Tang Sen recognized the source of this luminescence to be the girls' dormitory, while Tang Yu had followed closely behind him upon catching sight of him midway. What is this? Gazing at the masked girl before him, Tang Sen pondered if he had misjudged the situation. Tang San, why did you follow us? Xiao Wu's voice emanated from beneath the mask, causing Tang San's eyes to widen in astonishment. Xiao Wu, is it you? What on earth was that light? Where's Yuyu? Tang Yu remained silent, yet he was already gathering his energy, poised to act should any danger arise from the girl whom Tang San referred to as Xiao Wu. For the matter concerned Tang Yuyu's safety. Yuyu is currently inhabiting my body. However, she cannot speak at the moment, as we're in the state of our soul fusion technique. What do you think? Is it splendid? Xiao Wu continued, and how fortuitous that you both arrived. We were just about to test the potency of my soul fusion technique. Would you care to try it? Before the two could fully comprehend her words, Tang Yuyu, in tandem with Xiao Wu, began to manifest their soul fusion technique. Spirit rabbit binding. With a gentle wave of her charming rabbit scepter, two beams of light seamlessly struck Tang San and his companion, leaving a miniature rabbit head imprint on their foreheads. What is happening? I can't move. Xiao Wu, quickly, release this ability. We haven't even processed what's happening. Tang San, still grappling with the concept of the soul fusion technique, found himself immobilized. The master had yet to elucidate this technique to him. You shall not be released, for control lies with Yuyu, given that you previously vexed her. A few extra minutes of immobility shall suffice. Hee. Xiao Wu's voice was laced with mischief, but it wasn't long before the immobilization spell was lifted. Dan Yi Ue, appearing dazed yet cunning, swiftly retreated 5 meters away, his movements unceasing. Excellent. Tang San, prepare to witness the true might of our soul fusion technique. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, recalling the incident when Tang San had squeezed her shoulder. She finally had the chance for retribution. Melodic eruption. The ethereal yet soft melody of a music box resonated through the air, causing Tang Hao, who was spectating from a distance, to squint. Is this a domain associated with soul fusion techniques? Could it be attributed to Tang Yuyu's hybrid heritage and Xiao Wu's soul beast transformation, creating a unique magnetic field? Tang Hao's full attention was riveted upon the soul fusion technique being executed by the two girls. As for Tang San, he was automatically disregarded since Tang Yuyu's arrival. Tang Hao's focus had shifted away from him. After all, this boy was as resilient as a cockroach, having thrived even when left to his own devices in his youth. What sort of attack is this? It seems to be affecting my mental faculties. Tang San, still a novice with his purple extreme magic eye, found his mental strength unable to resist the influence of the enchanting music. Controlling the body, Tang Yuyu was taken aback by the multitude of skills a single soul fusion technique could wield, something the ghostly white tiger seemingly lacked. However, this could be attributed to their unique soul beast identities. Of course, the extent of soul fusion abilities also depended on the degree of compatibility. A perfect synergy could indeed yield multiple skills. Tang San, brace yourself. Watch as sister Xiao Wu delivers an unforgettable lesson. Xiao Wu expressed her eagerness to pummel Tang San with fervor. In a soul fusion technique, the mental energies of both participants intertwine, rendering it an intimate communion. Only those with a profound connection can harness such a technique, as it requires an acceptance of the other's innermost self. Tang Yu, equally eager for revenge against Tang San, executed the combined soul fusion technique to unleash their most powerful skill. Carnival of Ecstasy. As the Lolita-clad, rabbit-eared maiden, something akin to a shell rose beneath her feet, her ballet-shoed feet lifted gracefully, twirling like a lifeless doll. As the rabbit-eared maiden spun, golden staffs and notes manifested within the area of the previous melody, encircling Tang San and summoning a flurry of doll-like rabbit heads that relentlessly assaulted him. What sort of attack is this? Tang San grimaced as he felt the discomfort of being struck. A singular rabbit head was manageable, but the swarm of them instilled a sense of dread within him. Is this truly the essence of a soul fusion technique? The two souls amalgamating? The musical notes manifested as a physical embodiment, significantly hampering his agility, demonstrating the impact on his mental faculties. The countless adorable rabbit heads inflicted tangible damage, rendering Tang San unconscious. Marvelous! Sister Xiao Wu has finally avenged herself. Following the execution of that formidable attack, the soul fusion technique was dissolved, their combined soul power having sustained it for nearly a minute. While Tang San bore no visible wounds, he was undeniably rendered insensible. Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, clearly satisfied with the outcome. From behind a nearby tree, Tang Yu observed Tang San's plight, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Surely, Tang Yu had exhibited restraint, for otherwise, he would have emerged with a bruised visage. Tang Yu, take Tang San back to the dormitory. We shall return first. Tang Yu called out to him before grasping Xiao Wu's hand, and the two departed together. Tang Yu, with a furrowed brow, watched their retreating figures, his mind rife with grievances. This girl doesn't even call me brother. How utterly disrespectful. Has grandfather truly sold me out to clean up after this little brat? Upon returning to their dormitory, the two jubilantly conversed for an extended period before reluctantly succumbing to sleep. Tang Yu lay in bed, wide awake, reflecting on the day's soul fusion technique. This technique, infused with Xiao Wu's rabbit essence, was predominantly musical in nature, thus leaning towards mental assaults. The true form of her butterfly fairy soul held beneath it a golden wheel and a golden cage. She had configured her game character to incorporate the seals of the Golden Prince and the musical magic of the Melody Princess. Moreover, her first soul skill, Echoing Chimes, although primarily golden in element, undeniably bore a hint of musicality. Thus, it was through this powerful burst of energy that a modicum of control was also exerted. The explosive force stemmed from the golden attributes, while the control aspect derived from the musical influence over mental faculties. It was akin to suddenly hearing the enchanting sound of a music box, which stirred Tang San's mental faculties. Thus, the rabbit element was bestowed upon him by Xiao Wu's martial soul, while the musical element was a product of his own essence. His attributes were nearly saturated with anomalies. Apart from the forces of fate, time, and the elusive musical element, Tang Yu seized the moment to sneak a glance at her system panel's personal settings. Host, Tang Yu. Background, guardian of the Yellow royal family, wielding the mysterious power of fate. Sealed by Prince Jin's formidable gold magic and stored within the floating cloud pavilion of the Yellow Fairyland Bank. After Loli's departure from the fairy realm, it was stolen, coveted for its potent fate power capable of enhancing any fairy's strength through contracts, ultimately falling into the hands of Princess Loine. To protect this formidable force, Princess Time and Princess Loine layered a time magic over Prince Jin's seal. Fairy form, a butterfly fairy confined within a metallic cage, with gears of fate and scales of time swirling beneath her feet. As the gears turn, the hands of the clock incessantly move, accompanied by melodious strains, resembling a delicate and exquisite music box before the contract was formed. The music box, soft-boned rabbit. The only attributes accompanying the exquisite core martial soul were this musical attribute and a slight affinity for gold, making it somewhat compatible with the soft-boned rabbit. Indeed, the soft-boned rabbit was not a particularly powerful bloodline soul beast. It was more suited for an overall agility and offensive approach rather than sheer brute force. After all, a strong attack necessitates not only damage but also resilience. Due to the martial soul fusion technique, her mind was in a state of exhilaration, rendering her unable to sleep. Tang Yu sat up once more, cradling Ain in her arms, tenderly caressing the leaves of the blue silver grass. Initially, she held no particular thoughts or feelings towards Tang Hao and his wife. However, after their recent venture into the Stardow Forest, a Yin's assistance had stirred a newfound sentiment within her. Ain, the moonlight tonight is truly splendid, Tang Yu exclaimed, climbing atop the dormitory roof with Ain to bask in the moon's glow. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared beside them on the other side of the blue silvergrass. Tang Yu was taken aback, instantly reminded of Tang Akui. What are you doing frightening people at this hour? She retorted, casting an indignant glare at Tang Hao, who chuckled awkwardly, having missed Ain after several days. He had unexpectedly found the little girl sitting atop the roof with Ain, enjoying the moonlight. What is the matter? Tang Hao inquired, only to abruptly recall the child's remarkable intellect. Observing the complex emotions etched on Tang Yuyu's face, he sensed that her mood was not one of joy over the recently manifested martial soul fusion technique. A sudden apprehension gripped Tang Hao. Had she discovered something? Uncle, I read that only soul beasts that have transformed over 100,000 years can condense their own soul rings. Am I truly human? But if I were a soul beast, why will my martial soul be one of a weapon and one of a beast? Typically, soul beasts' martial souls align with their own species, right? So, does this mean I am a soul beast? Tang Yuyu's inquiries left Tang Hao momentarily speechless. He was uncertain how to respond. Yet he surmised that this was indicative of Tang Yuyu's hybrid nature, part human, part soul beast. Chapter 39, Educating Tang San. In a hurried passage of a semester, the journey at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy came to a close. Tang Yuyu resolved to return to Holy Spirit Village with Xiao Wu and Tang Yu. The academic demands of the Junior Soul Master Academy were exceedingly light for them. The majority of their time was spent traversing between Haotian Sect and Holy Spirit Village. Old Jack gazed fondly at his granddaughter, who had blossomed into a refined young lady, filling him with immense pride. He felt his life had been worthwhile, for through his granddaughter's fortune, he now had servants to cater to his needs, allowing him to ponder merely on his daily meals. Yuyu is back. Tang Yuyu embraced Old Jack, her face radiating a smile that Tang Yu had never witnessed before. It was a smile devoid of defenses, brimming with trust. Distinct from her playful laughter with Xiao Wu or her gentle smiles exchanged with Tang San. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yu discerned the high esteem in which Old Jack held a significant place in Tang Yuyu's heart. Who are these? Tang Yuyu tugged at Old Jack's hand, introducing them one by one. Grandpa, this is Xiao Wu, my dear friend who lives in the same dormitory. Her home is quite far, so I invited her to spend her holiday with us. This is Tang Yu. He is a relative from that side. I recently visited, and he is sort of like my brother. Tang Yuyu had referred to Haotian Sect as that side, prompting Tang Yu to cast her a bemused glance. Oh, I see. A relative. Gome. This way, please. I've already prepared a meal. Should we invite that kid Tang San over as well? Tang Hao has become increasingly unreliable. It's been ages since I last saw him. Old Jack beckoned Tang Yu, who politely returned a respectful gesture. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gleefully bounced ahead. Grandpa Jack, do you have carrots? Ha ha ha. Of course. What a delightful little girl. Just a tad behind my granddaughter. Though Old Jack refrained from voicing this thought, he hurriedly seated Xiao Wu and instructed a servant to fetch Tang San for dinner. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao and Tang San arrived uninvited. Old Jack, we came to mooch a meal. Hope you don't mind? This servant had been arranged for by Tang Yuehua, who provided funds for Tang Yuyu to assist Old Jack. Although Old Jack had spent most of his life in hardship, he had quickly adapted to this newfound, luxurious lifestyle. The entire economy of Holy Spirit Village had been uplifted considerably as Old Jack became a landlord, generously supporting local businesses. Is it you, Tang Hao? How have you changed so much? Old Jack exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Tang Hao. Was this truly the same disheveled, drunken Tang Akui he remembered? What? Can't you recognize me, just because I've changed my attire? Tang Hao, feeling embarrassed under Old Jack's scrutiny, feigned impatience. In the past, he had indeed been rather disheveled, but that was due to feeling as though life was devoid of hope. Now, with renewed motivation to live, he naturally embraced a more positive outlook. This is quite the improvement. At least you're not as lost as you used to be. Make sure to take good care of Tang San. He's such a sensible child. Old Jack, unwilling to cast another glance at Tang Hao, had long recognized the nature of their exchanges over the years. Tang Hao often felt as though 10 of his own words would be silenced by a mere one from Old Jack. In the early morning, children gathered on the hills behind Holy Spirit Village to watch Tang San practice. As the first rays of sunlight emerged, a flicker of purple glimmered in Tang San's eyes. Tang Yuyu recognized this as a technique known as the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Although Xiao Wu and Tang Yu were perplexed and intensely scrutinized Tang San's eyes. After adjusting his breathing, Tang San suddenly noticed 2 round faces peering closely at him, causing him to stumble back in shock and fall to the ground. What are you two doing? Why are you so close? You scare me, Tang San exclaimed, still shaken. Had he not recognized Xiao Wu and Tang Yu, he would have instinctively launched a hidden weapon. What kind of cultivation method is that, Tang San? And why are your eyes purple? Xiao Wu inquired, utterly bewildered. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be that Tang San was also a soul beast? But that was clearly impossible. There was no trace of soul beast transformation about him. This is a form of eye technique. Upon cultivation, it enhances my mental strength. As you both know, My martial soul is blue silvergrass, which is regarded as a useless martial soul. My teacher, recognizing the characteristics of blue silvergrass, guided me towards a control-type path. Thus, this technique allows me to amplify my mental prowess while simultaneously managing multiple tasks. Xiao Wu nodded in confusion, as she was aware that Tang San possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul. In contrast, Tang Yu regarded Tang San with a look of complexity. Growing up as a disciple of the Haotian clan amidst his kin's scorn for Tang Hao, he was cognizant that Tang San's mother was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Thus, he understood that the true characteristic of the blue-silver grass martial soul was not control, but rather vitality. It was perplexing how Tang San's teacher could be so misguided. Any discerning individual would recognize that the most notable feature of the blue-silver grass is its tenacity for life. Yet Yu Xiaojiang had misguided him towards the path of control, seemingly intent on thwarting Tang San's potential. Tang San, who is your teacher? By the time Tang Yu arrived, it was nearly the end of the semester, so he was unaware that Tang San's mentor was the peerless Yu Xiaojiang of the Soul Master world. Don't even get me started. That teacher of yours is nothing but a fraud. His esteemed title is likely bestowed upon him out of pity by others. Tang San, please don't take offense, but the knowledge that Yu Xiaojiang imparted to you is hardly a secret among prominent families. The Soul Master clans monopolize knowledge about soul beasts, leaving common soul masters in the dark. They can only glean insights from the martial soul theories published on grand occasions. Tang Yuyu's assertion was grounded in solid reasoning. She had brought along several theoretical texts on soul beasts from the Haotian clan, which bore a striking resemblance to those authored by Yu Xiaojiang. He merely stood on the shoulders of giants, summarizing existing knowledge and offering his conjectures. After all, how could a soul master of merely over 20 levels explore the world? Hey, my teacher does possess some skills. Please do not speak ill of him. After all, he has taught me how to cultivate for over a semester. Tang San wished to avoid conflict between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Yuyu. Although Tang Hao had not maintained the same cold demeanor towards him lately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who had cared for him during this period. In Tang San's heart, Yu Xiaojiang had carved out a certain place for himself, albeit not rivaling the positions held by Tang Hao and Tang Yuyu. Nevertheless, Tang San had indeed felt a semblance of paternal love from Yu Xiaojiang. Thus, he was reluctant to see Tang Yuyu clash with him. What are you doing, Tang San? Tang Yu felt displeased at Tang San's tone towards Tang Yuyu. After all, she was the next clan leader. Everyone raised in the Haotian clan was essentially a servant to the sect, and Tang San's behavior undeniably crossed the line. Chapter 40. Tang San. Has my teacher been deceiving me all along? Tang Yuyu was taken aback to find Tang Yu shielding her. She had not anticipated that this usually aloof boy would prove reliable in a critical moment. You would insult your blood relative for the sake of someone so unrelated? Tang Yu, aware of the blue-silver emperor's legacy, held the notion that Tang San's so-called teacher was beneath contempt, with Tang Yuyu corroborating his disdain. His conviction that Tang San had been misled grew firmer. That is my teacher, not some unrelated individual you speak of. However, I admit my tone was inappropriate. I apologize to my sister. Yet, you cannot insult my teacher, Tang Yu, even though we are blood relatives. Tang San singled out Tang Yu without addressing Tang Yuyu, demonstrating his tolerance towards her criticism of Yu Xiaojiang, as he perceived her concern as misguided. However, Tang Yu was the true outsider in his eyes, lacking the standing to disparage Yu Xiaojiang. What are you doing? Tang San, this is quite the betrayal. You lash out at Yuyu, and then at Tang Yu, who happens to be your distant cousin, while Yuyu is your immediate cousin. Moreover, his sister's remarks held merit. He, too, viewed that so-called master as a fraud. He understood everything he claimed to know. Xiao Wu, as a soul beast, spoke more bluntly, utterly bewildered by Tang San's agitation. The theories espoused by Yu Xiaojiang were fundamentally flawed. She, a soul beast, could not comprehend the so-called 10 core competencies. Deep down, Tang San recognized Yu Xiaojiang's limitations. Yet he could not disregard the pivotal role the latter played in his current development. If you refuse to accept him as a fraud and instead target us, then allow me to clarify. The characteristics of the blue silvergrass are not about control or resilience. The blue silvergrass is ubiquitous and possesses remarkable life force, a fact known to all. Why would he insist that you pursue a path of control? The blue silvergrass should be developed towards healing and support, for it is a life-type martial soul, embodying the essence of wildfires cannot consume it. Spring winds bring it back to life. Your blue silvergrass martial soul can remain resilient even without the addition of serpentine soul rings. Adding the mandala serpent merely extends the duration before it is shattered in battle. This was the longest statement Tang Yu had ever made. Initially, he believed Tang San to be a gifted child, Yet now he felt the boy was lacking in judgment. To allow someone with a top-tier life-type martial soul to be misled into pursuing a control-type path was simply absurd. Tang Yuyu concurred with Tang Yu, especially considering that the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, which originated from Ain, possessed a skill akin to wildfires cannot consume it. Spring winds bring it back to life, rivaling the effects of the nine-heart sea star. No, stop slandering my teacher. After adding serpentine soul rings, my blue-silver grass martial soul indeed became tougher and imbued with toxins, granting me greater assurance in battle. Even a second or two can change the course of a fight. Therefore, my choice to pursue the control path is not erroneous. Tang Sen argued vehemently, while Tang Yu regarded him as if he were a fool, astonished that he would still dispute at this juncture, utterly oblivious to reason. Tang Yu's assertion was not unfounded. The blue-silver grass should indeed be healing-oriented. He possessed a blue-silver soul bone whose ability was to heal. No matter how severe the injury, it would always mend under its influence. The last time he was captured and severely wounded during his escape, it was the fusion of this soul bone that restored him. Yu Xiaojiang's intention in directing you towards a control path was to elevate your profile for his own future renown. Control-type soul masters often serve as the brains of a team. His aim in steering a healing type towards control is all too clear. Wake up, Tang San. He has already compromised your martial soul. If the blue-silver grass had been endowed with healing capabilities, it would undoubtedly rank among the elite martial souls. You have taken a misguided path. The blue-silver grass was never meant for combat. Otherwise, how could it have been labeled a waste martial soul? In comparison to Tang Yu's words, Tang San was more inclined to believe Tang Yu, as her arguments were well-founded and logical. For a moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Had his teacher truly deceived him? From the moment he enrolled, he had sensed that Yu Xiaojiang had ulterior motives. Yet during their time at school, Yu Xiaojiang had treated him with the affection of a father. This stirred something within Tang San. He recognized that Yu Xiaojiang wished to realize his theories through him, which was why he had attached the Mandala Serpent soul ring to Tang San's first soul ring. Tang San stood silently, his silence the most poignant response, indicating he had absorbed the gravity of the situation. Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yu, who maintained his cool demeanor, showing no trace of the person who had just defended her against Tang San. Let us depart. Allow him to ponder this matter thoroughly. After Tang Yu and Tang Yu left, Tang San's eyes were filled with emptiness. He had begun to accept 7/10 of what Tang Yu had said. Yu Xiaojiang's decision to take him as a disciple was indeed motivated by purpose. He had always known, but it was evident to him that Yu Xiaojiang had recognized his twin martial souls, which had shifted Tang San's perspective on the teacher. In truth, Tang San did not regret choosing the control path. What troubled him was Yu Xiaojiang's awareness that pursuing the life path would yield greater benefits. Yet he had allowed him to opt for the control path without a word of caution. Hence, he began to question whether Yu Xiaojiang's concern and guidance had been genuine or merely a facade, a means to further his own plans. Above all, Tang San cherished familial bonds. In his past life, he had been an orphan within the Tang sect, and in this life, having finally gained a father in Tang Hao, he had endured 6 years of neglect from him. Unbeknownst to him, the master had deceived his own disciple, betraying not only his trust, but also his affections. Tang San realized he had misjudged the character of those around him. Apart from his father and sister, it seemed nearly impossible to find anyone truly devoted to him. At that moment, the sky darkened, and a torrential downpour ensued. Standing in the rain, Tang San allowed the droplets to drench him, hoping to awaken from the emotional prison woven by Yu Xiaojiang throughout the semester. It was evident that Yu Xiaojiang was aware of Tang San's deep emotional attachments and had devised this method to manipulate him. It must be admitted, he had succeeded. Gazing up at the overcast sky, determination filled Tang San's eyes, mingled with a hint of concealed malice. If you can go to such lengths for your desires, then I, Tang San, shall no longer regard you as my mentor. Tang Hao observed Tang San's demeanor from behind a tree, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. In truth, he could have intervened when Tang San chose Yu Xiaojiang as his teacher, yet he refrained from doing so, for Tang San was no longer his son. Though Yu Xiaojiang might be somewhat inept, his connections with the woman from the spirit hall were unpredictable. Perhaps he could unearth the secrets of the dual spirit. Moreover, when Yu Xiaojiang accepted Tang San as his disciple, he was already aware of Tang San's dual spirit status, and it was likely he had made up his mind. Thus, this could be Tang San's opportunity. Gaining insight into the dual spirit might alleviate any fears of catastrophic consequences during his second spirit cultivation. Chapter 41. Tang Yu's heroic rescue of the fair maiden. 6 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Yu and her companions traversed the path towards Soto City. Xiao Wu, her rabbit ears drooping, languidly gazed at the sun hanging overhead. What kind of wretched weather is this? It's scorching hot. I'm going to turn into a roasted rabbit. Tang Yu, observing Xiao Wu's complaint, sighed. I told you to bring more water. Now you look like a wilting seedling. From her storage soul tool, Tang Yu procured a carrot drink and handed it to Xiao Wu, whose eyes sparkled at the sight, reminiscent of a dog spotting a meat bun. Yu, you're the best. You even thought to prepare my beloved carrot juice. I adore you. At that moment, Tang Sen was about to reach into the 24 Bridges moonlit night to retrieve a carrot, but paused, nonchalantly placing his hand back. Tang Yu, having noticed everything, chose to remain silent, surprised that Tang San favored such a drink. Though he was typically reticent, Tang Yu was a normal person, experiencing the full spectrum of human emotions. He glanced at Tang Yu and silently shook his head. It seemed he would not fulfill the task assigned to him. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he was reminded of her future status as sect leader, which made him hesitant to express himself too freely. Over the years, he had exchanged few words with her, making it improbable to develop any deeper feelings. Nonetheless, the bond of sibling affection remained. Tang Yu was intelligent and charming, resembling a porcelain doll. Who could resist her allure? Yet, her perfection only highlighted his own ordinariness, making it clear that such a girl was destined to be beyond his reach. Tang Yu silently apologized to his grandfather. What is happening up ahead? A few hundred meters away, a group of individuals gathered beneath a tree, engaged in some unknown activity. Tang Yu glanced at Tang San, who had already tapped into his purple extreme magic eye. It appeared a group was bullying a young girl, and Tang San was incredulous. Such boldness in broad daylight. Just wait until Xiao Wu teaches them a lesson. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu dropped the juice into Tang Yu's hands and dashed forward. Release that girl. Tang San reluctantly followed, concerned that Xiao Wu might not be able to handle the burly man. Aren't you going to play the hero? Dan Yu Inquit? Glancing at Tang Yu, with a sigh, he trailed behind. After all, when the young lady issued a command, he had no choice but to comply. Tang Yu stored away the half-finished carrot juice and strolled casually toward the scene. Help! Someone save me. They're trying to rob me. The trapped girl was exquisite, her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Wu. Yet her demeanor exuded a sense of grace, indicative of someone raised in a prestigious family. Tang Yu quickly discerned something amiss. The attackers appeared oddly hesitant. Logically, if they were intent on robbery, they should have swiftly abducted the girl instead of standing about like wooden posts. Despite his growing suspicions, he could not voice them at that moment. The cloaked assailants exchanged glances, conveying uncertainty to their leader. What should we do? Suddenly, there were too many people appearing, and they seemed formidable. We cannot let them escape. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc freely. Capture them and teach them a lesson. I have money. I can pay you later. The girl's delicate voice startled Tang Yu. He understood why the thieves had targeted her. Her wealth was apparent. Which family had raised such a naive girl? Indeed, just wait until Xiao Wu helps you deal with them. Remember to reward us afterward. Xiao Wu was most intrigued by carrots and gold soul coins. Her expenses were considerable, yet she felt uncomfortable constantly borrowing from Tang Yu, leading her to set her sights on Tang San. Their interactions had rekindled the old storyline. First soul skill waist bow. Xiao Wu charged forward, aiming directly at the cloaked figure. Faced with her assault, the assailant had no choice but to maintain his facade. However, they could not reveal their martial spirits. Otherwise, it would be absurd for a 7-ring soul sage to be involved in such a petty crime. Ning Rongrong would surely catch on. If she were to gossip about it upon returning to the sect, they would be in dire trouble. Tang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they were disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. No wonder they had been targeted. Their wealth was legendary. With the enhancement from the 7-treasure glazed tile, Xiao Wu felt her attributes surge by approximately 20%, if not more. Take this. 8-section whirlwind kick. Her long, braided hair seemed to come alive, wrapping around the neck of the black-clad assailant. Utilizing the waist bow skill in conjunction with agile techniques, she unleashed a flurry of 8 swift kicks within mere seconds, a stunning display of brutal elegance. Excellent. Well done. That's how you do it. Ningrongrong exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Although she played a supportive role, the embers of violence within her were no less than Xiao Wu's. After all, she was known as the Little Demoness, Ning Rongrong. Be careful, a deep male voice warned, and Ning Rongrong was suddenly seized by a strong arm, thrust against the boy's chest. The pleasant scent of dragon's saliva wafted toward her, suggesting he hailed from a prosperous lineage. Looking up, she beheld a finely chiseled jawline, his eyes cold and distant, reminiscent of ice that had endured for centuries. Tang Yu, relieved to see Ning Rongrong out of danger, released her. I apologize for the inconvenience. Ning Rongrong regained her composure, glancing back at her previous position, realizing that Tang San had inadvertently flung someone in her direction with his blue silvergrass. As Tang Yuyu approached, she witnessed the scene of heroism unfolding before her. Watching the pairs of individuals together, she felt a pang of loneliness, realizing she stood alone. Damn it, this heroism might have just awarded Tang Yu an additional wife. Am I to remain a solitary dog? Xiao Wu and Tang San are merely a thin veil away from breaking through their own barriers. With a sigh, Tang Yuyu continued forward. Do not strike them. They do not appear to be villains. They are likely the ladies' guards. Upon discerning Ning Rongrong's identity, Tang Yuyu immediately surmised that this group must be the protectors assigned to Ning Rongrong by Ning Fengji. Chapter 42. Checking into the Rose Hotel. What did you say? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, turning her gaze towards the newcomers, startled to find a girl of such ethereal beauty. I sense that these individuals are all soul masters, and their strength is at least on par with ours, likely at least 4 ring soul ancestors. The girl had just exhibited her martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, indicating she must be of the direct lineage of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. It is only natural for a support-type soul master to have protection when venturing out. They did not harbor any intent to harm you. They probably merely wished to intimidate you into returning home. Therefore, there is no need for such heavy-handedness. Ning Rongrong's understanding was immediate. It was evident that her father and grandfathers had sent these individuals to follow her for her safety. She pulled down the mask of one of the black-clad figures and recognized a familiar face, instantly placing her hands on her hips and exclaiming, "How dare you frighten this young lady? When I return home, I shall ensure you experience what true intimidation feels like." Ning Rongrong, being the spirited little which she was, had indeed been startled and still harbored some lingering ire, contemplating how to prank these individuals once she returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. However, she had no intention of reporting this incident to Ning Fengji, as she understood that their actions were likely influenced by someone else's directive. I shall remember this, so you may leave at once. Tell my father that I will not return until I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. Humph. Her pose of crossing her arms and turning away drew the attention of Xiao Wu and the others, who instinctively glanced at Tang Yu. The two displayed remarkably similar gestures. Thank you all for your assistance earlier. Ning Rongrong noted their slight embarrassment, unaware of the ensuing misunderstanding. Not at all. Xiao Wu approached Tang Yuyu, somewhat deflated. As the gold soul coins had slipped from her grasp, Ning Rongrong, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped Xiao Wu's sentiments and took the initiative to say, "This is a small token of appreciation for the troubles you endured. It is merely my family's excessive concern for me that led to such a ruckus. And I apologize for the spectacle. Consider my treat for a meal. This is my first visit here as well, and I am not familiar with the area, nor do I know if you all have the time. So please use this money to enjoy a meal on your own. I hope you do not mind." Ning Rongrong's words were exceedingly diplomatic. Upon receiving the coins, Xiao Wu and her companions felt no awkwardness, truly reflecting her upbringing as Ning Fengji's daughter. Great. No objections here. Upon hearing there was money involved, Xiao Wu, who had just been leaning on Tang Yuyu's shoulder, seemed to spring back to life. Ning Rongrong smilet. Sensing that these individuals were not weak, particularly Tang Yuyu, who reminded her of the same feeling she had when in the presence of her father. Which illustrious family do you hail from? Ning Rongrong inquired, walking over to Xiao Wu, recognizing her simplicity amidst the group. We are heading to Soto City. How about you? Xiao Wu replied, still kind towards the benefactor who had just gifted her a large bag of soul coins. Soto City. How wonderful. We are on the same path. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yu, who remained expressionless beside Tang Yuyu. Are you all from the same family? Ning Rongrong asked carefully, wishing to ascertain their relationships without being too direct upon first meeting. A family? That is a splendid idea. From now on, the 4 of us shall be one family. Ha ha ha. You and I share the same surname. Xiao Wu laughed heartily, seemingly struck by a playful notion. And you share a surname with Tang San, don't you? Tang Yuyu chimed in from behind. Xiao Wu, in a fit of playful anger, playfully punched Tang Yuyu on the chest. I want to talk to you anymore. Tang San observed the 2 girls' playful banter, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, while his gaze softened when resting on Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, catching that glimmer of affection, instantly understood. The 2 were likely a couple. She wondered about the other 2. With that thought, Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Yuyu and Tang Yu, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ning Rongrong. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am traveling to Soto City because I heard of an academy that only accepts monsters. and I wish to see what it is all about. Ning Rongrong shared her plans with the group, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity about their destination. I am Xiao Wu as in dance. Xiao Wu introduced herself cheerfully while skipping alongside Tang Yuyu. I am Tang San. Tang San nodded, acknowledging Ning Rongrong with a brief greeting, offering no further conversation. I'm Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu smiled at Ning Rongrong, though she had remained silent throughout the journey. Her attention focused on Ning Rongrong, who had stolen glances at the stoic Tang Yu beside her. It seemed that Tang Yu had indeed captured someone's attention with his recent act of heroism. Ning Rongrong noticed the flicker of interest in Tang Yuyu's eyes. They all shared the surname Tang, suggesting a familial connection. Dan Yi Ue. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with delight as she mentioned the name she had been longing to hear. Do you all share the surname Tang? Could it be that you're siblings? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, directing her gaze toward Xiao Wu, the only one likely to provide her with answers, as the others remained reticent. Yes. Yuyu and the others are indeed cousins, Xiao Wu confirmed, eliciting a joyful laugh from Ning Rongrong as she received the satisfactory response. The group continued their journey, gradually moving away, and just before the sun set, they finally arrived in Soto City. Wow, look at that hotel ahead. It's so beautiful. It's pink. I absolutely adore it. Let us stay there tonight. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it was the Rose Hotel. Tang Yuyu gazed at the hotel sign, feeling as though a crow had flown overhead. This is a couple's hotel. What would people think of us 5 arriving at a couple's hotel to book a suite? It would be quite disgraceful. Tang Yuyu instinctively wished to refuse, but upon seeing Xiao Wu's pleading gaze, she could only relent. Very well. Let us book 2 rooms. One for the boys and one for the girls. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She had not anticipated they would include her in their plans, thus alleviating her worries about finding an excuse. Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yu before leading the way upstairs with her pet rabbit and Ning Rongrong, leaving the matter of payment to the gentleman. Tang Yu, still somewhat bewildered by the future sect leader's gaze, had yet to process what was happening when Tang San pulled him along to pay the bill. With all the money Tang San had spent on Xiao Wu, he worried about whether they would have enough to cover the hotel costs, given how exquisitely decorated the place appeared. Chapter 43. A reunion with Zhu Zhuqing. Due to the separation of genders for sleeping arrangements, Xiao Wu had no opportunity to entice Tang San into exploring the outside world, thus missing out on the chance encounter with Flender's grocery shop. Consequently, the fateful meeting with the Dragonbeard Needle and the subsequent plot twist involving Dai Mubai and Tang San never materialized, for a present. Dai Mubai was merely a time traveler. The group lingered in Soto City for 2 days before heading to the designated location for Shrek Academy's enrollment. Why is this place so remote? Is Shrek Academy truly located here? It is supposed to be a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu frowned. Though she was not a pampered girl, she found it difficult to accept such surroundings. Who knows? Tang Yuyu replied, leading the way ahead. She remains utterly perplexed about her own identity, whether she is human or a soul beast, and is uncertain about which side she ought to stand on. Her relationship with Tang San is rather ambiguous. Initially, they were quite close, but as Xiao Wu grew increasingly intimate with him, it seemed that he no longer acknowledged anyone else's existence. The Tang San she disdains has yet to transform into Tang Shunwang. Although Tang Hao has been kind to her due to some misunderstandings, Tang Yu still feels a tug at her heartstrings, leaving her in a state of confusion. The elderly members of the Haotian sect have treated her well, shielding her from harm, yet she must rely on her own efforts to cultivate her soul power. If they were to discover that she is not entirely human, their kindness might very well dissipate. Tang Yuyu's emotions are a tumultuous sea. Everything she has earned thus far feels as ephemeral as a mirage, easily vanishing in the blink of an eye. Tang Hao's goodwill is based on the suspicion that she might be the reincarnation of his child, a theory Tang Yuyu cannot help but entertain, as there seems to be no more fitting explanation. The Haotian sect's favor towards her stems from her possessing the Haotian Hammer martial soul and her unparalleled talent. Should she be revealed as anything less than wholly human, how would they regard her then? During her years at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, she had quarreled countless times with Yu Xiaojiang, who was all too familiar with his own shortcomings. Yet, every time she voiced her opinions, Tang San would adopt a demeanor of reluctant patience, which was truly infuriating, only to later approach her with apologies. This rogue behavior was all too familiar. Tang Yuyu was acutely aware that Tang San was sensitive about certain matters, but she felt compelled to speak out. How could anyone remain silent about Yu Xiaojiang's deplorable character? Their relationship had gradually frayed due to Yu Xiaojiang, and had it not been for Xiao Wu acting as a bridge between them, they would have inevitably drifted apart. Of course, this was solely Tang Yuyu's perspective. Tang Xin held a different view, believing that Tang Yuyu was merely tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. After their arguments, he would always apologize, and she would inevitably forgive him. Such was the bond of a teacher and student. Sometimes, fate is a most peculiar thing. Wow, look at that long queue ahead, Ning Rongrong remarked, her interest piqued. Initially, she assumed that Shrek Academy was merely a name without substance, but the sheer number of applicants suggested otherwise. Just as Tang Yuyu aligned herself in the line, she felt a powerful wave of soul power emanating from the front. I believe you may be mistaken. Our Shrek Academy, often referred to as the Monster Academy, has specific admissions criteria. If you are unaware of our requirements, it is best to refrain from applying, as you will only waste your registration fee. Listen closely. The criteria for admission to Shrek Academy are that applicants must be under 12 years old and possess a soul power of at least level 20. If you do not meet both of these conditions, you may leave without wasting your money. Upon observing the 6 soul rings on the Yusong, Tang San's eyes flickered as he turned to Tang Yuyu. You see, the academy that teacher has recommended to me, is indeed quite commendable. So please refrain from speaking ill of him in the future. Tang Yuyu smiled and turned to scrutinize Tang San. What makes you think it's commendable? This dilapidated environment can't possibly compare to an ordinary intermediate soul master academy. Is your brain so thoroughly washed that you consider this place good? And yet, you accuse me of disparaging Yu Xiaojiang. Is further explanation even necessary? The requirements for admission are so lenient that even a pig could soar. 12 years old with level 20 soul power. Who isn't a prodigy under those criteria? The Spirit Hall would roll out the red carpet to welcome them, let alone this school. Ning Rongrong had found this academy somewhat intriguing until Tang Yuyu's words snapped her back to reality. You are absolutely right. This institution is indeed in ruins and fails to provide its students with adequate resources for cultivation. Tang San, have you been bewitched? I was initially drawn here by the name of the academy, but upon closer inspection, it is merely mediocre. Surely, a foundational soul power of level 7 is necessary to meet their standards. With such talent, who wouldn't welcome them with open arms? Why would those geniuses choose to attend an obscure academy like this? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her impression of Shrek Academy turning decidedly negative. What kind of academy only admits monsters? Teaching ability is a different matter entirely. We have not yet entered the academy. How can you make such a definitive judgment? This may be a test set by the academy, and its true location may not be here, Tang Sin interjected, his brow furrowing as he sought to counter her claims. Every time the topic of Yu Xiaojiang arose, Tang Yu showed him no mercy, and Ning Rongrong, an outsider, was observing closely. This is indeed the site of the academy. Not some test. You are overthinking it. It is called the Monster Academy because it shelters talented individuals who have nowhere else to go. As the young lady mentioned, there is indeed no environment here conducive to soul master training. A cool, feminine voice interjected from behind them, belonging to a girl with an alluring figure and a youthful visage, an angelic face paired with a devilish form. Yet, her gaze was fixed solely on Tang Yuyu, a faint smile gracing her serene features. It has been a long time. I never expected you to actually come. Zhu Zhuqing addressed Tang Yuyu, for she recognized no one else in the group, hence her willingness to explain. It appeared that Tang San and she were not on amicable terms. Long time no see. Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yuyu replied with a smile, surprised to see her. Upon reflection, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed 12 years old, the minimum age for admission to Shrek Academy. It seemed they had both remained at the academy for these past few years. Chapter 44, Admission Test. Tang San observed Zhu Zhuqing's expression, noting a hint of displeasure, albeit subtle. However, Ning Rongrong, ever observant, caught on to it, revealing that the relationships among these four were not as tightly knit as they appeared. Ah, it's almost our turn. Ha! Xiao Wu exclaimed, sensing the tension in the air and seeking to divert the conversation. She was not fond of the arguments between Tang Yuyu and Tang San over Yu Xiaojiang, although Xiao Wu agreed with Tang Yuyu's sentiments. She could not exacerbate Tang San's distress. After all, he had held a grudge against Wang Sheng for merely speaking ill of Yu Xiaojiang for 6 years. With Xiao Wu steering the topic away, the group exchanged knowing glances, tacitly agreeing to avoid further mention of the matter. Only Ning Rongrong's eyes darted about, pondering something. Tang Yuyu's recent remarks were indeed grounded in truth. Tang San was rather petty. Ning Rongrong instinctively felt averse to further engagement with him. Xiao Wu had mentioned that Tang San and Tang Yuyu were cousins, yet he could be so sensitive. Ning Rongrong discreetly distanced herself from Tang San, gravitating towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the precious little princess before redirecting his attention to Tang Yu. His expression remained unchanged, but those familiar with him could sense his growing impatience. Tang Sen had repeatedly quarreled with Tang Yu over Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Yu believed he had crossed the line. Had it not been for Tang Hao's covert protection of Tang Yu, Tang Yu would have intervened long ago. The members of the Haotian sect were known for their strong protective instincts, and Tang Yu was no exception. Although he had not confronted Tang Sen directly, he had diligently reported every incident to the sect elders. Tang Yu, though possessing an icy demeanor, is rather enigmatic in his emotional expressions. Internally, he has undoubtedly sighed in exasperation countless times. Are you all together? Li Yusong glanced at Tang Yu and the others, noting that two of them were dressed in a manner befitting nobility. Ning Rongrong, Tang Yu, and Tang Yu were adorned in expensive attire, while Xiao Wu's appearance was less discernible, and only Tang San appeared strikingly unadorned. Li Yusong found it difficult to comprehend how this disparate group had come together, as the disparity between their wealth was glaring. Oh, and there was Zhu Zhuqing trailing behind. It turned out they were acquainted. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Li Yusong. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a talent that was above average, but not the pinnacle of excellence. However, her eagerness to learn was commendable, and she would comply with any conditions to enhance her strength. 6 years prior, after nearly a month of disappearance, Oscar and Ma Hongjun returned to Shrek Academy with Dai Mubai. Their talents were indeed rare among their peers, eliciting glee from the old ghost, Flander. Yet, what the talents of Zhu Zhuqing's companions? The registration fee of 10 gold soul coins per person had been established in advance, with a clear stipulation that it would not be refunded if one failed to pass the entrance examination. Li Yusong made these rules abundantly clear to prevent any of these young masters from reneging after being rejected. This is the registration fee for all of us. The affluent Ning Rongrong promptly covered the 6 participants' fees, even catching Zhu Zhuqing by surprise. Now that you understand the rules, extend your hands. I shall assess your bone age. Tang Yu stepped forward and addressed Li Yusong. Esteemed teacher, my bone age exceeds 12 years. However, as a 13-year-old, I am a 3-ring soul master. Surely, I am eligible for admission to your academy? His cold voice sparked murmurs among the other applicants. Oh, a 13-year-old 3-ring soul master is indeed impressive. When did you break through to soul master? What level is your soul power? First, let me assess your bone age. Li Yusong's eyes gleamed with interest as he grasped Tang Yu's hand and nodded. Very well, 13 years and 4 months. Age checks out. Now, let's see if your soul rings number 3 in your soul power level. Tang Yu summoned his martial soul, revealing 3 yellow soul rings adorning a hammer imbued with frost. It appeared exquisitely delicate. Ning Rongrong cast a curious glance, inwardly critiquing Tang Yu. So, his martial soul is an ice attribute hammer. No wonder he often appears so cold, just as Tang Yu described him as having a face of ice. Next, both Xiao Wu and Tang San unleashed their martial souls simultaneously, a rabbit and blue silvergrass, respectively, piquing Li Yusong's curiosity. Remarkable. Your blue silvergrass has actually reached the level of a second-ring great soul master. Li Yusong marveled, unaware of the origins of Tang San's blue silvergrass. Does that make me a peculiar specimen in another sense? Tang San replied with a subtle smile, his confidence illuminating his otherwise ordinary features. Witnessing Tang San's self-satisfied expression, Tang Yu instinctively turned away, wishing to obliterate that smugness and unearth the truth within. The blue-silver emperor, possessing formidable healing capabilities, was being utilized in such a control-oriented manner, and Tang San believed that cultivating a supposedly worthless martial soul to this level was a form of fulfillment. Tang Yu averted her gaze from Tang San, sensing the complex emotions emanating from the storage soul guide containing Ain. TSK. Tang Yu understood a bit of Yu Xiaojiang's intentions. He had immediately speculated upon seeing Tang San that he must possess twin martial souls, declaring that Tang San's blue silvergrass was a useless martial soul. It was laughable that after so long studying martial souls, he remained oblivious to the fact that the probability of twin martial souls is contingent upon the quality of the 2 souls being equivalent. Could Yu Xiaojiang, who had studied so extensively, truly be ignorant of such a fundamental truth known even to the outsider Douluo? The blue-silver emperor is not synonymous with blue silvergrass, even without awakening. His ignorance merely highlighted his ineptitude in academic research. Had Yu Xiaojiang been privy to this knowledge, it would have been an entirely different narrative. But what concern was it of hers? After all, Tang Xin had not failed to inform Yu Xiaojiang of the advantages and disadvantages after taking him as a master. Once he had set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Tang Yuyu had no desire to court trouble. Had Tang Xin not come so close, she would not have confronted him directly. You two have also passed. Move along to the side. Zhu Qing, there is no need for you to be assessed. A 12-year-old. Level 28 Great Soul Master requires no further proof. Li Yusong's blatant favoritism startled Zhu Qing, who then approached Tang Yu and the others. At that moment, Dai Mubai, who had been reclining upon a tree branch, suddenly leapt down. The lush foliage had concealed his presence from Tang Yuyu and the others, indicating that his strength surpassed theirs. Long time no see, Tang Yuyu. Chapter 45. Heartfelt stirring, Oscar. Long time no see, Tang Yuyu nodded at Dai Mubai. After several years, he had matured significantly, making it impossible for her to discern his thoughts through his subtle expressions. However, within close proximity, Dai Mubai's heartfelt sentiments were unmistakable. The seven-treasure, glazed tile pagoda? Are you here with your family's knowledge? Ning Rong smiled lightly. Of course they know. However, it is said that education knows no bounds. Am I not allowed to be here? Li Yusong nodded, satisfied that the family was aware. Otherwise, if the seven-treasure, glazed tile sect pursued responsibility, the staff at their school would likely be forced to pack their bags and leave. Very well, you have passed. Wait behind Dai Mubai. Li Yusong was quite pleased, having already admitted 4 candidates that morning. In his estimation, these youths would surely be granted admission. He pondered what the last participant would bring. It should not pose much of a problem, as they had all arrived together, and those within the same circle could hardly be vastly different. Moreover, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing were from the Xingluo Empire, and thus their identities would not permit them to associate closely with the martial soul hall. With this thought, Li Yusong dismissed his earlier assumptions. Bone Age checks out. Unleash your martial soul. Tang Yuyu extended her left hand, revealing the exquisite Linglong Ji Xan, a humanoid martial soul with pointed elf-like ears and 6 butterfly wings. Had the wings not been featherless, Li Yusong might have been tempted to kneel in homage. The divine aura paired with her unique beastly martial soul was akin to the inherited martial souls of the Martial Soul Palace. Could this be a mutated martial soul of an angel? Contemplating this, Li Yusong became even more courteous, yet he soon noticed Tang Yuyu's 3 soul rings, which were yellow, purple, and purple. Such a soul ring configuration was utterly mind-boggling, particularly when considering her bone age had just been confirmed at 12. A 12-year-old with 3 rings as a soul master, aside from the Martial Soul Palace. He could scarcely fathom any other power that might align so perfectly with Tang Yuyu's martial soul. However, with Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing being from the Xingluo Empire, their backgrounds would not allow for close ties to the Martial Soul Palace. Thus, Li Yusong dismissed his earlier considerations. Excellent, you have also passed, Mubai. Let them inside. Li Yusong was exceedingly pleased. It was a remarkable turn of events, with 5 exceptional candidates emerging all at once. Initially, Zhu Qing's presence was merely to fulfill requirements, allowing the applicants to comprehend that Shrek Academy was indeed a true academy for monsters, accepting only extraordinary talents. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Flander would surely be overjoyed. Dai Mubai escorted the group into Shrek Academy, while Ning Rong and Xiao Wu curiously surveyed their surroundings. From the outside, it appeared rather dilapidated, and they were surprised to find the interior equally in disrepair. Ning Rong felt a pang of discomfort. When had the princess of the 7-treasure, glazed tile school, ever encountered such a dilapidated place? She mused that the greatest surprise of her visit was meeting Tang Yuyu and the others. Little San, could it be that the master has erred? Is Shrek Academy truly as remarkable as he claims? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu ultimately voiced her doubts, casting a cautious glance at Tang San, causing a sharp ache in his heart. Xiao Wu, do you not see that they are all students here? This indicates that there are indeed merits to this place. Shrek Academy is not merely what we perceive it to be. The teacher mentioned that those intermediate and advanced soul master academies vying for our admission are rather mediocre, incapable of imparting any substantial knowledge. Only by surrounding ourselves with peers of similar talent can we continuously forge ahead. The circles of geniuses and ordinary people are distinct. Tang Yuyu exclaimed in disbelief. How could that waste, Yu Xiaojiang, possibly teach geniuses? The intermediate and advanced academies at least boast soul emperors and soul saints among their ranks. Surely, they surpass a mere great soul master like Yu Xiaojiang. With an impassive expression, she strode past Tang San and Xiao Wu, deeming it unnecessary to converse further with self-deceiving fools. She understood a fragment of Tang San's psyche, As an orphan hailing from a lowly sect, he naturally adhered to the philosophy of cherishing the bond between heaven, earth, and master. Otherwise, how could he have uttered the phrase once a teacher? A father for life upon becoming Yu Xiaojiang's disciple? Not to mention, Tang San had even assisted Xue Beng in seizing the throne, despite the latter having previously troubled them when Shrek Academy contemplated merging with the Tiando Royal Academy. Did he truly overlook that? Fresh sausages for sale. Fresh sausages for sale. Hey, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, would you like to buy some sausages? Dai Mubai glanced at the hirsute Oscar and quickly signaled him. Little AO, those who just underwent testing might very well become our classmates. Look, there's a familiar face among them. Can you guess who it is? Dai Mubai's teasing words prompted Oscar to raise his gaze towards the group approaching, his eyes locking onto a particular figure. Tang Yuyu, still sporting her dual pigtails, had them tied back into butterfly shapes, with pearl butterfly hairpins fluttering at her temples. The stray locks cascading down were intricately braided, exuding both elegance and flair. Clad in a blue off-shoulder dress adorned with golden embroidered butterflies and wearing tall deerskin boots, she was a vision. Oscar recognized Tang Yuyu at first glance. Those 6 years had wrought significant changes. After all, the development following the awakening of soul power was astonishingly rapid. Although he could not place her, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl before him. His heart raced beneath his chest, akin to a fawn prancing about. However, unlike the original storyline, Oscar had not acquainted himself with the people early on and thus remained oblivious to the fact that what he was experiencing was called infatuation. Ha ha ha. It seems you recognized her immediately. This is Tang Yuyu. Do you remember her? Dai Mubai remarked. Both he and Zhu Zhuqing, possessing beast martial souls, were exceptionally sensitive to sense, enabling them to identify her at once. To their surprise, Oscar had also pinpointed Tang Yuyu without hesitation. Dan yo. Oscar snapped back to reality, astonished to discover it was her. After returning to Shrek Academy years ago, he had realized that the box left in his storage soul guide contained a soul bone. He recalled how Flinder had inquired about Tang Yuyu with a look of surprise. After all, she had effortlessly resolved Ma Hongjuan's fiery predicament and had even gifted Oscar a soul bone. Such a formidable ally was precisely the student he had always yearned for. Is it truly you? I never expected you to come to Shrek Academy. Oscar gazed at Tang Yuyu, his heart racing with excitement. Thanks to her, he had now reached the realm of a soul master at the third ring. While he still lagged behind Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, Oscar, as a food-type support soul master, had accomplished something remarkable. It's been such a long time, Oscar. Tang Yu suddenly began to comprehend why Tang Yuyu, despite her apparent discontent with Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, had chosen to enroll at Shrek Academy. It turned out they were all acquaintances. His grandfather had advised him that while accompanying the future sect leader, he should seek to gather capable talents who could assist her. Shrek Academy was indeed a place brimming with hidden talents. It would be splendid if he could help Tang Yuyu harness them. In his heart, Tang Yu devised a plan to ensure that Tang Yuyu would secure these individuals. How does this sausage vendor know Yuyu? Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. She could understand Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, given their shared age, but how could this sausage vendor possibly be acquainted with Tang Yuyu? This question shattered Oscar's masculine facade, as he suddenly recalled his appearance. In the academy, where everyone was familiar with each other, he had ceased to care about his image. His hair had grown wildly, transforming him into the sausage uncle he now resembled. Initially, he had thought that this year would be like any other, with no one being selected. However, he was mistaken. The joy of their reunion dissipated, and he found himself unable to meet Tang Yuyu's gaze, hurriedly pushing his sausage stall away. Ah! I just remembered that I left home without tidying up. I must take my leave now. You all do your best, and be sure to stay. Even Zhu Zhuqing, typically composed and perceptive, found herself momentarily stunned by his frenzied retreat, as if his legs were powered by a perpetual motion machine. Little AO, let us move on. I'll lead you to the next level, Dai Mubai declared, noting that since both Tang Yuyu and Tang Yu were third-ring soul masters, they need not waste time on the preliminary tests. Why are third-ring soul masters exempt from the initial trials? Is this evaluation related to soul power? Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat disgruntled, as she seemed to possess the lowest soul power among them. Initially, Dai Mubai had intended to have everyone face Zhao Wujin in a battle, but he suddenly realized that he was unaware of their soul power levels, and thus the opportunity for Tang San to showcase his prowess was lost. Consequently, Dai Mubai could only adhere to protocol. Those with soul power exceeding level May 25th bypass the first 4 stages, but since I am unaware of your respective levels, I can only allow the third ring ones to proceed ahead. Ah, I see. Ning Rongrong nodded, relieved. Had she been any lazier in her training, she might not have even passed the threshold. Then I, too, possess soul power exceeding level 25. May I join them? Ning Rongrong inquired of Dai Mubai, her tone resolute. Certainly. And what about the two of you? My soul power is at level 29, and Xiao Wu is on par with me. Tang San replied with a smile directed at Dai Mubai, who nodded, yet offered no more warmth to Tang San. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous traveler and could not possibly oppose the illustrious Tang San, nor would he deign to flatter him. Enough wasting time. I shall escort you directly to the 4th level. Dai Mubai was eager to avoid being bogged down by the new arrivals to Shrek Academy, who insisted on testing their soul power one by one. Let's be off, Zhu Zhuqing remarked quietly as she walked alongside Tang Yuyu. Ning Rongrong, familiar only with Xiao Wu, walked beside her. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the students who passed this year's test. Dai Mubai expressed a rare respect for Zhao Wujin, while Tang Yuyu regarded the reclining figure of Zhao Wujin with keen curiosity. Although the educational environment at Shrek Academy leaves much to be desired, the instructors within its walls are indeed commendable. Flinder, despite his somewhat sycophantic nature, is a person of deep loyalty and integrity. Zhao Wuji's character is evident in the original work when he assists Oscar in acquiring his soul rings in the Stardew Forest, largely due to Tang Hao's influence. However, in a life-and-death situation, Tang San chose to court danger, and Zhao Wuji could have easily turned a blind eye to it. Tang Yuyu, who has come to her senses, is reluctant to dwell on these thoughts. Her relationship with Tang San has grown increasingly complex. It seems that at some point, he has taken to incessantly boasting about Yu Xiaojiang in her presence, as if extolling Yu's prowess could somehow validate his decision to become his disciple. Tang Yuyu has no desire to engage with him, yet he persists in approaching her. Oh, this year, there are unexpectedly many who have passed the preliminary tests? Very well. Allow me to entertain you. Zhao Wuji declared. Listen closely, you now have the time of a single incense stick to deliberate. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of that incense stick, you shall be deemed to have passed the assessment. He then turned to Dai Mubai. Xiaobai, why don't you share with them the specifics of my soul skills and martial spirit? Upon uttering this, Zhao Wuji rubbed the incense stick and suddenly flung it, causing it to embed itself deep into the ground. Tang Sin was left awestruck by Zhao Wuji's display, his eyes filled with reverence. This man is undoubtedly a powerhouse, rivaling even the Soul Kings. Dai Mubai, already aware of what was to unfold, gathered the group to discuss Zhao Wuji's attributes. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage of over level 70. His martial spirit is the powerful Vajra Bear, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, though its speed is a notable drawback. However, the disparity in your strengths is so vast that this flaw could hardly provide you with any advantage. Now, familiarize yourselves with each other. I believe it would be prudent for either a control type or support type soul master to lead this battle. Is there anyone among you who specializes in control or support? Dai Mubai was well aware of Tang San and Ning Rongrong's martial spirit growth trajectories. Yet he was taken aback to discover that another among them also possessed control abilities. Wow, so Yuyu is a control type, Xiao Wu exclaimed instinctively. Noticing that Xiao Wu had not mentioned him, Tang San smiled and addressed the group. I, too, am a control type. My martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, possesses entangling capabilities, allowing me to maintain control over the battlefield. Although Yuyu is also a control type, her soul skills lean more toward support. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, sensing that the young lady was not inclined to assert her claim for leadership just yet, and here stood Tang San to counter his sister's remarks. She could not tolerate the smile on his face, coupled with his insinuations. I'm also a support type. Our 7 Treasures Glaze sect can offer both speed and power enhancements. And should it come to commanding, I could certainly be of assistance. Chapter 47. What path does Tang Yuyu follow? As soon as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she caught a look of appreciation from Tang Yu. Speak more if you can, he encouraged. Ning Rongrong's eyes gleamed with determination. Tang San, if you claim your sister's soul skills lean toward support, then your blue-silver grass hardly qualifies as a control type, does it? It is common knowledge across the continent that blue-silver grass is a discarded martial spirit. Its entangling ability is merely instinctual. How does that relate to control? With just 2 statements, Ning Rongrong delivered a double blow to Tang San. The question of whether blue-silver grass is suitable for control has long been a thorn in Tang San's side. He had believed that Tang Yuyu was right when she claimed that blue-silver grass resembled a pinnacle life-type martial spirit. However, this realization implied that Yu Xiaojiang's theories were flawed and that he, Tang San had foolishly chosen a reckless mentor. Thus, he had been evading this issue. But upon hearing it raised again, a surge of anger welled up within him, casting a vague yet intense look towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong felt uneasy under his gaze. But Tang Yu stepped between Tang Yu and Ning Rongrong, his eyes scrutinizing Tang San. As a martial spirit of ice attributes, he possessed a heightened perception of danger. If he was not mistaken, Tang San had just exuded a hint of killing intent. Once a humble and polite son of the Haotian Hammer, Tang Yu initially harbored no hostility towards him. However, since the revelation of the misdirection and the growth of blue silvergrass, Tang San seemed to have transformed, as Tang Yu had noted, frequently seeking affirmation of his existence. Let us adhere to the principle of strength dictating respect. Therefore, let the one among you with the highest soul power, Tang Yu, take the lead. This is a time-honored tradition in the Soul Master community, where the control-type Soul Master is typically granted command in team battles, augmented by the rule that the strongest shall lead. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Were they not cousins? Why did Tang San's words strike him as so peculiar? The strange atmosphere among the group left Dai Mubai perplexed, while Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, regarded Tang San with contemplative eyes. All right, I am Ning Rongrong, and my martial spirit is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, which can bestow speed and power enhancements upon everyone. I am currently a level 26 Great Soul Master. As she spoke the latter part about her soul power level, her voice dwindled to a near whisper like that of a mosquito, yet the Soul Masters present heard her clearly. I am Xiao Wu. My martial spirit is the soft-bone rabbit. I am a level 29 Assault type Great Soul Master. My 2 skills are inviting credit and enchantment. Tang San. My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, and I am a level 29 Control type Great Soul Master. Tang San's expression was somewhat impassive, his words merely conveying basic information. Although Tang Yu was aware of his soul skills, this felt akin to a silent rebuttal. Zhu Zhuqing. My martial spirit is the ghostly demon cat. A level 28 agile attack type Great Soul Master, with the following 2 soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice chimed in just in time, diverting the group's focus away from Tang San, thereby amplifying his sense of dissatisfaction, as no one seemed to care. Tang Yu. My martial spirit is the Rock Ice Ring Hammer, a level 32 agile attack type, soul venerable with the following soul skills. Tang Yu. My martial spirit is the Linglong Heart, a level 31 control type soul venerable, with soul skills including Linglong's Remembrance, Elven Protection, and Breath of Healing. These 3 skills provide attack with control effects, defense, and healing capabilities, respectively. Tang Yu directed her words specifically at Ning Rongrong. With Ning Rongrong's soul skills enhancing power and speed, combined with Tang Yu's healing abilities, they were essentially complementary. How can your soul skills be so diverse? What path are you truly following? Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished. How could anyone possess soul skills that amalgamate attack, control, and defense? Control-type soul masters do not necessarily require their soul rings to include control-type skills, do they? My understanding of control soul masters is that they command the battlefield, overseeing all team members. If a team battle is akin to a chessboard, I would be the player and all my allies would be the pieces. No matter how perfect the combination, there are always weaknesses, and the diversity of my soul skills is meant to compensate for those shortcomings. Look around among us. There are no defense or healing-type soul masters. Tang Yu's remarks shattered Ning Rongrong's preconceived notions and struck a chord within Tang San once more. Yu Xiaozhang's teachings emphasized the pinnacle of individual excellence for the sake of team perfection. Yet for Tang Yu, it was individual excellence that ultimately achieved team perfection. Tang San, in his role as a control type, resembled a comprehensive strategist, while Tang Yu was akin to a versatile brick, adaptable to wherever she was needed. Though somewhat unconventional, there was an undeniable kernel of truth in her perspective. So that is how it is. Ning Rongrong nodded, somewhat dazed, while the ever-distant Zhu Zhuqing revealed a complex expression in her eyes. As a soul master of agile attack, her skills were indeed singular. Yet should she had other soul rings, it would seem rather absurd. It seems that this assertion can only be applied to control-type soul masters, although auxiliary types may also be included. Tang Yu's statement holds considerable merit. If control-type soul masters can indeed fulfill the role of auxiliary soul masters while maintaining their controlling effects, it would be a tremendous boon for the team. In this manner, their safety would be doubly assured. Well, the incense is already more than halfway burned. Let us hasten to devise a battle plan. Casting a glance at the incense that had nearly burned down to its midpoint, Rongrong, You will be responsible for providing support from the backline. Your power should be bestowed upon Tang Yu, and your speed should be granted to Zhu Qing, prioritizing their output, followed by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San will engage Zhao Lao Shi to distract him, while Xiao Wu will launch a frontal assault. Do not employ your charm on him, for the disparity in soul power is too great and could result in a backlash on your mental faculties. Therefore, you need not exert your full strength in your frontal attack. Like Tang San, simply focus on harassment. Tang Yu will attack from the mid-range to create opportunities for Zhu Qing to launch surprise strikes. As for your safety in providing support, do not worry, Rong. My second soul skill can grant you an additional shield. As long as I remain aloft, you shall be unharmed. Ning Rong nodded in satisfaction at Tang Yu's battle strategy, finding it impressive to conceive such detailed plans in such a short time. However, she was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yu's last statement. What did it mean to say, as long as I do not fall, you will be fine? But soon enough, Ning Rong grasped the meaning behind those words. Have we reached a consensus? If so, let us commence. I, Lao Zhao, have not had the opportunity to stretch my limbs for quite some time. Zhao Wujie rose from his rocking chair, flexing his hand joints, then cast a glance at Tang Yu, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Just moments ago, Dai Mubai had approached Zhao Wujie during the discussion of the battle plan, informing him of Tang Yu's capabilities. This was the prized asset that Flinder had long coveted. Zhao Wujie felt compelled to moderate his approach. Otherwise, he might inadvertently scare off these young prodigies, and Flinder would surely be displeased with him. Chapter 48, Batwing Reincarnation. Teacher Zhao, we are prepared. We humbly request your guidance. Tang San maintained his usual earnest demeanor, but everyone had grown immune to his innocence. Zhao Wujie, however, was not one to go easy on Tang San simply because of his sincere appearance. If you are ready, then let us dispense with pleasantries. Let the battle commence. As Zhao Wujie uttered these words, another incense stick was planted into the ground. Oh, 2 soul sages. Quite impressive. Zhao Wujie stroked his chin, a faint smile spreading across his face. Then I, Lao Zhao, shall make my move. Let me witness your true prowess. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm, Zhao Wujie declared, directing his soul skill towards Ning Rong. Second soul skill, Elven Protection. Tang Yu swiftly activated her martial spirit, enveloping herself in a golden energy shield that manifested above Ning Rong. A golden butterfly-shaped energy entity completely surrounded Ning Rong, while Tang Yu stood poised above her, her form existing in a state between the real and the ethereal. She appeared as a pure embodiment of energy. In this state, aside from the shield surrounding Ning Rong, she herself would be impervious to any attacks. Achieving true invincibility at a physical level for an extended duration undoubtedly showcased the potency of her soul skill. Xiao Wu's fourth soul skill, Invincible Body, lasted only 3 seconds, highlighting just how formidable Tang Yu's humanoid beast martial spirit truly was. How marvelous! Ning Rong gazed in awe at the energy shield before her, having never before witnessed such a soul skill. In truth, it might be more accurate to describe it as a manifestation of magic within the Douluo Continent. This was how Tang Yu interpreted it, considering that soul masters could still be slain by Tang San's hidden weapons, indicating the inflated nature of the soul master ascension process. Stop dawdling. Amplify their abilities quickly. Oh, right away, Ning Rong replied, still somewhat dazed. The 7 treasures glazed tower proclaims its virtues. First, power. Second, speed. 2 enhancements were bestowed upon Tang Yu and Zhu Qing, the latter moving with such swiftness after receiving the speed boost from the 7 treasures glazed tower that she became a blur. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. Tang San seized the moment, and, after Zhao Wujie initiated his attack, he was the first to strike. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu quickly followed Tang San and approached Zhao Wujie. For a brief moment, Zhao Wujie found himself ensnared by the blue silvergrass, allowing Xiao Wu to land a successful blow. Once unleashed, Xiao Wu, the embodiment of violence, showed no restraint, with nearby structures suffering considerable damage from Zhao Wujie's colossal frame. Bah, an 80-year-old lady has been toppled by a child. If I don't show you some color, then I am not Zhao Wujie. Amidst the ruins, as Zhao Wujie's hand emerged, Zhu Qing launched a surprise attack. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Hiss. Dai Mubai suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as Zhao Wujie bore several fresh wounds on his hand. Well. It seems Zhao Wujie will not escape a thorough beating this time. He could already envision Zhao Wujie being thoroughly thrashed by Tang Hao. Enraged by Zhu Qing's provocation, Zhao Wujie would undoubtedly show no mercy, Tang San's protective nature required no justification for retaliation. Third soul skill, Winter's Pursuit. Tang Yu unleashed his third soul skill, hurling a hammer from a distance that detonated upon impact with ice attributes. You little rascals! Zhao Wujia began to issue a menacing threat, but was abruptly struck in the face by a hefty object. Although the ice attribute and soul power attack were insufficient to harm Zhao Wujia, they certainly left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang Yu wore an innocent expression, as none had anticipated such a precise hit. A red mark now adorned Zhao Wujia's face. He resembled an enraged bear, furious yet retaining a semblance of rationality. Third soul skill, Gravitational Compression. The third soul skill, executed by a soul power exceeding level 70, differed significantly from the typical manifestations of ordinary soul sages. Why can't I move? Xiao Wu was astonished to find herself rooted in place as Zhao Wujia charged towards her. Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes burned with fury, gazing at Zhao Wujia as though he were a predator. What else with that brat's expression? Why does it irk me so? Zhao Wujia muttered under his breath. Yet he showed no mercy, sweeping Xiao Wu aside with a single motion, sending her flying 2 meters before landing at Ning Rongrong's feet. Third soul skill, Breath of Healing. Tang Yu descended beside Xiao Wu, and a magical array appeared at her feet, gradually dissipating as Xiao Wu's injuries healed instantaneously. Though it was not their first encounter, one cannot help but remark, your soul skill is truly formidable, truly worthy of praise. That last phrase about the beast was swallowed before it could escape. Oh, no wonder Dai Mubai praised that little girl. This soul skill is indeed rare. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was no longer as furious and was in no rush to act. Compared to Tang Yuyu's peculiarly configured soul rings, what piqued his interest more was her soul skills. The second soul skill essentially provided absolute defense. The third soul skill astonishingly exhibited rare healing capabilities, yet he remained curious about her first soul skill. Zhao Wujia had not noticed that Tang San was watching him with keen intensity. Teacher Zhao, in light of this, I shall employ my full strength. Tang San murmured darkly, disregarding all caution as he drew countless hidden weapons from his 24 bridges bright moonlit night. Bat Wing Reincarnation. This was the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique. Tang San's ultimate survival skill. He was now using it against Zhao Wujia, spurred by his anger over Xiao Wu's injury. Tang Yuyu observed this scene, acutely aware of the formidable strength of narrative correction. Fate often pulls events back to their core narrative, much like Xiao Wu, who once kept her distance from Tang San, but suddenly approached him for financial assistance, only to subsequently entangle herself emotionally. Tang Yuyu found herself at a loss for words. Despite Xiao Wu's kindness towards her, she harbored a disinclination for Xiao Wu's closeness to Tang San, fearing that in the future, she would be compelled to sacrifice her own soul rings and bones for him. Having the ability to independently condense soul rings, Tang Yu possessed a natural affinity for soul beasts, a sentiment deepened by the harrowing escape from the Stardow Forest, where many soul beasts perished to save her. She could not treat them with indifference, having received their grace. What is this? You lot quickly step back. Zhao Wujia, while evading, instructed Ning Rongrong and others to maintain their distance. Observing Tang San's Bat Wing reincarnation launch, Tang Yu noted that a few angles were inadvertently directed towards Ning Rongrong, leading her to speculate that it might be a reaction to Ning Rongrong's earlier remarks. Although the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could not be harmed. If Tang San inadvertently injured someone during a duel, he could not be blamed. What meticulous mind he has. Chapter 50. Tang Hao's target for a sound thrashing has become Tang San. Sao Vuje, come fort. A deep, resonant male voice echoed in his ears, prompting Zhao Wujia to glance around suspiciously, yet he discerned no presence. Who calls for me? Come out, to the back mountain. Zhao Wujia sprang from the window and raced towards the source of the voice. Tang Yuyu had been anticipating this moment and promptly followed Zhao Wujia outside. Tang San, perched atop the roof in contemplation, suddenly spotted a familiar figure dashing towards the back mountain of Shrek Academy. He paused momentarily, then, after a brief hesitation, trailed behind Tang Yuyu towards the back mountain. Your Grace, what summons me? Zhao Wujia addressed the figure clad in black robes, bowing respectfully, as he had not sensed any fluctuation of soul power from the individual before him. This situation could only indicate one of two possibilities, either an ordinary person or someone with a significantly higher level of soul power. But could someone capable of weaving sound into lines be an ordinary individual? It must be someone with soul power far surpassing his own, thus eluding his detection. The illustrious, unmoving king truly possesses a significant presence, resorting to violence against a group of mere youths. Were you not quite amiable in broad daylight today? Now let me experience some of that amiability. Upon uttering these words, Tang Hao soul rings began to manifest one after another. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Zhao Wujia was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the colors. A tidal Douluo, he gasped. When had he ever provoked a tidal Douluo? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze flickered. Since you are here, let us all emerge. Flender gracefully descended from a tree, respectfully bowing to Tang Hao. Greetings, your highness Haotian. The title caused Zhao Wujia's pupils to constrict. He understood the significance of the name Haotian. Yet, Tang Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed on a specific point. Tang Yuyu sensed her potential exposure and stepped out from behind the tree, having never intended to conceal herself from the perception of a tidal Douluo. Uncle. Tang Yuyu's voice thundered in Zhao Wujia's ears, while Flender remained unfazed, having been informed of Tang Yuyu's identity when Oscar returned years prior. The nephew of a tidal Douluo, sharing the surname Tang, and now Tang Hao had arrived. Was it not all too evident? Yuyu. Tang Hao was taken aback to find his daughter in such a place. He glanced at the night sky, noticing the moon had risen to its zenith, signaling bedtime. Yuyu, why are you still awake? What brings you here at this hour? Tang Yuyu, with her characteristic playfulness, approached Tang Hao affectionately. Ain was particularly lively today. I knew you must have returned. I thought the first thing you would do upon returning would be to find me. Yet here you are, visiting Mr. Zhao first instead. Tang Yuyu framed Tang Hao's intention to reprimand Zhao Wujia as a mere home visit. Zhao Wujia, a rather bumbling bear, felt an overwhelming desire to survive at that moment. Indeed, your highness Haotian, a home visit should be conducted at a more appropriate time. The hour is rather late. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujia before returning to his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair, his eyes brimming with warmth. Your uncle has missed you dearly. In just a few short years, you have grown into a fine young lady. I have taken care of the matters you entrusted to me. Tang Yuyu nodded, eager to ask more questions, but recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Wujia. As they prepared to make their discreet exit, a voice called out, Father, is that you? Tang San emerged from behind a tree, his eyes filled with anticipation and delight as he beheld Tang Hao. 6 years ago, Tang Hao had vanished without a word, leaving behind instructions for Tang San to protect Tang Yuyu. Initially, Tang San adhered to this directive well, but as time passed, when Yu Xiaojiang deduced Tang Hao's identity from his martial spirit and fragmented hints, Tang San began to harbor doubts about Tang Yuyu. After all, Tang Hao's parting words had been that he was off to fulfill a promise made to Tang Yuyu, an important matter that necessitated Tang San's protection of her. As Tang San gazed upon the familiar figure before him, a haze of emotions clouded his vision. Kneel. The first command from Tang Hao startled Tang San, who, perplexed, complied without understanding. Father? He queried, but he knelt as instructed. I witnessed all that you utilized today at Shrek Academy. Is this how you fulfill the responsibilities I entrusted to you? Tang Hao's eyes were filled with gravity, as Tang San's actions in broad daylight had hardly reflected the behavior of a brother devoted to protecting his sister. Rather, they suggested an undue concern for that 10,000-year soul beast. To claim that Tang Hao was indifferent to Xiao Wu was implausible, considering the nature of a 10,000-year soul beast, especially one capable of transformation, making them easier to slay. However, Tang Yuyu now counted as a half-soul beast, able to condense soul rings autonomously, sparing the need to hunt soul beasts. With Ain possessing the hope of resurrection, and given that Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu shared a martial spirit fusion technique, Tang Hao relinquished his obsession with Xiao Wu's 10,000-year soul ring and bones. He had no desire for his long-awaited reunion with his family to be shattered by such matters. Yet if Xiao Wu became Tang San's Achilles heel, causing him to act as a stumbling block for Tang Yuyu, Tang Hao would not hesitate to intervene. Father. Tang San's voice was laden with bitterness, caught in a web of conflicting loyalties between his teacher and the sister he had been instructed to protect. Ultimately, however, Yu Xiaojiang's influence prevailed. Despite being a technical prodigy from an ancient martial arts realm, Tang San remained shackled by traditional beliefs. His perception was that a sister akin to Xiao Wu, delicate and charming, was preferable to one like Tang Yuyu, who often critiqued his teacher. Initially, when Tang Yuyu would speak up, Tang San would see her as a sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted individual, albeit with a touch of pride. But as her comments accumulated, his patience waned, giving rise to feelings of annoyance and rebellion. Firstly, as an elder brother, you have failed in your duty to protect your sister. Secondly, you both gained admission to Shrek Academy, yet you would consider using underhanded tactics against her due to a thoughtless remark from Ning Rongrong? Is this how your teacher has instructed you? Such pettiness renders you unworthy, and you have disappointed me gravely, Tang San. Upon witnessing the disappointment in Tang Hao's eyes, Tang San's anxiety surged. Father, when you left so suddenly, leaving only that letter, I thought. He sought to explain that his actions were driven by suspicions regarding Tang Yuyu's well-being, given that Yu Shaojiang had shared certain insights. Although Yu Shaojiang was unaware of the Blue-Silver Emperor's circumstances, he was informed of the closure of Haotian clan's teachings, piecing together enough to convey a likely scenario to Tang San. It appears that a certain enmity has arisen between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. Consequently, Tang Hao's sudden appearance has overturned all of Yu Shaojiang's conjectures. Chapter 49. The Might of Absolute Defense. The Second Soul Skill. Elven Blessing. Just as Tang Yuyo's second soul skill's cooldown ended, she promptly bestowed a protective shield upon Ning Rongrong. The hidden weapons launched by Tang San, upon making contact with this delicate energy barrier, were immediately repelled, leaving Tang San in a state of astonishment. After all, these concealed weapons, when deployed unexpectedly, could easily slay a soul master of the 40th rank. Even though Tang San merely intended to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson without excessive force, it was unexpected for the attack to be deflected in such a manner. How could Tang Yuyo achieve this with just her second soul skill? While Tang San was momentarily distracted, Zhao Wujia's enormous hand came crashing down. Mighty Vajra Palm. Though this was merely Zhao Wujia's second soul skill, it represented a full-powered strike from a soul master of over 70 levels. Tang San was instantly knocked unconscious, and even his arm bones were shattered. Zhao Wujia surveyed the expansive training ground, littered with the hidden weapons that Tang San had cast, and furrowed his brow in displeasure. This was merely an assessment, and he had exercised restraint in his own strength. Yet Tang San appeared to have lost his senses, recklessly employing these devices against him. Had he not been vigilant, he would have surely fallen victim to Tang San's schemes. Furthermore, he thought it peculiar that Tang San would target Ning Rongrong, as this was their first encounter. They should have had no grievances to speak of. While soul masters of lower ranks might not discern the intent behind Tang San's actions, Zhao Wujia, being a seasoned master of over 70 levels, could not possibly miss it. This child harbors ulterior motives. With this thought, Zhao Wujia's gaze towards Tang San shifted significantly. Do not touch his belongings. Some of them are laced with poison. During competitions and assessments, refrain from employing such devious tactics. Such insidious methods are unsuitable for use against classmates in the future. Mubai, please escort him to the boys' dormitory and arrange accommodations for these children as well. Zhao Wujia addressed the surrounding students, then resolved to seek out Flender. Tang San's fate warranted careful deliberation. However, Zhao Wujia had come to understand just how formidable Tang Yuyo's martial soul truly was. This second soul skill, labeled as absolute defense, was indeed just that. From the moment Zhao Wujia encountered Tang San's hidden weapons, he recognized that such an attack was comparable to a strike from a soul master. He was astonished that the shield had remained intact, and his gaze towards Tang Yuyo became increasingly fervent. She was indeed a rare talent. When it came time for dormitory assignments, Tang Yuyo was placed in the same room as Zhu Zhuqing, while Ning Rongrong roomed with Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, no one wished to share a dormitory with the prickly Tang San. Tang Yu and Ma Hongjun were reluctant to room with him. Even though Tang Yu was already aware of Tang San's myriad hidden weapon techniques, which had not previously been as startling as today. Had he been in Tang San's position, he doubted he could have protected Ning Rongrong while simultaneously deflecting Tang San's attack. Determined to accelerate his cultivation, Tang Yu noted that even Zhu Zhuqing, with her innate 7th level soul power, progressed faster than he, despite his innate 8th level. If he did not apply himself diligently, he risked falling behind in this competitive environment. Oscar possessed innate full soul power, as did Tang San, and it was needless to mention Tang Yuyo's prowess. Shrek Academy indeed filled him with unexpected delight. Perhaps here he could grow even stronger. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu appeared troubled. Today's events had reminded her of the past, when Tang Yuyo had gone missing, and Tang San gripped her shoulders, the pain flooding back to her heart. Reflecting on this incident, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled the relationship between Tang San and Tang Yuyo, as well as her own previous inclination to distance herself from Tang San. Why had their relationship suddenly become so close? This was the first time Xiao Wu had contemplated the matter. Her mind, typically simple, had never before considered her own changes. However, Tang San's ruthlessness today cast a shadow over her heart. Although Tang San's actions stemmed from her injury, Tang Yuyo had healed her afterward. Why then did he choose to strike, almost harming Ning Rongrong? Even Xiao Wu, despite her naivety, understood that Tang San's hidden weapons had never missed their mark. Why on this occasion? Did he specifically target Ning Rongrong? Was it due to the words Ning Rongrong had spoken earlier? Xiao Wu, what is the nature of your relationship with Tang San? Are you two a couple? Ning Rongrong, affected by today's incident, was engulfed in a cloud of gloom, appearing quite disheartened. Huh, no. We've just known each other since childhood. Xiao Wu instinctively retorted, her face turning crimson at Ning Rongrong's inquiry. However, her burgeoning thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Ning Rongrong. You're not a couple? That's wonderful. Just be cautious not to get too close to Tang San. I suspect he acted against me today because of the harsh words I spoke. Ning Rongrong's suspicion was quite reasonable, yet her cheeks flushed with evident embarrassment. Due to her lower soul power, she could not detect Tang San's intentions, and her unfamiliarity with his hidden weapons left her unaware of his impeccable aim. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong's intuition suggested that Tang San was the sort of petty individual who would bear grudge. Throughout their journey, she had learned that Tang San and Tang Yuyo were cousins, yet their relationship did not seem particularly close. Rather, it held an air of rivalry. Tang Yuyo had saved her today, leading Ning Rongrong to instinctively regard her as a good person. Furthermore, Tang Yu's ambiguous feelings towards Tang San reinforced Ning Rongrong's conviction that Tang San harbored ill intentions. Tang San isn't a bad person. He probably just had a rough day today. Xiao Wu refrained from continuing, as Tang San's actions had resulted in her injury, and she felt ill-equipped to defend him. However, to have Xiao Wu speak untruths was a challenge in itself. Why is it that in your team, 3 of you are cousins, yet the other 2 isolate him? Don't think I'm unaware. I can see that Tang San is not well liked. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose, casting a discontented glance at Xiao Wu. She disapproved of Xiao Wu's defense of Tang San, and suddenly regretted sharing a dormitory with her. Both Tang Yuyo and Zhu Zhuqing seemed far more reliable companions, especially since Tang Yuyo had saved her today. Xiao Wu fell silent. Having spent 6 years with Tang San, she had initially been quite averse to him. However, in the human world, one must always spend money. She could not continually ask the rabbit spirit for funds, could she? A 10,000-year-old rabbit had no other skills besides munching on carrots. If relying on Tang San's financial resources counted, then she had initially borrowed money from him with the promise of repayment. Yet, Xiao Wu found herself in dire financial straits, unable to repay Tang San, who insisted it was no trouble. Thus, their relationship had naturally drawn closer. However, if given the choice, Xiao Wu would still prioritize the rabbit spirit. After all, at this juncture, she had yet to develop deep feelings for Tang San. It would be when they reached the Martial Soul Hall and ventured into the Star Doe Forest for soul hunting that, should Tang San risk his life to allow her to escape, she might hesitate over whom to choose, Tang San or the rabbit spirit. Chapter 50. Tang Hao commands Tang San to kneel. Salvuje, come fort. A deep, resonant male voice echoed in his ears. Zhao Wujia, feeling suspicious, scanned his surroundings but detected no signs of anyone. Who calls for me? Reveal yourself. Come to the back mountain. Zhao Wujia leapt from the window and sprinted towards the direction of the voice. Tang Yuyo had been waiting for this moment, immediately following Zhao Wujia out. Meanwhile, Tang San sat atop the rooftop, pondering the meaning of life, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure racing towards the back mountain of Shrek Academy. He paused for a moment, then hesitantly followed behind Tang Yuyo towards the back mountain. Your Excellency, you summon me for what purpose? Zhao Wujia respectfully clasped his hands before the figure cloaked in black, as he had not sensed any fluctuations of soul power from the individual before him. There are essentially 2 possibilities. Either one is an ordinary person, or the opponent possesses a spirit power that surpasses one's own. However, could an ordinary person wield the ability to compel sound into a line? This indicates that their spirit power is significantly higher than mine, rendering me unable to perceive their spiritual fluctuations. The formidable king of the unmoving truly exhibits great authority, daring to confront a group of mere children. Were you not quite audacious in broad daylight today? Then allow me to indulge in a bit of excitement as well. Upon finishing this statement, Tang Hao's spirit rings appeared one after another, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, black, and crimson. Zhao Wujia was momentarily blinded by the brilliant display of colors. A tidal Douluo. Good heavens, when did he ever provoke a tidal Douluo? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze flickered. Since he had arrived, he might as well reveal himself. Flender gracefully descended from a tree, respectfully bowing to Tang Hao. I have the honor of meeting your excellency, the Haotian crown. The title Haotian crown caused Zhao Wujia's pupils to constrict, as he was acutely aware of the significance of the 2 words Haotian. Yet, Tang Hao remained silent, his gaze fixated on a particular spot. Tang Yu sensed that her presence might have been compromised and thus stepped out from behind the tree. Uncle. Her words detonated in Zhao Wujia's ears like thunder, while Flinder was not as taken aback, having been informed of Tang Yu's existence by Oscar upon his return years ago. The fact that the title Douluo's uncle also bore the surname Tang, and that Tang Hao had come today, was rather evident. Yu. Tang Hao was astonished to find his daughter in this place. He glanced at the night sky and noticed the moon had risen high, signaling that it was time for bed. Yu, why are you still awake? What brings you here at such a late hour? Tang Yu, with her lively spirit, approached her father and affectionately remarked, Ayan was particularly lively today. I knew you would definitely return. I thought the first thing you'd do upon coming back would be to find me. But it appears Teacher Zhao's charm is so great that you, as a parent, chose to visit him first. She framed Tang Hao's intention to reprimand Zhao Wujia as a mere home visit. Zhao Wujia, the bumbling bear, was desperately trying to salvage the situation. Yes, Your Excellency Haotian Crown. One should indeed choose a more appropriate time for a home visit. It is rather late. Tang Hao cast a glance at Zhao Wujia, then returned his gaze to his daughter, affectionately patting her head. Your uncle has missed you too. In just a few years, Yu has grown into a young lady. I have taken care of what you asked me to do. Tang Yu nodded, eager to inquire further, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, she merely exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Wujia. Just as they were about to sneak away, a voice called out, Dad. Is that you? Tang San emerged from behind a tree, his eyes brimming with anticipation and delight as they fell upon Tang Hao. 6 years ago, Tang Hao had departed without a word, leaving behind instructions for Tang San to protect Tang Yu. Initially, Tang San had adhered to this directive well. However, after Yu Xiaojiang deduced Tang Hao's identity from Tang San's martial spirit and some stray comments, he began to harbor doubts about Tang Yu. After all, Tang Hao had left a message stating that he needed to fulfill a promise made to Tang Yu, a matter of great importance that necessitated Tang San's protection of her. As Tang San beheld the familiar figure before him, his vision grew misty. Kneel. Tang San, caught off guard by this command, complied and knelt without fully understanding. Dad? The first words out of Tang Hao's mouth were a demand for Tang San to kneel. I witnessed everything you did at Shrek Academy today. Is this how you chose to fulfill the responsibilities I entrusted to you when I left? Tang Hao's eyes were filled with seriousness. Tang San's actions during the day did not reflect the behavior of a caring older brother, but rather displayed an unsettling concern for that 10,000-year-old soul beast. If Tang Hao were to deny having intentions regarding Xiao Wu, he would not believe it himself, for she was indeed a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and shape-shifting soul beasts were especially easy to kill. Yet, Tang Yu could now be considered a half-soul beast, able to automatically condense soul cores without the need to slay soul beasts, with Ayan possessing the hope of resurrection. And considering that Tang Yu and Xiao Wu shared a martial spirit fusion technique, Tang Hao thus relinquished his obsession with Xiao Wu's 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. He did not wish for his family, which was on the verge of reunion, to be shattered by such matters. However, if Xiao Wu were to become Tang San's Achilles heel, causing him to hinder Tang Yu, Tang Hao would show no mercy. Dad! Tang San was filled with bitterness, wrestling with conflicting emotions, one part teacher, the other part the sister he was entrusted to protect. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang's influence prevailed. Even though Tang San was a tech-savvy individual from an ancient martial arts realm, he remained a traditionalist at heart. His notion was that his sister should be as spoiled and adorable as Xiao Wu, rather than having a sister like Tang Yu, who constantly challenged his teacher. Initially, when Tang Yu expressed herself a time or two, Tang San found her sharp tongue endearing. Yet, as it continued, he grew impatient and developed a sense of aversion. First, he had failed to fulfill his duty as an older brother in protecting his sister. Secondly, although they both enrolled in Shrek Academy, he was willing to resort to underhanded means to teach her a lesson based on a careless remark from Ning Rongrong. Is this how your teacher has taught you? Such pettiness is unbecoming. You have truly disappointed me, Tang San. Seeing the disappointment in Tang Hao's eyes, Tang San felt a surge of urgency. Dad, when you left so suddenly and left that letter behind, I thought it meant. Tang San attempted to explain that his actions were driven by suspicion regarding Tang Yu's circumstances, as Yu Xiaojiang had indeed shared some information with him. Although Yu Xiaojiang was oblivious to the matters concerning the Blue-Silver Emperor, he was well aware of the closure of Haotian's sect, and upon mentioning it to Tang San, he had pieced together a rough understanding of the situation, leading him to speculate that some grievance had arisen between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. However, Tang Hao's sudden appearance contradicted all of Yu Xiaojiang's conjectures. Chapter 51. The Gratitude of Ma Hongjun Dean Flinder. I kindly request you to excuse me while I address my familial matters. The unfolding family drama captivated both Flinder and Zhao Wujia, momentarily overshadowing the imposing presence of the title Douluo. Huh? Oh, very well. I shall take my leave. Flinder snapped back to reality, bowing to Tang Hao while dragging Zhao Wujia away from this chaotic scene. Uncle, during your absence, this rascal Tang San has often argued with me over Yu Xiaojiang. I told him that blue silvergrass is a life-type martial spirit, yet he still chose to believe Yu Xiaojiang. Ayan is a solid proof of this. Uncle, if you don't believe me, just ask Ayan. She confirmed that blue silvergrass is indeed a life-type martial spirit. Now that Tang Yuyu had arrived at Haotian Mountain, she unleashed all the grievances she had accumulated over the years. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuyu with a fond smile, enjoying her spirited demeanor. Very well. I understand. It is growing late. You should hurry back to sleep. You are still a child, and I will ensure Tang San receives a proper lesson. Tang Hao Tang Yu, clearly wishing to shield her from witnessing Tang San's humiliation. Tang Yu pouted in disappointment, feeling it was all rather dull. She had anticipated seeing Tang San receiving a beating from Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao had his own considerations. If Tang Yuyu were to observe him reprimanding Tang San, it would only further fuel Tang San's dissatisfaction. This was not the outcome he desired. Since the day he discovered his daughter's true lineage, Tang Hao had already begun planning for Tang San's future, to serve as a stepping stone for his own child. He intended to train Tang San to be utterly obedient, akin to a faithful servant to his daughter. After all, the dual martial spirits were a rarity, and this body rightfully belonged to his daughter. In his mind, Tang Hao even envisioned a perfect narrative, that Tang Yu must have transformed into a female form due to the death of a male predecessor. It must be said that Tang Hui possesses quite the imaginative mind. Although Tang Ao's conversation with Tang San remains a mystery to Tang Yuyu, the following day, Tang San made a special trip to apologize to her with a sincerity that resembled a penitent prayer to Jesus. Tang Yuyu was taken aback. Even if Tang San expressed such sentiments, she could hardly believe him, especially considering he would soon treat the Douluo Continent as his own private garden as the future Tang God King. Nevertheless, Tang Yuyu was mindful of the fact that Tang Hao was his father, although she could not fathom why Tang Hao appeared to favor her over Tang San. The latter was still their son. She was merely an imitation, and once discovered, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue. As for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing had intended to convey something to Tang Yuyu, but, being naturally reticent, found it difficult to speak ill of him behind his back. Oh, after receiving a lecture from his father, he became quite docile. A person who would become unruly, if not disciplined for 3 days, would certainly be displeased upon seeing him. The earlier amiable exchange between Tang Yuyu and Tang San was now overshadowed by her evident impatience towards someone. Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly. She had contemplated warning Tang Yuyu that Tang San, capable of harming Ning Rongrong, was no virtuous individual. But she recognized that it was unnecessary for her to voice such concerns. Let us go. It's time for breakfast. Taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and leading her towards the dining hall. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback and then fixated her gaze on their intertwined hands. She had thought Tang Yuyu had nearly forgotten the events of their past, as yesterday she had not seemed as familiar as she was 6 years ago. Yet now it was evident that she had not changed. She had merely matured and was no longer as naive as before. A subtle smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of light. Tang Yuyu still held a unique place in her heart, being the first to actively approach her as a fellow girl. Hey, I said, fatty, you're not even suffering from the evil fire anymore, so why are you still eating so much? Upon arriving at the entrance of the dining hall, they overheard a voice from within. I told you not to call me fatty. That was a long time ago. Why are you still bothering me with trivial matters from the past? I eat a lot because I expend a lot of energy. Tang Yuyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, recognizing the voice belonged to Ma Hongjun, while the other voice, which did not sound like Dai Mubai S, must belong to Oscar. This must be the new classmate beside Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun, seated directly opposite the entrance of the dining hall, immediately spotted them. Tang Yuyu assessed Ma Hongjun. Without the suppression of the evil fire over the years, he appeared to be thriving, transforming into a handsome young man, devoid of any trace of the chubby boy from the original narrative. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Oscar quickly turned his head, and upon seeing Tang Yuyu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, Oscar looked remarkably different from the previous day. Even Tang Yuyu felt a tinge of surprise. Undoubtedly, he was the most handsome among the Shrek's 7 monsters. Come, Yuyu, quickly sit here. Otherwise, Fatty will finish all the food. Oscar gestured for Tang Yu to take a seat beside him, and she, without hesitation, pulled Zhu Zhuqing along to join their table. Yu? Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned by Oscar's words, and then eagerly scrutinized Tang Yu. Yesterday, Oscar had returned to the boys' dormitory in a frenzy, which prompted Ma Hongjun to inquire. Only then did he learn that Tang Yu had arrived, and Oscar was intent on revamping his image. Ma Hongjun. Yu, do you remember me? Ma Hongjun excitedly approached Tang Yu, attempting to nudge Oscar aside, but Oscar seemed firmly glued to his seat, with no choice but to stand. Ma Hongjun engaged in conversation with Tang Yu. Ma Hongjun, I remember you. It's been a while. It seems your martial soul defect has truly been resolved. Tang Yu smiled at him. Yes, indeed. I owe it all to the fire meditation technique you gave me. It has proven invaluable. I'm almost at level 30 now, and in a few days, I'll be ready to add a soul ring and become a soul master. Hee, I must thank you. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, beaming with a simple-hearted grin. He genuinely appreciated Tang Yu for her past generosity. As a child, he hadn't understood the value of what she had given him. Now, he realized that without that sacred fire technique suppressing his evil fire, he could have faced one of two grim fates, either perishing from prolonged suppression or languishing in a cycle of indulgence without making any progress. Thus, Tang Yu was undoubtedly his benefactor. Since learning of the preciousness of the sacred fire technique, Ma Hongjun had kept her in his thoughts, never anticipating that she would genuinely arrive at Shrek Academy. All right, Fatty, you should eat first. The girls haven't arrived yet, and if you finish all the food, what will they eat? Oscar swiftly pulled Ma Hongjun back to his own seat, and then turned to Tang Yu with a beaming smile. Yu, do try this. I prepared it myself this morning. As Tang Yu regarded Oscar's eager offering, she felt a twinge of exasperation, suspecting that his obsequiousness stemmed from the previous incident regarding the soul bone. Indeed, Oscar's expression could only be described as sycophantic. It was a handsome face, yet he marred it with such peculiar expressions, slightly diminishing his attractiveness. Does the school cafeteria not hire chefs? Still curious as to why Oscar had taken it upon himself to cook. Have you forgotten that I'm a food system soul master? The best way for a food system soul master to practice their mimicry is through cooking. Oscar chuckled as he placed a small portion of fresh vegetables before Tang Yu. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at the two and continued to eat discreetly. I've never seen such fine food here. With Flinder's notorious frugality, it's impossible for this to be funded by him. It must be Oscar's own expense then. Zhu Zhuqing dined elegantly, yet her pace in selecting food was anything but slow, and she discreetly added a considerable amount to Tang Yu's bowl. This meal was merely a casual affair for her. The real consumer was Tang Yu. However, Oscar was too polite to make it obvious, thus allowing them to benefit. I almost forgot. Your culinary skills are indeed commendable. No wonder you would become the future god of food. Tang Yu mused while relishing Oscar's dishes, though her mind wandered to another matter. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, the innate full soul power was attributed to Feng Xiaotian, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Among them, Oscar stood out, being the first in history with innate full soul power in the food system. Had it not been for Tang San, he would have been the destined child of this realm. Alas, such a person would ultimately serve as an accessory to the Tang God King. Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old beast reincarnated, destined to possess innate full soul power, while Tang San and Tang Yu's circumstances remained uncertain. Tang San's recent full soul power was somewhat ambiguous. He claimed to have reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Xian Tian Gong and only realized during a power test that his soul power equated to internal energy. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain whether his recent full soul power was indeed derived from the Xian Tian Gong. Observing Tang Yu enjoying the food he had prepared and praising him, Oscar felt inexplicably elated, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune of 100,000 gold soul coins. Although Oscar lacked an understanding of romantic feelings due to the absence of good roommates, he was exceptionally intelligent and soon grasped the situation. The moment he laid eyes on Tang Yu, he felt an undeniable spark. Was this not fate? They had encountered each other 6 years ago and were now reunited. Oscar continued to eat heartily, relishing every bite of the delicacies he had personally funded, eager to make the most of his investment. Before long, Dai Mubai and several other young men approached, with Tang San and Xiao Wu holding hands at the end, while Ning Rongrong did not join them. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu rolled her eyes, a moment that Oscar observed keenly. What's the matter? Oscar inquired softly, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu seated nearby. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory are quite far apart. How could they meet like this? Tang Yu, unwilling to elaborate, merely set down her utensils and elegantly wiped her mouth. The display of affection between Tang San and Xiao Wu had already satiated her. Not only Tang Yuyu, but even Dai Mubai felt overwhelmed by their overt romance. Hey, I must remind you both that this is a public space. Can you refrain from flaunting your love while having breakfast? Tang San paused in his affectionate gesture of stroking Xiao Wu's head as he turned to Dai Mubai. Though the meaning of his words eluded him, he grasped the general sentiment. Eat up. Here are some fresh carrots. Tang Yuyu observed her pet rabbit, whose head was filled with fluff, nuzzling against Tang San's hand, and found it utterly unbearable. Choosing to leave, she thought it best to avoid witnessing such displays. Have you had enough? Zhu Qing, let us take a walk to aid digestion. Zhu Qing nodded and took Tang Yuyu's hand, leading her away from the dining hall. Dai Mubai was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Was this truly his aloof fiancée? On the playground of Shrek Academy, Flinder looked upon the vibrant youth with satisfaction, though his gaze towards Tang Yuyu was filled with complexity. He had heard about Tang Yuyu from Oscar 6 years ago, and when his long-lost friend Yu Xiaojing contacted him to send Tang San, he also mentioned certain matters regarding Tang Yuyu. Yu Xiaojing speculated that Tang San's father was indeed Tang Hao, but he might have reached some sort of accord with the Haotian school and had been absent for an extended period. His letter contained many conjectures about Tang Yuyu, and Flinder, though somewhat skeptical, refrained from making hasty judgments as he had never met her in person. After all, someone capable of bestowing soul bone techniques upon Ma Hongjun and Oscar 6 years ago could not be as flawed as one might think. However, the family drama that unfolded with Tang Hao's appearance last night caused Flinder to reassess his views on Yu Xiaojing. Cough. Flinder cleared his throat, his peripheral vision catching Tang San. This lad had taken Yu Xiaojing as his mentor, yet just yesterday he had nearly harmed Ning Rongrong, which Zhao Wujin had clearly witnessed. Noting that Tang San's actions seemed deliberate. All right, since we are gathered here, let us commence today's first lesson. Auxiliary Soul Master Ning Rongrong and Oscar step forward. Your task today is to run 20 laps around Shrek Academy. The rest of you are dismissed. Your classes will commence tonight. You are not permitted to use your soul power while running, and lunch will not be served until you complete all 20 laps. Flinder's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief as he regarded Ning Rongrong, and Tang Yuyu could clearly sense that Flinder had a plan for her. Ning Rongrong had yet to eat breakfast that morning and likely intended to indulge in a feast in Soto City instead. Tang Yuyu held a certain fondness for most of the Shrek 7, aside from Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, with Dai Mubai being replaced, only Tang San remained as the sole annoying individual. After undergoing Flinder's training, Ning Rongrong's once high-handed demeanor had surprisingly transformed, becoming as docile as a kitten. One could not help but wonder if Ning Fengji desired such a daughter. Indeed, Ning Rongrong displayed some minor flaws, yet which prodigy was devoid of imperfections. On the first day of school, Tang San had even provoked Zhao Wujin with hidden weapons. Did Zhao Wujin, at over 70 ranks of Soul Sage, truly fear such tactics? He merely knew they were students undergoing assessment and had intentionally held back his strength to accommodate Tang San. A chill swept across Tang Yuyu's face. Should Flinder decide to wield Ning Fengji's handwritten letter as a tool for punishment against Ning Rongrong today, she would not stand idly by. The notion that an auxiliary who does not flee is not a good auxiliary was nonsensical. How could one engage in battles if the auxiliary had already run away? Despite its many flaws, Tang Yuyu intended to embrace Shrek Academy under her wing, for it was a microcosm of resistance against the Spirit Hall. She could be considered a spirit beast of sorts, as countless spirit beasts from the Stardow Forest had sacrificed themselves for her. How could her heart remain untouched? The Spirit Hall's tidal Douluos were too numerous and would ultimately become a nightmare for spirit beasts, thus requiring Tang Yuyu to devise a strategy to curb the Spirit Hall's expansion. The distinction between empires governed by soul masters and those ruled by ordinary people was stark. As evening descended, the group reconvened on the playground, where Flinder's hawk-like gaze scrutinized Ning Rongrong. Have you completed today's task? Oscar, answer me regarding Ning Rongrong. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, his expression faltering momentarily. Being classmates, if he were to reveal that Ning Rongrong had not finished, who would dare associate with him in the future? I completed it. Oscar had no choice. Flinder's inquiry implied he was already aware of the truth, and he could only brace himself for the response. On one side stood the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and on the other, the director who had watched him grow up. Regardless of how it turned out, it was better to face the music, as it would allow him to trust his back to his comrades during future endeavors. With this thought, Oscar's resolve solidified. Flinder smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Rongrong. Oh, is that so? Ning Rongrong, had you also finished? Ning Rongrong felt uncomfortable under Flinder's scrutinizing gaze. No, I haven't eaten breakfast and lack the energy to run. 20 laps are far too long for me to complete. She pouted, outright refusing to comply, her defiance evident. Tang San, observing her spoiled demeanor, frowned slightly before shifting his gaze to Tang Yuyu, noting their somewhat similar temperaments. However, Tang Yuyu's attitude was more of a hardened exterior with a soft heart, rather than genuine high-handedness. Huh, so you took off to Soto City for a day of feasting and fun? When I inquired about your companions, you and T even stand up to speak for them? Flinder's voice dripped with sarcasm, and Tang Yuyu believed he was not entirely wrong. Ning Rongrong was indeed unaware that Flinder had set a trap for her. Flinder, you've been spying on me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, half embarrassed, half indignant. When had the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School ever faced such reprimand? Tang San's eyes glinted with amusement, a smile creeping into his expression as he reassessed Ning Rongrong's status within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seemed she was not merely a direct descendant. She was likely Ning Fengji's daughter, explaining her pampered nature. Since you have entered Shrek Academy as your teacher and director, I have the right to understand everything about your experience here. The princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This is not your territory. If you find life at Shrek Academy unsuitable, you are free to leave. Let me reiterate, we only accept monsters at Shrek Academy, not ordinary individuals. Flinder's initial flicker of insecurity vanished as Ning Rongrong's retort echoed in his ears. What did you say? You wish to expel me? Do you not realize that my martial soul is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower? We Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Masters are the foremost auxiliary soul masters in the world. Ning Rongrong, fueled by indignation, erupted in a fit of rage, her pride in possessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, martial soul, evident. With the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower being the continent's premier auxiliary martial soul, and Ning Rongrong possessing innate level 9 soul power. To claim she was not a monster would be a grave insult to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Huh. I acknowledge the formidable strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And it is indeed true that the Soul Masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower are the most powerful among auxiliary Soul Masters. However, if you take a moment to observe those around you, you will find that none of them are to be underestimated. Dai Mubai stands just one rank shy of becoming a Soul Sovereign. A mere 15-year-old Soul Sovereign is a rarity even within the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun possesses a top-tier beast martial spirit, and being only a few months your senior, he has already attained the rank of a 30th level Soul Master. Tang San, with his seemingly worthless martial spirit, the blue silver grass, has remarkably cultivated himself to the current level of a 29th level Great Soul Master, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Tang Yu, too, is a 3-ring Soul Sovereign, with a martial spirit that possesses ice attributes, capable of both ranged and close combat. Xiao Wu, only slightly older than you, is merely 1 rank away from becoming a Soul Sovereign herself. If all goes well, both she and Tang San will likely break through to the 30th level by the age of 12. As for Tang Yuyo, her martial spirit is beyond what I can describe. You felt her overwhelming strength firsthand during yesterday's class. As Flinder continued to speak, each name he mentioned brought tears to Ning Rongrong's eyes, yet there were still 2 individuals he had yet to name. Even if I cannot compare to them, surely I can measure up to Oscar. After all, I am an auxiliary soul master. How could I possibly compete with combat soul masters? Ning Rongrong's face was filled with stubbornness, even resorting to belittling Oscar to validate her own worth. Huh, Oscar may be a food-type soul master, yet he has already reached the rank of a 31st level soul master. Have you ever encountered an auxiliary or food-type soul master with innate full soul power? What did you say? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief as she turned to look at Oscar. As an auxiliary soul master, she was acutely aware of what it meant to possess innate full soul power. In the annals of Douluo Continent's history, there has never been an auxiliary or food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Even Ning Rongrong herself only possesses innate level 9 soul power. Food-type cultivation is notoriously slow, yet Oscar appears so youthful, likely younger than Dai Mubai. A food-type soul sovereign under the age of 15 is indeed a prodigy, and Ning Rongrong felt she could not compare. However, Flinder was relentless, moving on to speak of Zhu Zhuqing. As for Zhu Zhuqing, though she is the youngest, her soul power level far exceeds yours. You claim that auxiliary soul masters cannot be compared to combat soul masters. Yet did you know that Zhu Zhuqing possesses the lowest innate soul power among you all, at only level 7? Her innate soul power is 2 levels below yours. Yet not only does her soul power surpass yours, but she is also younger than you. The 7-treasure glazed tiles martial spirit has not been utilized to its full potential in your hands. Furthermore, as an auxiliary soul master, it is imperative that you strengthen your own physique, lest you become a burden to your teammates. If you refuse to train, you will be the first to be captured on the battlefield as an auxiliary soul master lacking combat ability. An auxiliary who cannot escape is not a good auxiliary. Oscar, as an auxiliary soul master, has certainly outperformed you. You are too haughty and self-righteous. Every individual here is a paragon of excellence. No one will tolerate your bad temper. After Flinder finished, he turned to Dai Mubai, preparing to instruct him to feign escorting Ning Rongrong away. At that moment, Tang Yuyo spoke up. Dean Flinder, I have a question to ask you. Flinder instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing that the speaker was Tang Yuyo, he hesitated, swallowing his words. With Flinder's nod of acknowledgement, Tang Yuyo began to speak slowly. You mentioned that an auxiliary who cannot escape is not a good auxiliary. But if the auxiliary flees, how can we combat soul masters fight without support? Should auxiliary soul masters then be expelled from the team? Chapter 54. Ning Rongrong's admiration at max. Is an auxiliary no longer needed in a group? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, momentarily at a loss for words. With Tang Yuyo's powerful soul skills, which also possess auxiliary functions, the need for an auxiliary does indeed seem diminished. Could it be that she truly must leave this place? No one seems to welcome her. From the very first day of school, Tang San had quarreled with her, and now Flinder was reprimanding her, belittling her to the utmost. Even Tang Yuyo, whom she felt a slight fondness for, spoke of expelling auxiliaries from the team. Flinder cleared his throat. Ahem, the existence of an auxiliary still holds significant value. The enhancements and supportive effects they provide are tremendously beneficial for team combat. Flinder quickly cast a glance at Tang Yuyo, for he did not wish to cast Ning Rongrong aside, but rather to compel her to submit in a different manner. However, he was taken aback when he realized that the girl seemed not to grasp his intent. I fear I may not have been clear enough. Dean Flinder, my point is that in a team, is there not someone to protect the auxiliary? Since we are engaged in team combat, every individual constitutes a part of the whole. Having become companions, our future is intertwined. While it is essential for auxiliary soul masters to train their bodies, it is not solely for the purpose of escaping and avoiding becoming a burden to their teammates. After all, no matter how much an auxiliary soul master trains, their physical prowess will never match that of a combat soul master. With each word Tang Yuyo spoke, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened a little more. Her face, once filled with tears, now flushed with excitement. As she gazed at Tang Yuyo, a smile graced her lips. As she realized that Tang Yuyo was standing up for her against Flinder, who was, after all, a soul sage with over 70 levels of power. This was indeed a true friendship. Ning Rongrong has not completed the task you assigned her, and she certainly deserves punishment. However, I believe that just as a hand has fingers of varying lengths, a team must compensate for its weaknesses in other ways. It is unreasonable to demand that auxiliary soul masters support their teammates, while also ensuring they do not hinder their escape. When a team has devolved to the point where the auxiliary must exert themselves to escape, it is evident that the opponent is overwhelmingly strong. If teammates cannot hold the line, I doubt that an auxiliary would prioritize their own escape. Am I not right, Rongrong? Ning Rongrong, suddenly called upon, was momentarily taken aback, nodding her head in a daze. Yes. My father has told me that while auxiliary soul masters may not excel in battle, they must possess the will to fight and should never be cowards. I believe that as long as Yuyo is with me, I can confidently support my teammates. If you cannot protect me, I will not escape alone. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Yuyo with sincerity in her eyes. She spoke earnestly. Da ni wu sfai. And Zhu Zhuqing beside her also curved her lips in a faint smile. Indeed, Tang Yuyo had a remarkable ability to instill a sense of security, reminiscent of the time they had escaped with Dai Mubai, not only surviving, but also leaving their opponents in disarray. Flinder pursed his lips, suddenly at a loss for words. He desired to reprimand them, yet he could not afford to provoke the influential backgrounds of these young prodigies. However, seeing the genuine expression in Ning Rongrong's eyes, he was struck by the realization that his earlier actions had been futile. It was Tang Yuyo's words that had piqued his interest. This child certainly knew how to win people's hearts. The role of auxiliary soul masters in a team can vary greatly, yet unless there is an invincible defensive soul master, they truly lack the necessary protection. Historically, Shrek Academy was indeed in need of a defensive soul master, yet now, with Tang Yuyo's second soul skill, absolute defense, even Zhao Wujia's attention was captured, leading Flinder to reconsider his thoughts. Beyond defense, her healing abilities were equally remarkable. Truly, she is a versatile soul master, and each of her soul skills is so incredibly useful. Yu Xiaojing had written to say that Tang Yuyo had exhausted her martial spirit. This theoretical master, it seems, warrants a serious reevaluation. Flinder adjusted his glasses, then turned to the children. You are correct. Tang Yuyo, you are indeed a competent commander, possessing a clear mind, formidable talent, and an unparalleled ability to unify team spirit. Each of these qualities, if possessed by even one individual, would suffice to make an excellent control-type soul master. Yet you embody them all. It must be said, your talent evokes a sense of envy within me. Initially, Tang San's instructor had informed me that your martial spirit is a formidable beast spirit, albeit burdened with a plethora of chaotic soul skills. Yet, it appears that your mastery over the control system is indeed well-deserved. Perhaps the future trajectory of control systems will be influenced by the development of your martial spirit. Flanders spoke with utmost gravity, and surprisingly, Tang Yu nodded in agreement, as this was a sentiment even his grandfather acknowledged. As for the opinions of that fellow Yu Xiaojing, are they truly significant? The so-called invincible master theory is nothing but nonsense. Others glanced at Tang Yuyu with a hint of peculiarity in their expressions, yet their sentiments were purely celebratory for her. Amongst the group, only Ning Rongrong, who had no prior acquaintance with them, had developed an immense admiration for Tang Yuyu due to her candidness. Meanwhile, Tang Sin clenched his hands in a fist behind his back, lowering his head to conceal the complex emotions swirling in his eyes. He could not bring himself to believe Yu Xiaojing's claim that Tang Yuyu's martial spirit had been rendered useless by him. What troubled him more were the words spoken years ago on the mountainside of Holy Soul Village. The blue silvergrass was supposed to evolve towards the life system. Healing and support were its most adept directions. Tang San gritted his teeth, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth to suppress any outward signs of distress. At that time, the blue silvergrass had already begun its shift towards the control system. Would it not be absurd to now pivot toward the life system? Thus, regardless of which development was more suitable for the blue silvergrass, he could not alter its course. Moreover, the life and support systems were not what Tang San desired. Only the control system, which encompassed mastery over all, was truly fitting for him. Furthermore, his teacher had mentioned that once he could bestow soul rings upon the Haotian Hammer, the blue silvergrass would ultimately pale in comparison to it. In a sense, the addition of soul rings to the blue silvergrass was merely to make way for the Haotian Hammer, which, after all, was a discarded martial spirit. Even if it transitioned to the life system, how significant could the difference be? However, if Tang San were to discover that his blue silvergrass was not an ordinary specimen, but rather the blue silver emperor, his frustration would likely reach a boiling point. A mere word could separate them by 1,000 miles. Thus, it is said that the theories of the master can mislead. Otherwise, how could he have deduced that the so-called useless blue silvergrass would coexist with the Haotian Hammer within a single individual? Well, let today's matters rest here. As for the words I previously uttered, I retract them. Support-type soul masters indeed need to train their physiques diligently, but not to become burdensome teammates or to flee. Flander has always been a man of forthrightness and decisiveness, though one might surmise he treads lightly due to the considerable backing of these imperial heirs. Chapter 55, Tang Yuyu's Plan. Due to the unresolved situation concerning Ning Rongrong, Flander ultimately decided against taking the Shrek group to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. That night, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on her bed, practicing her cultivation, while Tang Yuyu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. Suddenly, she felt a stirring from the blue silvergrass within her storage soul tool. Narrowing her eyes, she cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before leaping out of the window. In the dense forest behind Shrek Academy, a burly man clad in a black robe stood with his back to Tang Yuyu, exuding an aura that warped the surrounding air for a fleeting moment. Yuyu, sensing movement behind him, Tang Hao's expression softened in an instant, and the pressure emanating from him dissipated completely. Uncle! Tang Yuyu joyfully dashed toward Tang Hao. After years apart, Tang Hao felt as if she had become more vibrant, shedding the lifeless demeanor she had once carried in Holy Soul Village. Are you adjusting while here? Last night, I had a word with Tang San. It's truly outrageous how he always opposes you as your elder brother. A glint of coldness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke, but he gently patted Tang Yuyu's head afterward. What about Ayin? It's been years. She must have grown considerably. Tang Yu sighed, casting a scrutinizing glance up and down at Tang Hao. Indeed, your concern wanes after merely 3 seconds as you inquire about Ayin. It seems I have won our wager before I even arrived. I never expected you to ask about her before saying more to me. How heart-wrenching. After all this time, I wish to have a proper chat with you. The daughter's playful complaints brought delight to Tang Hao, causing him to smile with eyes that crinkled into crescents. Such a familial scene was something he had not dared to envision 6 years prior. Haha, uncle, I can see you're doing well. Tang Hao had mostly interacted with women like Tang Yuehua and Yin, both of whom were gentle and dignified. However, Tang Yuyu's spirited temperament provided him with a novel experience. Indeed, Yin is thriving. Look how well I've cared for her. She is now a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Yuyu often found herself questioning whether she truly was the daughter of Tang Akui. After all, the growth rate of the Blue-Silver Emperor was astonishing. Even Tang San could not accelerate its growth to transition from a 10-year to a 1,000-year level within such a brief span. The influence of fate on soul beasts was indeed formidable. Fortunately, she had made plans in advance for Tang how to act sooner. With this thought, she observed Tang Hao's careful caress of the blue-silver grass with increasing joy in her eyes. Uncle, regarding my great-grandfather. Before Tang Yuyu could finish her sentence, Tang Hao interrupted her. Yuyu, everything has proceeded smoothly. Your uncle and I spent nearly 6 years in that place to rescue your great-grandfather. The scene shifted back 5 years. Tang Hao gazed at Tang Yuyu in disbelief. The image he had just witnessed was of their grandfather, Tang Chun. He could hardly fathom that his grandfather had been trapped in the city of slaughter all along, parasitized by a bat. Yuyu, what you just showed me was the guidance of the power of fate revealed these images to me. I merely felt a profound familiarity, unaware that he was my great-grandfather. Now that his identity is confirmed, do you intend to rescue him? That place appears quite terrifying. Is there any hope of returning safely? Tang Hao's mood grew somber, failing to notice the cunning glint in Tang Yuyu's eyes. The city of slaughter I visited in my youth, yet I did not recognize that the king of slaughter was actually my grandfather. Yuyu, this matter is of utmost importance. I must return to Haotian sect. During my absence, you must take good care of yourself. I will instruct Tang San to refrain from acting alone in the future, learning from the previous lesson of being kidnapped. It may be a long time before I return, so you and Ain must look after yourselves. Tang Hao affectionately ruffled Tang Yuyu's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Resembling a deeply caring father, his expression brimming with paternal affection. Understood, uncle. Watching Tang Hao's departing figure, Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her actions were intentional. The application of the power of fate was still somewhat unclear to her. However, the vision she had just transmitted was achieved through the power of fate, a method she had recently begun to explore. She had chosen to employ it on Tang Hao for the first time. As long as Tang Chun remained alive, he would effectively occupy the position of the inheritor of the Azure God. As for that fellow Tang San, he ought to step aside. If he were to become the successor of the God King, the Soul Beast clan would face dire consequences. Even after such a prolonged period, Tang Yuyu's sense of belonging to the Soul Beast remained minimal due to their limited interactions. Now she was merely calculating her interests in relation to Tang Hao. It was only after careful consideration that she concluded saving Tang Chun was worthwhile. In a few more years, his body would succumb entirely to that bat's consumption. For now, he still held value. At the very least, as long as Tang Chun was present, the Spirit Hall would think twice before acting recklessly. If Bibi Dong were to learn that she could explode soul rings and bones, she would undoubtedly show no mercy. She intended to take the initiative. Passive defense was not her objective. In a world too pristine, there would be no fish. The dominance of the Spirit Hall was detrimental to her development. In the world of Douluo, the ultimate aspiration is to attain divinity. However, Tang Yuyu remains uncertain of her ability to achieve this, as she feels more akin to a soul beast. The prospect of soul beasts ascending to godhood is virtually impossible, as the pantheon, led by the 5 great divine kings, has consistently suppressed the soul beast lineage. The divine positions associated with the beast god are predominantly occupied by humans, exemplified by Ma Hongjuan's phoenix god and Tang San's future daughter, Tang Wudong, who is set to inherit the butterfly god. These divine roles, belonging to the beast god faction, are all held by humans. Furthermore, the training for soul beasts over 100,000 years entails enduring a lightning strike every millennium. The likelihood of a soul beast achieving the status of a million-year-old divine being through cultivation is almost non-existent. Tang Yuyu is unsure if she can transcend the constraints of these unfriendly rules and break through to divinity. Thus, in light of her uncertain future while being aware of others' destinies, she must maneuver circumstances to her advantage. Whether it is Tang Chun or Tang Hao that acquires the Shura God position, she has no objection, provided it is not Tang San. Yet, it is perplexing that Tang San, an individual from another realm, could possess the soul of Tang Hao's deceased son. Tang Yuyu suspects a connection to the Shura god. In her previous life, she had studied the entire series of Douluo, which subtly indicated that Tang San's soul was guided by the Shura god. Consequently, even if Tang Hao secures the domain of slaughter and gains the ticket to inherit the Shura god title, he cannot surpass his son, Tang San, if not for prior arrangements and intentions. How could the Shura god allow Tang San to devastate the city of slaughter while repeatedly granting him advantages as a law enforcer of the divine realm? The fact that he could resurrect Tang San speaks volumes of his genuine desire for him to be his successor. Thus, bypassing Tang Hao to allow Tang Chun to thrive seems far more beneficial, especially since Tang Chun has already completed most of the divine examination, only needing a final push. Even if Tang San is the Shura god's favored candidate, he falls short. Chapter 56, The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Tang Yuyu's thoughts remain unknown to others, as Tang Hao, acting as her instrument, engages her with a smile. Yuyu, try to keep the secret of your twin martial souls concealed. Your great-grandfather has yet to return to the Haotian sect, and it is essential to remain discreet. What Tang Hao did not mention was that Tang Chen's soul power had dropped a level. He was now merely a rank 98 title Douluo, a fact that could easily be discerned upon encountering Qian Daolu. Not back to the Haotian sect? Did something unexpected occur? Tang Yuyu gazed at Tang Hao, her eyes filled with confusion. He needs to delay a bit to meet someone in another location, Tang Hao replied, clearing his throat awkwardly. Having been taken aback by Tang Chen's unexpected romance, which had completely altered his perception of him, Tang Yuyu quickly realized, her heart silently exasperated. Indeed, the Tang family seems to be afflicted with love-stricken minds, each one becoming infatuated to an extent that renders one speechless. However, as long as Tang Chun is alive, she wishes for him not to become Tang San's experience package, thus evading the Shura god inheritance examination, which would grant him multiple divine titles, an exceedingly unpleasant thought. She could empathize with the frustrations of Bibi Dong and Xian Renshua. Both are prodigies, yet why does Tang San receive such extraordinary advantages? Threatening the very essence of divine existence with his hidden weapon, the tear of Guanyin, and the Shura god's illicit favors? Since all these have been successfully accomplished, I shall return to Shrek Academy. Oh, uncle, I noticed that while Shrek Academy's teaching may not be outstanding, its founding principles are commendable. Can our Haotian sect incorporate Shrek Academy under its wing? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also possesses its own academic influence. It is high time our Haotian sect established a symbolic academy on the continent. It gathers elite talents who have nowhere else to go. Thus, when we achieve prominence, Shrek Academy can become a pilgrimage site for young soul masters. More importantly, it could overshadow the reputation of the Spirit Hall Academy. We need not make this explicit. Merely controlling Shrek from the shadows suffices. Tang Yuyu's earlier remarks did not register with Tang Hao, but her statement about overshadowing the Spirit Hall Academy struck a chord within him. He harbors a deep-seated aversion to everything related to the Spirit Hall. You have matured. Having such aspirations is commendable. However, your uncle has already been expelled from the sect. Even if your grandfather returns to seek justice for me, the sect's leadership is your uncle. Tang Hao's face remained impassive, yet the tension in his clenched hands betrayed his inner turmoil. He, who had been nurtured as a sect heir due to his prodigious talent, was cast aside simply for loving a soul beast, a fact that troubled him greatly. Throughout his perilous encounters alongside Ayin, the Haotian sect, the most prestigious sect in the world, had never offered him refuge. It is impossible to claim that he harbors no resentment. However, he recognizes that the sect has indeed suffered repercussions due to his and his wife's choices. Ultimately, he is a servant of the sect, and he cannot bring himself to despise the very institution that raised him. Uncle, why dwell on these matters? The position of sect master is no longer suitable for you. Your abilities and strength do not permit you to be confined to this small territory. Pursue the path to godhood. This way, we can be together forever. When I attain my title, I too shall seek the method to ascend to divinity. Tang Hao chuckled at Tang Yuyu's earnestness, gently caressing Ayin. Very well, let us strive for divinity, so that our family may remain united eternally. Tang Yuyu is a perceptive child. She has never inquired about her past or Yin's. Tang Hao instinctively feels that his daughter might already be aware of certain truths. Yet she refrains from asking too many questions, and such thoughtfulness fills him with guilt. Even with his grandfather's return, his past actions, including the incident involving Qian Xuanji, compel him to avoid putting his daughter's life at risk. She is his precious jewel, the continuation of his and Yin's lineage. He will not allow anyone to harbor ill intentions toward Tang Yuyu, not even a deity. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast in the dining hall, Tang Yuyu arrived at the playground, her eyes still glistening with the remnants of sleep. Ning Rongrong affectionately linked arms with Tang Yuyu, feeling that since Tang Yuyu had boldly spoken up yesterday, their closeness had significantly increased. Zhu Zhuqing stood on Tang Yuyu's other side, exuding an air of pride and elegance, while Xiao Wu was engaged in gossip with Tang San on Ning Rongrong's other side. Tang Yuyu could not help but wonder if Xiao Wu had transformed into a rogue rabbit due to the short mating cycle of rabbits. Otherwise, how could she seamlessly integrate into the original plot, considering these two have yet to share a bed? Cough, cough. All right, are we all gathered? If everyone is here, let us set off for Soto City. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's spirit soared. Tang Yuyu noted that he was not behaving as he did in the original story, where he took on the role of an explainer. Instead, he seemed eager for a challenge. Huh? Soto City? Isn't this a bit premature, Principal? Oscar began to voice his concerns, but was quickly interrupted by Flender. Oh, Oscar, among them. Two have already reached the third ring and possess considerable abilities. As monsters, you should employ a monstrous approach to battle, rather than being timid. Oscar nodded in agreement, feeling apprehensive as a food system soul master. How could he win? What is going on? Dai Mubai, could there be some hidden truth here? Why does Oscar seem reluctant? Dai Mubai was taken aback when Tang San unexpectedly initiated a conversation with him, as they had had no interaction since the semester began. Moreover, since the dormitory arrangements placed Dai Mubai and Oscar together, he had even less connection with Tang San. Could it be that the original plot also possesses some restorative capability? This thought flashed through Dai Mubai's mind as he enthusiastically explained to Tang San, "Today, Principal Flender is taking us to the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. As the name implies, it is the arena for soul master battles. Participating in the soul fighting competition here not only serves to hone one's soul skills and mastery over soul power, but also offers the opportunity to earn substantial rewards." After delivering these words, Dai Mubai smacked his lips and gestured towards Donner. "Oh dear, I got so caught up in speaking with you all. We must hurry. Dean Flender's rule is that we cannot fall behind him by more than 20 minutes on our way to Soto City. He is a soul sage, and with his full acceleration, it will be quite challenging for us to catch up, especially considering he is an agile attack-type soul master. Quick, quick, Xiaowao, restore your sausages. Ning Rongrong, enhance our speed with the 7-treasure glazed tile. I can assure you, should we fail to comply with his stipulations, you would not wish to know the consequences." No sooner had he uttered these words than Dai Mubai dashed away, with Zhu Zhuqing closely following, pulling Tang Yuyu along. Once everyone had departed, Ning Rongrong promptly followed Dai Mubai's instructions, walking while gathering speed-enhancing effects. Chapter 57. Tang Yuyu's Debut. Is this truly the Grand Soul Arena? The throngs of people and the constant flow of carriages suggest that the soul fighting competition within is immensely popular among spectators. Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings. As a soul beast, she was fascinated by the human world, and this Grand Soul competition was something she had neither heard of nor witnessed before. I once visited the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendo City. It was a veritable torrent of humanity, with crowds encircling the arena in multiple layers. Once we head to Sky Island City, I shall take you to see it, Ning Rongrong remarked, not overly impressed, having been accustomed to grandeur as a child of a prestigious clan. Tang Yu merely lifted her gaze towards a structure before her, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. It indeed exemplified a fusion of Eastern and Western elements within the Douluo Continent. This is not merely a playground for you. The Soul Master duels at the Grand Soul Arena are a matter of life and death. While not fatal, they are far from childish play, Dai Mubai remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong behaving like pampered young ladies out for leisure. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual aloof demeanor, but took the time to explain the rules and important points regarding the competitions at the Grand Soul Arena to Tang Yuyu. The competitions at the Grand Soul Arena are divided into 3 categories: individual duels, duo duels, and team battles, with the latter typically comprising teams of 7. As Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice resonated, the others ceased their chatter. Ning Rongrong, linking arms with Tang Yuyu, listened intently. Dai Mubai's earlier retort instinctively provoked a desire for Tang Yuyu to retaliate, but remembering Flender's admonitions from that day, she swallowed her words. She resolved not to be the temperamental little witch anymore. From this day forth, she would strive to temper her emotions and integrate harmoniously into this team. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to Tang Yuyu, who had spoken up for her yesterday. Maintaining a streak of consecutive victories at the Grand Soul Arena is exceedingly difficult. The dean has mandated that we acquire the Silver Soul badge before graduation. My suggestion is to engage in all 3 types of competitions simultaneously, as this will facilitate the accumulation of competition points. It would be ideal for support types like Ning Rongrong and Oscar to find a soul master capable of assisting them in duo duels, Zhu Zhuqing stated. Flinder, trailing behind the group of children, felt a flicker of satisfaction at her words. It could be said that Zhu Zhuqing was the most accessible among the exceptional talents. Yet, this girl possessed a tenacity unmatched by most. With an innate soul power of level 7, she had astonishingly reached level 28, surpassing even Ning Rongrong, who had an innate level of 9. He held this student in high regard. Well then, since you're all clear on the rules, let us proceed to register. Tonight, the support types need not participate. Allow you newcomers to experience the Academy's training methods first, Flinder commanded, leading everyone to the registration area for the Grand Soul Arena. After signing up for an individual duel, Tang Yuyu followed Flinder and the group to the designated resting area for the competition. It is due to Flinder's long-standing establishment of Shrek Academy in Soto City that he received a modicum of favor from the Grand Soul Arena's administrators. Each cohort of Shrek's students traditionally partakes in the soul fighting competitions, making Flinder a regular patron of the Grand Soul Arena. Among the group, the first match to unfold was a duel between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San. However, their relationship at this moment differed from the original narrative, as they were not strangers who fought without acquaintance. Tang San merely inclined his head slightly, revealing little emotion. Ultimately, they were companions, and thus Tang San did not target Zhu Zhuqing as he had previously done with Ning Rongrong. He simply ensnared her with blue silvergrass and secured victory. Is that blue silvergrass? It could be wielded in such a manner? When did blue silvergrass become so formidable? Oscar exclaimed, astonished. Although he was aware of Tang San's exceptional prowess with blue silvergrass, he had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. Flinder, overhearing Oscar's remark, adjusted his spectacles. It seemed that under Xiao Gang's guidance, Tang San had indeed cultivated his blue silvergrass to a remarkable degree, overpowering the advanced soul of the ghostly spirit cat with what was once deemed a useless martial soul. Ah, Xiao Gang, you truly are something, Flinder mused softly. Decades of camaraderie had fostered a certain bias in Flinder's perception of you Xiaojiang, yet he was not oblivious to what you valued. To validate his theories, you had become somewhat obsessed. Brotherhood was one aspect, but having known you Xiaojiang for so many years, Flinder was acutely aware of his temperament. It was likely that he felt discontented with the prospect of Tang Yuyu outshining Tang San. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge Tang Hao's authority? This led to a near rift between Tang San and Tang Yuyu, even though the Haotian Crown Prince appeared to handle the matter lightly. Even so, Flinder recognized that Tang San could not compare to Tang Yuyu, whether in Tang Hao's esteem or in terms of their innate talents. The so-called useless martial soul, blue silvergrass, regardless of how diligently cultivated, could not rival Tang Yuyu's formidable beast martial soul. Yet, why did Tang Hao, who so evidently favored Tang Yuyu, not harbor any resentment towards you Xiaojiang over this issue? Flinder pondered, sensing that you must possess something that could even sway the Haotian Crown Prince, likely concerning the bond between Tang San and Tang Yuyu. As a businessman, Flinder was always driven by profit and could easily deduce the underlying circumstances. Although he was not as astute as the Golden Iron Triangle's wisdom, his intelligence was not inferior to Yu Xiaojiang's. However, while Yu Xiaojiang remained confined to a level 30 soul master, limited to theoretical study of martial souls, Flinder, as a soul master with boundless potential, would not waste his time delving into such theories. At this moment, the control-type soul master Tang Yuyu arrived at the soul fighting arena, having heard her name announced. She stood up just as Zhu Zhuqing returned to the resting area after a match. Only by constantly surpassing oneself can one achieve true strength, Tang Yuyu remarked as she brushed past Zhu Zhuqing, offering no words of consolation. Yet Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. Go for it. Dai Mubai observed his nominal fiancé engaging effortlessly with others, and his brows furrowed in discontent. Was this the aloof Zhu Zhuqing he knew? She never greeted him with a smile. Though he had transmigrated, he had never intended to genuinely fulfill the engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, her double standards were irksome. In the original plot, Zhu Zhuqing was portrayed as the epitome of loyalty and resilience. Chapter 58, a shocking display at the Grand Soul Arena. Dear audience, the upcoming duel features Tang Yuyu, a level 31 control-type soul sovereign, against Xiao Ming, a level 35 assault-type soul sovereign. In the contest between the control system and the assault system, shall we witness the supremacy of strength or the art of strategy? Let us await the unfolding of events as both parties unleash their martial spirits. Now, I declare the commencement of the match. The host, holding a golden microphone, hovers above on a soul-guiding device, gliding left and right to observe the battleground, while simultaneously providing real-time commentary. Xiaoming, a level 35 assault system soul master. I am at your service. Opposite him stands a youthful boy, seemingly in his 20s. However, in the Douluo Continent, soul masters typically mature earlier, leading Tang Yuyu to surmise that this boy is likely no more than 18 or 19. Achieving level 35 at such a tender age is certainly impressive, though not yet monstrous. Tang Yuyu, a level 31 control system soul master, I look forward to your guidance. This is not a life-and-death arena. Revealing one's capabilities is a mark of mutual respect and a customary practice in this world. As the host gives the signal, both competitors release their martial spirits, and Xiaoming is taken aback. He realizes he may have encountered a prodigious talent of extraordinary caliber. The girl before him, with her youthful visage, appears to be merely in her teens, yet the maturity of soul masters complicates his estimation of her age. Regardless, she cannot be older than 15. A soul master at this level before the age of 15 is indeed a genius among geniuses. The configuration of her soul rings further astonishes him. With a tricolored arrangement of yellow, purple, and purple rings, he can discern that only the second ring's age exceeds the norm. Yet he is certain that all three rings surpass the limits typically attainable by a soul master. Moreover, Tang Yuyu's martial spirit manifests as an unprecedented form, a powerful humanoid spirit adorned with 6 wings, resembling an angelic variant. Given his age and experience, he understands enough about the spirit hall and certain matters of the continent to recognize this divine aura as reminiscent of an angelic spirit. Could she perhaps be a descendant of an angelic lineage? This thought darkens his gaze. He realizes that he must hold back during their duel, as harming her could lead to consequences beyond his capacity to bear. As Tang Yuyu's martial spirit appears, not only does her opponent feel the pressure, but even the esteemed spectators and common folk in the stands sense the extraordinary nature of her spirit. While the Grand Soul Arena boasts a plethora of bizarre martial spirits, a formidable humanoid bee spirit, such as hers, is a rare sight. Is this a mutated angelic martial spirit? This notion springs to mind for many, particularly among the knowledgeable nobles and aristocrats, who immediately associate her elven martial spirit with this idea upon its revelation. Although Suatawa City is a modest locale, it serves as a trade hub, attracting visitors from beyond its borders. Some who have visited the spirit hall perceive her spirit even more directly. This must certainly be a mutated martial spirit of the angelic lineage from the spirit hall. Those with discerning minds take note of this and begin drafting letters to send to the spirit hall. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuyu, her brief appearance has already caught the attention of numerous onlookers. Be gentle, little sister. Xiaoming, with a tone of utmost humility, recognizes the origins of Tang Yuyu's martial spirit. The Spirit Hall is a pilgrimage site for every common soul master, and those with strength also fear its formidable power. The notion of restraint seems far-fetched. He muses that she ought to hold back during their confrontation. With a playful wink, Tang Yuyu initiates her assault. First soul skill, resonant bells. 2 golden bells emit a clear, ringing sound as they spin towards Xiaoming, merging from 2 directions in an attempt to strike him. An attack soul skill. Xiaoming's eyes widen momentarily before he swiftly dodges the incoming technique. First soul skill, Savage Bear Tier. Xiaoming's martial spirit, akin to that of his instructor Zhao Wujia, takes the form of a bear. The advantages of this spirit are apparent. Immense strength, making it ideal for an assault system soul master. However, the drawbacks are equally evident. A lack of speed. You underestimate me. Do not forget that I am a control system soul master. As soon as Xiaoming unleashes his first soul skill, he hears his opponent's taunt, leaving him momentarily astonished. What? No sooner had the words left her lips than he is struck by the very first skill he had just evaded. Tang Yuyu's first soul skill possesses a locking mechanism. As long as she has not expended this skill, it can relentlessly pursue its target. While the first soul skill inflicts some explosive damage, it also applies a control effect lasting 3 seconds. Of course, this duration is relative to their ranks. Given that Xiaoming holds 4 levels over Tang Yuyu, the effect may only persist for about 2 seconds. Though brief, this time is ample for a control system soul master to assert dominance over an opponent. As Xiaoming finds himself ensnared by this control, he faces Tang Yuyu's next attack head-on, leaving him little time to react. 2 seconds pass. a duration sufficient for Tang Yuyu to unceremoniously kick him off the stage, thus securing her victory with elegance and poise. Chapter 59. News reaches the Spear Hall. Witnessing Tang Yuyu's swift and decisive combat, the audience falls silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. The host, finally regaining his composure, announces, "Let us congratulate contestant Tang Yuyu on her first victory." Tang Yuyu nods and smiles at the airborne Xiaoming before gracefully exiting the battle arena. How incredible! Yuyu, even a foe with a 4-level advantage stands no chance against you. You truly embody the prowess of a control system soul master. Ning Rongrong rushes forward, linking arms with Tang Yuyu, showering her with praise while subtly undermining the other control system's soul master present, casting a challenging glance at Tang San in the corner. Tang San, fully aware of her veiled insinuations, clenches his fists in frustration, perplexed as to why Tang Yuyu insists on following the same path as him in the control system. With such a powerful beast martial spirit at her disposal, why not pursue the assault system? The atmosphere grows slightly awkward among the attendees, save for Xiao Wu, who remains blissfully unaware as she munches on a carrot while chatting with Tang San. "Xiao San, this batch of carrots you bought isn't as fresh as the last. It seems the carrots in Suatoa City lack the flavor of those from Naughty City." Xiao Wu playfully juggled a carrot in each hand, blissfully oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. As Tang San heard her voice beside him, he quickly composed himself, a smile illuminating his features as he gazed at her. Noticing the subtle twitch of her rabbit ears, he felt an irresistible urge to reach out and pat her head. Xiao Wu was undeniably adorable, embodying the ideal sister he had always envisioned. Charming, lively, obedient, and occasionally sulking in a way that he found endearing. All these traits fell well within the realm of what Tang San could accommodate. Their excursion to the Soto City Soul Arena had reached a gratifying conclusion, particularly as Tang Yuyu, the butterfly-winged wonder, had finally ascended to become the new star of the Shrek Academy after a prolonged wait. Nevertheless, better late than never. For Tang San had achieved a soul power breakthrough to level 30. Ha ha ha, a 12-year-old soul master. Truly, Tang San, as Xiao Gang had remarked, you are an extraordinary talent. Flinder squinted, suddenly noticing that the once joyous mood of Tang Yuyu, standing beside Ning Rongrong, had dissipated entirely. While Tang San was indeed impressive, the brilliance of his accomplishments was somewhat overshadowed by the presence of a more illustrious peer. After all, Tang Yuyu was younger, yet already a soul master of level 32. Yes, as Tang San advanced, so too did Tang Yuyu. Xiao Gong, could it be that your jealousy stems from the overshadowing brilliance of your disciple? Otherwise, why would you have mentioned Tang Yuyu in such a tone within your letter? An undercurrent of disdain seeped through his words, and though Flinder was no scholar, he remained acutely sensitive to such veiled remarks. Suppressing his emotions, Flinder transformed back into the unyielding figure of the frugal Iron Rooster. Given that Tang San's soul power had reached level 30, you need not participate in any competitions at the Soul Arena for the next few days. Assemble here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Zhao Wujin will escort you to the new Stardow Forest to assist Tang San in hunting for soul rings. Consider this a practical training session. I will inform Zhao Wujin that he will not intervene unless it is a matter of life or death. You must rely on your teamwork and synergy to secure the soul rings. Flinder adjusted his glasses, observing the flickers of ambition in the eyes of the boys and girls before him. The founding of Shrek Academy, beyond nurturing gifted students, harbored a subtle desire to compete with Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong's affection for Yu Xiaojiang was unwavering, regardless of his perceived dullness or cowardice. She remained devoted to her pursuit of love, even aware that they were cousins. Yes, Dean, the Shrek group responded, their voices resonating with vigor, akin to a battalion trained under Flinder's guidance. Zhao Wujin, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, finding himself without any room for dissent. Upon hearing they would be venturing into the Stardow Forest, Tang Yuyu's mind began to race with possibilities. Her second and third rings had been cultivated in secret, and fortuitously, during her kidnapping by human traffickers, she had acquired a few underlings to use as an excuse. As for her fourth ring, with Tang Hao's support, she need not worry overly much. What occupied her thoughts now was whether she could persuade Xiao Wu to remain in the Stardow Forest indefinitely. That foolish girl, having been sold, likely aided her captors in counting their ill-gotten gains. She recalled their initial acquaintance, when Xiao Wu had seemed more inclined toward her. It was often drawn closer to Tang San for various reasons. A 10,000-year soul beast, even if it had not lived for the full 10 millennia but merely possessed such cultivation, should not be so naive. As the rulers of the Stardow Forest, De Ming and Air Ming must surely comprehend the law of the jungle. Weakness invites predation. Did Xiao Wu truly not understand that competition held no benefits for her? Tang Yuyu's mind buzzed with speculation, yet she remained at a loss as to how to keep Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest. Surely, with De Ming and Air Ming as her devoted followers, Xiao Wu could command their loyalty with a mere word. TSK. Were it not for her desire not to grant Tang San another advantageous ally, she would hardly concern herself with Xiao Wu. Despite their long-standing friendship, her aversion to foolishness kept her at a distance. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was a refreshing contrast, straightforward, clever, and, most importantly, resolute in her ambitions. Now liberated from the shackles of her engagement to Dai Mubai, she progressed in her cultivation with greater swiftness and determination, unperturbed by his indecisiveness. As the Shrek group set forth toward the Stardow Forest, the Spirit Hall also received urgent intelligence. A variant angelic spirit? Bibi Dong's expression contorted in disbelief. She had not anticipated the existence of descendants from the angelic lineage. Her ascension to the position of the Rakshasa god had sealed her disdain for all things sacred and luminous. Now, cloaked in the guise of the Holy Pope, she sought to drag everything into the abyss. It seemed the news could no longer be concealed. The foolish souls awakening their martial souls would undoubtedly reveal this information. How could no one have reported it? Moreover, a soul master of less than 15 years of age had yet to be recruited into the Spirit Hall. Clearly, her reign over the Spirit Hall required fortification. Otherwise, how could her subordinates be so lackadaisical? Now, even the surreptitious elimination of this newly emerged angelic descendant had become impossible. Having appeared in Soto City, many eyes were already fixated on this child, and it was likely that Qian Daolu had also received word. That insufferable Qian Xuanji was still sowing his wild oats. Judging by the child's age, she was likely a posthumous child. That old wretch must be overjoyed now, as the angelic family had gained another blood relative, albeit one bearing a mutated angelic spirit that remained formidable. Chapter 60. Qian Rinchue's Thoughts. As anticipated by Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu soon received the news. The continent's power dynamics were intricate. Just as Bibi Dong had her informants, Qian Daolu possessed his own means of acquiring continental information. A variant angelic spirit. Qian Daolu found himself momentarily speechless. An angelic spirit. The sheer surprise of this sudden revelation nearly left him reeling. Qian Rinchue had been raised under his watchful eye, and their bond ran deep. To prevent a rift between mother and daughter, he had consented to allow his former disciple, Shui, to infiltrate the Tiando Empire. Now, unexpectedly, a granddaughter had surfaced. A humanoid beast martial spirit with 6 mutated metallic wings. Was this not a clear emblem of the angelic spirit? Furthermore, in its mutated form, it was evident that the child's mother's martial spirit possessed inferior quality, leading to this child's mutation, transforming her wings from pristine feathers to metallic butterfly appendages. The sacred and luminous aura shared a common origin with the angelic spirit. The more he pondered the descriptions, the more astonished he became. This was unequivocally a mutated angelic spirit. Just from the descriptions alone, he was convinced, should he encounter her, recognition would likely be instantaneous. Qian Daolu harbored no doubts regarding the child's lineage as Qian Xuanji's offspring. Although Qian Xuanji was his son, he found it hard to trust his character, especially considering he had assaulted his own direct disciple. Alas, the bequeathal of 2 granddaughters and the progeny of an angelic descendant could be deemed the most commendable achievement of his son's life. Brother, shall we investigate? The golden crocodile Daw stood beside Qian Daolu, fully aware of the contents of this letter. The news circulating the continent was no secret among their brethren. Thus, the fact that Qian Daolu had gained another granddaughter was common knowledge among the worshippers in the temple. Old too, I never imagined that in old age such a surprise would arise. This child. We should refrain from recklessly meeting her until we fully understand the situation. Indeed, Qian Daolu harbors a profound fear towards this child, who is, after all, a product of Qiang Sunji's domineering nature. The extent of Qian Daolu's efforts to clean up after his son's misdeeds surrounding Qian Ringshu's birth is evident to all. When the golden crocodile Douluo fell silent after uttering those words, it was clear that this elder brother bore the stain of having only Qiang Sunji as a son throughout his life. A man of such integrity still finds himself cleaning up after his deceased son in his twilight years. Elder brother. The golden crocodile Douluo gently patted Qian Daolu's shoulder. In that single utterance of elder brother, countless words of comfort were encapsulated. Sometimes, silent solace speaks louder than any words. Qian Daolu found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, experiencing both the unexpected joy of a newfound bloodline and a myriad of concerns. Firstly, would Bibi Dong pose a threat to this child? Secondly, would Qian Ringshu accept this suddenly appeared half-sister? Most worrisome of all was whether this child would also share Qian Ringshu's burdens. In any case, had Qiang Sunji still been alive, Qin Dao Lu would likely have needed to appease him with a multitude of apologies. At the prince's residence in the capital of the Tiando Empire, a golden-haired youth was seated at his desk, suddenly furrowing his brow. A flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena? Both Qin Dao Lu and Bibi Dong had received the news, and it was impossible for Qian Ringshu to have remained uninformed. Perhaps Qin Dao Lu intended to probe Qian Ringshu's attitude towards this unexpected sister, an anomalous angel martial soul, originating from the same source. Qian Ringshu murmured each word slowly, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. It dawned on her that she had another kin in this world apart from her grandfather. Yet, she pondered whether this sister would acknowledge her. Upon this realization, Qian Ringshu suddenly noticed that she was still disguised as Xue Qinghe. This wretched sense of powerlessness surged within her. How long must she endure these tedious and monotonous days? Despite possessing unparalleled talent, she found herself languishing in the political struggles of this insignificant empire. The life of an undercover agent was indeed arduous. It required constant vigilance and cunning, and most critically, her cultivation could not progress rapidly. It appeared she needed to hasten her efforts. She did not wish to maintain this male facade indefinitely. If her sister were willing to return to the spirit hall, she could not possibly continue to masquerade as her brother. Uncle Shi, a cool, deep voice echoed in the empty room, as a middle-aged man appeared silently, kneeling on one knee, his right hand resting over his heart. Miss, how may I serve you? Qian Ringshu, the saintess of the Elders' Hall and the sole heir of the angel family, was guarded by two titled duos who referred to her as either Saint or Miss. Please investigate her past experiences and, if possible, locate the report of her martial soul appraisal to understand why it was not submitted to the Spirit Hall. Qian Ringshu did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, yet she was aware that the man kneeling before her comprehended her intent. After all, the correspondence that typically flowed into this place was generally dispatched by the Spirit Hall, which could not have been sent by Bibi Dong. It had to have come from her grandfather, Qin Dao Lu. She was determined to uncover why this child's martial soul appraisal results had not been reported to the Spirit Hall, and she had no knowledge of how her sister had fared over the years. Qian Ringshu did not dwell excessively on why her father had fathered another daughter, especially one who appeared quite young, seemingly a child born of an illicit affair. She had long been aware of her parents' discord, and thus, her father's extramarital affair did not greatly disturb her. In fact, it felt rather normal, even eliciting a secret joy within her. After all, considering Bibidong's disdainful gaze cast upon her, akin to one regarding filth, why would she choose to unite with the man who bestowed upon her this angelic bloodline? Qian Ringshu had always believed Bibi Dong to be greedy for the resources of the Spirit Hall, particularly since the position of Pope was no longer held by the Qian family, but rather by Bibi Dong herself. Logically, Qian Ringshu should have inherited the Pope's position upon reaching adulthood. Yet Bibi Dong had instead summoned her to the Tiando Empire. Had Qian Ringshu been able to cultivate normally within the Spirit Hall, she would have long since ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and claimed the papacy. Clearly, Bibi Dong sought to hinder Qian Ringshu's cultivation pace. This was evident to any discerning eye. Nevertheless, Qian Ringshu acquiesced, partly to prove herself and partly to seize the power she desired. She would gradually reclaim the authority of the Pope from Bibi Dong, allowing her to relish the sensation of plummeting from the heights to the depths. Qian Ringshu's thoughts remained concealed from others, yet her heart was laden with resentment, beneath which lay a profound yearning for love. All her efforts were merely a plea for the other's attention, to draw the gaze of another onto herself for just a moment longer. A child deprived of affection often seeks various means to attain warmth. Chapter 70, Songhui Academy. I am Stadavan. Bring the dishes quickly. Upon finally locating a tavern to rest, Ma Hongjun immediately plopped down an unoccupied table. The members of Shrek Academy swiftly gathered around him. Why isn't teacher Zhao dining with us? Tang Xin glanced at Dai Mubai, hoping for some clarification, as he had discerned that only Dai Mubai among the Shrek group was inclined to engage in conversation with him. For reasons unknown, the others maintained a certain distance from Tang San, perhaps due to his inexplicable provocation of Zhao Wujia on the first day of school, or possibly because of Tang Yaoyao. After all, the core relationships within Shrek revolved around Tang Yaoyao. Ma Hongjun and Oscar had both received her kindness. While Zhu Zhuqing resided in the same dormitory as Tang Yaoyao and had known her for quite some time, their bond being quite strong. Teacher Zhao is a faculty member. He wouldn't dine with students. At Shrek Academy, there are no such formalities. I appreciate how clearly defined the roles are, with teachers not taking advantage of students. Only Dai Mubai, an outsider from another world, was willing to exchange a few words with the future Tang God King. Of course, the primary reason was that Dai Mubai had not yet reached the pinnacle of power. He was diligently training, hoping that Tang Sin would one day procure the herb for the ice and fire yin yang eye and share a portion with him. Others were unaware of this. But Tang Yao Yao, due to her unique sensitivity, could hear Dai Mubai's thoughts and was therefore well aware of his intentions. However, his ambitions would likely come to naught, as Tang Yao Yao had already dispatched Tang how to strongly suppress Douluo and seize control of the medicinal fields. Anything related to Tang San, she intended to acquire for herself. Exposing her prophetic abilities was merely a matter of destiny. Who would dare to question it? In any case, Tang Hao would not. It must be said that Brother Rat, at times, could be quite admirable in his youthful bravado. At least his steadfast belief in a singular truth meant he would not waver. Just as Tang Hao was resolute that Tang Yao Yao was his destined partner, there was no room for doubt. The ice and fire yin yang eye, with its abundance of celestial herbs, even if he could not utilize them himself, he would never allow Tang San to benefit. Clearly, a trip to the four great families was in order, for without the medicinal herbs from Yangwudi, one could possess a mountain of treasures, yet remain ignorant of their use. On this Douluo Continent, aside from Yangwudi and his brother, only Douluo was knowledgeable about these celestial herbs, yet he was too far removed from Tang Yao Yao to be of any help. Observing the irreparable rift between himself and Tang San, he needed to plan for himself. Once his spirit beast identity was revealed, while Tang San might not harm Xiao Wu, he could not guarantee his own safety. When he was weak, he was humble and courteous. Once he attained power, he resorted to force as justification. Why hasn't the food arrived? Ma Hongjun looked around in confusion, only to suddenly notice that the dishes for the newly arrived Sunghui Academy had already begun to be served. Oh, the neighboring table, arriving later than us, somehow received their dishes first. What kind of logic is this? Ma Hongjun's face was filled with displeasure. He had truly had enough of this establishment's blatant disregard for fairness, prioritizing others simply because they were better dressed than the group of Shrek Academy. Hey, what's the meaning of this? We arrived first, yet you serve others before us. What sort of reasoning is this? I wonder who would dare to patronize your establishment again. Travelers, weary from their journeys, merely wish for a warm meal. Allowing others to cut in line will surely discourage future visits to your restaurant. Dai Mubai spoke up, restraining Ma Hongjun as he aimed to confront the opposing academy, directing his ire towards the proprietor. Those who had traversed realms were quite familiar with this scenario. Ma Hongjun was merely adhering to Flinder's principle that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. To be frank, this rule closely mirrored Flinder himself. If you cannot win, then run. Yet still provoke trouble. It appeared quite pitiable. Dai Mubai had initially intended to avoid this conflict, not out of fear of retaliation, but rather to prevent Ma Hongjun from adhering to this nonsensical logic. While combat soul masters can handle themselves, a support soul master left vulnerable could find themselves in dire straits. Although the opposing table was merely an academy, should it have been a significant power within the soul master community, the discourse would be far less civil. The truth is that the soul master families abide by a rule of might. Thus, over the years, Dai Mubai had been correcting Ma Hongjun's behaviors. Despite having shed his previous reckless tendencies, Ma Hongjun's fiery temperament lingered, likely attributed to his phoenix spirit. Oh, where did this insignificant fellow come from? Shouldn't the esteemed soul masters be served first? It is an honor for you to allow us to cut in line. When did the people of Douluo Continent become so lacking in decorum? Here, might dictates the right to speak. The male student from Songhui Academy spoke with considerable bravado, while Yi Zhiqiu, embodying the spirit of the tortoise martial soul, remained unfazed as he leisurely consumed his buns. Tang Yuyu calmly retrieved prepared snacks for a soul guide. Having anticipated this very turn of events, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, both quick-tempered, were ready to rush out and teach the young man a lesson. But a single glance from Tang Yuyu silenced them instantly. Shrek Academy had subtly coalesced around Tang Yuyu, while Tang San furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The principle from the Xintian treasure record states, if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. He was uncertain of Tang Yuyu's intentions. Yet recalling what his father had advised, Tang San chose to endure. Ha, are you scared? A bunch of brash youngsters, daring to boast, thinking you possess great courage. Yet this is all you can muster. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, A chopstick whizzed past the boy's hair and embedded itself into the pillar behind him. An impressive display of precision. Tang Yuyu, having tossed the chopstick, nonchalantly offered some snacks to Zhu Zhuqing. Gulp. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the boy's audible gulp. Yi Zhiqiu cast a surprised glance. Noting the chopstick had penetrated deeply, his respect for Tang San and his table growing. Eat. Do not let a mere dog bark throw you off balance. Since you understand the Douluo Continent's rules, that might is truth. How can you still fail to recognize your own insignificance? What kind of insignificance? Daimubai stifled Alaf, his shoulders trembling slightly, while simultaneously confirming a realization. Without a doubt, Tang Yuyu hailed from the same origin as him. This was indeed splendid news. He was not the only one who had crossed over. In Chapter 71, concerning the 7-treasure glazed tile school, not only Dai Mubai, but others too found themselves bemused by her words. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu erupted into exaggerated laughter. Yi Zhiqiu appeared somewhat vexed, yet simultaneously more wary. This girl, though young, possessed formidable strength, clearly surpassing that of a soul elder. Such a prodigy must surely originate from a prominent family. And her companions, all of similar age, raised questions regarding their lineage. May I inquire which clans you belong to? I am Yi Zhiqiu from Tsanghui Academy. I apologize on behalf of my impudent peers. Oscar cast a sidelong glance at Yi Zhiqiu, a smirk playing on his lips. If you recognize their rudeness now, why did you not speak up earlier? Coming over now to feign politeness, do you truly think we are children to be easily deceived? Ningrongrong. The called-upon girl gazed at Tang Yuyu with admiration. While Ma Hongjuan's inclination to fight would have alleviated his frustrations, it was Tang Yuyu's composure that provided a more satisfying resolution. What is it, Yuyu? Tang Yuyu glanced into the shadows before speaking. Have your guards assist in expelling this lot. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school is a support sect, as the second most powerful sect in the world, we're not to be trifled with by anyone. Ning Rongrong nodded, raising her hand. 7-treasure glazed tile school. Remove these individuals. Several hidden soul masters emerged, bowing to Ning Rongrong before acknowledging Tang Yuyu with a nod. To observe this familiarity, left Tang Yuyu momentarily stiffened. When had she developed such rapport with the 7-treasure glazed tile school? At this point in the original narrative, Tang San had not received such favorable treatment. Tang Yuyu tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the table, her demeanor exuding a serene confidence that commanded respect and awe. The cries of Tsanghui Academy's students being forcibly expelled contrasted sharply with Tang Yuyu's nonchalance, instantly elevating her stature. Mastering the hearts of men was one of the skills Tang Yuyu had honed. Although she studied in New City, she frequently visited Yuexian and the Haotian school during breaks. During such times, Tang San would seize the opportunity to transform Xiao Wu into her alternate forms. Given that the Haotian school boasted several titled Douluos, Xiao Wu was unable to attend and could only accompany Tang San back to Holy Soul Village. On the second floor, Zhao Wujing wished to witness the spectacle of the young one's confrontation, only to find Tang Yuyu had set the 7-treasure glazed tile school's guards upon them. Resigned, he returned to his previous place, continuing to dine. Yet his thoughts rested on how Flinder ought to express gratitude to Tang Yuyu for intervening on Ning Rongrong's behalf that day. Had she truly lost control, her guards would have posed a considerable challenge to the educators of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujing bit into a chicken drumstick, savoring it, while his mind wandered back to the grand drama that had unfolded that day. Among the students of Shrek Academy, his fondness lay most with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. He found it hard to like Tang San due to subsequent developments, while his companions, lacking in soul power, failed to perceive Tang San's intent to harm Ning Rongrong. Zhao Wujing, with his heightened abilities, saw through it all. It was unfathomable to consider that Tang San was the son of the first Haotian crown. Compared to Tang Yuyu, Tang San appeared more like an adopted child, while Tang Yuyu seemed the true scion of the Haotian school. Perhaps Tang Hao recognized this distinction, which led to his favoritism toward the two siblings. Even an outsider like Zhao Wujing had discerned this, let alone Tang San. Tang San gazed at the radiant Tang Yuyu, feeling an unshakable discomfort. When he first embarked on the path of the Soul Master, he and Tang Yuyu had shared a strong bond, at least in his eyes. Yet, he could not pinpoint when their camaraderie began to fray, often igniting disputes over Yu Xiaojiang, as Tang San, a traditionalist who revered his masters, found it difficult to join Tang Yuyu in denouncing him. Thus, the discord between the two deepened progressively, while simultaneously, Xiao Wu's interjections further illuminated the distinct differences that existed among sisters. If circumstances permitted, Tang San would genuinely wish that Xiao Wu were his sister instead. For Tang Yuyu was far too rebellious. Were it not for Tang Hao's oppressive presence, Tang San might have even run off with Yu Xiaojiang, whose academic prowess and character, though noteworthy, indeed fulfilled Tang San's yearning for paternal affection. What's wrong, San? Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's momentary daze and gently shook his arm. I'm Fina, Xiao Wu. I was merely pondering the matter of hidden weapons, he replied. Despite knowing all too well that Yu Xiaojiang's assessment of Tang Yuyu's martial soul being useless was far from the truth. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that while blue silvergrass may not rival humanoid beast martial souls, he was the possessor of twin martial souls and had hidden weapons to boot. Tang San comforted himself inwardly, confident that he would ultimately surpass Tang Yuyu's formidable martial soul with his own dual martial souls. The initial weakness of blue silvergrass was inconsequential, as he could compensate with his hidden weaponry. The reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had cast a profound shadow over the little shop, prompting the proprietor to swiftly serve dishes to Tang San and his companions. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City, Ning Fengji gazed at the letter in his hand, a look of contentment and satisfaction gracing his features. It seemed that sending Rongrong out had been a wise decision. However, he found it peculiar that there were 3 students with the surname Tang at Shrek Academy. Was this merely coincidence? Considering none of them possessed the Haotian Hammer as their martial soul? Yet, the martial soul of this Tang Yu was indeed a hammer, albeit not the Haotian Hammer. Could it be a variant? Were the non-direct descendants of the Haotian school truly this formidable? Or was it simply a coincidence? Tang San, investigate the backgrounds of these 3 individuals for me, Ning Fengji commanded, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the hidden guards. Understood. In the vacant room, although no one was present, a voice responded to Ning Fengji's command. Fengji, are you reading a letter? Has there been news from Rongrong? The voice belonged to Gu Rong, one of the 2 titans of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Gu, Rongrong has grown so much. While we have taught her over the years, it seems that her time at Shrek Academy has tempered her once fiery temperament. Clearly, allowing her to venture out was the right choice. When it came to teaching Ning Rongrong, aside from Ning Fengji, the 2 titled Douluos had little to impart, as the skills for support and combat soul masters were fundamentally different. Among Ning Fengji's descendants, Ning Rongrong was the only standout, and he longed to nurture her. Yet he often found himself succumbing to the urge to indulge her. Chapter 72. Xiao Wu's Speculations on Soul Beasts. After several days of travel, the group from Shrek Academy finally reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. They could finally pause, no longer needing to hurry. For Ning Rongrong, the experiences of the past few days had proven to be a rigorous trial. As a support-type soul master, she was also the one among them with the lowest soul power. Gone was the haughty demeanor she once exhibited in front of Flender. Now, she struggled to keep pace with the others, let alone engage in battle. Ning Rongrong had genuinely integrated into the collective life, yet she consistently disregarded Tang San, speaking to no one but him. Now, Tang San could only exchange a few words with Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun, unfamiliar with him, chose to ignore Tang San, understanding the conflict he had with Tang Yuyu. Zhu Zhuqing isolated everyone with her solitary demeanor. She was quiet and aloof, but spoke freely with Tang Yuyu. Dai Mubai, the fickle wallflower, had been fervently testing Tang Yuyu with various nonsensical riddles and symbols. Much to her amusement, yet she refused to engage. Suddenly, there was a rustle. Dai Mubai, leading the way, heard the unmistakable sound of a soul beast navigating through the underbrush and immediately signaled to his companions. Their formation consisted of Tang San and Dai Mubai at the front, with Tang Yuyu and Tang Yu behind, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked them on either side. Oscar and Ning Rongrong occupied the central protective position, while Zhu Zhuqing darted through the dense forest, scouting the terrain. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's warning, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered. She hesitated to voice her thoughts, knowing that generally, the reconnaissance skills of agility-type soul masters surpassed those of strength-type or others. If Dai Mubai's soul power differed from hers by 10 levels, it would be entirely reasonable for him to detect the presence of the soul beast. It's a snake. Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, climbing a tree to investigate the approaching soul beast. Tang San's words caught in his throat, as he was about to describe its appearance when Dai Mubai interjected. Zhuqing, what does that snake look like? How long is it? Tang Yuyu couldn't help but chuckle at Tang San's moment of embarrassment, while Tang Yu sighed inwardly, recognizing his cousin's youthful naivety. Despite Tang Yuyu's mature front, she was, at heart, still a child. Dai Mubai turned to glance back and spotted this scene, reinforcing his suspicions. He pondered why this compatriot was reluctant to acknowledge him. Was she afraid of being exposed? That shouldn't be the case, as he had already revealed himself. Dai Mubai scratched his head, struggling to navigate these convoluted thoughts as a mere 18 or 19-year-old. Yet, one thing was clear. Tang Yuyu, a fellow transmigrator, seemed to be aligned against him, as the awkward atmosphere between her and Tang San had persisted for days. Lost in thought about Dai Mubai, he hoped that his fellow traveler would assist him. He was merely an ordinary transmigrator, grounded in his cultivation, relying on the strength of others. Perhaps, once he attained divinity, he might discover a way back to Earth. Yet he feared that Tang San's protagonist aura was too overwhelming, which is why he had been so accommodating lately, even causing Zhu Zhuqing to roll her eyes at him. The creature was adorned with a vibrant red crest atop its head and boasted wings, measuring approximately 4 meters in length. Zhu Zhuqing, with her keen eyesight due to her martial soul being the nether cat, discerned its identity. This is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Tang San quickly interjected, breathing a sigh of relief that this time, no one interrupted him. The opportunity to display his knowledge had finally arrived, and he eagerly began to elucidate on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. This particular snake was renowned for its unparalleled speed. After speaking at length, his throat parched, he noticed that no one was paying him any mind. Puzzled, Tang San glanced at the others, wondering why they were so unresponsive at such an opportune moment. That was quite informative, but perhaps refrain from lecturing next time. Oscar's third soul ring is indeed from a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. We all know what kind of soul beast that is. These details were not accessible in an ordinary Soul Master Academy, yet certain prestigious factions possessed their own collections. Seems like you come from quite a significant background, Tang San, having access to your own family's library. Dai Mubai remarked slowly, his tone revealing an unexpected curiosity. He admitted to himself that he wished to outshine Tang San as a fellow enthusiast of the Douluo series, having read all the books. In the early stages, Tang San had concealed himself expertly, but as the story progressed, he had begun revealing more of himself. The thought alone incites anger. His traversed identity is that of Dai Mubai. In the early stages, Tang San ingratiated himself with Dai Mubai, addressing him as boss, but as his strength grew, he began to call him Mubai, and by the latter stages, upon attaining godhood, he referred to him as Little Bai. What a quintessential realist he is. Tang San felt a flush of embarrassment at this remark from Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu, poised to offer a compliment, found her words abruptly stifled. Simultaneously, she privately speculated whether their teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, hailed from some formidable power. In truth, this presents a glaring inconsistency. Despite having imparted all knowledge of Soul Beast to Tang San, he remained oblivious to Yu Xiaojiang's true identity, all the while fostering a close camaraderie with Dai Mubai, which could only arise from his awareness of Dai Mubai's royal lineage as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Tang San's backing? Xiao Wu cast a puzzled glance at Tang San before shifting her focus to Tang Yuyu, her mind suddenly in disarray. These two were clearly siblings. Why did Tang San never return home with them each year? And what of Tang San's father? Xiao Wu was certain that Yu Xiaojiang was no virtuous man. Yet why had Tang San's relationship with Yuyu soured? Tang San had once told Xiao Wu that his father had vanished, suspecting that Tang Yuyu's hidden forces were at play. But weren't they family? Xiao Wu's mind, akin to a green bean, finally connected the dots. Tang San had been deceiving himself, but why would he do so? Caught in a vicious cycle, Xiao Wu was aware of Tang San's genuine care for her. Yet how did Tang Yuyu, a royal beast of the Soul Beast clan, become his cousin? Was it some grand scheme of the Soul Beasts? Deep within the core of the Stardow Forest resided the ferocious beasts, a realm not easily traversed by mere soul beasts of mere 10,000 years. The imperial beast must have conspired with the elders. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's muddled thoughts sharpened, although her imaginative musings strayed far from reality. Chapter 73. Chao Tianxiang aims to poach. While engaged in casual conversation, the group beneath the tree remained vigilant, and suddenly, they heard Zhu Zhuqing's soft murmur, prompting immediate inquiries. What is wrong, Zhuqing? What has happened? Dai Mubai cast a worried glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Although they had only just entered into a betrothal upon his arrival, Dai Mubai, a modern thinker enamored with anime beauties, could not compel Zhu Zhuqing to accept him solely due to this engagement. Long before escaping the Star Luo Empire, he had conversed with her, suggesting that they could dissolve the old engagement once he was capable, fully respecting Zhu Zhuqing's wishes. At that time, she had said nothing and simply left. Yet, Dai Mubai sensed her lingering gaze upon him ever since. He was no Lu Xiaohui. Naturally, he would relish a sweet romance, provided it was consensual. He harbored no desire to be like the original Dai Mubai, who, upon watching Doa, found Zhu Zhuqing to be the goddess of his heart. While he engaged in keyboard warrior antics online, it's nothing. That phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was just being pursued towards us. It appears someone is showcasing their prowess. Should we retreat? The two individuals aware of the plot exchanged knowing glances. Clearly, the formidable dragon snake couple had come to hunt soul rings alongside their granddaughter. No need to retreat. This atmosphere mechanism snake is merely a millennium old. We shall assist in intercepting it together. A glimmer of determination flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Perhaps he could leverage this opportunity to garner a favor from the dragon snake couple. Their character aside, the couple was known for their loyalty. When Tang San had been ambushed on his way to the Spirit Hall, they had unhesitatingly shielded him from the brunt of the attacks. Although later the Love and Spirit Hall forces dared not confront them, they had indeed come to Tang San's aid. Understood, Dai Boss. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, wasted no time in unfurling his fiery red wings and soaring into the sky. Ma Hongjun had spent the most time with Dai Mubai and Oscar. Oscar served as the strategist of the trio, Ma Hongjun as the muscle, and Dai Mubai as the decision-maker. Thanks to his foresight, Dai Mubai's decisions had seldom gone awry. Oscar, pondering Dai Mubai's words, sensed deeper implications. This lad was certainly not one to act without self-interest, indicating he was aware of the identity of the phoenix-tailed, coxcomb snake-s pursuers. After living together for so long, how could they remain oblivious to each other's personalities? Tang San, feeling overlooked once again, was filled with regret for having used hidden weapons against Zhao Wujia during the Shrek Academy entrance exam. He had been overly sensitive. After all, the bond forged over 5 or 6 years was not something a newcomer could easily disrupt. Hadn't Tang Yu also refrained from engaging with Dai Mubai and the others? Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun took the lead in the assault. Dang Yi Ue, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor, summoned his martial spirit as soon as Dai Mubai spoke. Following Ma Hongjun's attack, his great hammer had already been launched. Striking true, Tang Yu remained impassive, though Tang Yu noticed his brow slightly raised, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. It seemed this fellow had diligently honed his skills in private. The last time he fought Zhao Wujia, he had also struck true. Tang Yu felt as if she had uncovered a peculiar quirk of Tang Yu's. In a frantic bid for survival, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake inadvertently fell prey to their soul techniques. Chao Tianxiang, accompanied by her granddaughter, witnessed the group's intervention and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young friends, for your timely assistance in intercepting this beast. Otherwise, given the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, we might have had quite a chase on our hands. Chao Tianxiang's words were quite the seasoned maneuver, explicitly indicating that this snake was the soul ring desired by Meng Iran while subtly expressing gratitude, thus establishing her connections with the group. Esteemed elder, we too have come here to hunt soul rings, but since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is required by you, we merely lend a hand in stopping it, spoke Dai Mubai. The eldest brother and leader, now far more capable than his original counterpart in the tale. This was Tang Yu's assessment. She remained uncertain of the future's trajectory, yet she held a favorable view of this Dai Mubai. Their time together had allowed Zhu Zhuqing to share fleeting interactions with him. Although their gazes merely met in a seemingly ordinary fashion, Tang Yu perceived an undercurrent of connection. For Zhu Zhuqing, this was fortuitous. At least they could gradually come to know and love one another while bound by the shackles of engagement. A far better fate than the original Dai Mubai's wayward indulgences. Oh, then I thank you all once more. Please proceed to slay that beast. I shall guard you. Chao Tianxiang instructed her granddaughter, Meng Iran, who nodded in acknowledgement. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the Shrek group, noting that these youngsters appeared younger than herself. Chao Tianxiang smiled with satisfaction and began to engage Dai Mubai in conversation. Observing the youthfulness of the group and having heard they were hunting soul rings, she became intrigued. Otherwise, a mere student from an ordinary academy would hardly attract the attention of the dragon snake couple. Zhao Wujia, concealed in the trees, watched the unfolding events with a smirk, muttering to himself that if he didn't intervene soon, the students would surely be spirited away. Ha ha ha. So, it's the esteemed elder of the dragon snake couple. I am Zhao Wujia. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As he descended, Chao Tianxiang's attention was immediately drawn to him, and upon hearing his self-introduction, her pupils constricted in surprise. Internally, she marveled at her good fortune for having refrained from any indiscretions. So, it is the renowned, unmoving king of the Soul Master Realm, Zhao Wujia. I am honored. Are these all your students? You have taught them well. They appear to be under 15, yet several are already soul ancestors. Chao Tianxiang's astonishment was genuine, though she remained cautious. She had failed to detect Zhao Wujia's hidden presence earlier, which indicated that his soul power had likely approached that of Soul Douluo. Haha, it is indeed sheer luck. Their achievements are more a product of their own efforts than our guidance. Zhao Wujia spoke these words with sincerity. As a man of simple demeanor, he struggled to comprehend Flander's requirements, which mandated that only monsters could gain admission. In truth, the realm of soul masters harbors only a handful of true talents, and many with familial power are simply ineligible for Shrek Academy. He was merely fortunate to gather the scions of 2 of the upper 3 sects in this cohort. Otherwise, it would be arduous for Shrek Academy to enroll any common students. Yet, who would deign to teach the mediocre when they could instruct the prodigious? The reputation of a master of geniuses is far more illustrious. Let's not be modest. To gather such a multitude of gifted students under the monopoly of the Spirit Hall is indeed a testament to your capabilities. Zhao Tianxiang, with a sudden thought, began to contemplate the possibility of poaching talent, as several of the boys here were indeed soul ancestors, and each would make a fine match for his granddaughter. With this notion in mind, Zhao Tianxiang exuberantly exchanged flattery with Zhao Wujia. Chapter 74. Tang Hao seizes the herbal garden. The group was unexpectedly dragged by Zhao Tianxiang to witness Meng Yiran absorb her soul ring. Zhao Tianxiang's intentions were as transparent as Sima Zhao's. Known to all who beheld him, Tang Yuyu observed Zhao Tianxiang's persistent inquiries into the backgrounds of the group, particularly noting the special treatment bestowed upon Ma Hongjun. After all, thanks to her imparting the sacred fire cultivation method, Ma Hongjun had not suffered from the troubles of the evil fires since. He even surpassed Tang San to become a soul ancestor, with his innate soul power only 1 rank lower than Tang San's. Though Tang San had not devoted excessive energy to hidden weapons over the years, the knowledge of soul beasts imparted by Yu Xiaojiang still required time to master. Tang Yu clearly understood that cultivation for soul masters before the age of 20 was of utmost importance. Yet Tang San remained ever confident. Despite her only being 2 levels above him now, the future of their cultivation paths would diverge significantly, as she had already reaped the rewards of the celestial herbs. Speaking of celestial herbs, in another part of the Sunset Forest, Tang Hao was consuming dry biscuits paired with roasted soul beast meat. He had endured this monotonous existence for several days, yet compared to his time in the City of Slaughter, this was a marked improvement, and with newfound hope. Even dry rations tasted delightful to him. The vastness of the Sunset Forest left him pondering where he might locate the old poison master. Muttering to himself, Tang Hao finished the roasted meat in a few bites and extinguished the fire. Suddenly, he caught sight of his target, Douluo, rushing along with an unusual air about him, his aura disordered. Could it be that enemies had tracked him down? As a titled Douluo, he must have several adversaries. Moreover, Douluo's aura today was distinctly peculiar. Otherwise, he would have sensed Tang Hao's presence long ago. Tang Hao followed closely behind Douluo, curious to discern his destination. While he contemplated employing force to subdue him, he knew little of the ice and fiery Yang Eye. Although he could fabricate a lie to deceive Douluo, it would be tenuous at best. Tang Hao wished for no one to learn of Tang Yuyu's ability to foresee the future, not even his grandfather, Tang Chun. Only through loss could one truly appreciate the value of regaining what was once lost. 6 years ago, he had been a disheartened blacksmith, estranged from his family. As Tang Hao trailed Douluo, he began to glean some insights, yet he pondered how to breach the poisonous formation laid out before him. Watching Douluo vanish from view, Tang Hao scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Although Douluo's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, his mastery of poison was indeed troublesome. A brute force entry could potentially ruin the treasures within, yet it was precisely those flowers and herbs that Tang Yuyu coveted. Pacing back and forth, an idea struck him. Perhaps he possessed an item that could resolve his predicament. He retrieved an inner Dan from his possession and placed it at the entrance of the poison formation, channeling his full energy. The toxic mists enveloping the dense forest were swiftly absorbed. This inner Dan proved to be quite a fascinating object. Tang Hao carefully stowed the inner Dan away, contemplating whether to leave it for his daughter as protection upon his return. This inner Dan was derived from a 9-headed bat that had once parasitized Tang Chun, and the brothers had spent years driving it from Tang Chun's body. However, Tang Chun's physical state had already begun to deteriorate, and his first desire upon regaining freedom was to reunite with his long-lost love. There was one matter Tang Hao had not disclosed to Tang Yu. Tang Chun had essentially failed his Shura's 9 trials, yet he had indirectly become a deity-like figure, akin to Qiandao, Lu, and Poseidon, a representative of the divine on the Douluo Continent. Since both brothers had traversed the city of slaughter, Tang Chun had suggested they explore the possibility of inheriting the Shura god's position. After all, the realm of the god of slaughter was the key to entering the realm of the Shura god. However, once the divine trials commenced, they must not be interrupted, for such a choice could lead to certain death. Thus, Tang Chun's sojourn to Sea God Island served as a deliberation period for the brothers. Indeed, as Yu had indicated, the flora here appeared enigmatic, far from ordinary. Tang Hao ambled along, eventually spotting Douluo seated cross-legged at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, seemingly suppressing something. It became evident that the old poison master's toxic arts had even affected his wisdom teeth, explaining his stagnation in strength over the years. Tang Hao observed from a distance and quickly discerned the situation. Alas, let me extend my assistance. Silently, he approached Douluo from behind and infused his soul power to quell the surging toxins within. Although Douluo's senses were not as sharp as Tang Hao's, he had nonetheless noticed the presence of another, yet his body was currently incapable of reacting. Expecting to meet his end, he was astonished when the stranger unexpectedly aided him in suppressing the toxins, his soul power surpassing even his own. Clearly, the newcomer was a titled Douluo, although Douluo was unaware of his intentions for being there. After a few moments of recuperation, Douluo's cold sweat receded, replaced by a long-lost sense of comfort. Since the side effects of his poison had erupted, he had not felt such relief as he did now. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a man sitting upon a large stone not far off, obscured in shadow, appearing robust and not much younger than the seasoned titled Douluo. Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name and purpose in my domain? Despite harboring some trepidation towards this mysterious figure, Douluo did not forget to express his gratitude. Without the stranger's intervention, he would not have recovered so swiftly, nor would he have experienced such unprecedented comfort. Tang Hao, upon hearing that familiar yet foreign name, Douluo's pupils constricted. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had no prior dealings with Haotian sect, though the name Tang Hao was well known to him, and he had never harbored any enmity toward him. Ah, so, it is the renowned Haotian Daw. I believe I have never wronged you, or Haotian sect. But Tang Hao, growing somewhat impatient, regarded each day as a precious treasure, for he had resolved to undertake the Shura god's trials once his grandfather returned. After all, Tang Yu's identity was perpetually precarious. The lesson of the blue-silver emperor loomed large, and he could not afford to remain mired in romantic entanglements. Only absolute power could safeguard his wife and daughter. As for his son, he was merely an outer-world demon occupying the vessel of his own bloodline. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have come here specifically for your herbal garden. This place is conducive to plant growth, and I wish to cultivate some items. I am unsure whether you will consent. Yet these medicinal herbs are, after all, gifts of nature, freely given to no one, and you have merely occupied them first. Chapter 75, Douluo's Promise. Tang Hao, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, first inquired whether Douluo would consent to his proposition. He then pointed out that the ice and fire yin-yang was originally an unclaimed treasure, which naturally would fall into the hands of the strong. Little did he expect that the other party's visit was merely for such a trivial matter, to sow a few seeds in his territory. Clearly, the substance within this medicinal concoction was no ordinary affair. Douluo narrowed his eyes. If you wish to plant, then go ahead, but I must still pass through this place. After all, you are aware that the side effects of my poison arts have become quite pronounced. Only in this unique location can my toxins be subdued. Douluo's words astonished Tang Hao. He had not anticipated that this site possessed such an attribute. So that is the case. With this revelation, Tang Hao brandished a colossal hammer, prepared to seize the moment. Upon seeing such a formidable weapon, Douluo immediately faltered. The might of the Haotian Hammer was not to be trifled with. He dared not confront it directly, for should he perish, his granddaughter Yin Yin would be left without protection. His past enemies might very well seek her out. Reluctantly, Douluo acquiesced. Very well. This place shall henceforth belong to you. Upon uttering these words, Douluo felt as if the very essence of his strength had been siphoned away. Without this location to mitigate his internal toxins, he would be condemned to endure the excruciating existence he had previously known. Wait, old poisoner. As he observed Douluo's desolate retreat, Tang Hao suddenly felt a rare pang of guilt. When he first met Ain, he and his brother roamed the spirit world in pursuit of chivalrous deeds. There had once been a flicker of righteous spirit within him. However, following the demise of the blue-silver emperor, all of that had dissipated, replaced by a relentless desire for destruction. Now, with a harmonious family and the hope of reunion, Tang Hao felt a resurgence of vitality within him. In truth, given his current age, he was still considered youthful within the realm of spirit masters. After all, a breakthrough in spirit power would extend one's lifespan. When Douluo was halted by Tang Hao's call, he immediately ceased his forward motion, turning back with a hint of anticipation. Is there something else, Haotian Douluo? Noticing the gleam of excitement in Douluo's eyes, Tang Hao felt a sudden urge to extend his hand. Stopping now surely indicated he wished to offer compensation, and Douluo was indeed quite expectant. For this was Tang Hao, and what he offered would undoubtedly be valuable. Here, consider it a favor. This item is comparable to the inner core of the semi-divine nine-headed Bat King. If you find yourself unable to endure, you may use it to absorb some of your internal toxins. I am not entirely sure how to utilize it, but its applications are certainly not limited to this. You may experiment on your own. Originally, it was meant for my daughter, but now it falls to you, old monster. However, you must promise not to harm my daughter. And should she ever find herself in peril, I ask that you protect her. Tang Hao's words caused Douluo's eyes to narrow. He had not realized Tang Hao had a daughter. Moreover, his tone bore the weight of a final request, as if he were about to undertake a significant endeavor. Nevertheless, this inner core was of semi-divine caliber, and given Tang Hao's assurances, it was undoubtedly genuine. Thus, he felt he had struck a fortunate deal. Douluo nodded without hesitation, looking earnestly at Tang Hao. Very well, I shall assist you in this matter. Hearing this, Tang Hao smiled with satisfaction. My daughter's name is Tang Yuyu. I did not expect you to intervene in every situation, but I hope that when her life is in danger, you will lend her a hand. The entire Haotian sect will be grateful to you. Upon hearing this last statement, Douluo's gaze flickered. The entire Haotian sect would express their gratitude towards him. It seemed Tang Hao's daughter possessed remarkable talent. Moreover, the Haotian sect had long retreated under the pressure from the Spirit Hall and had expelled Tang Hao. So being able to recognize Tang Hao's daughter now indicated her unparalleled potential. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the old stalwarts of the Haotian sect to bow their heads. Although Douluo's assumptions were somewhat off the mark, they were not entirely incorrect. After all, Tang Hao was speaking of his daughter. Rest assured, although my reputation may not be sterling, I, the old poisoner, am a man of my word. Once a promise is made, I shall see it through. With that, he strode away, eager to investigate the functions of the inner core he had acquired, hoping to discover a means to suppress the side effects of his toxins. Watching Douluo depart, Tang Hao released a sigh of relief. He had made these arrangements. With Tang Qin's return, the Haotian sect would soon emerge from seclusion. At that time, he could confidently face the trial of the Shura God. Although the Haotian sect currently boasted several titles of law, Tang Hao yearned to be more thorough. To ensure his daughter's safety, for once her identity was exposed, the consequences could be dire. After all, had not the Haotian sect failed to protect Ayin? In the Sunset Forest, Tang Hao received the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, while Tang Yuyu exerted herself to assist Tang San in locating a soul beast. Perhaps it was due to Oscar's failure to absorb the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that Long Gong and the group from Shrek Academy did not pursue the human-faced demon spider that had emerged in the narrative. This abyssal demon spider is quite impressive, young brother, Meng Shu exclaimed, observing the wounded abyssal demon spider and beckoning Tang San to absorb the soul beast. For reasons unknown, Tang San was filled with an inexplicable hesitation, a reluctance to absorb this particular soul beast. Yet, according to his plan, he intended to acquire a magical orb-type soul beast for his third spirit ring, and the abyssal demon spider was certainly fitting for his third spirit skill. Why then? Did a voice within him persistently urge him to refrain from absorbing it? Maintaining his composure, Tang San drew a dagger and struck the abyssal demon spider, initiating the absorption process. Meng Shu nodded in satisfaction at the young man's actions. Each of the youth present was exceptionally gifted, but if he had to choose, he would deem Tang San the most composed. From what he had heard from Zhao Wujia and the others, Tang San was a naturally full spirit power being. A blue-silver grass martial soul with innate full spirit power was indeed unprecedented. Moreover, the fact that he had cultivated the blue-silver grass to such a remarkable degree was exceedingly rare. Coupled with his extraordinary intellect, he was, in Meng Shu's eyes, the ideal candidate for a son-in-law, though his granddaughter was not particularly enthusiastic about his unremarkable appearance. Chao Tianxiang was unwilling to pressure her granddaughter. But Meng Shu mused that had the young man been more handsome, it would have been a different story. Men and women often viewed matters from entirely different perspectives. Excluding Tang San, the others seemed childish and immature, and Meng Iran had even less desire to engage with them. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai expressed his regrets for being a married man. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's aloof demeanor, she subtly asserted her claim during this moment. Perhaps aware that the family was seeking a son-in-law, Oscar did his utmost to appear unsatisfactory. Yet, when he glanced at Dai Mubai, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes, and then he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuyu, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Chapter 76, The Titan Giant Ape Appears. Thank you, Senior Longgong, for your assistance. Zhao Wujia extended his hands in a bow of gratitude toward Longgong. Ah, this old man has simply taken a liking to your talents. Your Shrek Academy sounds quite impressive. I am considering transferring my granddaughter to your esteemed institution for her studies. I wonder if that would be feasible. Meng Shu's eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at Tang San as he absorbed the spirit ring. Zhao Wujia instantly recognized Meng Shu's intentions. However, such matters were of no concern to the academy. Flander, that old ghost, would surely grant him a raise upon realizing he had found another ally. Of course, it would be our honor for Miss Meng to study at our academy. Meng Shu stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. While Chao Tianxiang did not oppose her husband in this regard, as long as they did not force their granddaughter to accept a suitor of dubious character. Tang San, this lad, possesses an unremarkable appearance and a martial soul known as blue silvergrass. Although this blue silvergrass has seen rapid upgrades, one must acknowledge that as soul masters ascend to higher echelons, the pace of cultivation inevitably slows. Moreover, the deficiencies of the blue silvergrass are glaringly apparent. Lacking formidable offensive capability, Kao Xiangxiang is reluctant to place her hopes on this youth, especially since her granddaughter harbors no feelings for him. If Meng Yiran were to take a liking to Tang San, that would indeed be a different matter, for her bond with him is undeniably profound. Having been nurtured by Kao Xiangxiang and her husband, grandmother, must I truly transfer to Shrek Academy? Meng Yiran whispered to Kao Xiangxiang, pulling her aside into a secluded corner. However, the deeply attuned Zhao Wujia could not possibly have missed their conversation. You must realize that every student nurtured by Shrek Academy possesses talents that surpass yours. Entering this academy equates to stepping into the realm of future luminaries in the Soul Master world. Meng Yiran remained silent, not refuting this assertion. Though she took pride in having reached the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 15, the mere presence of a support-type Soul Master had thoroughly dampened her spirits. The group journeyed together for a day, becoming well acquainted with the circumstances of several Shrek Academy students. Oscar, yet to reach 15, had already attained the remarkable level of 32 in soul power, and, as a support-type Soul Master, he is an unprecedented innate full soul power auxiliary in the annals of Douluo Continent. Truth be told, Oscar's cultivation speed pales in comparison to others. Yet as a food system Soul Master, his pace is among the slowest of all factions. Suddenly, Xiaowu sensed something amiss. Diverting her gaze from Tang San to the depths of the Star Do forest, she then glanced at Tang Yuyu beside her, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. Tang Yu immediately understood. It appeared that the Titan Giant Ape had arrived. Tang San was still in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. A situation that could become perilous if the Titan Giant Ape's commotion disrupted his process, potentially leading to a catastrophic failure of his blue-silver grass martial soul. It seemed she had stumbled upon an effective strategy to undermine Tang San's strength, while also resolving Xiaowu's voluntary sacrifice of her soul ring and spirit bone. A mysterious smile played on Tang Yuyu's lips, and Oscar suddenly leaned in to whisper a few words to her. Yuyu, do you think Meng Yiran has come to our academy to pursue Tang San? Oscar's words caused Tang Yuyu to raise an eyebrow. A subtle smile gracing her lips. If that were the case, it would be splendid. With Meng Yiran's support, combined with Xiaowu's connection to the Titan Giant Ape, Tang San might just find himself swayed. Currently, neither had faced the tribulations of life and death, nor had they experienced resurrection. Thus, their feelings, while present, were not yet deeply rooted. She could already envision a bright future ahead. Shrek Academy was becoming increasingly lively. This was indeed intriguing, yet it was insufficient. She needed to devise a plan to bring more individuals into Shrek Academy, for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition required substitute members. She had no intention of joining the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy, being a child of a clandestine union within that family, as it would inherently link her to them. The main force of Shrek Academy comprised disciples from the Haotian sect, and perhaps establishing a Haotian Academy could be an option, using Shrek Academy as a foundation. Oscar noticed Tang Yuyu's delight, her smile harboring ulterior motives, indicating the extent of her involvement with Tang San's achievements. Although he remained oblivious to the details of the siblings' interactions, Oscar favored Tang Yuyu, having shared a bond of camaraderie with her. A thunderous roar from the Titan giant ape reverberated through the forest, startling the birds into flight and seizing everyone's attention. What is that? Zhao Wujie pondered, quickly deducing that the immense disturbance was caused by the movement of a 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Towering as high as a small mountain, the Titan giant ape's eyes sparkled, akin to stone mills even in daylight. As a 100,000-year soul beast and the king of the forest, its presence here was alarming, especially since Tang Sen was still engaged in the absorption of a soul ring. If interrupted, not only would he fail, but his martial soul could potentially be rendered irreparably damaged, forever capping his potential below level 30. Long Gong, having some knowledge, immediately recognized the Titan giant ape. What? The Titan giant ape? Zhao Wujie's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His scalp tingled with dread at the thought of any misfortune befalling Tang San here. Knowing he would struggle to explain it to the Haotian Hammer, most crucially, however, was Tang Yuyu, as Tang Hao's paternal affection was palpably evident. Mubai, quickly lead everyone away. I will hold this creature at bay, Zhao Wujie declared, steeling himself for the confrontation, recognizing that he was merely a soul sage at level 70. Yet to reach the rank of Soul Douluo, Iran, you must go with them. Meng Shu exchanged a knowing glance with his partner, their decades of cooperation allowing them to grasp each other's intentions effortlessly. Grandmother, I won't leave. What do you do if I go? Although Meng Iran was unaware of the soul beast's significance, the sight of her grandparents displaying such resolute expressions, ready to face death, indicated it was a threat beyond their realm of experience. While the Longxi family was a mid-tier family, it did not possess the prestige of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, making Meng Iran's ignorance of 100,000-year soul beasts understandable. After all, encountering such a creature was a rarity for ordinary individuals, let alone hearing tales about them. Iran, listen. This is a 100,000-year soul beast, the pinnacle among spirit beasts. Even a titled Douluo may not be able to subdue it. Quickly follow the Shrek Academy students and flee. Your grandparents can hold it off for a while longer. Live well and hurry. Chapter 77. Tang San's Failed Advancement. Dai Mubai remained surprisingly composed, knowing that the Titan had come for Xiaowu, maintaining an air of calm. Dan Ioyo, too, appeared unruffled, as her plans were still in motion. Moreover, Xiaowu, recognizing her identity as a divine beast, would likely not be disputed. Teacher Zhao, we will not flee. We stand with you in life and death. Even if you manage to hold off, how far can we truly escape with our strength? If the Titan giant ape is as fearsome as it seems, we would not be able to flee regardless, so it is better to fight to the bitter end together. Tang Yuyu declared, inspiring those unaware of the true nature of the unfolding events. Indeed, we shall live or die together. I, Ning Rongrong, refuse to be a coward. Ning Rongrong was the first to echo this sentiment, her words seemingly aimed at validating Flender's judgment, emphasizing her refusal to retreat. Tang San regarded Tang Yuyu with admiration. She exemplified the new core of the Haotian sect. As the next heir, as long as Tang Yuyu survived to become a titled Douluo, the future of the Haotian sect would return to an era capable of contending with the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of emotion at her words. Tang Yuyu resonated deeply with him. From her initial polite demeanor during the entrance examination at Shrek Academy to her unwavering defense of him against the Haotian Douluo, and now, facing a life-and-death crisis, she exhibited the courage to fight alongside her companions. Her character was impeccable, her strength formidable, and her talent extraordinary. She seemed devoid of any flaws. It was a blunder for Yu Xiaojiang to have chosen Tang San as his disciple, a fact Zhao Wujie had come to recognize over the years. Having been aware of Tang San's existence and Yu Xiaojiang's correspondence, his disdain for Yu Xiaojiang had only deepened. After all, Zhao Wujie had never encountered Yu Xiaojiang and was unaware of his true character. However, he had met Tang Yaoyao, a child of integrity and kindness, while Yu Xiaojiang had described her in his correspondence as a person of considerable cunning. Now, the truth of the matter is abundantly clear. If you all are not leaving, then I shall remain with you. If you perish, I shall not survive alone. Meng Yiran's gaze was resolute. The Tianxiang couple looked at their granddaughter with immense affection. Since life was no longer an option, they were determined to ensure that this beast would suffer a piece of flesh in return. The Titan giant was perplexed. He had merely come to take Sister Xiao Wu. Yet these humans bore expressions that suggested they were prepared to face death. Seventh soul skill, martial soul avatar. Elders, I shall buy you time for martial soul fusion. Whether we can seize a glimmer of hope depends on the two of you. After all, the combined technique of the Overlord Dragon and Serpent rivaled that of a titled Douluo. If they could indeed burden the Titan Great Ape, it would grant them a chance of survival. That being said, I hope you can prepare more flying mushroom sausages so that if necessary, we can consume them and retreat from the battlefield to avoid being a hindrance. In truth, what Dai Mu Bai meant to convey was that it would be better to observe from a distance rather than risk injury by being in the way. Most importantly, as long as Xiao Wu was not captured by the Titan Giant, there would be no issue. All right, the comparatively weaker Zhu Zhuqing sheltered Ning Rongrong behind a nearby tree. As Ning Rongrong summoned the 7-treasure glaze tile to enhance Zhao Wuji's strength, but due to the vast disparity in soul power, she was already feeling fatigued. Rongrong quickly consumed this recovery sausage. Oscar, the only male present without any offensive capabilities, was also compelled to huddle for warmth with the two girls who had yet to reach soul scholar level. Ning Rongrong was not one to complain at this moment, as the sensation of having her soul power drained was far from pleasant. Zhu Zhuqing supported Ning Rongrong, her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at Dai Mu Bai, who was still launching strikes at the Titan Great Ape. Yes, even those who understood the unfolding narrative could not act too recklessly, nor should they appear overly indifferent. Xiao Wu was cautiously guarding Tang San's side, yet her actions drew the Titan Giant's attention. Tang Yaoyao had instructed Xiao Wu to stay close to Tang San, leaving her with no grounds for refusal. Although Xiao Wu knew the Titan Giant was seeking her, she was unaware that her protection of Tang San would bring him immense peril. Initially, Tang San was quietly absorbing the spirit ring without any issues. However, Xiao Wu's sudden presence drew the Titan Giant's focus onto him. How vast could a rabbit's brain capacity be? In her view, Tang Yaoyao's intentions were well-meaning. For Tang San was still in the process of absorbing the spirit ring and should not be disturbed. Roar! The lovesick Air Ming launched an assault aimed at Tang San. Xiao Wu signaled for Air Ming to refrain from attacking while simultaneously adopting a defensive stance. The Titan Great Ape felt a twinge of apprehension. However, this human who could influence Xiao Wu's emotions could not be allowed to remain. After all, Air Ming had harbored feelings for thousands of years. How could he allow this sudden appearance of a human to steal his affection? This was unacceptable. The Titan Great Ape's target was Xiao Wu alongside Tang San. They needed to intercept him quickly, as Tang San was still engaged in absorbing the spirit ring. Dai Mu Bai's eyes flashed. He had just observed clearly that Xiao Wu had been instructed to approach Tang San. It seemed that this brother and sister pair were both quite astute. Tang San preferred to employ secret weapons and underhanded tactics against Tang Yaoyao, while Tang Yaoyao seized the opportunity to strike at his vulnerabilities. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the demise of the protagonist would lead to the collapse of this world. Dai Mu Bai chose to watch without intervening. Perhaps he could return to Earth. With a powerful gravitational impact, the shockwave sent Xiao Wu and Tang San sprawling far away. Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot. This was disastrous. Tang Hao's son was in peril right beneath his very eyes, and he would undoubtedly be compelled to silence any witnesses. Truth be told, Zhao Wuji contemplated fleeing, but there were others aside from Tang San, and he could not abandon these children. Cough, cough. How are you holding up? Little San? Xiao Wu stood, coughing a couple of times. Air Ming had merely knocked them apart, yet Tang San had been in the midst of absorbing the spirit ring. And this abrupt interruption caused his skin to redden and swell, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating a failed advancement. It was uncertain if he would end up like his teacher Yu Xiaojiang, unable to absorb the next spirit ring due to his blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and pretended to be angry, preparing to unleash all her abilities. After all, while Tang San may not have been the apple of Tang Hao's eye, he was still Tang Hao's child, though Tang Hao regarded her as a daughter. Tang Yaoyao still held reservations. She could not let anyone perceive her as reveling in their misfortune. Talent Domain. Fate's Prison. Step into my talent domain at once. Chapter 78. The Return of the Talent Domain. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had witnessed this before and were not surprised. They hurriedly took refuge beside Tang Yaoyao. Xiao Wu, carrying the unconscious Tang San, also reached Tang Yaoyao's fate wheel. A golden fate wheel materialized beneath Tang Yaoyao's feet, expanding into a colossal golden form. Tang Yaoyao hesitated to enlarge the domain. Once it spread, the power of destiny would begin to permeate. Although she had focused her positioning on the spirit beasts, she was uncertain about their attitude toward her existence, especially since the three-eyed golden lion was likely still present during this period. She could not take the risk of gambling with her life. On the surface, the Lake of Life appeared to host only the Tianjin Bull and the Titan Great Ape. Yet in reality, the Silver Dragon King Guyu lay dormant at the lake's bottom, along with Emperor Tian and several other formidable beasts, all in slumber, absorbing the million-year soul power of the dreaming Ice Silk. Guyu Na, after the third battle, named her emotional avatar Nana before adopting the name Guyuna. BB Dong could hunt 2 great spirit beasts without rousing the major ones because the 100,000-year spirit beasts likely did not warrant their attention. But the power of destiny was a different matter altogether. This was the hope for the rise of the spirit beast clan. Did they not notice the reverence with which they regarded the 3-eyed golden lion? Was this a domain? Or a talent domain inherent to the martial soul? Such a powerful martial soul seemed akin to a mutated angel martial soul. The voice grew quieter. As Meng Shu had initially known that the young girl's soul power had already reached the level of soul scholar, but he had not taken it too seriously. After all, he had no grandson to ally with Tang Yao Yao and could only lament the absence of his late son who had not left him a grandson. How lamentable it was. Any student from Shrek Academy could elevate their family for centuries. Meanwhile, Tang Sen had just suffered a heavy blow and fainted before he could absorb the spirit ring, appearing as if he were ruined. Whether Meng Aran would transfer schools remained an open question, but it was too early to contemplate such matters. For now, they needed to focus on how to escape calamity. Haha, Elder, you jest. This is not a mutated angel martial soul. This martial soul is called the Linglong Core, and this humanoid beast soul is named the Spirit. It is a being that embodies the essence of heaven and earth. This is a spirit martial soul mutated under the influence of metallic energy. It may be unprecedented on the Douluo Continent. Zhao Wuji scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly explaining to the dragon and serpent couple. Yet a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his pea-sized eyes. After all, this was a member of the Tang family. How could it be associated with angels? Given the adversarial relationship between the Haotian sect and the Spear Hall, how could one expect to find descendants with angel martial souls? However, as Zhao Wuji contemplated, his mind began to wander, grappling with the idea of a spirit martial soul mutated by metallic properties. This was Tang Yao Yao's explanation to the crowd. In the past, Wujia had never doubted this, but suddenly he seemed to grasp a sliver of light. A mutation arising from metallic properties? Spirits? Angels? A martial soul that embodies the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the laws of nature? By the heavens, Meng Shu truly has a way of manipulating thoughts. Zhao Wujia was drenched in cold sweat as a terrifying notion flashed through his mind. He inexplicably deduced that Tang Yuyu's martial soul was a mutated fusion of the Haotian Hammer and the angel martial soul. After all, this so-called spirit martial soul was unheard of across the Douluo Continent. Conversely, the angel martial soul is an extraordinary gift from the angel deity and can be seen as a martial soul that encapsulates the essence of heaven, earth, and the laws of existence. It felt as if he were entangled in a web of words. He could not delve deeper into this thought. Gazing at the Titan giant ape, which had ceased its attacks, he found the situation perplexing. What was so unusual about this gifted domain that even the Titan giant had stopped its aggression? Was the Titan giant truly refraining from attacking? He was utterly astonished, his massive beastly eyes filled with confusion. This was clearly the aura of fate. How could it possibly reside within a mere human? Moreover, Sister Xiao Wu was persistently signaling him. Ming was bewildered by the circumstances, rendered immobile by the overwhelming aura of fate that radiated from the group before him. Yet, he felt a sense of grievance as he could not take Xiao Wu away. Upon noticing Ming's halt, Tang Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Had this individual gone berserk without regard, solely intent on seizing Xiao Wu, she would have been powerless to intervene, having already pretended to act. Otherwise, it would be easy to incur criticism, especially since Tang San was her nominal cousin. She had no desire to create a rift between Tang San and Tang Hao, regardless of Tang Hao's thoughts. After all, over the years, Tang San had often clashed with her, misled by Yu Xiaojiang. Even now, Tang Hao had not taken any drastic measures against Tang San, indicating that Tang San was still invaluable to him. Teacher Zhao, you may not be aware, but this is Yu Yu's domain of heaven. Under its influence, one gains a certain affinity with spirit beasts. However, this only applies to spirit beasts of 100,000 years or older, which is astonishing. With this domain's enhancement, one becomes virtually invincible in the pursuit of soul rings within the forest. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Tang Yuyu. Humanity tends to revere strength, particularly that of gifted soul masters, and Ma Hongjun was no exception. Tang Yuyu was not only powerful but also intelligent. He was inclined to become her most devoted follower. Understanding dawned upon Meng Shu as he exhaled in relief. He had nearly been taken aback by the implications of a domain capable of compelling 100,000-year spirit beasts to bow. How formidable must that be? Yet, he was unaware of the numerous conditions attached. Firstly, The domain could only be effective in areas inhabited by spirit beasts, and it only benefited them, which truly eased his mind. Otherwise, should anyone discover the existence of such a domain, Tang Yu would undoubtedly become a target of scrutiny. Nevertheless, even if it were solely directed at spirit beasts, it remained an immensely potent, gifted domain. Considering Tang Yu's martial soul was a formidable humanoid beast martial soul, Meng Shu found it unsurprising. Ming stood dumbfounded, watching the insignificant creatures before him brazenly drift away from focus. Yet, he dare not take action, merely feeling a flicker of embarrassment and anger. He looked at Xiao Wu, knowing only she, as a fellow spirit beast, could comprehend the emotions swirling in his gaze. Xiao Wu, however, found it challenging to converse with Ming. She understood he had come for her, yet given the current circumstances, she felt utterly powerless. Please depart. We merely sought to hunt spirit beasts in the Stardow Forest and did not intend to offend. If this is your territory, we shall leave immediately. Xiao Wu could think of no other means and used this phrase to subtly urge Ming to take his leave. To her astonishment, the Titan giant ape seemed to grasp her words and, in a surprisingly human-like manner, turned around, its massive form creating a resonant sound on the ground. Chapter 79, The Ripples of the Lake of Life. After AI Min's departure, Xiao Wu exhaled in relief, while the others stared at the unconscious Tang San. Uncertain of what to do, I fear this child's martial soul is irreparably damaged. He may never again be able to augment the blue silver grass with a third soul ring, the elder mused. While he could continue cultivating his soul power, the blue silver grass martial soul will be rendered obsolete. Tang Yu licked her lips, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Tang San's fifth soul ring was derived from the augmentation of blue silver power. Now that his blue silver grass was effectively ruined, and since the blue silver bloodline could only manifest one monarch at a time, she could effortlessly replicate his blue silver grass martial soul using her mirror image ability. What a stroke of genius! The mirror image ability allows her to replicate anything she has seen, having observed Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul for many years. She could recall its appearance with striking clarity. Tang San still possessed the Haotian Hammer, which he could cultivate, albeit his future soul rings for the Haotian Hammer would only start from the Millennium level. Haha, what a delightful twist of fate. Tang San had doggedly pursued her like a fly for years. Would she, Tang Yu, be without any resentment? Seizing opportunities from others is akin to slaying their kin. Yet Tang San's advantages had already been intercepted by her on numerous occasions. She did not mind claiming a few more, as long as she could still cultivate her soul power. The loss of the ability to cultivate the blue-silver grass martial soul was regrettable, but ultimately, this outcome was a boon for Tang San. At least he would no longer be a mere invalid. Tang Yu sighed, patting her racing heart, seemingly oblivious to the magnitude of her words. The martial soul's demise, was it truly such a trivial matter? Meng Shu's mind whirled, suddenly conjecturing a possibility. Tang San possesses twin martial souls. Only twin martial souls could render such a result seemingly inconsequential. No wonder Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had innate full soul power and could still cultivate. Meng Shu's thoughts twisted and turned as he resolved to expedite his granddaughter's transfer. You, my child, can no longer augment your martial soul with soul rings and yet claim that the outcome for Tang San is favorable, while his soul power can still be cultivated. Without the ability to attach soul rings, he will be unable to unleash soul skills in the future. Zhao Wujia felt a sense of helplessness. They had lost one on this outing. Yet, none could have anticipated the Titan giant ape's sudden arrival. Truth be told, Zhao Wujia felt somewhat speechless. It was unfortunate that Tang San was in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. One could only blame his misfortune. Regardless, they had done all they could, even assisting in buying time during Tang San's absorption. Yet the Titan giant ape's intent to attack was beyond anyone's control. After all, 100,000-year spirit beast is akin to a tidal Douluo in stature. Zhao Wujia pondered whether Tang Hao would hold him accountable for Tang San's predicament. He recalled the last time Tang Hao had nearly taken action against him, only to be dissuaded by Tang Yu. Zhao Wujia stroked his chin, resolving to monopolize Tang Yu's time upon their return to the academy. Haha, could this lad indeed be a twin martial soul? Though Meng Shu had already surmised the truth, he feigned a look of sudden realization as he regarded Tang Yu. Twin martial souls? A thunderbolt struck, leaving those in Chang'an who were unaware of Tang San's dual prowess dumbfounded. Only Dai Mubai managed to maintain his composure, though he too feigned surprise to align with the group's response. In Tang Yu's eyes, this seemed exaggerated, yet no one noticed the subtlety as their focus rested elsewhere. Indeed, He is a twin martial soul. Tang Yuyu felt no need to conceal the truth about Tang San's dual martial souls. Soon, the Haotian sect would emerge from seclusion, and there was no reason to hide Tang San's martial soul, especially since his other blue-silver grass had already been rendered useless. Tang Chun, that old man, was still frolicking on Sea God Island, while the family legacy was being threatened. When would he return to restore order? After all, they were of the Tang family, and the tendency for romantic infatuation seemed to run in their blood. Twin martial souls? Tang Yu was utterly astonished. He was aware that Tang Yuyu possessed a twin martial soul, but he had never anticipated that Tang San did as well. This revelation meant that within the lineage of the Haotian sect, there were two individuals blessed with twin martial souls. Contemplating the current spirit hall, which had rapidly flourished under the leadership of Bibi Dong, it was indeed remarkable that two such prodigies emerged from Haotian sect's direct descendants. How could Tang Yu not be taken aback? Furthermore, Tang San had concealed this fact exceptionally well. After years of companionship, he had never once disclosed it. However, reflecting on Tang San's prickly demeanor in relation to Tang Yuyu, Tang Yu's surprise began to wane. Not to mention, Tang San had now transitioned from possessing twin martial souls to having just one. Even if he still retained his twin martial souls, they paled in comparison to Tang Yuyu's. The awakening of his blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor certainly promised potential, yet it remained far inferior to Tang Yuyu's humanoid beast martial soul. Twin souls, Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It was difficult to discern whether her feelings were more of guilt or relief. After all, the origins of Tang San's current state were linked to her. He had merely sought her out, drawn by her aura, while he was simultaneously absorbing spirit rings. The silver lining was that although Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had been rendered ineffective, he still possessed another martial soul. The guilt stemmed from the fact that Tang San, who should have been an extraordinary twin martial soul wielder, had lost one due to her influence. Tang Yuyu surveyed the gathering, her gaze settling on Xiao Wu, who exhibited signs of distress. It appeared that Xiao Wu sought to shoulder the blame herself. Thus, one could argue that she was indeed an indirect instigator. Although Tang Yuyu had been the mastermind behind the events, without Xiao Wu's presence, the Titan Great Ape would not have come seeking them. Alas, what purpose did it serve to dwell on these matters? It was best to wait until Tang San regained consciousness to determine whether he should be encouraged to cultivate his second martial soul. As the crowd harbored their individual thoughts, they collectively ensured that Tang San was moved to a secure location. After the Titan Great Ape departed, it returned to the Lake of Life. What is this aura? The enormous head of the sky blue bull python emerged from the water's surface, sensing a familiar yet unfamiliar presence emanating from his younger brother, Erming. It bore a resemblance to that of the Emperor's auspicious beast. The Lake of Life served as the gateway to the core area of the Stardow Forest. Despite the sky blue bull python and the Titan Great Ape being regarded as the monarchs of this realm, they were merely guardians of the core circle inhabited by the 10 fearsome beasts. As I was searching for Sister Xiao Wu, I encountered a human who bore the aura of fate. Before he could finish his sentence, the Lake of Life suddenly rippled. A massive black gold dragon soared from the depths of the lake, its enormous eyes fixating on the Titan Great Ape, akin to observing an infant. Underscoring the immense size of this dragon, the colossal snout approached Ming, inhaling deeply before a deep male voice resonated. This aura belongs to the Emperor's auspicious beast. Chapter 80, Long-awaited system fluctuation. This black gold dragon was none other than Tion, the foremost among the 10 fearsome beasts. The sky blue bull python and the Titan Great Ape, upon witnessing this formidable creature, promptly lowered their heads to the ground. The Titan Great Ape, being somewhat simple-minded, followed suit, having seen his brother do the same. The sky blue bull python, harboring a trace of dragon lineage within, albeit faint, found himself subjected to the pressure of the black gold dragon's bloodline. Master, Tion's spirit power had nearly reached 800,000 years, surpassing both the spirit power and bloodline levels of these two spirit beasts. Come closer and let me see whom you have encountered. Why do you carry the aura of the Emperor's auspicious beast? The dragon suddenly transformed into a man clad in a black robe, stepping forward to face the Titan Great Ape. This transformation into human form occurs once a spirit beast cultivation reaches a certain threshold, negating the need for them to expend their own cultivation to attain this state. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, had opted to become human to avoid the tribulations of the heavens after reaching the 100,000 year mark. After all, The thunder tribulations that occur every millennium are not something every spirit beast can endure, which elucidates the rarity of 100,000 year spirit beasts. Yes, Ming obediently inclined his head, allowing Tion to examine his memories. Though he could have recounted the events verbally, Tion harbored doubts regarding the Titan Great Ape's intellect. Moreover, the information regarding the Emperor's auspicious beast was of paramount importance. It represented the future of the spirit beast race. By clarifying this matter, it might be possible to awaken the Master prematurely. After all, the Silver Dragon King had been slumbering in the Lake of Life for quite some time, and the arrival of the Emperor's auspicious beast could potentially accelerate his awakening. Tion's finger lightly touched the Titan Great Ape's forehead, delving into his brief memories. Apart from the 100,000-year softbone rabbit that had transformed, there was also a girl wielding a formidable innate domain, with the aura of the Emperor's auspicious beast emanating from her. How could the Emperor's auspicious beast be human? Furthermore, aside from the aura of fate, there were other mixed energies as well. Tion pondered deeply, yet could not derive an explanation. He resolved to dive into the depths of the Lake of Life to ascertain whether the Silver Dragon King, Guyu, possessed any knowledge of the situation. The sky blue bull python, observing Tion's disappearance, curiously extended his head toward the Titan Great Ape. The aura of fate, the Emperor's auspicious beast. What does this mean? Ming, weren't you supposed to go out to retrieve Sister Xiao Wu? Why hasn't she been seen? Yet you have acquired the aura of fate. The sky blue bull python remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. However, the power of fate was not to be trifled with. Tion's caution was well-founded, and even Ming was on high alert. The Emperor's auspicious beast was of paramount significance to the spirit beast race. Although Tion had cultivated for nearly 800,000 years, it did not imply that he had lived for that long. Even a few 100,000 years would be an extensive duration. Thus, Tion held the most authority regarding the generations and appearances of the Emperor's auspicious beast. This was an entity that emerged once every several 100,000 years. The condensation of fate power was exceedingly rare. Regardless of whether that human girl truly was the Emperor's auspicious beast, as long as she bore the aura of fate, her status would be of immense importance to the spirit beast race. Tang Yuyu was unaware that someone had set their sights on her. How much longer until Tang San awakens? Xiao Wu whispered to Tang Yuyu, though her attention was perpetually fixed on Tang San. After Tang San's twin martial souls were revealed, Meng Iran's attitude shifted most markedly. It was unclear what her grandfather had conveyed to her, but now she seemed to be quite solicitous towards Tang San, exhibiting a hint of infatuation. Zhao Wuji's approval was palpable, as the ultimate beneficiaries would be the Shrek Academy. Conversely, Xiao Wu pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Her relationship with Tang San was currently in an ambiguous phase, further complicated by Ming's inadvertent rendering of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul ineffective, which left her feeling guilty and hesitant to draw too near. This presented Meng Iran with an opportunity. She was now seen gently wiping the cold sweat from Tang San's forehead and physically cooling him down, appearing as if she had assumed the role of Tang San's girlfriend. However, perhaps due to her lack of awareness regarding the relationship between Tang San and Tang Yu, Meng Iran regarded Tang San's nominal sister with a degree of favor, likely owing to Tang Yuyu's formidable strength. Yet, none of the onlookers delved deeply into these dynamics. For reasons unknown, they collectively chose to ignore the underlying tensions. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Xiao Wu before casually engaging in conversation with Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuyu. If one disregarded the mischievous grin on the lips of the little witch, she appeared quite composed. Tang Yu, observing Ning Rongrong's smirk, felt a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of her intentions. However, to his surprise, Tang San turned out to be a twin martial soul wielder, and an alliance with the granddaughter of the Dragon King seemed a commendable choice, at least ensuring the legacy of the Haotian sect would continue in splendid form. Although Xiao Wu is quite remarkable, she does not seem to be a suitable match for Tang San. While the Haotian sect does not place much importance on the identity of one's partner, it will be prudent for someone with Tang San's twin martial spirits to make the most of his potential. Furthermore, Tang Yuyu is quite aware of Tang Yu's disapproval of a relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Thus, he welcomes the Dragon and Serpent clan's approach towards Tang San. As night fell, a sudden chill enveloped the forest. Ma Hongjun summoned a large bonfire with his martial spirit, and a few of them gathered around, grilling the wild fish caught by Dai Mubai and Oscar from a nearby stream. It remains unclear what experiences Dai Mubai has undergone since arriving in this world, but his storage soul guide is filled with essential supplies for their journey. He has everything necessary, from grilling racks and seasonings to large iron pots. In that moment, Tang Yu felt fortunate for her own circumstances, at least not reduced to wandering in the wilderness. Indeed, a comparison reveals much. Ding dong. Please proceed to the quiet water lake of the Water Prince to sign in. Reward: 1 millennium elixir of celestial power. What? As Tang Yu enjoyed the grilled fish handed to her by Oscar, she suddenly heard this announcement echoing in her mind, a multitude of question marks floating above her head. Has this faulty system suddenly gone haywire? Why would it activate at such a time? She brushed it off, considering it typical for this inferior system to malfunction occasionally, and had not pinned her hopes on this so-called golden finger. The last time she had received a reward was during her journey through the Stardow Forest 5 or 6 years ago. This recollection led her to remember the nearly rusted golden bone sword within her system backpack. It was rather tasteless, yet too valuable to discard. Although her martial spirit possessed a certain golden attribute, with her second martial spirit being the Haotian Hammer, what use did she have for this golden bone sword? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Dai Mu Bai. Chapter 81. Successfully clinging to Dai Mu Bai. As Tang Yu turned her gaze towards Dai Mu Bai, she also noted Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, which had softened considerably from her usual aloofness. She treated Tang Yu with a distinct warmth, unlike the indifference shown to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, indicating a special fondness for her. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu decided to observe further. She indeed wished to transform the members of Shrek into her allies. Each individual here is backed by a significant anti-spirit hull force, making their allegiance highly desirable. While Tang Yu held sympathy for Bibi Dong, she was not one to place herself in peril. After all, being killed could lead to the explosion of soul rings and bones, something Bibi Dong would undoubtedly covet. Xiao Wu's mother was a 200,000-year-old softbone rabbit who, out of kindness, had saved the lost Bibi Dong, subsequently becoming a stepping stone for her to inherit the position of the Rakshasa god. If a life-saving soul beast could be so ruthless, Tang Yu certainly did not believe that Bibi Dong's goodwill toward her would exceed that of Xiao Wu's mother. All of this was information Xiao Wu had shared with Tang Yu after discovering her possession of destiny power. Unbeknownst to Dai Mu Bai, he had unwittingly managed to secure a powerful ally, while he remained preoccupied with the unconscious Tang San. Time passed, and the blazing bonfire had dwindled to mere blackened ashes. A hazy mist enveloped the woods, and the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. Morning had arrived. Tang Yu gazed in awe at the sky, where the dawn's blush mingled with the lingering moon and stars, marveling at the artistry of nature. What a breathtaking sky! As Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor brightened, so too did her conversation, though it was directed solely at Tang Yu and Dai Mu Bai. Tang Yu, lying beside her, instantly became alert at the slightest movement, only to be met with the stunning scene upon opening her eyes. Sigh. Realizing that such pristine, ecological beauty and natural scenery would gradually vanish under the influence of the divine realm, along with the soul beasts. What is this? Had she not just been praising the beauty? Why the sigh now? Naturally, Tang Yu could not reveal the truth to Zhu Zhuqing, so she merely smiled and explained. Such beauty appearing at an inopportune moment. Under normal circumstances, we could appreciate the changing scenery here at all times. Yet, now that Tang San's martial spirit had been crippled, it felt inappropriate to revel in joy, even without deep emotional investment as comrades. Zhu Zhuqing nodded knowingly, aware that Tang San was still Tang Yu's cousin. No matter the state of their relationship, one must feign concern. Here, Zhu Zhuqing too let out a sigh for her friend in the eyes of others. Tang San currently bore no filters. Simply put, few of the Shrek members held any fondness for him, save for Xiao Wu. Little San, you're awake. Xiao Wu lay beside Tang San, instantly sensing his movement, which also roused Meng Aran, who rested on Tang San's other side. How are you feeling, little San? Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with excitement, her emotions a complex tapestry. Xiao Wu, what happened to me? I remember absorbing a soul ring. Tang San attempted to rub his aching temples, but before he could, Meng Aran had already gracefully knelt beside him, gently massaging his temples. Tang San was taken aback, unsure of what had transpired, and surprised by Meng Aran's presence. You, Tang San, have finally awakened. Zhao Wujia, who had kept watch the previous night, awoke suddenly at the sound of his students' voices, astonished to find Tang San conscious. Teacher Zhao. Tang San had his suspicions but maintained an impassive demeanor, respectfully greeting Zhao Wujia. Lie down quickly. You must check the status of her martial spirit. While you were absorbing the soul ring, the Titan giant ape appeared unexpectedly. This Titan, known as the King of the Forest, is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, comparable in strength to a tidal Douluo. We managed to fend it off for a while, but its residual attack impacted your absorption of the soul ring. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened as he concluded his explanation, causing Tang San's pupils to constrict. He realized that a mistake had occurred during his soul ring absorption, but he had not anticipated it to be of this magnitude. A soul beast on par with a tidal Douluo? Curse its soul beast. Once he gained strength, he would ensure its demise. This incident planted a seed of resentment towards soul beasts in Tang San's heart. However, due to his current lack of strength, he buried these feelings deep within, choosing not to express them. Tang San utilized his soul power to examine his blue silvergrass, discovering it could still be released and utilized normally, albeit it felt as though some connection had been severed. He sensed that he would likely never be able to attach soul rings to his blue-silver grass martial spirit again. Tang San's eyes snapped open, filled with an unquenchable fury directed at the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu, sitting close by, was immediately struck by the intensity of his gaze. What was that, little San? Did he just wish to kill that beast? Soul beasts possess an acute intuition, and Tang San's unabashed killing intent was no exception. However, Meng Shu, who had gathered nearby to observe Tang San's condition, found satisfaction in this display. A young man must possess a fighting spirit. While the Titan giant ape is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, 100,000-year-old soul beasts are invincible, as long as Tang San could attain tidal Douluo status. The day would come when he would slay the Titan giant ape. Meng Shu believed that with Tang San's innate full soul power and twin martial spirits, even if one were now crippled, his potential remained extraordinary. This could be said to be unparalleled in the Douluo Continent. After all, he still had another martial spirit to utilize. Though the blue-silver grass martial spirit was rendered ineffective, the consequences were not yet dire. No one had anticipated that the Titan great ape would suddenly emerge from the depths of the starry forest to the outskirts. Tang Yuyu kindly comforted Tang San, yet inwardly, she reveled in the thought of the blue-silver grass martial soul being rendered useless. This would pave the way for her to seize the opportunities of the blue-silver emperor for herself. With the 10,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor now in her possession, creating a replica of Tang San's blue-silver grass in its unawakened state seemed like a plausible endeavor. Despite her speculative thoughts, Tang Yuyu had already replicated Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul upon learning of its impending obsolescence. However, how to resolve the conundrum of the bloodline anomaly remained a pressing question. She lacked the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor and was uncertain if she could absorb the bountiful soul rings that would fall from Tang San. Chapter 82. The Essence of the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul. Tang San, upon realizing that his blue-silver grass martial soul could not accommodate a soul ring, wore a gloomy expression but did not appear overly distressed. Instead, he directed his anger toward Ming. Given his temperament, it was highly likely he would misplace his wrath onto the Spirit Beast clan, although he would not indiscriminately slaughter spirit beasts upon encountering them. A deep-seated aversion would undoubtedly linger. Having grown up alongside Tang San, Tang Yuyu was well aware of his obstinate nature. After all, he had been nurtured within a third-rate sect that specialized in the manipulation of hidden weapons, leaving little room for expectations of his alignment with conventional values. Tang Yuyu had already resolved to obstruct Tang San's path to divinity, as he, possessing half the bloodline of a spirit beast, had not undertaken any actions beneficial to the Spirit Beast clan after ascending to godhood. Moreover, with the Titan Great Ape now obstructing his future, how benevolent could he possibly be toward the Spirit Beast clan? Little Wu seemed to have sensed some of Tang San's thoughts and had begun to distance herself from him. At this moment, Meng Aran seized the opportunity, and Tang San felt no peculiarities. He merely perceived Little Wu's slight embarrassment upon encountering Meng Aran. In Tang San's heart, he regarded Little Wu as a sister, yet who could truly fathom the subconscious thoughts he harbored? Although he was not entirely naive regarding matters of romance, he was hardly a mere child. With the accumulation of his past and present lifetimes, he was nearing 40 years of age. In the martial world, reaching the age of 20 often signified the onset of family life. How could he genuinely remain oblivious to the intricacies of relationships? In light of the obsolescence of the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San had no choice but to opt for affixing a soul ring to his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. As soon as the Haotian Hammer martial soul emerged, the gaze of the formidable dragon and snake couple upon Tang San resembled that of a gold-digging suitor, especially upon learning that his father was Tang Hao. Even Meng Iran's initially cordial demeanor transformed into an overwhelming warmth. When Tang San exhibited humility, he indeed garnered the affections of those around him, though such humility stemmed from his perceived weakness. It was clear during the recognition ceremony at the Haotian sect that when Tang San presented himself, he initially spoke on behalf of his father, acknowledging faults. However, after acquiring the experience package from Tang Chun and obtaining the token of the Haotian Hammer, his words shifted to, "What crimes has my father committed? Tang San, have you decided which soul ring to affix to your Haotian Hammer, martial soul?" Meng Iran, having spent the past couple of days in Tang San's company, had grown familiar with him, while the others from Shrek Academy seemed to find it challenging to integrate. Nevertheless, Meng Iran was unconcerned, for her transfer to Shrek Academy was motivated solely by her desire to be near Tang San. Although the Haotian Hammer martial soul was a family heirloom, her knowledge on the subject was rather limited, though Tang Yu should be well informed. Tang Yu and Tang San had been relatively quiet, leaving the dragon and snake couple and Meng Iran unaware of their familial connection as cousins. Tang Yi Ue, the dragon lord, Meng Shu, glanced in the direction Tang San was observing, where he found Tang Yu conversing with Ning Rongrong. Tang, a flurry of thoughts raced through the dragon lord's mind. Could it be that Shrek Academy was an affiliate of the Haotian sect? 3 individuals bearing the surname Tang. If memory served, there was also a girl with the same surname. Meng Shu shifted his gaze to Tang Yu, recalling the formidable domain she had displayed during the Titan Great Apes incursion. While the domain had certain limitations and was only effective against spirit beasts, it was undeniably powerful, capable of altering the intentions of even a 100,000-year spirit beast. It seemed the Haotian sect was truly brimming with talent, and this young lady had already attained the rank of spirit ancestor. Appearing to be of a similar age to Tang San, her martial soul was not the Haotian Hammer, but rather a humanoid beast martial soul, resembling an angelic form with wings. Were the other 2 perhaps non-direct descendants of the Haotian sect? Considering Tang San's dual martial souls and his lineage as Tang Hao's son, Meng Shu automatically categorized Tang Yu and Tang Yu as companions of the prince. Within the Haotian sect, they likely held a degree of status. It would not surpass that of Tang San. The prolonged absence of the Haotian sect had dulled the dragon lord's judgment, as the current Haotian sect was no longer the same as the legendary DouluoDalu of the past. To put it plainly, Tang Hao, the exiled law of the Haotian sect, now wielded influence less significant than that of the second elder. Thus, investing in Tang San did not promise the returns he had envisioned, especially with Tang Yu's faction holding sway within the Haotian sect and Tang Yu, a pseudo-dual martial soul, being recognized as the next sect leader. When Tang Yu was called upon, he turned his attention to Tang San. The essence of the Haotian Hammer martial soul is that sheer strength can overcome myriad techniques. Most of the soul rings your father and the other disciples of the sect have affixed are predominantly strength-based spirit beasts. Tang Yu evidently possessed substantial insight into the principles of the Haotian Hammer, indicating his respectable standing within the Haotian sect. Tang San's eyes flickered. He had only just realized that his martial soul was the Haotian Hammer, a unique martial soul of the Haotian sect. He was well aware that his father was a titled Daw, having witnessed Tang Hao's might when he had sought to discipline Zhao Wujin. However, he had not anticipated that they belonged to the illustrious Haotian sect, as he remained unaware of the sect's prominence due to its forced retreat from the Spirit Hall. Who would have thought that all 3 of you siblings are from the Haotian sect, save for Daimu Bai, who was familiar with the plot? Everyone else was taken aback. Even Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of astonishment. Consequently, Shrek Academy had gathered disciples from 2 of the top 3 sects. Coupled with the Prince of the Star, Luo Empire, and the Daughter of the Duke, what a formidable alliance this was. Oscar, upon realizing the dynamics, inwardly marveled at the fortunate company he found himself in. Well then, since the Haotian Hammer demands strength from its soul rings, we should seek out strength-type spirit beasts. Zhao Wujin, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to witness the historical scene of Tang San affixing a soul ring to his Haotian Hammer, which would start from at least 1,000 years in age. Tang San, the essence of dual martial souls, allows the second martial soul to affix a soul ring that can surpass the usual limits of soul ring configurations. Your current soul power level has reached level 30. The soul rings for the Haotian Hammer begin from the 1,000-year mark. Yet, it still cannot exceed the 3rd soul ring's limit. Tang Yu, with her dark eyes fixed on Tang San, saw him nod in acknowledgement, a trace of contemplation flickering in his lowered gaze. This was the reason his teacher and father had advised him against affixing a soul ring to his second martial soul. How unfortunate that it had all been ruined. Cursed Titan Great Ape, Had his blue-silver grass martial soul still been intact, he could have commenced with a 10,000-year soul ring for his second martial soul. With these thoughts brewing in his mind, and the resentment stemming from the destruction of his first martial soul, Tang San remained oblivious to why Tang Yuyu possessed such profound knowledge of dual martial souls. Chapter 83. The Appearance of the Emperor. In this vicinity resided a troop of long-armed wind baboon spirit beasts. Despite their name, their attributes were of the strength variety. Zhao Wujin, clutching a parchment map, provided a brief introduction to the group. He had visited this place in his youth, though he was uncertain whether the long-armed wind baboons had migrated from their territory. Long-armed wind baboons? The dragon lord murmured, pondering his knowledge of these creatures. How fitting. The long-armed wind baboon, indeed, stands as a formidable embodiment of power among soul beasts, ranking within the top 10 of its kind for its age. The words spoken by the dragon lord stirred a sense of discomfort within Zhao Wujin. A man of his straightforward nature, his expression darkened considerably. Though Tang San had displayed dubious intentions from the very first day of the entrance examination, Zhao Wujin, having served as a mentor for many years, still upheld certain principles of integrity. While openly questioning one's motives may not warrant reproach, it nonetheless felt quite vexing. Consequently, Zhao Wujin's demeanor shifted dramatically. The warmth he had shown in assisting Tang San in the pursuit of soul beasts was replaced by a visage as dark as ink, leading him to abandon the endeavor altogether. What did it matter if the direct descendants of the Haotian sect or the biological son of the Haotian Douluo were involved? Ultimately, it was but a matter of life and death. Although Zhao Wujin was not particularly fond of death, he was even less inclined to endure feelings of frustration. For it was not so long ago that he had been relentlessly pursued by a dozen cardinals of the Spirit Hall. Fine, since you are all aware, you may proceed, he conceded. Tang San, however, remained unfazed by Zhao Wujin's attitude, considering that a man who would grovel before his own father could hardly be taken seriously, regardless of his status as a soul sage. The premature revelation of Tang Hao's identity had indeed impacted Tang San's mindset. Meng Shu merely cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujin, observing that Tang San had not spoken, and promptly took charge of the situation. The atmosphere grew peculiar as a group of individuals exchanged glances, while only the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, along with Meng Aran, surrounded Tang San as if he were a young master on an expedition. It seems Tang San's vulnerabilities are now exposed. Tang Yuyu discreetly glanced at Dai Mubai, whose expression was rife with mischief, clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. The group ambled along, stopping intermittently, until they finally located the long-armed wind baboon as described by Zhao Wujin. One could hardly deny that the creature indeed lived up to its name, possessing remarkably elongated arms. Xiao Wu, why do you appear so astonished? Tang Yuyu whispered conspiratorially to Xiao Wu, puzzled as to why a 100,000-year soul beast like her seemed so oblivious to the habits of these creatures. This is my first time encountering such a soul beast. Xiao Wu replied. Soul beasts have a strong territorial instinct, despite living on the periphery of the core area of the Stardow Forest. I have never ventured into the heart of it, where every inhabitant is a terrifying entity. Of course, your case is different, given your esteemed position among the soul beast tribe. Though I am a 100,000-year soul beast, my lineage pales in comparison. Tang Yuyu nodded in understanding. The attainment of a 100,000-year cultivation was indeed heavily influenced by lineage. Although Xiao Wu's soft-bone charm rabbit was a high-level soul beast, it still fell short of the top tier, much like Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit, the Netherworld cat, which was merely a high-level martial spirit, significantly inferior to Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial spirit. Surely, within the Stardow Forest, the bloodlines of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python surpassed that of Xiao Wu considerably. This led to a question. How had both Xiao Wu and her mother, also a soft-bone charm rabbit, managed to surpass the 100,000-year threshold? Could it be due to celestial herbs? As this thought flashed through her mind, Tang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the Sunset Forest shared name with the Stardow Forest, the latter was several times larger. It was illogical for the Sunset Forest to possess the ice and fire yin-yang, while the Stardow Forest lacked such extraordinary geographical features. Even without such specific conditions, it would not be unusual for one or two celestial herbs to emerge. Tang Yuyu absently tapped her fingertips, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Meanwhile, Tang San had successfully slain the wind baboon, and for reasons unknown, he seemed intent on showcasing his hidden weapons before the dragon and serpent. Meng Aran, however, found herself increasingly impressed with Tang San. After all, both young men and women were drawn to strength, especially in a world like Douluo Continent, where rank held paramount importance. It was only a matter of days before Meng Iran, who had once been reluctant, began to flatter Tang San openly. This, however, cast a shadow over Xiao Wu, who became increasingly sullen. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, being young women, clearly understood Xiao Wu's change in demeanor and were further disinclined to favor Tang San. Let's hope nothing untoward occurs this time, Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a pointed look at Tang San, who was currently absorbing the spirit ring. Tang Yuyu felt a flicker of anticipation at his words. If both of Tang San's martial souls were rendered useless, could he still aspire to become the future God King? The crux of the matter lay in whether the Douluo Continent, a world that existed due to this son of destiny, could function independently of his fortuitous presence. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens, the sound seeming both near and distant. Could it be that Ma Hongjun has spoken too freely? In but a moment, as the sound echoed, a massive black dragon materialized before them. Zhao Wujin immediately felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon, prompting him to exchange a knowing glance with the dragon and serpent couple. What manner of soul beast is this? Why does its aura surpass even that of a tidal Douluo? As Zhao Wujin gazed into the immense black and golden eyes of the dragon, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This lad, Tang San, seemed to be particularly ill-fated, as both times he attempted to absorb a spirit ring, he was interrupted by such formidable beings. What an astonishing creature! Oscar and the others were already in a state of panic. Tang Yu stepped protectively in front of Tang Yuyu and Ning Rongrong, while Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai positioned themselves to shield Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Oscar, following closely behind the two, suddenly froze in front of the group, scratching his head, unsure of where he should stand. Despite being a male student, he was a food soul master and, Oscar, why are you still dawdling? Quickly take your place behind us, Tang Yuyu commanded, pushing Ning Rongrong behind her. The group, as if perfectly synchronized, formed a protective line in less than a minute. A black dragon? Could it be Emperor Tian? Tang Yu perked up. So this is the beast god, Emperor Tian? While referred to as a god, soul beasts could not truly ascend to divinity. He was at best a demigod. Yet, if one were to compare, Emperor Tian would still surpass even the 99th ranked title Douluo by a slight margin. Umans, surrender that girl to me. I am quite intrigued by her domain, the colossal dragon proclaimed, gesturing with a claw that unmistakably pointed toward Tang Yuyu. What? Dan Yio? Zhao Wujin's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth instinctively retorting, no, she cannot be given to you. He had not forgotten how Tang Yuyu had intervened when Haotian Hammer sought to discipline him. Moreover, the regard Tang Hao held for Tang Yuyu, greater than that for Tang San, underscored her significance within the Haotian sect. Surprised by Zhao Wujin's unexpected declaration, Meng Shu cast a penetrating glance at Tang Yuyu. Heh. The dragon exhaled a breath of dragon fire, forcing Zhao Wujin and the esteemed couple to kneel in submission. Xiao Wu, trembling with fear, nestled closer to Tang Yuyu. She had some knowledge of Emperor Tian, but as a newly ascended 100,000-year soul beast, her understanding was limited. She only knew that the master her mother spoke of was indeed Emperor Tian, and now that he had appeared here with intentions to take Tang Yuyu, did that mean he had uncovered her identity? Tang San remained absorbed in the process of absorbing his spirit ring, relieved that the dragon's breath was directed at Zhao Wujin, the dragon and serpent couple, sparing him from its wrath. I shall see who dares to oppose me, foolish insects. The black dragon twisted its body, capturing Tang Yuyu within its grasp, its golden eyes casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu before seizing her as well. No, you shall not take Yuyu and Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong stood behind Tang Yuyu, and after such an unexpected turn of events, she instinctively reached out to grasp Tang Yuyu's hand. Yet, how could the might of a colossal dragon be compared to that of a mere great soul master? In mere moments, the dragon's tail swept through the air, effortlessly sending Ning Rongrong flying. Rongrong, Dan Yu et Game. Taken aback by Ning Rongrong's audacious decision to confront the mighty Emperor Tian so soon after their acquaintance, a wave of emotions washed over her, a blend of gratitude and guilt, for she was acutely aware of her own unique status and knew that she was merely shaken, without real danger. However, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the peril. She could only wonder about the extent of harm from the dragon's sweeping tail. After the black golden dragon whisked away Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu, it transformed into a streak of light that soared towards the core of the Stardow Forest, vanishing into the horizon. Rest assured, that young girl will be unharmed. I didn't even exert half of my strength, Emperor Tian kindly reassured, as if sensing Tang Yuyu's unease. Yet, the beast god's half-hearted attack could indeed be lethal for a great soul master. As they ventured deeper into the Stardow forest, Tang Yuyu felt an increasing sense of comfort, even her martial soul responding with a subtle tremor. What could this rich aura of life be? Could it possibly be the Lake of Life? Tang Yuyu mused, her thoughts interrupted by the rush of wind that swept past her. Emperor Tian, cautious on the first day, had utilized a layer of soul power to shield Tang Yuyu from the wind's force. Xiao Wu, however, was less fortunate. Soul beasts need not wait for a century of cultivation to take on a human form. Rather, if they do so at the century mark, it typically signifies a rebirth as a human. Xiao Wu had sought vengeance in the human world after her mother was slain, thus opting to transform into a human, a choice that was regarded as a betrayal among soul beasts. While the terrifying tribulations that occurred every 1,000 years after a century were daunting, becoming human and starting anew amounted to forsaking her identity as a soul beast. Upon landing, Xiao Wu's face was flushed from the wind, yet she bore no grievances. On one hand, her frailty rendered her incapable of standing up for herself, adhering to the survival principles of soul beasts. On the other, she recognized the supreme authority of the being before her, the pinnacle of existence within the Stardow forest. As Emperor Tian gently set the two girls down, he transformed into a figure clad in a black robe. They now stood beside the Lake of Life, where the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape emerged from the water, their massive eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu and the girl beside her. I am Emperor Tian. Human girl, what is your name? Why does the titan great ape sense the destiny power exclusive to the imperial beast within you? Tang Yuyu found herself momentarily speechless, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts, only to be taken aback as Emperor Tian displayed a look of astonishment. You possess a faint aura of a soul beast? He inquired. Could it be that you are a hybrid of soul beast and human? Emperor Tian's thoughts aligned with Xiao Wu's. The soul beast aura he sensed originated from the blue-silver emperor within the storage soul guide. The blue-silver emperor, anxious since Emperor Tian's arrival, stirred within the storage ring, desperate to attract her daughter's attention. Once Tang Yuyu touched down, she felt the call of the blue-silver emperor and brushed her fingers across the blue-silver bracelet, choosing not to release Ayin. The blue-silver emperor had treated her well, and if Emperor Tian discovered Ayin was a transformed soul beast, she might fare worse than Xiao Wu. I don't know. Tang Yuyu replied to Emperor Tian's inquiry, her curious eyes wide with innocence. You don't know? Emperor Tian appeared incredulous, unable to fathom how one could be so oblivious to their own nature. You can't even discern whether you are human or beast. I was taken in by the elders of my village and raised by them. From the day I awakened my martial soul, I realized I could condense soul rings on my own. Yet, I am undeniably human. But the ability to condense soul rings is something only a century-old soul beast can achieve. Therefore, I genuinely do not know whether I am human or soul beast. Tang Yuyu licked her lips, cracked from the wind's assault, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she yearned for a definitive answer from Emperor Tian. She truly wished to understand her identity. Was she indeed the hybrid that Ayin had mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Tian found himself at a loss for words, struggling to determine whether she was human or beast. How could a soul beast undergoing rebirth lose their memories? Is this a peculiar trait of those possessing the power of destiny, unique to the imperial beast? Perhaps I must consult the master. But she has been in slumber for so long. Can she be awakened? Lost in thought, Emperor Tian remained silent, while the sky blue bull python and titan great ape stood still, not daring to disturb him. The atmosphere grew tense as other beasts mirrored Emperor Tian's stillness in contemplation. Tang Yu, however, was undeterred by the silence. Her curiosity about the Lake of Life drew her closer. She approached the water's edge and gently stirred the lake's surface. Such cool water, yet it imparts a most peculiar sensation. Beep, you have checked in at the Lake of Purity, completion. You have received the reward. Water Prince's 1,000-year elixir. Sacred Water Pearl. The sudden notification from the system caused Tang Yuyu to halt her movements, bewildered by the unexpected response. What is this? Why has the system suddenly become responsive again? As she gazed at the Lake of Life, an idea sparked within her. Was this Lake of Life connected to the Silent Water Lake? The previous two instances involved the Golden Prince and the Fire Lord's artifacts and spells, leading her to wonder about Dai Mu Bai, the Golden Prince, and Ma Hongjun, the Fire Lord. Chapter 85. The second form of the Linglong Core. Although Tang Yu found her thoughts absurd, she could not dismiss the notion that this explanation might clarify why the dormant system had abruptly reawakened. If so, then Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the Fire Phoenix, was indeed imbued with the element of fire, and he was the bearer of the fire element's fortune in this world. In simpler terms, he was the protagonist, allowing the system to detect his essence and mistakenly identify him as the Fire Lord. The commonality between the Fire Lord and Ma Hongjun was their connection to the fire element and their significance as primary characters. Thus, by that same logic, Dai Mubai would represent the metal element as a principal character. It appeared she might have stumbled upon a substitute for the system's task. Uncertain, she resolved to test her hypothesis further. Regardless, this system, albeit a solitary one, offered rewards that were truly unparalleled in the fantastical realm of Douluo Continent. Tang Yu delicately skimmed her fingers across the surface of the Lake of Life, her eyes glinting with determination. She was resolute in claiming these treasures. However, she needed to find a moment to send a Yin to the ice and fire Yin Yang, lest the sudden influx of items become difficult to explain. Could you allow me a glimpse of your domain? After much deliberation, Emperor Tian, still perplexed by Tang Yu's true nature, decided to experience the essence of the destiny power instead. Of course, Tang Yu replied, pausing her manipulations of the lake's surface as she turned to unveil her martial soul. In an instant, her ears transformed into elegant elfin shapes, and 6 mechanical butterfly wings unfurled from her back, her hair shifting from a lustrous black to shimmering silver, adorned with metallic butterfly accessories. As for the complete manifestation of her martial soul, the doll-like joints could not be displayed without releasing the innate domain of the Fate Cage. Fate Cage, a golden wheel rose from beneath her feet, the rhythmic ticking echoing like the passage of time. Simultaneously, a golden cage materialized around Tang Yu, enveloping her in its embrace. At that moment, Tang Yu underwent a transformation, resembling a porcelain doll, exuding an aura of sanctity and fate, yet becoming eerily enchanting. Paired with the golden cage, it seemed as though she were destined to be confined within its grasp. As the wheel of fate continued to expand its reach, the essence of destiny permeated the entirety of the Lake of Life. From the depths of the lake, a dormant, silver-scaled dragon stirred slightly, as if sensing something. With the enlargement of the fateful wheel, the joints and doll-like features of Tang Yu became increasingly pronounced. To the indigenous inhabitants of Douluo Continent, who had never encountered the magical realm of Yiluoli, her pale skin and eerie, doll-like joints exuded a peculiar beauty. Xiao Wu observed the burgeoning aura surrounding Tang Yu, realizing that the person she had spent years with seemed to be a mere facade of the deeper truth. She had never fathomed that as Tang Yu expanded her domain, her martial soul would transform in such a profound manner. The Blue-Silver Emperor, residing in the Storage Soul Guide, found herself within the Stardow Forest, where all blue-silver grass became her eyes. Thus, she felt the most significant impact from her daughter's transformation. Those uncanny doll-like joints seemed to house a soul residing within a puppet or a metallic figure. It was no wonder that despite appearing human, she could condense soul rings independently. Nor was it surprising that her husband claimed the blue-silver grass revered her. This corporeal form was not truly human. It was merely a puppet. Yin and Xiao Wu, having ventured into the human realm, clearly understood more. Tang Yu's appearance resembled a doll sold in the human world. One could only conclude that Yin's speculations were more than likely accurate, while Tang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that expanding her domain would lead to such a transformation. Under normal circumstances, she would not have allowed her influence to extend so widely. After all, the power of destiny, if discovered by those outside the rules, could spell calamity. With the Azura god's disdain for soul beasts, he would undoubtedly eradicate Tang Yu in her infancy. However, this was the Stardow Forest, and Tang Yu aimed not only to showcase her prowess to Emperor Tian, but also to allow soul beasts closer to the core of the Stardow Forest to sense the power of destiny. Her martial soul's innate force of destiny emphasized cycles and causality, having previously received favors from peripheral soul beasts while being hunted in the Stardow Forest. It was time to reciprocate. Yet, this ripple affected not only the soul beasts. The power of destiny radiating from the core would also expand inward, as domains are centered around a point. As the essence of life flowed inward, a jade-green swan on the lake's edge let out a vigorous cry. The swan suddenly transformed into a beautiful woman clad in emerald garments, her emerald-like eyes filled with disbelief. Was this the imperial beast of Auspice? Was the Soul Beast clan finally on a rise? Bai Ji was preparing to fly toward the direction of the spreading power of destiny when she suddenly sensed a wave of life emanating from not far behind her. The Tree of Life? The resonance of the power of destiny with the power of life. Bai Ji was astonished that this newly born imperial beast of Auspice could cause such a fluctuation in the Tree of Life. As the waves generated by the Tree of Life spread, Circles of life essence flowed through the roots into the lake of life. Far from the lake of life, Emperor Tian also felt the resonance between the tree of life and the power of destiny, casting a deep gaze at the ethereal girl hovering in the air. Tang Yu now bore cracks reminiscent of a technological marvel at the corners of her mouth, resembling the seams of a puppet's mouth, an unsettling yet captivating beauty. All soul beasts, sensing the power of destiny, prostrated themselves toward the core of the Stardow Forest, a myriad of beasts bowing to a queen. The blue-silver emperor, observing Tang Yuyu's transformation with increasing pain, felt her heart ache for her child, her offspring. She now harbored equal hatred for everyone, resenting the old patriarch of the Haotian sect for opposing her union with Tang Hao and seeking to eliminate her. She loathed Tang Hao for failing to seek justice for his wife and child, and she detested the Spirit Hall for its ambitious pursuit that led to the demise of her child amidst the chaos of battle. Most agonizing of all was Tang San, who had seized her child's body, reducing her progeny to a mere puppet, living as a mere marionette. This overwhelming hatred transformed the originally blue-golden veins of the blue-silver emperor into a black-golden hue. She had begun her descent into darkness. As the jade-green swan approached, it beheld this bizarre scene. Within a golden cage, a peculiar humanoid entity was ensnared, adorned with metallic wings and joints akin to those of a puppet. Yet, the aura of destiny radiating from her was uniquely that of the imperial beast of Auspice. What manner of being was this? Chapter 86. The blue-silver emperor's complete descent into darkness. This eerie form emanating a power of destiny, symbolizing good fortune, the jade-green swan staggered and fell from the sky, transforming into a woman clad in green, who approached Emperor Tian with a worried gaze. What on earth is happening? The power of destiny wanders freely, even causing the tree of life to resonate. Bai Ji gazed at the soul beast soaring overhead, which resembled a soul beast yet bore a striking resemblance to a human. Conversely, it seemed more like a doll than either. She was at a loss as to the identity of this being, yet the power of destiny emanated from her, making her the new imperial beast of Auspice? I cannot say for certain. However, the power of destiny surrounding her is indeed unique to the imperial beast of Auspice. Though her martial soul remains shrouded in mystery, it seems only the Lord can provide us with answers. Yet the Lord remains in slumber, leaving us helpless. Due to the power of destiny, Emperor Tian felt a fondness for Tang Yuyu, yet the peculiar appearance of her martial soul made him hesitate. During their conversation, several newcomers appeared, a dark golden magic bear and a woman clad in purple. These two, Xiangjun and Ziji, possessed high bloodline levels in their soul beasts, enabling them to cultivate for over 100,000 years, unlike Xiao Wu, whose potential was capped at the outer limit. Emperor Tian, what is happening? Xiangjun gazed at the airborne Tang Yuyu, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. The power of destiny emanated from such a bizarre creature. Look, Bai Ji interrupted their conversation. Her true form is a jade-green swan lacking significant offensive power, specializing in support and healing. She immediately detected the threads of life energy entwined with the power of destiny. This energy should be emanating from the ancient tree of life. I never expected it to spread here. Regardless of whether this peculiar being is the imperial beast of Auspice, her current cultivation level is insufficient to absorb such potent life energy. Not to mention, this isn't just one strand. Even 100,000 year soul beasts like the Tianqing, Niomang, and Titan giant ape could only soak in the diluted essence of the lake of life. If the life energy were to directly enter Tang Yuyu's body, she would surely be overwhelmed. Emperor Tian evidently recognized this potential catastrophe and sought to intervene when suddenly a significant disturbance arose from the lake's depths. It is the Lord. Emperor Tian felt a surge of excitement, never expecting the silver dragon King Guyu to awaken at this moment. As his words fell, a massive silver dragon leapt from the lake's depths, its immense pressure forcing all below, both humans and soul beasts, to prostrate themselves. Tang Yuyu remained unaffected. For reasons unknown, as her domain expanded, she seemed to lose consciousness, her mechanical wings flapping incessantly, while the wheel of destiny continued to grow. The imperial beast of Auspice. The silver dragon spoke in a cold, authoritative tone, observing that everyone had retracted their soul beast forms to observe Tang Yuyu. The silver dragon king transformed into a tall woman. My lord, what is happening? Why does the imperial beast of Auspice appear thus? The silver dragon king furrowed her brow, her eyes ablaze with fury. It is astounding that things have escalated to this point, Yet those lofty gods remain unwilling to relent against the Soul Beast clan. This is a curse. This golden cage appears to be an evolution of the power of rules, confining not only the Emperor Beast, but also symbolizing the fate that traps our Soul Beast lineage. Human soul masters relentlessly pursue ascension to divinity, continuously slaughtering soul beasts, leading to a gradual decline in our population. To our dismay, the newly born Emperor Beast has also been subjected to the oppression of the power of rules. It is indeed a curse. As the other prominent soul beasts grasped this reality, an unnameable fury flickered within their hearts. Although we are far from a state of utter despair, can we not claim that the soul beast lineage is merely struggling to survive? We are perpetually shackled by the rules of human ascension, and as our numbers dwindle, even the emergence of the Emperor Beast is constrained by the power of rules. Why, then, is the Emperor Beast in such a state of servitude to humanity? The Silver Dragon King, Guyu, raised an eyebrow, casting a compassionate glance at Tang Yuyu. As a hybrid of human and soul beast, it is no wonder she possesses a human form. The power of fate that manifests within her makes her particularly susceptible to the curse of rules. It is truly a rarity for a human and a soul beast to fall in love and bear offspring. Alas, it is our Emperor Beast who suffers the consequences. Guyu's tone bore a hint of disdain, feeling quite indignant on behalf of Tang Yu. Had she not been a soul beast, unable to restrain her love for a human, would her child have to endure such suffering? The blue-silver Emperor, listening intently from the blue-silver bracelet, felt an increased hatred for herself for having fallen in love with Tang Hao. Yet, this cannot be entirely blamed on Ian. She resided in the small blue-silver forest, a remote area that allowed her to cultivate for 100,000 years. Unfamiliar with the treachery of human nature and the irreconcilable relationship between humans and soul beasts, she was oblivious to the dangers. Unless one day, soul masters no longer required soul rings. Those cursed humans. What shall we do? The Emperor Beast is the hope of our soul beast lineage. Does the master have any way to resolve this? Although Xiong Jun may not be the brightest, he has always been concerned about the development of the soul beast lineage. After all, we rise and fall together. Resolving this may lead to worse outcomes. If the celestial beings in the heavens were to discover that our soul beast lineage has a new bearer of the power of fate, it could herald the demise of a child. During the conversation between the Silver Dragon King and the prominent soul beasts, the strands of life that Bai Ji had previously noticed slowly drifted into Tang Yuyu's body. The rich emerald essence of life was altering the meridians within her. This is dire. That life essence has already penetrated the body of the Emperor Beast. Such a dense life force could lead to her explosive demise. Bai Ji suddenly recalled her earlier intentions and hurriedly implored the Silver Dragon King to intervene. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to act, she hesitated, noticing that the life essence entering Tang Yuyu's body did not align with Bai Ji's assertions. In fact, it appeared to be inducing significant changes within her. Could this be the influence of the power of fate? Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the life essence was not having adverse effects on her, and the life energy emanating from the life tree was entering her body in a remarkably orderly fashion. Guyu observed closely and noted that Tang Yuyu was beginning to undergo a transformation. Her originally silver hair gradually morphed into a vibrant green, and the metallic wings on her back slowly faded away. This is Chapter 87, the original form of the martial soul. Tang Yuyu's entire martial soul began to metamorphose. One could say that her appearance as a whole was changing post-embodiment. The wings that had sprouted from her back transformed into slender emerald appendages, connected by a vine, resembling a spirit of flora. The junction where the vine met her back bloomed with blue-gold flowers, a manifestation only the blue-silver rose, born of blue-silver grass, could produce. The base color was a gentle pale blue, with a delicate golden edge to the petals, exuding vitality and purity. The intense aura of blue-silver grass did not escape the notice of the blue-silver emperor, who, while filled with joy, felt an increased resentment toward Tang San. As Ayin recalled that Tang Yuyu had previously lacked such an essence, it now appeared that Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had faltered, thus dooming him to never awaken the true bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Only one could awaken the blue-silver bloodline. And as long as Tang San occupied that flesh, Tang Yuyu would forever remain unable to awaken her true lineage. Of course, this premise hinged entirely on Yin's unwavering conviction that Tang Yuyu was indeed her child. As for the reason why a male offspring had resulted in Tang Yuyu being a girl, Yin adhered to Tang Hao's perspective, which also fueled her resentment toward the Haotian sect. After all, it was Tang Hao who had taken her, in the throes of labor, to the human city to meet his father, claiming it was for the sake of their grandson. Little did she know that this journey would lead to a one-way road. She had her suspicions, but never about Tang Hao, for that old man had only consented when she was on the verge of giving birth. Moreover, it was an unfortunate coincidence that Qiang Sunji discovered her true form. To attribute it solely to chance was something she could not accept. Yet the reason Ain refrained from delving deeper was that Tang Hao's father had perished from rage. Life extinguishes like a candle. She too had made sacrifices, rendering her unable to trace the origins of events. However, now, with Tang Yuyu on the brink of being able to transform once more, she would have ample time to settle the score. Such a rich essence of life. It feels as though it emanates from the ancient life tree. And it is not so difficult to absorb. What could this mean? Bai Ji, with her verdant eyes, regarded Guyu with confusion. This must be a gift from the ancient life tree. Such a transformation should signify her original form. This child carries the bloodline of a soul beast, and it seems the power of fate has chosen her. It appears that the future trajectory of the soul beast lineage is intrinsically linked to her. The previous appearance likely reflected the influence of her human lineage. Undoubtedly, Guyu, having separated the wisdom of the dragon god and the elemental powers, could discern the differences at a glance. Tang Yuyu felt as though she had returned to the womb, filled with a warm, nurturing energy. The vibrant essence of life evoked a comforting sigh from her. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that she was surrounded by figures, or rather, transformed soul beasts. Tang Yuyu paused in silence, then fixed her gaze upon the Silver Dragon King, recognizing that although she was unfamiliar with Guyu's appearance, the reverence with which Di Tian regarded this woman made her status abundantly clear. "Greetings, favored child of destiny," spoke the Silver Dragon King, Guyu, her cool voice resonating in Tang Yuyu's ears. "Might you share with me the lineage of the soul beast blood coursing through your veins?" Tang Yuyu's attention was captivated by the name Guyu. Guyu is the Silver Dragon King's true name. She was later referred to as Guyu Na after separating an emotional aspect upon her awakening. Frankly, the Silver Dragon King, with an emotional aspect, presents a complex narrative, culminating in her becoming the daughter-in-law of Xiao Wu, a relationship fraught with complications. Yet now is not the time for such reflections. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Tang Yuyu hesitated before uttering a statement that defied belief. "I do not know whether I am a soul beast or a human. However, from the moment my martial soul awakened, I discovered my ability to independently coalesce soul rings. My uncle gifted me a blue-silver grass to nurture. Initially, it was merely a small sprout, but it grew increasingly larger. I realized that it was not an ordinary blue-silver grass, but indeed a soul beast. Perhaps I am a hybrid bearing the bloodline of blue-silver grass? Every time I touch it, I feel an indescribable connection, as if there is something binding us." Tang Yu lowered her gaze, obscuring her emotions, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, as though she had mustered great resolve to speak. In truth, she was merely apprehensive of revealing her true self. All of this was a half-truth, a fabrication she spun. Although she had replicated Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, she remained uncertain about the existence of the blue-silver emperor's bloodline within herself. Yet, the Silver Dragon King claimed to possess a soul beast lineage, leading her to ponder the extraordinary capabilities of the mirroring power. Indeed, Mandora's abilities were formidable. At this moment, she held no doubts, merely feeling that while the system might be somewhat lacking, the golden finger it produced was truly exceptional. Blue-silver grass? Guyu pondered for a moment, and Di Tian stepped forward to elucidate that there were no transformed blue-silver grass soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, implying that a yin's marriage to a human was unrelated to the forest. No wonder her martial soul transformed into green vine wings when she accepted the gift of the Tree of Life. Guyu paused at this point, harboring a question: why was the bearer of the power of fate a hybrid? Moreover, Tang Yuyu's martial soul did not align with either parent's traits. Though it bore characteristics from both, the disparity was too great. While it seemed absurd, it was not surprising in the Douluo Continent, where even Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul could transform from a dragon martial soul into that of pig. You are remarkable. Few can accept the baptism and gifts of the Tree of Life. Since you, like us, possess a soul beast lineage and command the power of fate, it is indisputable that you are the imperial auspicious beast of our soul beast clan. Guyu bekund Dityanovir. Tang Yu slightly tilted her head to observe the two, feeling as if she were summoned like a eunuch. "Master, Dityan, issue a decree. All soul beast clans in the Stardew Forest must prioritize the commands of the imperial auspicious beast. While I slumber, you must also protect her. What is your name? It was only halfway through her sentence that she remembered she had yet to inquire about Tang Yuyu's name. Dan Eoo. Very well. Have you all understood? Gu Yu, having received Tang Yuyu's name, turned to the others. Yes, Master. We obey your command. Di Tian led a host of fierce beasts, kneeling on one knee in submission, while Gu Yu cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, furrowing her brow slightly before vanishing from sight with Tang Yuyu by the collar. Xiao Wu was startled by that glance, realizing that there were such beings beneath the lake. She had thought Di Tian was the most formidable soul beast in the Stardow Forest, only to discover Gu Yuna's existence. I have developed a growth on my neck, and I haven't been able to update much these past few days. My family, please forgive me. I don't even know what it is, just that it has swollen to the size of a thumb, and it hurts when pressed, as if it is growing from within. Chapter 88, The Forbidden Zone of Life. Tang Yuyu was brought by Gu Yu to a location where the life force was exponentially more potent than that of the Lake of Life. Even the air shimmered with a hint of green, making Tang Yuyu feel exceptionally comfortable, with a tuft of hair standing upright amidst her disheveled locks. Gu Yu's eyes flickered with emotion before she paused to inquire of Tang Yuyu. Do you feel any difficulty in breathing or any discomfort? To be honest, as she posed the question, Gu Yu's ears tinged slightly red, for Tang Yuyu's demeanor suggested she bore no negative state. The inquiry arose because the dense vitality emitted by the Tree of Life is something most individuals cannot naturally absorb. Even a 100,000-year soul beast requires the life lake to dilute it before consumption. Breathing difficulties? Discomfort? Not at all. I feel splendid. The air here is exceptionally pleasant. The verdant air made Tang Yuyu furrow her brows, wondering why she had transformed into a wood-type state earlier. With such a rich life force, even a pig could become a woodland sprite, couldn't it? Gu Yu merely acknowledged with a soft sound, her gaze subtly appraising Tang Yuyu. Even the master of fate should not, and could not, be entirely devoid of repulsion to such life energy. Though she harbored an uncontainable thought, Gu Yu, upon receiving Tang Yuyu's affirmative response, continued to guide her forward through the air. Wow, Tang Yuyu exclaimed, for not far away, an ancient tree towered skyward, seemingly intent on shrouding a significant portion of the heavens. Particularly in the vicinity of the tree's center, the green gas was even more pronounced, unmistakably indicating that this was the Tree of Life. Its root system was extensively developed, stretching far beneath the surface, with some roots disappearing into the depths of the water. Beyond sight, if her conjecture was correct, the life energy from the Lake of Life likely stemmed from the roots of this ancient tree. The life energy emanating from its roots could sustain 100,000 soul beasts. This tree was indeed a priceless treasure. Were the soul world to learn of its existence, it would surely incite a tempestuous upheaval. No wonder Di Tian had stationed 200,000-year soul beasts at the periphery of the Lake of Life to serve as sentinels. Such a treasure must be guarded vigilantly, with fierce beasts positioned according to their cultivation age from nearest to farthest, ensuring the protection of the Tree of Life, while also allowing them to find a suitable concentration of life energy. As Tang Yuyu approached within mere tens of meters of the ancient tree, her martial soul automatically manifested, sprouting a pair of translucent blue-green wings that fluttered gently behind her. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yu relinquished her hold on Tang Yuyu and turned her attention to the ancient Tree of Life. Can you feel it? This incredibly dense life force. Yes, Tang Yuyu nodded, cautiously raising her gaze to Gu Yu beside her. Did you bring me here for a particular reason? Gu Yu turned to regard the girl before her, her eyes now imbued with a decisive aura. This place, while the most vibrant with life, is also a forbidden zone of life. Since I began my slumber at the bottom of this lake, this tree has existed. It is precisely because of this tree that I have been able to endure for so many years. I forgot to mention, I am the Silver Dragon King, a being split from the Dragon God, master of elements and wisdom. After escaping from the Divine Realm, I have resided beneath the Tree of Life. It is through the powerful life, energy, and magnetic field of this ancient tree that I have evaded detection from the Divine Realm. Yet now this tree has begun to wither. Although Gu Yu's aura remained unchanged, Tang Yuyu inexplicably sensed a hint of sorrow. She only knew that the Shura god had slain the Dragon God, leading to the latter's division into two halves. One half became the mighty Golden Dragon King, while the other became the Silver Dragon King, master of elements and wisdom. However, Tang Yuyu was not particularly clear on the reasons behind the Shura god's actions. Her sporadic reading had caused her to forget much of the content. Yet one thing was certain. The divine hierarchy was originally structured with the beast gods above and the human gods below. The divine realm, founded by the dragon god, now seemed to have transformed into a realm dominated by human deities, restricting the ascension of soul beasts to divinity. The Tree of Life had never exhibited such intense fluctuations before. Only today did it resonate strongly with you. Perhaps this issue can only be resolved by you. If you had not arrived, this Tree of Life would soon reach its end, and the Silver Dragon King would awaken from slumber. Although Guyu had also awakened, it was due to the fluctuations of Tang Yuyu's martial soul. The life energy could both conceal her presence and restore her injuries. The power of fate equally influenced Guyu. Me? Tang Yuyu licked her parched lips, surprised to learn of such implications. She speculated whether the tree's energy was gradually declining, prompting the Silver Dragon King to awaken during the battle with Tang San. Indeed, go forth. The Tree of Life is likely awaiting you. Guyu soared through the air, observing the slightly yellowing leaves at the top of the Tree of Life. All right then. Tang Yuyu felt as if she were being driven to a task she did not fully comprehend, still grappling with her own issues while being called upon to assist others. As her wings flapped incessantly, she drew closer to the ancient Tree of Life. Only by approaching did she truly grasp its immense size, likely requiring dozens of people to encircle its trunk. Does even such a grand Tree of Life face the onset of twilight? Tang Yuyu found herself at a loss. Standing before the ancient Tree of Life, listening to the rustling of its leaves, uncertain of how to communicate with it. This is the Douluo Continent, after all. Regardless of the being, any entity that has lived to a certain age should possess a degree of strength, right? Moreover, this ancient Tree of Life, having been witnessed by the Silver Dragon King, has existed for an extensive period within the river of time. Can such an existence not transcend the million-year cultivation of soul beasts? Can ordinary trees truly endure for such long spans? Observing its immobile form, only able to convey information through the rustling of its leaves and branches, it hardly resembled a soul beast. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuyu placed her hand against the trunk. The tree showed no immediate response, yet her internal system reacted first. Ding! Hidden sign-in point activated, important plot point sign-in confirmed. Feeling the dense life force of the Ginkgo Tree King, confirmation complete, rewards issued. What does this mean? The Stardow Forest is indeed favorable to her. All the rewards she has successfully signed in for thus far have originated from this very place. Although the previous two instances were not directly due to the Stardow Forest, the location was undeniably accurate. Chapter 89, The Tree of Life, the World Tree, were the rewards. Tang Yuyu, multitasking, opened her system panel and discovered a small red dot had appeared in her backpack. Upon inspection, she was startled to find a pearl resembling the Water Prince's elixir, along with a tree heart. Could this be the hidden reward? It appears to offer an additional boon compared to the usual sign-in rewards. This pearl is a millennium-level elixir of wood-type celestial energy. Although it is said to contain just a millennium's worth of power, it is more than sufficient within the fantastical realm of the Douluo Continent. The other item, the tree heart, encapsulates all the celestial energy of the Ginkgo Tree King. She wondered if this could aid the ancient Tree of Life in regaining its verdancy. Shifting her perspective, Tang Yuyu retrieved the Ginkgo Tree King's heart from her backpack and placed it against the ancient Tree of Life. As anticipated, the heart gradually merged into the life tree. She heard a humming sound, akin to the joyous resonance of life force, intertwined with the ineffable power of historical laws. The power of laws? Suddenly, Tang Yuyu recalled something. At Shrek Academy in Douluo 2, there exists a golden tree. Whenever a sea god pavilion elder passes away, they are absorbed into the golden tree to nourish it. Behind this ancient golden tree, Tang San acknowledged that it was indeed Ain. Tang Yuyu felt a fleeting spark of realization. Upon reflecting on the familial connections, she recalled that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, became a child of the plains, while his son, Tang Wulin, sealed the Golden Dragon King and subsequently sired the new dragon god, Lan Yushuan. After contemplating this chain of events, Tang Yuyu understood that the entire divine realm eventually became Tang San's private garden. However, one point had been overlooked. Ain had mentioned little about Tang San's grandson, Lan Yushuan, being a child of nature, attributed to his grandmother, the Blue-Silver Emperor, who existed as a being akin to the World Tree. By that time, Ain had already transformed into the Golden Ancient Tree. Wait, the World Tree. She finally grasped it. No wonder the Silver Dragon King could remain dormant for so many years after departing the Divine Realm. If the Tree of Life is indeed the World Tree, everything falls into place. The current Tree of Life is, in fact, the World Tree, slowly succumbing to decline. This signifies a shift in the rules of the Douluo Continent, with the relationship between humans and soul beasts continually evolving, causing the world's will to perpetually change. Thus, the power of laws has gradually depleted the world tree, leading to its slow demise. When Tang San first ascended to the sea god, even wielding the authority of a god king, it would have been impossible to create a world tree so swiftly. Instead, it was a gradual transformation of Ain into the golden ancient tree, fulfilling the role of the world tree. No wonder Tang San, despite being a god, could frequently intervene in the happenings of the Douluo Continent. It was the shift of the law's consciousness and the transition of the world tree that granted him opportunities. Of course, all this remained mere speculation on Tang Yuyu's part. After all, she had found it peculiar when Tang San acknowledged all of this. Why would the golden ancient tree require the limit Douluo from the sea god pavilion as nourishment? Every limit Douluo is undoubtedly a prodigy, and in the millennia following Tang San's ascension, none have broken through to become gods. Reflecting on this, it seems that the need for the physical forms of limit Douluo as sustenance must also be rooted in cultivating the world tree, Ain, from the fortunes of the continent's pinnacle talents. A chilling realization washed over Tang Yuyu, causing the hairs on her body to stand on end. Nonetheless, Tang San is indeed a person who carefully considers his every move, adhering strictly to the principles outlined in the Xiantian treasure record. As her consciousness returned, she realized beads of cold sweat had formed on her forehead. This bold hypothesis, while audacious, had somewhat convinced her. If this were the case, she must prepare accordingly. After all, Tang San himself possesses half the bloodline of a soul beast, and with his mother, wife, and daughter-in-law all being soul beasts, he has managed to achieve such feats against the soul beast clan. Moreover, as a mere human caught in a web of enmity with him, she was fortunate to have sent Tang Hao ahead to claim Dugyubo's medicinal garden. This treasure would henceforth belong solely to her, Tang Yuyu, with no ties to Tang San. However, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, all possibilities must be nipped in the bud. She planned to head to the Star Luo Empire immediately after her journey through the Stardow Forest, both to acquire Yang Wudi's records regarding these celestial herbs and to obtain the Millennium Purple Ginseng from the Elder White Bird. This item not only has the potential to resurrect Xiao Wu, but also significantly enhances soul power. In some instances, one must either act decisively or refrain entirely. Having resolved to curtail Tang San's growth, she must do so thoroughly, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. Any leniency towards Tang San would only serve to be cruel to her future self. Oh, Tree of Life, I sincerely hope this tree heart can indeed assist you. Otherwise, all her efforts would be rendered meaningless, for a continent destined for extinction would make her arrangements seem utterly absurd. She lacks the cunning of Tang San, who could directly cause Ain to replace the world tree as the foundation of the Douluo Continent. As if to respond to Tang Yuyu's words, the entire trunk of the Tree of Life began to tremble. The leaves at its apex, tinged with yellow, suddenly rejuvenated, and just as Tang Yuyu believed it was on the verge of recovery, the partially verdant leaves abruptly stilled. Tang Yuyu's pupils constricted. Ha! Such an insatiable appetite for celestial energy, truly befitting of a world tree. Gritting her teeth, she hesitantly offered a wood-type celestial energy pearl she had acquired through sign-in, realizing that any hesitation would constitute a disrespect to power. It is worth noting that her martial soul had unlocked its second form, necessitating wood-type energy. Suddenly, a vine shot forth from the branches of the ancient tree, swiftly seizing the elixir and integrating it into its being, as if Tang Yuyu would retract the pearl if she hesitated even for a moment. Tang Yuyu's lips twitched as she retracted her previous thoughts. This world tree was not devoid of consciousness, but rather possessed an overwhelming awareness, cleverly feigning ignorance. Devour it, devour it. Crunching with each bite, it seemed to desire more. Yet she had nothing else to offer. She had given it both treasures related to wood, but when would her martial soul's second wood chip form fully unlock? Currently, it had merely sprouted a wood-type wing, and her hair bore a hint of verdant hues, yet the metallic joints on her hands remained intact. However, this second form felt oddly familiar. Uncertain, she reflected that after so long in this new world, her memories of her past life had grown increasingly hazy. Unfortunately, the magnificent ancient tree did not transform entirely back to its verdant glory as Tang Yuyu had envisioned. It merely appeared somewhat more spirited than before, with its once yellowing leaves now exhibiting a blend of green and yellow hues. Chapter 90. The Struggle for Life's Authority. No way, sir. You've consumed so much yet still haven't reverted to your original state. It seems like you only eat without growing. Could it be a digestive issue? Tang Yuyu was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Given its massive size, she had anticipated that this giant would require a considerable amount of sustenance. Yet this was no ordinary nourishment. This was a millennium-old elixir of celestial power and the essence of a heartwood tree. Regret surged within her. She longed for the precious wood essence to be extracted and consumed by herself. Although mere sustenance would not enhance her soul power, it might at least unlock the second form of her martial spirit. To be frank, she had never heard of such dual forms of martial spirits. But this was no ordinary martial spirit. It belonged to the fairy of Yi Luoli, and multiple states of division were quite commonplace. As Tang Yuyu pondered, her grievances were preempted by the ancient tree of life, which enveloped the surrounding area in a rich aura of vitality. Even Guyu could not discern what transpired within. Yet the vibrations emanating from the tree suggested a positive outcome. She hoped fervently that she could prolong the life of the ancient tree. Otherwise, the Soul Beast clan would be left unprotected. The rapid evolution of these 10,000-year soul beasts, as well as the Star Doe Forest status as the largest forest on the Douluo Continent, was inextricably linked to this ancient tree of life. Should the ancient tree lose even a modicum of control, events could unfold in unprecedented ways, a scenario Guyu dreaded. For the time being, although the Shura god in the Divine Realm kept a watchful eye on her, he could not descend to the Douluo Continent to pursue her. However, if the ancient tree approached the brink of death, its grasp on the world's rules would weaken, and the Shura would inevitably discover her whereabouts. So that is how it is. No wonder the ancient tree of life, as the custodian of life, energy, and the world tree of the Douluo Continent, is succumbing to decay. Tang Yuyu was left astounded, struck dumb by the implications. The very essence of life emanating from the tree bestowed significant longevity upon other soul beasts and humans. Yet, this existence could only watch helplessly as it withered away. It seemed that the slaying of gods was an inevitable fate. She preferred the impartiality of the world's laws over the capricious whims of deities who dictated destiny based on their personal biases. At the very least, the consciousness of the world and its laws were fair to all. Tang Yuyu's gaze sharpened. How magnificent was the divinity of life, one of the 5 great divine kings. Yet this authority over life posed a threat to the world tree of the Douluo Continent. Would the goddess of life remain oblivious to what a world without its tree would become? Moreover, how could she not sense the life force originating from the same source? Perhaps she was aware, but as the goddess of life, her nature was inherently benevolent, manifesting in her patience as she witnessed the world tree of the Douluo Continent gradually lose its vitality and control over the laws. Tang Yuyu perceived the underlying essence of the situation and deduced the unfolding events. The Divine Realm was merely a nexus connecting several smaller worlds, with the Douluo Continent being one of them. The goddess of life did not necessarily ascend from the Douluo Continent. Otherwise, there would be no contention for authority over the world tree. Yet, since the Douluo Continent was a subordinate plane of the Divine Realm, it could not entirely clash with the goddess of life, leading to the gradual dissipation of the life energy from the ancient tree. These were the messages imparted to Tang Yuyu by the ancient tree, some of which she had surmised on her own. It was preferable to have a divine being govern the world tree and control the laws of the plane, especially since the gods of the Douluo Continent were stagnated in their divine positions, unable to transfer their divine ranks to others, thus preoccupying themselves with trivial matters. The Shura god remained oblivious to how many backdoors Tang San had traversed, proclaiming himself as the unyielding enforcer of the Divine Realm. Yet he was the most self-serving when it came to his own kin. Alas, it seemed that if the goddess of life remained in power, there would be no possibility of restoration. Even if she granted you 2 treasures, it would only prolong your life. Tang Yuyu lamented as she gazed upon the ancient tree of life. Perhaps it would not even endure until Tang San's time before succumbing entirely. By the time of Do'er, the golden ancient tree had already begun to vie for authority over the world's rules, ultimately resulting in the emergence of the world tree of the Douluo Continent from a mere whisper of Tang San. To secure the fate of the Soul Beast clan and stifle the development of the Child of Destiny, he had split his daughter's soul into 2 fragments, one becoming Wang Dong, while the other resided within the 3-eyed Golden Lion. The fate of the Soul Beast clan had been foreshadowed long before during Do'er. The dense fog surrounding the ancient tree of life gradually dispersed, revealing Tang Yuyu's form. Guyu, witnessing the tree regain some semblance of greenery, breathed a sigh of relief. However, the leaves at the top of the tree still exhibited a blend of green and yellow. Yet, it was not the vibrant green imbued with life. but rather a temporary facade. Gu Yu felt a twinge of unease, yet she could not intrude upon the ancient tree to inquire further. Even as the Silver Dragon King, she could not withstand the overwhelming vitality within a 10-meter radius of the ancient tree. A single breath could lead to her demise. Thus, when Tang Yuyu managed to endure such concentrated life force without perishing, Gu Yu recognized the ancient tree's unique regard for her. As the world tree, it possessed not only the power of the laws, but also a faint consciousness of a world, which was merely a superficial layer due to the Douluo Continent's subjugation under the divine realm. However, Tang Yuyu's martial spirit had originated from a higher magical plane. Thus the question of absorbing the dense life force was moot. The world tree of Douluo was striving for survival. Only magic superior to the existing could conquer magic. Judging solely by her martial spirit's configuration, she eclipsed all others on the Douluo Continent, as no one had ever possessed a second form of their martial spirit. This was the fundamental difference between the Luoli realm and the Douluo Continent. Although the Douluo Continent had gods, the Luoli realm's fairies were merely celestial beings, with the deities of the Douluo Continent being nothing more than slightly exceptional humans. How formidable could a deity be if Tang San could injure them with his hidden weapons? Yet, the fairies of the Luoli realm were all born from transformations of a particular natural force, akin to the authority of an element or ability. This constituted the most basic distinction between the two realms. Moreover, the golden cage attached to Tang Yuyu's martial spirit indeed served as a layer of protection bestowed by the world's laws. Although the Shura god could not descend to the Douluo Continent, he could observe it through his heirs or those connected to his legacy. For instance, with the golden cage, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Bibi Dong ensured that her life force would not leak, and no one would uncover Tang Yuyu's origins. Chapter 91. Gu Yu's Vision of the Future. Why had the ancient tree of life not returned to its former lushness? What transpired just now? Gu Yu inquired hastily as Tang Yuyu approached her. For a moment, Tang Yuyu was at a loss for words. Should she disclose that it was gradually perishing due to the life authority being seized by the goddess of life? That would merely delay the ancient tree's decline. How could it truly regain its vitality? Gu Yu looked at Tang Yuyu, realizing that the ancient tree of life indeed regarded her differently. Perhaps because no one else could approach it. In the divine realm, there existed a goddess of life, whose abilities mirrored those of the ancient tree. While the Douluo Continent was a plane subordinate to the divine realm, certain truths need not be expressed with utmost clarity. The other party can glean their meaning. Gu Yu, having mastered the wisdom of the dragon god and the elemental forces, naturally comprehended this implication. So, it is, after a moment of contemplation, she cast a glance at Tang Yuyu, pondering that the manifestation of fate's power within a hybrid of human and beast might indeed be fortuitous news. In a mere few millennia, the tree of life shall face extinction. Should the Soul Beast clan produce a deity, perhaps fate could be rewritten. However, the current laws of heaven and earth restrict the ascension of soul beasts to divinity, making the possession of human lineage exceedingly significant at this juncture. What are your intentions? Though you wield the power of fate and hold the esteemed title of Emperor of the Soul Beast clan, you still possess a human bloodline. Your human heritage grants you an advantage over your soul beast lineage. I shall not conceal from you that the growing animosity between humans and soul beasts heralds an impending war. Will you align yourself with the human faction or the soul beasts? Even if you choose the human side, we shall not act against you, for you carry the blood of both clans within you. Before discerning Tang Yuyu's intentions, Gu Yu resolved to speak cautiously. For the Soul Beast clan finds itself at a disadvantage, making the human faction more favorable for Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu did not respond immediately to Gu Yu, but instead diverted the conversation to a seemingly trivial matter. In truth, 6 years prior, upon awakening her martial soul, she sensed that one day she would embrace her destiny, perhaps indicating that fate's power selecting her was not mere coincidence. This last statement was a fanciful assertion, for after uttering it, she unleashed her martial soul, the honor of destiny, enveloping Gu Yu in its aura. She had never placed her trust in anyone. The master of fate must hold destiny firmly in their grasp to avoid being swept away by the currents of chance. Although Gu Yu was the leader of the Soul Beast clan, Tang Yu harbored a somewhat skewed perception of her. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, few genuinely engage in substantial endeavors. Even the leaders of the Soul Beast faction are often driven by matters of the heart. During the second season of Douluo, the Emperor of the Soul Beasts, the three-eyed golden lion, sacrificed Wu Yuhao, marking the beginning of the decline in the fortunes of the Soul Beast clan. After all, The fortunes of soul beasts are inherently inferior to those of the human descendants, leading to an inevitable imbalance. Moreover, one cannot overlook the interference of Tang San, who meddled in every event on Douluo Continent. In the third season, Guyu awakened and, upon separating an emotional avatar, Nana found herself drawn to Tang Wulin, the sealed Golden Dragon King, which rekindled her feelings for him. As the Silver Dragon King, she constantly contemplated how to unite with the Golden Dragon King to give birth to the next Dragon God. Although the Soul Beast clan's existence stemmed from the Dragon God, such an irresponsible leader was utterly unreliable. Tang Yu planned to outmaneuver everyone and achieve greatness on her own. The path to divinity is fraught with the remnants of those who have perished beneath the throne. To seize her destiny, she must first dominate Douluo Continent. And to master Douluo Continent, she must conquer the Divine Realm, ultimately becoming the supreme voice within it. Enveloped in fate's power, Guyu glimpsed the future as understood by Tang Yuyu, a natural adversary. Tang San and Tang Yu represented two opposing forces, a man destined to become a god king and the reigning emperor of the soul beasts wielding the power of fate. More terrifyingly, her future self was to become the daughter-in-law of Xiao Wu. Guyu's initial thought was of Xiao Wu. In the eyes of the Silver Dragon King, Xiao Wu, a transformed soul beast, appeared weak and ineffectual. Yet, despite the incredulity, she did not dismiss the potential future illuminated by fate's power. For she knew that, deep down, she yearned to unite with the Golden Dragon King to give birth to the next Dragon God, an instinct she could not evade. After all, she was a descendant of the Dragon God, and the restoration of its glory was a calling she could not ignore. However, without the so-called emotional avatar Nana, she had to embody a more rational disposition. Is this what the future holds? It seems that Tang San, who also bears human and beast blood, will ascend to become the paramount authority in the Divine Realm. This is no mere sovereign. It appears as if the Divine Realm has become a family affair. Consider the pedigree of this family. Tang Hao, the father of the Chosen One, the mother, the Golden Ancient Tree Yin, the Sea God and Shura God Tang San, the Shura Sword Sheath Xiao Wu, the son-in-law of the God of Emotions, and the daughter of the Butterfly God. Even the God of Life and God of Destruction left their divine seeds to their kin, ultimately granting the Tang family two positions of godhood. The Divine Realm would thus devolve into a one-sided dominion of the Tang family, while the Soul Beast clan would merely serve as stepping stones on their path to power. What significance does the bloodline of the Soul Beast clan hold? After all, not every Soul Beast is deemed important by Tang San. What you behold is a glimpse of the future, not the entirety of it. It is merely one of the most probable scenarios. The power of fate is always enigmatic, and perhaps at this moment, he embodies the form of a god king, yet in the next, he may not even be worthy of attaining divinity. Tang Yuyu regarded Guyu with an air of mystery. I reveal this to you not to convey a particular message, but to illuminate the inevitable fate of the Soul Beast clan. Even if you ultimately become a beneficiary, I must inform you, there is no genuine choice between humans and soul beasts. Guyu furrowed her brow, uncharacteristically perplexed by Tang Yuyu's words. Was she suggesting that the Soul Beast clan was destined for extinction and thus unworthy of investment, or did she imply something else? Thus, it is not merely a matter of my choice between soul beasts and humans, for you belong to neither and do not fully qualify as a deity. Upon hearing this, Guyu understood Tang Yuyu's intent. She smiled, her previously cold and aloof demeanor transforming into one of breathtaking elegance. You speak truly. In the absence of any threat to the Dragon God, I would undoubtedly choose the Soul Beasts, for then I share a common origin in the Dragon God. But what of you? Chapter 92, Tang Yuyu's Intentions. My choice is the Soul Beasts. No sooner had Tang Yuyu spoken than the blue silver grass within the blue silver bracelet stirred slightly. Ayin was taken aback to discover so many of her kind within this bracelet. She had been born in the blue silver forest, having encountered no soul beast older than the blue silver king. Now, her daughter was conversing with such remarkable beings about the future of Douluo Continent. Moreover, when the power of fate was first invoked, not only did Guyu behold the future, but Ayin also witnessed it. This was a deliberate act on Tang Yuyu's part. She wished to discern Ayin's thoughts and attitudes upon seeing herself transformed into the Golden Ancient Tree. Unlike Tang San, who wielded the body of a titled Ba to nurture Ayin into becoming the Golden Ancient Tree, Tang Yuyu had not resorted to such extreme measures. Ayin was astonished to learn that after Tang San ascended to godhood, he had an additional chapter to his story. When Tang Yuyu had first awakened her martial soul, she inadvertently activated the power of fate and glimpsed fragmented scenes of Tang San's double standards. Little did she know that one day she would be forced to consume the body of a titled Douluo as sustenance. What does this signify? Surely, Tang Sen must not regard Ain as a mother to act in such a manner, right? In a fleeting moment, Ain contemplated many things, as the saying goes. Whoever raises the child holds the affection. Having accompanied Tang Yuyu for 6 years, she naturally cherished her, fearing for her well-being. As for Tang San, who had claimed her child's body, Ain did not hesitate to assume the worst intentions. Soul beasts. For Tang San, who once possessed human thoughts in his previous life. Perhaps he could accept his wife as a soul beast, yet he could not reconcile with the fact that he, too, bore half of that heritage. Thus, he harbored some disdain for the mother who bestowed upon him the blood of the soul beast. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his desire for the blue-silver emperor to devour others to become the golden ancient tree, nor the fact that Tang Hao remained on Douluo Continent as the chosen one, safeguarding Ain. The Tang family is characterized by their profound romantic inclinations. Aside from the wife, other relatives hold significance but are not of paramount importance. As one aligns with the spirit beast faction, the burden one bears is considerably greater than mine. Guyu speaks of the future of the spirit beast tribe. Once Tang Yuyo makes her choice, extricating herself will prove exceedingly arduous. Her decision to embrace the spirit beast stems from a shared origin, as well as the necessity to unite the spirit beast clan against the divine realm. Although her influence may be minimal, possessing capable subordinates is essential. Furthermore, Guyu enjoys an extensive lifespan, while Tang Yuyo, bearing half-human lineage, can expect to live but a century or so. Should she perish in this endeavor, not only would she forfeit her chance at divinity, but she would also risk being eclipsed by Tang San, who shares a similar bloodline with the spirit beasts. For I wield the power of destiny as the imperial auspicious beast. In my station, I fulfill my responsibilities. Moreover, 6 years ago in the Stardow Forest, the multitude of spirit beasts who perish for her cause would touch anyone's heart, albeit minimally. Yet, Tang Yuyo remains a person of principles. Her innate domain is inexorably linked to the spirit beast tribe. Thus, deepening their connection is prudent. In the human realm, several divine sanctuaries have emerged, and for one of her ambiguous heritage, discovery could spell disaster. To this day, Tang Yuyo remains uncertain if the Shura god or other deities can discern her origins. However, she is unwilling to gamble with her safety. The Angel Sanctuary hosts the martial Soul Hall, while the Shura Sanctuary has been largely allocated to the Tang family. As for the Sea God's legacy, she finds it unappealing and unsuitable, primarily because she lacks confidence in her ability to escape unscathed if discovered as a non-native entity. Following Tang San's death, his soul was guided by the Shura god to inhabit Tang Hao's son, thereby avoiding rejection by the laws of the universe. Tang Yuyo, on the other hand, is ensnared by the World Tree, the overseer of the Douluo Continent's rules, which prevents the leakage of non-native entities and draws the attention of the divine realm. Presently, she sees but one path ahead, to cultivate herself to the 100th level and ascend to godhood. It is said there are 2 avenues to achieve divinity. One may inherit a divine throne, or forge their own path and break through the 100 levels. The challenge of forcefully transcending the 100 levels is akin to crossing a chasm. Thus, like the previous sea god or angel god, she might opt to collect faith as a means to attain divinity. However, gathering human faith requires considerable effort, as their desires vary greatly. Conversely, the spirit beasts share a singular aspiration, to rise up and sing, which is precisely why Tang Yuyo chooses to align with them. It is not merely a matter of fulfilling responsibilities in her position. This is Tang Yuyo's perspective, unbeknownst to Guyu, who gazes deeply at the girl of divine strategy, her eyes reflecting a profound admiration. Simultaneously, she again marvels at why the power of destiny has chosen this girl. To master the power of fate, yet refuse to be subjugated by it. To know the outcomes of destiny, yet bravely resist. Perhaps this is the essence of what a bearer of destiny should embody. You are remarkable. Here, I vow to you, as long as you live, the Spirit Beast clan shall undoubtedly follow your lead and protect your ascension to godhood. Though her heart pondered that she truly did not require such a promise. Guyu, after all, possesses the bloodline of the dragon god, exhibiting an arrogance that is unparalleled. This wretched world of bloodlines and innate talents altering destinies is one she finds distasteful. She dislikes this feeling of being supported merely because of another's inherent gifts. As the imperial auspicious beast, even if Guyu exerts pressure on the Spirit Beast clan, none would dare defy Tang Yuyo's commands. Her innate domain serves as the finest testament to her authority. She perceives the spirit beasts merely as her subordinates. Tang Yuyo's lips turned cold, not out of a desire to champion the spirit beast clan, but rather from an aversion to being so easily controlled. Despite any inner turmoil, she maintained a serene facade as she accompanied Guyu back to the Lake of Life, where everyone awaited by the shore. Upon seeing Guyu return with Tang Yuyo, Ditian promptly bowed to the Silver Dragon King. This humble little dragon truly adhered to every formality, befitting Guyu's most devoted follower. In contrast, ZG, who also possesses dragon lineage, while respectful towards the Silver Dragon King, did not indulge in such sycophancy. Perhaps this could be manipulated. Tang Yuyo's peripheral vision caught sight of the trembling Xiao Wu standing in a corner. She truly occupied the lowest tier of the food chain among these formidable beasts and 10,000-year-old spirit beasts, while Tang Yuyo, as the imperial auspicious beast, commanded respect. What would be the fate of the auspicious beast henceforth? Ditian did not inquire about their recent endeavors. Instead, he initiated a discussion regarding arrangements for Tang Yuyo. Let her act independently. However, one among you must be designated to guard her. Ditian nodded, refraining from questioning why he permitted an entity as formidable as the imperial auspicious beast to roam freely. Before the Silver Dragon King, he was merely an obedient subordinate. Yet, surveying the assembly of fierce beasts, he hesitated, uncertain of whom to assign to protect Tang Yuyo. Chapter 93. Seducing Xiao Wu. Let it be her. Just as Ditian wrestled with indecision, Tang Yuyo swiftly appointed one. Ditian followed the direction of her finger, and the individual in question was ZG. Me? ZG was taken aback that the imperial auspicious beast would notice her. She had long harbored a desire to explore the human realm, and now, with such an opportunity, it seemed quite favorable. Then you shall go. Guyu subtly raised her finger, and a sphere of light shot towards ZG. The girl, originally possessing violet eyes, suddenly shrank in stature. Now appearing only slightly taller than Tang Yuyo, she bore less resemblance to a spirit beast and more to a scion of a prominent noble family. Excellent. Guyu expressed satisfaction with her creation, then addressed her subordinate. I have temporarily sealed your abilities and spirit beast aura. Your current strength is equivalent to that of a human soul master at the yellow level. Should an emergency arise, you may break through the seal to assist the auspicious beast, but this seal may only be broken 3 times. Exceeding this will revert you to your original form. ZG nodded in understanding. Go forth. As Guyu prepared to dismiss her, intending to return to the depths of the Lake of Life for slumber, she was interrupted by one of her subordinates. The speaker was the sky blue bull python, who, being Xiao Wu's devoted admirer, was still preoccupied with concealing her spirit beast aura. Might the master bestow upon sister Xiao Wu a mark to obscure her spirit beast aura as well? Tang Yuyo inwardly scoffed. What a ridiculous name, Sky Blue Bull Python. It would be better to simply call him a bull. How unfortunate that he is the intellectual among the foolish duo. Indeed, love-struck minds tend to diminish intelligence, being Xiao Wu and even Guyu. Ditian was about to reprimand him when, unexpectedly, Guyu flicked her fingers, sending a light sphere to Xiao Wu's forehead. She didn't wish to waste time on trivial matters, as her injuries had yet to heal properly. She needed to enter the depths of the Lake of Life for slumber once again. Having completed these tasks, she swiftly transformed into a silvery white dragon and flew into the depths of the Lake of Life to rest. Tang Yuyo witnessed this scene without surprise. Although the awakening of the Dragon King was unexpected, she recognized that he was a character introduced by Do San, likely possessing reasons necessitating his slumber. It was reasonable to speculate that he had been injured during the Divine Realm's conflict, particularly given that the Golden Dragon King was sealed. The Silver Dragon King must have endured great sacrifices to escape the Divine Realm. Then let us depart. No need to see us off. Tang Yuyo took the lead, guiding Xiao Wu as they prepared to leave the Stardow Forest, with ZG hastily following behind. However, their route did not lead toward Shrek Academy, but rather took a direction entirely opposite to that of the Bala Kingdom. Tang Yuyo intended first to visit the Star Luo Empire to establish contact with Yang Wudi and the sharp-tailed Swallow clan, and as for the knowledge of celestial herbs, that was another matter. She was determined to seize Tang San's share of the ginseng. After all, he is her uncle, and favoritism based on gender is intolerable. Tang Yuehua may lack talent, but she is the one who resembles her mother the most. Tang Yuehua, after all, is a daughter, and much like her mother, she lacks extraordinary talent. It stands to reason that Old Master Bai would show her even greater affection. As for Tang Yuyu, the nominal daughter of Tang Yuehua, with her remarkable innate abilities, she would undoubtedly capture his favor even more. This sentiment resembles that of seeking redemption for a past debt through another's achievements. Tang Hao's mother, whose lack of talent led to her untimely demise, would surely feel genuine joy at the emergence of a single, exceptionally gifted girl within her direct lineage. Yu, where did the master take you just now? After walking a short distance, Xiao Wu inquired, linking her arm with Tang Yu's. Ziji cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Wu, disliking her inquisitive nature regarding the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Beast. Xiao Wu shuddered slightly and inched closer to Tang Yu. Tang Yu feigned ignorance of the subtle tension, casually explaining, "Oh, it was merely a glimpse into some matters concerning the future. The power of fate, you know." Though Tang Yu appeared nonchalant, as if it were a trivial matter, Xiao was already quite astonished. Ziji, maintaining her composure, felt her fingers tremble slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Foreseeing the future? Is the power of fate capable of such? Goodness, I spent so much time with you and had no idea. Xiao Wu suddenly realized that her understanding of Tang Yu was merely superficial. She had sensed something amiss when Tang Yu had emerged from her domain of talent, and that feeling was now amplified. This sense of being left out was truly unsettling, especially considering that they shared a soul fusion technique, being the most harmonious of partners. You have no idea how much there is to learn. Besides, you never asked. It's not as if I'm going to volunteer that information. Tang Yu finally began to elaborate on her thoughts, casting a mysterious glance into Xiao Wu's eyes. I choose not to tell you for your own good. Xiao Wu responded with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Not telling me is for my benefit? Does that imply my future is bleak? As her thoughts raced, her complexion paled. For soul beasts, unfavorable outcomes often entailed the loss of soul rings or bones, particularly for one like her, a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. No, it's not that dire. On the contrary, your future is exceptionally bright, albeit with some minor setbacks. The reason I withhold information is that every gift of fate has its price already marked in the shadows. Tang Yu's cryptic statement sent Xiao Wu's curiosity soaring once more. Marked with a price? Like purchasing goods in the human realm? Can one acquire knowledge of the future with gold soul coins? That must require a fortune. Ziji perked up her ears, intrigued. Could the future be bought? The enigmatic power of fate truly seemed omnipotent. Tang Yu noted a significant increase in Ziji's regard for her. I never imagined you to be such a gossip. Ziji, not quite. While it is akin to a transaction, it does not adhere to human currency. Tang Yu continued to tease. If not currency, then what? In the human world, one cannot trade anything other than soul coins for carrots. Xiao Wu's simple-mindedness was evident. Her curiosity was piqued by this diversion. Why not give it a try? See what you might learn about the future in exchange for something. Xiao Wu hesitated at this suggestion. She was indeed curious about her future, but if the exchange involved her life, rest assured, the future is difficult to alter, even if you know it. Your fate remains unchanged. Chapter 94. The Equivalence of Fate. Tang Yu's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Yet Xiao Wu merely felt a flicker of curiosity without recklessly agreeing. It appeared that more encouragement was needed, rather than a mere price to uncover the future. It was more akin to an exchange of fate. What you lose remains what you are destined to lose, albeit through a different process. Yet the outcome is irrevocably fixed. Whether you see your future or not, it is already predetermined. Hence, my decision to withhold information is indeed for your own good. It would be better to be decisive rather than entangled in such complexities. With that, Tang Yu took her leave, leaving a bewildered Xiao Wu and Ziji behind. Newly emerged from the Stardow Forest, the soul beasts were remarkably naive and easily influenced. The only thing they truly grasped was that regardless of whether one exchanged or not, the future would unfold as destined. Since that is the case, why hesitate? Xiao Wu had always been a rather foolish and naive rabbit. Otherwise, who in their right mind would choose to transform and infiltrate human society for the sake of revenge? She had forsaken her 10,000-year cultivation and dared to challenge Bibi Dong, a fool's errand. Wait, Yu, I want to see my future. Will the price I pay truly be what I lose in the future? Xiao Wu's adorably clumsy demeanor brought joy to Tang Yu. It was no wonder Tang San adored raising rabbits, as watching this one flounder was truly endearing. Of course, this is the equivalence of fate. I have long asserted that destiny is predetermined. However, the future can be altered, thus allowing one to shape their fate, making it accurate to say it is indeed destined. Moreover, Xiao Wu's fate was inescapable. As a woman devoted to her soul beast lineage, sacrifice was inevitable. Tang Yu had spent so much time discussing this in hopes of acquiring that 10,000-year soul ring. Her soul rings were all self-gathered. She did not genuinely lack for soul rings, but simply did not wish to grant that 10,000-year ring to Tang San. All right, I agree to the exchange. Xiao Wu was eager to know if she could avenge her mother. Tang Yuyu claimed her future was bright, so surely it would come to pass. Destiny will heed your desires. A magnificent golden wheel rose beneath Tang Yuyu's feet. This time, instead of manifesting her martial soul, her eyes transformed into a resplendent gold. Contract of Fate Exchange. Xiao Wu, do you consent to the contract, utilizing the power of fate to foresee the future? The tone was cold and devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting with Tang Yuyu's usual demeanor. Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. Contract established. Fate Exchange. An overwhelming force of fate enveloped Xiao Wu, ensnaring both within a golden cage, preventing even a whisper from escaping. As Xiao Wu touched the power of fate, she suddenly beheld a scene. A blood-red moon accompanied by a peculiar magnetic field. This was unmistakably the moment of a soul beast's sacrifice. The scene shifted, revealing a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Likely a grown-up version of Xiao Wu. So, I'm the one to be sacrificed. A pang of pain struck her heart. Whose soul could compel her to such a fate? The man before her had blue hair and a strikingly handsome visage, yet he appeared utterly still, as if lifeless. Brother, you must survive. Xiao Wu heard her own soft whisper, then witnessed her soul being sacrificed to this man. The familiar term brother left her momentarily confounded. Could this individual be Tang San? Yet, Tang San did not resemble this. Surely, a man would evolve in appearance as he matured, becoming even more handsome. Before Xiao Wu could ponder further, the image shifted again, showing her and the blue-haired man standing on a cloud, while a little girl with pink-blue twin ponytails secretly listened to their conversation. Little Seven, that rascal. Soon, the scenes multiplied. She and the blue-haired man had children together. However, Xiao Wu was perplexed. Why did their daughter possess a butterfly martial soul, a manifestation reserved for the most beautiful girls of the Goddess of Light? When Xiao Wu finally regained her composure, she realized her face was streaked with tears. So, Tang San is to be my future love? They would endure trials of life and death together and raise children. Xiao Wu clutched her heart, feeling her pulse race beneath her chest. Did you see that? Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. The power of fate she had just wielded was not the true fate power of the soul beast from the Douluo Continent, but rather the ability inherent to her, the fairy Yi Luoli. Although she had not consumed the Millennium Elixir of wood-type fairy power, her fairy martial soul seemed to have unlocked a fraction of its seal, allowing her to utilize a modicum of magic. This was precisely why she had gone to great lengths to deceive Xiao Wu into relinquishing her soul ring. The concept of fate as an equivalent exchange implied that one would gain foresight into the future, and that a certain item lost in the future would manifest in another form as compensation for the contract holder. In essence, Xiao Wu's sacrifice would trigger a corresponding offering to Tang Yuyu. Perfect. As ZG observed the delight shimmering in Tang Yuyu's eyes, she suddenly dismissed her own desire to engage in a fate-equivalent exchange akin to Xiao Wu's. Perhaps, the notion of fate as an equivalent exchange was not as simple as she had imagined. She recalled Tang Yuyu's words, that the gifts of fate had already been silently priced. Though the specifics of this price remained unknown, it was wise to refrain from accepting such seemingly free gifts. This instinct stemmed from a primal intuition akin to that of a fierce beast. Well then, since you have come to understand your destiny, I too must pursue the endeavors I have set my heart upon. Tang Yuyu prepared to part ways with Xiao Wu, intending first to seize the opportunity to pilfer the materials necessary for Xiao Wu's resurrection. What is it that you plan to do? Aren't you returning with me to Shrek Academy? We've been away for quite some time. I suspect teacher Zhao is worried. Xiao Wu tilted her head in confusion, glancing at Tang Yuyu. You should return first and inform them that I have gone to Haotian sect. I will return to Shrek Academy in half a month. Tang Yuyu affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head, treating her like a beloved pet. All right. Xiao Wu hesitated at the thought of venturing to Haotian sect. She would rather return to Shrek Academy for now. She was eager to reunite with Tang San. Be careful, and I shall depart with ZG now. As Xiao Wu watched Tang Yuyu's figure gradually fade away, she turned and made her way towards the direction of Bala Kingdom, leaping several times before vanishing into the dense forest. In the star Luo Empire, Tang Yuyu indeed returned to Haotian sect first, unaware of the locations of the four major clans. Aside from the Strength clan, which had a foothold in Heavendo City, the other three clans resided within the star Luo Empire. Upon her arrival at the village at the foot of Haotian sect, someone hastened to inform the sect leader, "Oh, the little brat has returned." Elder 7 had finally broken through to the titled Douluo level a year prior. His once irritable temperament had softened around Tang Yuyu, and he often playfully teased her, though he would inevitably find himself exasperated in return. Yet, he found joy in this newfound amusement, as if he had discovered a fresh source of delight in life. Chapter 95. The desire to reclaim the 4 major clans. Uncle, esteemed elders. Upon entering, Tang Yuyu noticed everyone standing in the meeting hall, awaiting her arrival. Though she had been attending the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City for the past few years, she always returned to Haotian sect during school breaks. Welcome back. Tang Zhao's face beamed with joy. He had come to understand Tang Yuyu's unique identity, and the Tang Hao siblings treated her as family, even sharing the details of her lineage with him. Not long ago, Xiaoyu had relayed that they had ventured to Balak Kingdom, and he expressed his skepticism about the Shrek Academy, questioning whether it could possibly teach better than Haotian sect. Elder 7 was known for his candidness, and he immediately expressed his disdain for Shrek Academy. In truth, upon receiving the news, he had thoroughly investigated Shrek Academy inside and out. To his astonishment, this seemingly modest institution boasted an array of prodigious talents among its students, including princes of the Star Luo Empire, the daughter of the Duke of Star Luo, and the young ladies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not to mention several members of the Tang family. It was akin to a miniature faction opposing the Spirit Hall. Seated beside Elder 2, Tang Yuyu enjoyed a position of favor, a privilege not afforded even to the next sect leader. Indeed, Elder 2 nodded in agreement. Genius only thrives in the company of other geniuses. Although Haotian sect is the foremost sect on the continent, it cannot provide you with as many contemporaries of equal caliber. Let me guess, my clever little sprite, you have returned for a specific purpose. Elder 2 took a sip of tea, calmly scrutinizing Tang Yuyu. Her unexpected arrival at this time suggested she had matters to discuss. Tang Xiao, filled with excitement, pondered whether their grandfather, Tang Chun, was returning. The entire Haotian sect was aware of the plan to rescue Tang Chun, though this knowledge was confined to the elders and sect leader. Most outer disciples remained oblivious to the reason behind Tang Zhao's abrupt departure for 5 or 6 years. You know me too well. Initially, we had accompanied our classmates from Shrek Academy to hunt for soul rings for Tang San, but upon entering the Stardoe Forest, we unexpectedly encountered the Titan giant ape. Consequently, we were forced to scatter. As fate would have it, since we were already out, and so close to Haotian sect, I thought I should return a visit. Elder 2 cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuyu. Though her words brought him joy, having lived for a millennium, he was not easily deceived. He gave her a light rap on the head. Speak of serious matters. Do not meander around with me. When he had first met Elder 2, he had seemed rather endearing, but as time passed, he treated Tang Yuyu with a fondness akin to that of a grandfather, preferring action over words. The other elders sat quietly, sipping tea and observing the exchange, while Elder 7 wore a broad grin, revealing his teeth. Tang Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the true essence of Haotian sect. I have heard that our Haotian sect once had 4 affiliated clans. With our ancestors soon returning to Haotian sect, I believe it is time we extend our apologies to those clans that suffered due to past grievances. While they may be reluctant to return, we ought to make amends, especially since the Min clan is still related to us by marriage. Suddenly, Elder 2's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he took a sip of tea without responding. It was Elder 7, ever volatile, who erupted with anger, demanding to know, who told you this? Was it that scoundrel Tang Hao? If it weren't for him, how could Haotian sect have resorted to such desperation? Elder 7's frustration was palpable. The once mighty Haotian sect had repeatedly retreated due to the relentless pursuit by the Spirit Hall. If it were only Bibi Dong, they would have had no fear. However, Qindaolu, the Spirit Hall's offering, was not so easily dealt with, especially since Tang Hao had slain his only son, Qiang Sunji. Do not tell me anyone informed you that during Haotian sect's desperate struggle for survival, they failed to notify the 4 clans, resulting in severe losses for them. All these years have passed, yet Haotian sect has not taken the initiative to address this matter, despite the 3 clan leaders residing within the Star Luo Empire. Now that our ancestor is returning, if we do not resolve this issue, even if Haotian sect faces calamity, we will have no credibility to stand upon in the entire continent. No one will pursue a sect that fails to protect its own. The strength of one is ultimately just that of an individual, while the strength of a sect is merely that of a sect. Only by uniting all forces that can ally with us can Haotian sect grow ever stronger. Tang Yuyu's words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The 4 major clans were essentially the forsaken offspring of Haotian sect, a point they could not refute. Had Amir Jr. spoken such words, they might have dismissed it, but this was the next sect leader, Tang Yuyu. Yuyu, when you broach this matter, I presume you have already formulated an opinion. Over the years, we have indeed entertained thoughts of mending old wounds, yet the harm inflicted cannot be undone. To allow the disciples of the Haotian sect to engage with them again would merely be to rub salt in their wounds. While it may not be suitable for others from Haotian sect to undertake this task, I believe you possess the capability to succeed. We do not seek to reclaim the allegiance of the 4 great clans as in days of yore. Even if we can mend a fraction of our relationship, it would be a commendable achievement. Ultimately, we owe them a debt of gratitude. The second elder spoke with profound sincerity, and Tang Yuyu discerned the sadness and guilt reflected in his eyes. Evidently, this elder harbors a certain remorse towards the 4 great clans. For years, Tang Yuyu has observed that the members of Haotian sect share a common flaw: arrogance. As the foremost sect in the realm, they always carry themselves with pride when mentioning the Haotian Hammer. This disdainful nature blinds them to the existence of those beneath them, which resulted in the abandonment of the 4 affiliated clans. Even Tang Hao embodies this trait. He is excessively proud and places immense importance on bloodline and kinship. Was it not because he possessed the Haotian Hammer martial soul that he adopted a different demeanor towards me? Though Tang Yuyu is a beneficiary, her feelings towards Tang Hao are undeniably complex. She speculates her connection to him through the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, albeit she does so with uncertainty. However, Tang Hao's suspicion towards Tang Sen did not deter him from keeping him close, as he surely valued the potential benefits that a twin martial soul could confer upon the sect. Haotian sect holds the paramount position in Tang Hao's heart, relegating Ain to a secondary status. Chapter 96, Yang Wudi. Well, I dare not say much more, but I am nearly certain regarding the matters of the 4 great clans. However, once I manage to subdue them, I shall promise their loyalty solely to me, rather than to the entirety of Haotian sect. In that case, the 4 great clans will be my personal retainers, not mere servants of Haotian sect. Tang Yuyu regarded the second elder solemnly, knowing he comprehended her intent. The 4 single attribute clans have indeed been treated like mere servants under Haotian sect, and her use of the term personal retainers underscores her determination. The second elder nodded in satisfaction, his gaze laden with significance as it fell upon the girl before him. Excellent. Haotian sect has managed to witness the moonlight through the clouds. Since this task is yours, proceed according to your vision. After all, Haotian sect has not engaged with the 4 single attribute clans for over a decade. Upon finishing this statement, the second elder cast a glance at the other elders, who all lowered their heads in apparent shame. When Haotian sect retreated, they could have easily sent someone to inform the leaders of the 4 great clans, but they neglected to regard them at all, having simply forgotten about them. Ultimately, it stems from indifference. Who would expend effort on a servant that licks their heels, especially while fleeing for their lives? The second elder sighed heavily in his heart, yet his gaze towards Tang Yu softened considerably. Truly, Haotian sect has found a worthy successor. Tang Yuyu's innate talent is self-evident, but with such a character, she is destined to lead Haotian sect to new heights. Without further ado, I shall set out tomorrow. Uncle Air must possess information regarding the locations of the Min family and the Pa family, correct? The second elder was momentarily taken aback by her words. How could she think of subduing the 4 great families before even ascertaining their whereabouts? You little rascal. The second elder shot a glare at Tang Yuyu before revealing the locations of the Min family and the Pa family. Early the next day, Tang Yuyu descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Ziji awaited her, and upon their reunion, they proceeded in the direction of a certain area within the Star Luo Empire. Halt! Who goes there? Their first stop was the Pa family. Tang Yu knew full well that merely mentioning her possession of the rare herb, Chuoyoshiang, would compel Yang Wudi to bow in submission. In truth, it is exceedingly difficult for Yang Wudi to yield based solely on the merits of a single herb. In the original narrative, he bowed to Tang Sen only after a duel, which he lost as a result of a wager. Additionally, after delivering a slap to Yi Haitian, he acquiesced, for the eyes of others were upon him, and he did not wish to appear fickle. Yet, Tang Yuyu's identity is rather unique, ostensibly. She is the daughter of Tang Yuehua, but a closer investigation would reveal that she is merely an outsider. Thus, for Haotian sect, her presence is of little consequence regarding past events. Moreover, with her silver tongue, she could easily provide Yang Wudi with a compelling reason to acknowledge her as his master, undoubtedly enabling her to conquer the Pa family. The daughter of Tang Yuehua, Tang Yuyu, has come to pay her respects to the esteemed elder Yang Wudi of the family and inform the two of her arrival. The two guards exchanged glances, then sized up the visitor before nodding in acknowledgement. Within the inner hall, Yang Wudi furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. Why had a member of Haotian's sect come? When did Tang Yuehua bear such a granddaughter? I was unaware of this. Although Yang Wudi harbors complex feelings towards Haotian's sect, predominantly resentment, he holds a slightly different sentiment towards Tang Yuehua. As the daughter of the previous sect master of Haotian's sect, Tang Yuehua's status is indeed illustrious. Yet she was born with only 9th level soul power, destined to never become a formidable soul master. It is precisely due to this inadequacy that Tang Yuehua is most empathetic to the struggles of those at the grassroots level, earning her a modicum of goodwill from Yang Wudi. Unlike the direct descendants of Haotian's sect, who often ordered the disciples of the 4 affiliated clans around, Yang Wudi was not even clan leader when the family had yet to be embroiled in Haotian's sect's affairs. At that time, the direct descendants of Haotian's sect frequently looked down upon the disciples of the 4 affiliated clans. Nevertheless, Tang Yuehua is Tang Yuehua, and Haotian sect is Haotian sect. Moreover, it was Tang Hao's actions that led to my previous grievances. There is no reason for me to hold a grudge against Tang Yuehua. Yang Wudi muttered to himself before gesturing to the guard who had delivered the message. Please invite them in, and remember to be courteous. Yes. After the clan member of the family departed, Yang Wudi sat in the hall's chair, pondering for a considerable time. What could be the meaning of Haotian's sect sending someone at this juncture? Even if they seek to restore old ties, it is rather late. After over a decade of silence, their arrival now must carry ulterior motives. Tang Yuyu has previously met the esteemed elder Yang Wudi. Zizi stood beside Tang Yuyu. Although she was reluctant to bow, as Tang Yuyu did, given that the imperial beast had done so, she felt obliged to follow suit. The dragon race is inherently proud. In Ziji's mind, she certainly did not wish to bow to a mere human, yet failing to do so would blatantly suggest her own shortcomings. The seal bestowed by the Silver Dragon King allows only 3 opportunities for breakthrough. Once that limit is surpassed, she must return to the Stardow Forest, placing the safety of the Imperial Beast in jeopardy. While she respects and reveres the Silver Dragon King, fearing the suppressive force of his bloodline, her soul beast lineage prevails in her heart. Thus, during her time in the Stardow Forest, her regard for the Imperial Beast equaled that for the Silver Dragon King. However, after these past few days spent with Tang Yuyu and the latter's persuasive words, she now understands that even with her dragon lineage, she cannot compare to the Silver Dragon King. Tang Yuyu has opined that in the eyes of Guyu, she might merely be viewed as a mongrel soul beast. And so, a once proud beast has been thoroughly persuaded to the point where it now begins to engage its intellect in contemplation. Tang Yuyu feels a sense of achievement in having recruited Ziji as her protector, recognizing her potential for division. As the future master of soul beasts, how could she permit her subordinate to harbor any regard for the Silver Dragon King that rivals her own? Oh, you're the daughter of Tang Yuehua? Since we left the Haotian sect, it has only been a little over a decade. Yet when did Tang Yuehua give birth to a daughter of your age? I was not raised in the Haotian sect. We are merely a mother and daughter, separated for many years. The twinkle in Tang Yuyu's eyes brimmed with mischief and mockery, her words delightfully ambiguous. Yang Wudi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing. Yang Wudi, a serious and taciturn madman, devoted himself to the study of herbs and poisons. This was the first time he found someone so intriguing, albeit related to the Haotian sect. Chapter 97. What if there is more than one immortal herb? You are quite remarkable. Alas, you are still affiliated with the Haotian sect. However, I never expected that among those lofty individuals from the Haotian sect, there would emerge such an interesting little gem like you. Yang Wudi discerned that when Tang Yuyu spoke of the Haotian sect, her eyes lacked the arrogance and complacency typical of its members, which elicited his laughter. The disciples of the Haotian sect were mere pawns of the sect. In Yang Wudi's view, such a trait was decidedly unimpressive, as their pride in the Haotian Hammer bordered on the fanatical. Thus, when Tang Yuyu exhibited a certain liveliness, he found it rather intriguing. Yang Wudi distinctly remembered that Tang Yuehua had no daughter. He could easily believe it if Tang Yuyu were a bit younger. But she was precisely at an age that contradicted that notion. A girl who was evidently not the daughter of a Haotian sect lady had somehow become their daughter. This suggested that Tang Yuyu could offer significant advantages to the Haotian sect, judging by her aura and the cleverness reflected in her brows. She likely possessed formidable talent and intelligence. After the Soul Hall's pursuit, the disciples of the Haotian sect had suffered considerable losses. Any gifted individual would naturally be valued. In mere moments, Yang Wudi had surmised the situation with impressive accuracy. The Haotian sect is the Haotian sect, and I have never equated myself with the Haotian sect. Even though the sect has aided me greatly in recent years, to me, a powerful sect is merely a lifeless entity, far less liberating than a living being. My gratitude does not extend to the Haotian sect itself, but to those individuals within it who have offered me assistance. This distinction set Tang Yuyu apart from the members of the Haotian sect, who had all become puppets of the Haotian Hammer, solely preoccupied with preserving the sect's honor and interests, never considering that the sect was under the control of living beings. The Haotian Hammer was merely a martial soul. You are indeed unlike those hypocritical individuals. My initial decision to allow you in was on account of Tang Yuehua's reputation. But it seems you truly possess the qualifications to step through the doors of my clan. Yang Wudi's demeanor grew notably more serious. Now speak. What brings you to me? He suspected that this clever little girl did not merely come to reminisce. I possess a rare Chiluo Yuxiang immortal herb. Yang Wudi had intended to wait for Tang Yuyu to present her demands, but he was taken aback first. What? A Chiluo Yuxiang immortal herb? Do you truly have such a treasure in your possession? I would not exchange anything for it. Yang Wudi's uncharacteristic reaction made Tang Yuyu's lips curl into a smirk. ZG, following closely behind her, was entirely perplexed as to why a single statement from the beast had thrown this human into disarray. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. She realized there was much for her to learn, as the human world was indeed complex. Anything is possible? Certainly. Tang Yuyu's eyes gleamed with delight. Then, I wish for your clan to regard me as their sovereign. Is that something you can accomplish? Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi snapped back to reality. What? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Feel free to propose any other requests. Oh, did you not claim that any request would be entertained? At this moment, Yang Wudi grasped her intentions, hesitating momentarily. The allure of the Chiluo Yuxiang immortal herb was immense. Yet the clan would never again submit to the Haotian sect. You bold little girl. You are clearly aware of the ancient grievances between our clan and the Haotian sect. I cannot possibly comply with such a request, unless you sever ties with the Haotian sect, but I see the ambition in your eyes. How could you possibly be willing to abandon the Haotian sect for our humble clan? Yang Wudi threw the question back at Tang Yuyu. Just as he would not allow the clan to return to the Haotian sect, nor would she be willing to part ways with it. At her current stage, she still required the protection of the Haotian sect, and all she had done for the sect was to ensure its prosperity, thereby augmenting her own future power. Creating a faction from scratch was undoubtedly appealing, yet doing so would require more time and energy than Tang Yuyu was willing to invest. It was far more pragmatic to align with an existing entity. The Soul Hall was the largest force on the continent, but it was an angelic sanctuary, which she could not claim. She had no desire for other inferior factions, though the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was rather commendable. However, as a supportive sect, the burden would ultimately fall upon them, and she had no intention of patching up their flaws. You mentioned not bringing the clan under the Haotian sect, but you did not say they could not be loyal to me personally. Now, I, Tang Yuyu, am inviting the clan to become my personal vassals. From now on, they need only pledge their loyalty to me and heed my commands. There was ambition and confidence in her gaze, coupled with an unparalleled sharpness. Yang Wudi did not expect the ball to be thrown back into his court. What difference was there between personal and sect affiliation? After all, Tang Yuyu was originally a member of the Haotian sect. As he prepared to counter her argument, she interjected, "You may voice your objections after I finish." Tang Yuyu smiled lightly, as if victory were already assured. Your reluctance stems precisely from my affiliation with the Haotian sect. Your clan's unwillingness to submit to the Haotian sect is simply a consequence of the Soul Hall's pursuit of the sect over a decade ago, which resulted in substantial losses for you. However, I can assure you, in my personal capacity, that I will not merge the Broken One clan with the Haotian sect's members. Should the clan come under my banner, they will serve as my personal vassals rather than mere servants. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can offer you a Chiluo Yuxiang immortal herb and assist you in becoming a titled Douluo. As soon as Tang Yuyu finished speaking, Yang Wudi frowned. Becoming a titled Douluo was not something that could be achieved merely by desire. Yang Wudi was currently just a soul Douluo, and aspiring to the title was a formidable challenge. What, do you not trust me? I possess more than one immortal herb. More than one immortal herb? Only then did Tang Yuyu's words fully capture Yang Wudi's attention. If indeed there were immortal herbs to assist him, It could lead to the attainment of the title Douluo status. This, to be honest, Yang Wudi was indeed tempted. However, how would he explain this to his clan? He was already contemplating joining Tang Yuyu. If he were merely to listen to her words, he would remain skeptical. But one who possessed 2 immortal herbs was hardly an ordinary individual. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, Tang Chun is returning to the Haotian sect soon. He is the legendary title Duo who was once hailed as invincible on land. Chapter 98, Journey to the Min Clan. What did you say? Tang Chun, the former sect master, is coming back. Yang Wudi held immense respect for Tang Chun, the founder of the Haotian sect. Indeed, Tang Chun is an exceedingly just individual, so you need not worry about facing any difficulties from others in the Haotian sect after aligning with me. So what are you hesitating for? Your clan, even if they sever ties with the Haotian sect, is likely still being marginalized by the Soul Hall. Therefore, what could be wrong with seeking a sanctuary for your clan now? Do not forget, although the old sect master is fair and just, if the 4 great sect masters continue to distance themselves from the Haotian sect, and if the Haotian sect makes a comeback, the Spirit Hall will have no choice but to vent its frustrations upon you. Yang Wudi suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation he had not considered before. Very well, I, Yang Wudi, shall leave my broken paper clan and willingly submit to you. When one hesitates to act decisively, chaos will ensue. Thus, Yang Wudi presented a grand gesture to Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu, satisfied, helped Yang Wudi to his feet. Excellent. The exquisite fragrance of the Chua Yoxiang immortal product is not in my possession at the moment, but I shall bring it to you upon my return to the Tiando Empire. Yang Wudi, what will that next occasion be? So you were attempting to catch a wolf with empty hands while conversing with me? ZG was equally astonished, not expecting the cunning of the auspicious beast to run so deep. She suddenly felt that Xiao Wu might have been deceived in the Stardow Forest. Though she harbored this thought, ZG dismissed it, regarding the mere 10,000-year transformed soul beast as insignificant. After all, any traitorous soul beast contributing to the auspicious beast was already commendable. Since the Broken Paper clan has now aligned with me, it is time to head to the Min clan. Clan leader Yang, you should know the location of the Min clan's residence. I believe that once you accompany me, Olbai will wholeheartedly agree. Tang Yuyu's dark eyes gleamed with ill intent as she contemplated acquiring the purple 10,000-year ginseng king that had revived Xiao Wu's physical form. She would not allow Tang San any opportunities, denying him even the slightest chance of ascension. Furthermore, releasing Tang Chun was not merely to sever Tang San's experience in inheriting the Azura god. She envisioned the scenes that might unfold in the future and smiled wickedly. Though they were not family, merely a life that occupied another's body, he still yearned for familial affection. How utterly ridiculous! Wasn't Tang San over 20 in his previous life when he perished? At such an age, still yearning for maternal bonds? I shall let you witness the most treacherous form of kinship in this world, leading you to misidentify your own kin. Although he is not the child of the Blue-Silver Emperor and Tang Hao, every time Tang Yu empathized with Tang San, reborn in another's flesh, calling out to others as his parents, she felt a surge of anger. Was she truly immersing herself too deeply in the role? Indeed, that old Banyao, though obstinate in words, harbored a soft heart. After all, his ties with the Haotian sect were fraught with emotional turmoil, making him the most pained among the 4 great clans. Tang Yu narrowed her eyes. If his heart bore the most pain, why should she offer Tang San assistance? Just because Tang Hao is his nephew? What does that have to do with Tang San? The life of other clan members holds no value? Tang Yuyu's resentment was not trivial, even going so far as to criticize the Min clan for so eagerly ingratiating themselves with Tang San. Yet he had not brought Bai Chun Xiang to the divine realm upon achieving godhood. The family she cared for was arranged clearly, yet not a single one who owed him a debt of gratitude had come to aid him. After the sacrifices of De Ming and Air Ming, they could once again resurrect and appear in Do Air, while Dugabo and Jinhua fought selflessly at the Jialing Pass for Tang San's sake. Not a trivial matter at all. Since you do not cherish those of value to you, then let them all be mine, Tang San. For reasons unknown, ever since she replicated the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial soul, Tang Yuyu's martial soul had taken on another form, while her contempt for Tang San reached a new pinnacle. Previously, her feelings toward him were merely indifferent, at most a source of derision and discontent. Now, they had morphed into a sentiment of loathing. Could this be the repulsion associated with the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline? No wonder only one Blue-Silver Emperor can emerge per generation. Yet the truth remained elusive. With Yang Wudi paving the way, their journey to the Min clan was remarkably smooth. Old goat, what brings you to my doorstep today? An elderly man with white hair and beard approached, fittingly nicknamed Old Goat. The exterior of the Min clan appeared less grand than that of the Broken Paper clan, and upon entering, it became evident that some clans truly existed in name only. It was no wonder the Min clan had relied on the Broken Paper clan for sustenance. The sole masters of the Swifttail Swallow clan were exclusively of the pure Min attack type and were ill-suited for combat, rendering them incapable of participating in the soul arena. Their primary means of earning money was merely running errands and delivering letters. Yet how much could they truly earn from such tasks? When Tang San subsequently absorbed the Min clan, he did not establish them within the Tang sect. After Bai Chunxiang's demise, the Do heir and Do San no longer possessed the Swifttail Swallow martial soul. Perhaps they too faded into the annals of history alongside the Tang sect. Nevertheless, the Min clan seemed to have a profound connection to Tang San. Ma Hongjun claimed he would not assist in bringing Bai Chunxiang to the Divine Realm unless it was for the 10,000-year purple ginseng. He would rather keep it for himself. Tang San could not accept such a gift. At least Tang Yu could barter with something. While giving Tang, San would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog, never to return. Old Bai Niao, I have some delightful news to share with you today. Oh, delightful news? Is there anything left that could bring me joy? Pray enlighten me. The clan leader of the Min clan glanced at the two young girls trailing behind Yang Wudi, suspecting that the delightful news might pertain to them. However, he could not fathom what joyous tidings could involve these two young maidens. This is Tang Yuehua's daughter, Tang Yu. My Broken Paper clan has already recognized her as our leader. Would you consider joining her under our banner? She will be the next sect master of the Haotian sect, and Miss Yu has stated that we shall serve solely under her and not as mere servants of the Haotian sect. Old Bai Niao was momentarily stunned by this revelation. What had possessed Yang Wudi to return to the Haotian sect, just as he was about to unleash a tirade upon the man for deceiving his brothers? Yang Wudi preemptively spoke. I know you're anxious, but do not rush. Let me finish. The old sect Master Tang Chun has returned, and the Haotian sect will soon reopen its gates. When that time comes, the Spirit Hall will be unable to contend with the Haotian sect and will inevitably vent their wrath upon our four great clans. Your Min clan has already suffered grievously due to that incident. If you endure further hardships, you may well cease to exist. Chapter 99 by Qinxiang Takes Flight. What? The clan leader of the Min clan was immediately taken aback by this news, astonished that the long-lost Tang Chun had actually returned. If only the old sect master had been on the continent when the Haotian sect was forced into hiding, they would not have been at the mercy of the Spirit Hall, relying solely on the unparalleled Douluo for support. However, since Tang Hao had killed Qian Xuanji, this fact could not be contested, as it involved the life of his only son, leading to the extinction of the Angel clan. Ultimately, this was a consequence of their own actions. After all, Qian Xuanji had pursued vengeance against Tang Hao's wife. The true tragedy lay in the countless lives lost due to their conflicts. This is truly splendid. With the old sect master back, he can seek justice for us. The Haotian sect has been unjust and ungrateful towards our four great clans, especially since that brat Tang Xiao took over the Haotian sect and has never once inquired about us. He truly harbors resentment, although the Haotian sect was forced into silence. Their uncle, who had raised them, suffered such a fate. In truth, any treatment is comparative. Tang Hao had become a white-eyed wolf, yet it was Tang Xiao who had the power to act, who remained indifferent to his own uncle's plight. In light of such comparisons, it was no wonder that the clan leader of the Min clan eventually entrusted the 10,000-year purple ginseng king to Tang San. She was even willing to offend the Broken Paper clan, which had always supported them, in order to assist Tang San in strategizing and drawing in the four elemental clans. She is the daughter of Yuehua? The old man pondered deeply, overwhelmed by numerous questions swirling in his mind. When had Tang Yuehua given birth to such a remarkable daughter? Could she possibly be an illegitimate child? He had often heard rumors about her ambiguous relationship with the emperor of the heavenly dual empire, Shuiyi. Was this child truly the offspring of Tang Yuehua and the emperor? The patriarch of the Min family, lost in thought, could not fathom the true identity of Tang Yu. Greetings, uncle. I am Tang Yu, the daughter of Tang Yuehua. Whether the Min family is willing to align with me is a matter for later discussion. For now, let's converse about something else. I have heard from the esteemed Yang Wudi that you possess a rare herb known as the everlasting purple ginseng king. I happen to have something exceptional here that can transform one's foundation. Additionally, you have a granddaughter, Xiang. If she were to consume this item, it would undoubtedly renew her entirely, potentially elevating her talents to rival those of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The patriarch of the Min family was initially taken aback, followed by a skeptical glance at Yang Wudi, before finally breaking into a smile. Yang Wudi thought to himself, when did I ever say such a thing? Yet, it was far more prudent for the old white bird to sell such a treasure for his own benefit, alleviating the financial strain on his clan. To his surprise, the old goat had somehow learned of this item in his possession. His nose was indeed sharper than a dog's. This ginseng had been acquired in his early years, and despite the clan's financial struggles, he had never contemplated selling it. He had always hoped that one day, a member with exceptional talent would arise in the clan to utilize it. It seemed that this item was destined to be intertwined with you. Can the item you speak of truly enhance Xiangxiang's talents? To be candid, Tang Yuyu was somewhat uncertain. The notion of altering a martial spirit was rather unprecedented, but she believed it could indeed elevate by Chunxiang's innate soul power and foundation. After all, it was a millennium-old elixir of the Water Prince. Such magical artifacts from alternate dimensions were far superior to the celestial products of Douluo Continent. Absolutely. Tang Yuyu's confident reply instilled an 8/10 belief in the patriarch of the Min family. Although he harbored doubts about Tang Yuyu's identity, he trusted Yang Wudi, a longtime friend, would not lead him astray. Had her martial spirit not lacked a water attribute, Tang Yuyu would have consumed herself long ago. Although Bai Chunxiang did not possess a water attribute, her limitations were fewer, primarily due to her martial spirit being relatively low tier, necessitating passive accommodation and absorption. Tang Yuyu's martial spirit, the Linglong GXN, could be considered, from another perspective, not a true martial spirit, but rather the sealed, true form of a fairy. Therefore, to integrate this water-based elixir, either the seal must be lifted or a water attribute form must be present. Otherwise, a rejection reaction would ensue. The Haotian Hammer, being a replicated martial spirit, was something Tang Yuyu dared not use recklessly, especially as its formidable power could lead to unpredictable transformations when combined with the water attribute elements of the elixir. Someone summoned Xiangxiang. Tang Yuyu remained composed as the patriarch of the Min family ushered her to the esteemed seat. When Bai Chunxiang arrived, she was astonished to see her grandfather and Yang Wudi engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar young woman, leaving her perplexed. Who was this girl who could converse so freely with both elders? Oh, Xiangxiang has arrived. Yang Wudi noticed Bai Chunxiang from a distance, prompting the patriarch to wave her over and introduce her to Tang Yuyu. This is my granddaughter, Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, this is Yuyu, your cousin. Although the old white bird knew Tang Yuyu could not possibly be Tang Yuehua's daughter, there was no need to quibble over details. After all, he had watched over Tang Hao's 3 siblings grow up. He was well aware of the character of the Tang Yuehua siblings. Even if Tang Yuyu were not Tang Yuehua's daughter, her ties to the Haotian clan were significant, and she might very well be the daughter of Tang Hao. During the time when the Haotian clan and the 4 major single attribute families were being hunted by the Spear Hall, it had been rumored that Tang Hao's wife was pregnant. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Tang Yuyu was indeed Tang Hao's daughter, an alternative truth, to say the least. Cousin? Bai Chunxiang cast a puzzled glance at Tang Yuyu. Having never encountered this girl before, how had a cousin suddenly appeared? Something felt amiss, especially since she bore the surname Tang. Was she perhaps from the Haotian clan? Bai Chunxiang was aware that her family had a unique connection to the Haotian clan. Her grandfather's sister had been the wife of the previous clan leader. Xiangxiang, my dear cousin, I come bearing a gift for you. This is a token of our first meeting. After consuming it, you may experience unforeseen benefits. Tang Yu nonchalantly retrieved a crystalline bead from her pocket, cleverly concealing it as she retrieved it from her system space. This is Bai Chunxiang, under her grandfather's watchful gaze, accepted the bead, her eyes glimmering with desire as she sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from it. Xiangxiang, heed your cousin's advice and ingest this elixir. Elixir? What is this? Is this beat it? Bai Chunxiang, somewhat dazed, obediently followed her grandfather's command and swallowed the sacred water pearl. As Tang Yuyu calmly orchestrated her plans, the Stardow Forest was already in chaos. After Tang Yuyu and Xiao Wu were captured, Tang Sen quickly regained consciousness, reuniting with his original 8 spider lances. Though the butterfly had flapped its wings, the plot continued to intertwine inconspicuously. After parting ways with Tang Yuyu, Xiao Wu returned to the Shrek Academy camp. As a 1 million-year-old soul beast, Xiao Wu, despite having limited knowledge about humans and soul beasts, found navigating the Stardow Forest quite effortless. Xiao Wu, what brings you back? Ning Rongrong and the others had been observing Tang San as he absorbed a soul ring from the face demon spider, which, while not perfectly suited to the Haotian Hammer, was nonetheless a curious acquisition. Tang San had absorbed that obstructing soul beast merely to hasten his journey to Xiao Wu, which was rather intriguing, risking the chance of gaining a soul ring while rescuing Xiao Wu, although it was fundamentally to bolster his strength for the rescue. Would spending time absorbing a soul ring not render Xiao Wu less formidable? It was fortunate that the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu shared similar attributes. Had it been a different category, it would have told an entirely different tale. Xiao Wu, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, awkwardly chuckled before recounting the story she had meticulously fabricated. Hee, I was just lucky after the Titan giant ape captured us. A sudden roar echoed through the Stardow forest. The Titan giant ape released us and fled, and I was knocked unconscious after being thrown into some unknown place. When I awakened, I discovered a lightning rabbit that had also been stunned nearby. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized my soul power had reached level 30, and I absorbed the soul ring of that lightning rabbit. I am now a 3-ring soul master. If it had merely been Shrek and the trusting Zhao Wujia, it would have been one thing, but there was also a pair of dragon and snake couple present. Meng Shu regarded Xiao Wu with a discerning eye, sensing something peculiar about her story. The sudden appearance of the Titan giant ape, paired with Xiao Wu's account, raised considerable suspicion. Additionally, Meng Shu, as a Soul Douluo, had previously sensed a strange aura surrounding Xiao Wu. Soul Douluo could discern the true form of a 100,000-year soul beast if they were attentive. However, at that time, Tang San was a worthy candidate for him to recruit, so he had not focused his attention on the other members of Shrek Academy. Now that Xiao Wu had returned to the core circle, Guyu had sealed her soul beast aura, making it impossible to detect any trace of it. How peculiar. Meng Shu also discerned that the aura surrounding Xiao Wu had become significantly purer and clearer, yet a seed of doubt was sown in his heart. Although the dragon and serpent couple was renowned in the spirit world, this reputation stemmed largely from their martial soul fusion technique, which rivaled that of a titled Douluo. The dragon and serpent clan was a mid-sized family, yet their knowledge regarding the legendary 100,000-year spirit beasts was rather limited, which accounted for their failure to immediately recognize Xiao Wu's true identity. Is this a 2,000-year old human face spider spirit beast? How could Xiao San absorb a spirit beast that exceeds the age limit? Moreover, this human face spider does not seem particularly suited for his Haotian Hammer, does it? Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in astonishment, her worry intensifying. Absorbing a spirit beast beyond one's capacity could easily lead to catastrophic consequences. Tang San had only recently discarded his blue-silver grass martial soul. If he were to fail in advancing with the Haotian Hammer, she could hardly bear to contemplate the outcome. Xiao Wu, how do you know this is a 2,000-year old human face spider spirit beast? Zhao Wujia scratched his head, feeling a mix of concern and a flicker of hope. What if Xiao Wu was unaware of the true nature of the beast? The master, who happened to be Tang San's mentor, had mentioned that the age of the human face spider could be inferred from the segments of its legs. Xiao Wu felt a pang of guilt. In truth, she had scarcely paid attention to what Yu Xiaojiang had explained, but now she felt compelled to lie in order to conceal her identity. So that's how it is. Then Tang San is in grave danger. Ma Ongjun exclaimed. Worry etched across his face. Although his interactions with Tang San had been limited, and the latter was not particularly likable, Ma Hongjun had never wished for his demise. Dai Mubai slowly shook his head, thinking that Ma Hongjun was still too naive, recalling how Tang San had been affected by the situation. The plot was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. It felt as if it bore little distinction from the original narrative, yet Tang San's dual martial souls had been severely compromised. When had the Titan giant ape become so formidable? Wasn't it supposed to be Xiao Wu's devoted admirer? How could it have incapacitated half of Xiao Wu's beloved? Dai Mubai felt the need to reassess his perspectives. Although Tang Yuyu was Tang San's cousin and appeared rather proud, often engaging in banter with him, he had initially assumed this was a fanfiction favoring Tang San. To his surprise, it seemed to be an anti-Tang San alliance. He felt a rush of excitement. Although he had not been reborn into the Spirit Hall to uphold justice against Tang San, perhaps aligning with a different faction and simultaneously tormenting Tang San would not be such a bad alternative. Moreover, if Tang Yuyu was indeed a fellow townsman, there must be some bond between them. In the Star Luo Empire, Bai Qinxiang felt as if she were enveloped in a water-blue energy akin to returning to the womb. She sensed every pore of her body opening, releasing a comfortable sigh. However, this sensation of comfort was fleeting, soon replaced by excruciating pain. What is happening? Could this be an illusion? Yet, her grandfather had so much faith in her and claimed she was his cousin. Surely, she could not be deceived. As the pain intensified, Bai Qinxiang's attention shifted entirely to her discomfort. What on earth is this? The agony was overwhelming, and each second spent in this energy orb felt like an eternity. In a state of unconsciousness, Bai Qinxiang's body instinctively activated her martial soul, manifesting a pair of pure white wings with a hint of elegance from her back. Originally the wings of a sharp-tailed swift, their blue luminance began to fade. The wings, which had previously been of normal arm length, suddenly expanded magnificently, enveloping her entirely. The wings transformed from a pristine white with subtle purple hues to a striking gradient of white above and blue below, the blue feathers displaying a harmonious progression from light to dark. A formidable martial soul pressure emanated from Bai Qinxiang, causing the leader of the Minji clan to have tears of joy in his eyes. It seemed that Tang Yuyu had underestimated the situation. Bai Qinxiang's entire martial soul had undergone a complete metamorphosis, leaving her hands trembling uncontrollably, unsure of what to say. Though the sharp-tailed Swift clan prided itself on its martial soul, such a pronounced advantage also came with evident shortcomings. A martial soul with limited offensive capabilities would struggle to survive without the protection of a formidable power.